Su Xiao traversed into the inner sanctum of the mysterious Cloud Sect as an elder, a venerable figure on the brink of the end of his 1,000-year lifespan. In a desperate gamble to overcome the Thunder Tribulation, he ultimately failed, and his cultivation regressed back to the Foundation establishment stage. As his life force waned, an overdue system unexpectedly appeared, transforming the esteemed Elder Su Xiao, with his hair and beard now white, into a sycophant. What a predicament this is! Congratulations, host! You have activated the 10,000-fold return system. By presenting gifts to the fated daughter, substantial rewards will be returned. Gift of a low-grade magic sword successful, returning the Southern Ming Leaf Fire Sword. Gift of a youth-preserving pill successful, returning 3,000 Dao pills. Gift of a thunder-attracting talisman successful, returning the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Gift of the Divine Technique of Material Absorption successful, returning the Divine Technique of Hidden Universe. Thus, the mysterious Cloud Sect gained an elderly sycophant. Begin flattery in one's twilight years? This is what one calls a win-win. Chapter 1. The 10,000-fold return system. At mysterious Cloud Peak, shrouded in mist and abundant spiritual energy, a figure clad in a flowing white robe stood before 2 individuals, imparting earnest instructions. Linger, Su Xiao. I shall enter seclusion this time for a duration of no less than 10 years, and potentially up to 100. That the speaker was a graceful and slender woman, her white gown hugging her waist, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. Her skin was as white as snow, translucent and flawless, akin to intricately carved jade. Her visage was gentle and breathtaking, radiating charm in every word, captivating all who beheld her, ensnaring them in a delightful trance. Her waist, resembling that of a graceful water snake, is devoid of any excess flesh, delicate enough to be grasped in a single hand, and truly exquisite. Her long, raven-black tresses are elegantly gathered atop her head with a jade hairpin, while a few strands dance gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Her breath is fragrant as orchids, seemingly imbued with a subtle floral aroma that captivates all who encounter it, rendering them utterly entranced. She exudes an innate charm that is uniquely her own, and with every movement, she displays an allure that irresistibly draws others near. She is Ji Shui, the esteemed elder of the Piao Miao sect. Before her stands a young woman clad in a green dress and an elderly man in a gray robe, his white hair a testament to his advanced years. Ji Shui gazes at the woman in green and says, "Linger. As the current leader of the Piao Miao sect, you must manage the affairs of the sect diligently in my absence. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to consult with the other esteemed elders. I have already informed them of your situation." A hint of reluctance glimmers in the eyes of the woman in green as she nods, replying, "Yes, master." Su Xiao Ji Shui turns her attention to the elderly man beside her, whose face is etched with deep wrinkles, almost as if he were on the brink of the grave. Su Xiao starts at the mention of his name, quickly leaning on his wooden staff and bowing slightly. "Disciple is here." Ji Shui shakes her head with a sigh. "You failed to transcend the Divine Thunder Tribulation last month, and your cultivation has regressed to the Foundation establishment stage. In this lifetime, there is little hope for further advancement, and your lifespan dwindles to less than a year. Here is a longevity pill that will grant you an additional 50 years. During these 50 years, find a partner and live your life. Well, it would be a shame to depart this world without leaving behind a legacy." Upon her words, she gracefully moved one hand, revealing a porcelain white vial delicately cradled in her slender fingers. "Disciple, I am deeply grateful to my master." Su Xiao extended his hand, his countenance alight with excitement as he received the longevity elixir. His heart brimmed with emotion. He felt on the verge of tears. At long last, he possessed something of great value to offer. A month prior, he had failed to ascend to the spirit transformation stage during the Thunder Tribulation, plummeting from the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm to the 1st layer of Foundation establishment. This failure had left him utterly despondent. With no further opportunities for cultivation, he was resigned to await his demise in obscurity. Having traversed this world of cultivation for a millennium, the system remained stubbornly dormant, forcing him to rely solely on his own efforts. Even under the tutelage of the esteemed Elder Ji Shui of the mysterious Cloud Sect, his mediocre talents had ultimately confined him to the nascent soul realm. However, fortune smiled upon him yesterday when the 10,000-fold return system manifested by bestowing gifts upon the Daughter of Destiny. He could reap substantial rewards in return. Initially, he had depleted his resources in preparation for the Thunder Tribulation, leaving him with little of worth to present. Now, with the longevity elixir in his possession, he finally had the means to activate the system. Cursed be this dog system, it took 1,000 years to appear, while I am on the brink of death. Muttering a silent curse, Su Xiao expressed his heartfelt gratitude once more to Ji Shui. Detected, Daughter of Destiny Ji Shui. Destiny level, SSS. Return multiplier, 100x. Bond level, 1. Notice, first gift to an SSS level Daughter of Destiny guarantees a 10,000-fold critical hit. Prompt, the bond level is rising, and the return multiplier is gradually increasing in SS level Daughter of Destiny. Su Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, his hands trembling slightly as he held the longevity pill. His master is indeed an SS level Daughter of Destiny, with an astonishing 100-fold return right from the outset. Su Xiao was taken aback. This must be the highest strength Daughter of Destiny to have ever appeared. Even his Sect's junior sister, Dugu Ling, was merely at the SS level. Ji Shui once again urged Dugu Ling to assist Su Xiao in finding a companion to spend his remaining days, before intending to enter the secret realm for seclusion. Su Xiao hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, wait a moment." Ji Shui turned back, her enchanting and graceful visage momentarily startled. "Su Xiao, is there something else?" Su Xiao's eyes darted as he swiftly raised the only low-grade magical artifact in his possession, a slender wooden staff, with both hands. Within this slender staff lay a low-grade magical sword, the last item he had reserved for self-defense. Initially, he had intended it merely as a walking stick, but now he felt compelled to seize this opportunity to offer it. After all, if his master entered seclusion, there would be little chance to present a gift thereafter. With a hint of sorrow, he said, "Master, should you depart, it is likely that I shall never see you again. This is the last thing I can offer you, though it is merely a low-grade magical sword. I hope it signifies my filial piety in your final moments. I wish for you to accept it. As a token of remembrance." Su Xiao spoke with utmost sincerity, yet within his heart lingered the worry that Ji Shui might refuse. The act of gifting is not as simple as it seems, for the system mandates that such gestures must be natural and reasonable. Otherwise, they shall be deemed invalid. Now, as he approaches the twilight of his years, presenting a token to his master as a memento seems entirely justifiable, does it not? Alas, Ji Shui sighed, shaking her head as she gazed at her silver-haired disciple, her eyes filled with poignant emotion. The path of cultivation is one of defiance against the heavens. Su Xiao, unfortunately, lacks the innate talent required to persevere. She extended her delicate, snow-white hand to accept the wooden staff from Su Xiao. "Very well, Su Xiao, for the next 50 years, you shall reside in the Piao Sect, living as a mortal and savoring life. With your junior sister by your side, no one shall dare to mistreat you." With that, she shook her head and stepped into the secret realm. The heavy, green stone doors on either side of the secret realm slowly closed. Outside remained only Su Xiao and Dugu Ling. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted a low-grade magic sword. This is your first gift. A 10,000-fold critical hit has been triggered, returning the magical artifact, the Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword. The Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword has been stored in the system's spatial repository, and the host may retrieve it at any time." The Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword? A magical artifact? Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not expected that by gifting a low-grade magic sword, he would receive a magical artifact in return. Truly, a 10,000-fold critical hit. Having cultivated for a millennium, he was well aware of the scarcity of magical artifacts in the realm of cultivation. Generally, magical tools are categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and exceptional grade. The wooden staff he had gifted was merely a low-grade magical tool. Yet above the extraordinary magical artifacts, there exists a treasure born of the very essence of heaven and earth, known as the Fa Bao magical treasure. The Southern Ming Li Hua sword is the coveted Fa Bao for all cultivators. Within the entire Piao Miao sect, there are scarcely 3 genuine football worthy of the name. To his astonishment, he now possesses one for himself, truly a reflection of the tenfold fortune triggered by the daughter of SS-level luck. Gazing at the resplendent sword, radiating a brilliant red glow within the spatial treasury, Su Xiao felt a profound satisfaction. Fortunately, he had just sent out his walking stick moments prior. The system spatial treasury is a vast storage space, far more convenient than those storage bags. Now he has transcended the need for such bags. Rest assured, senior brother, in these final 50 years, I shall find you a beautiful Tao companion. Dugu Ling smiled as she glanced over. I guarantee you will be thoroughly pleased. Her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with vivacity and wisdom. Her skin, as pristine as snow, resembled exquisite jade, exuding a captivating luster. Tall and slender, she stood gracefully, akin to a blooming flower. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, gently swaying and carrying a delightful fragrance. The elegant lines of her collarbone displayed her allure to perfection, while her long, snowy neck possessed a noble elegance reminiscent of a swan. The fitted azure dress accentuated her flawless figure. Leaving nothing to the imagination, Su Xiao turned to regard his stunning junior sister, a trace of wistfulness flickering in his eyes. Dugu Ling, the childhood companion from his village, was once favored by Ji Shui, who took him into the illustrious Piao sect. However, over the course of a millennium, their relationship had remained purely that of senior and junior. After all, Dugu Ling possessed extraordinary talent and had ascended to the position of sect leader, while he, on the other hand, was merely an aging elder of the inner sect. Nearing the end of his days, "Junior sister, there is no need for such formality," he said. "As I approach my twilight years, I harbor no desire to extend my life for another 50 years. This longevity pill shall be a gift to you, dear junior sister." Chapter 2. The disciple Dugu Ling on the terrace outside the secret realm of the Back Mountain sect. Su Xiao, with a benevolent smile, presented a porcelain white vial. Upon seeing this, Dugu Ling furrowed her delicate brows and said, "Senior brother, this is the life-prolonging elixir that Master specifically left for you. Let us not succumb to despair. By consuming the longevity pill, you shall still have 50 years ahead of you. In due time, I shall find you a beautiful bride, and you can rest peacefully in the sect." Dugu Ling gazed at Su Xiao, whose hair had turned white and whose form had aged significantly, and she could not help but sigh inwardly. Reflecting on the past, she recalled how strikingly handsome her senior brother had been in his youth, nearly causing her to waver in her own resolve. Who would have thought that after a millennium, he would have aged so drastically? Alas, this thought brought a tinge of sorrow to her heart. Such a great handsome man had reached the twilight of his life. Noticing her expression, Su Xiao ultimately decided to return the longevity pill to his spatial storage. Indeed, distributing it carelessly was unreasonable, and the system would not acknowledge such actions. He looked at Dugu Ling's exquisite beauty and sighed with a smile. "Sister, I am so old now. Why seek a bride? Wouldn't that be a burden to some young girl?" Dugu Ling comforted him with a smile. "What of age? Senior brother, you were once so handsome, and even now, despite the passage of time, you still possess remnants of your former charm. Moreover, you are the elder brother of the sect leader of our mysterious Cloud sect and a disciple of the Grand Elder. The young ladies from prestigious families would eagerly wish to marry you and forge a connection with our sect. Rest assured, my senior brother, when your parents took me in during those years in the village, I shall ensure their legacy endures." Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Despite the extraordinary talents of Dugu Ling, who had ascended to the position of sect leader, she had never forgotten the kindness bestowed upon her family. She was indeed a grateful young woman. "Come, senior brother, allow me to escort you back to the outer mountain," Dugu Ling said cheerfully. The mysterious peak consists of 2 summits, designated as the outer and inner mountains. The inner mountain, being more compact, serves as the sacred ground of the sect, housing the esteemed inner elders and disciples. In contrast, the outer mountain is more expansive, accommodating the outer elders and disciples. A month prior, Su Xiao had experienced a failed tribulation, resulting in a regression to the first stage of foundation establishment, thereby forfeiting his ability to fly with a sword. Thus, the perilous environment of the inner mountain was no longer suitable for his residence, prompting him to relocate to a secluded area of the outer mountain for a tranquil retirement. At this moment, Dugu Ling summoned her flying sword, which hovered gracefully before them. She was the first to leap aboard, urging, "Senior brother, do come up." Su Xiao blinked in surprise. His aged frame shuffled forward in tiny steps. Having lost his cane, he now walked with a slight wobble. "Alas, my dear junior sister, I am far too old to make such a leap," he lamented. Standing beside the flying sword, which hovered at his waist height, he found himself utterly incapable of ascending. Although he was at the first stage of foundation establishment and still possessed some magical energy, his frail body lacked the strength. "Ah, senior brother, let me assist you," she offered kindly. Upon witnessing the scene, a tinge of melancholy washed over Duguling brother. It is truly pitiable to grow old. She descended and embraced Su Xiao, both of them then alighting upon the flying sword. Sensing the enchanting softness in her embrace, Su Xiao instinctively shifted his arm. "Brother, do not touch recklessly." Duguling promptly guided Su Xiao's hand to her slender waist, insisting, "Just hold my waist." Su Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, it is indeed my junior sister. Age has rendered my limbs somewhat uncontrollable, my apologies." He reflected wistfully, recalling their youth. Though they had not completed the final step, they had shared everything else, akin to a sweet couple in love. Little did they know, on the very night they intended to consummate their union, Lady Jishue fortuitously arrived, rescuing the untouched Duguling. Su Xiao was filled with exasperation. After they had disrobed, to be told to dress and return to the mountain gate. The mere thought of it left a weight in his chest, lamenting the unfairness of life. Such a lovely bride had been whisked away from him, as they soared through the skies on their sword. The breathtaking scenery of the surrounding peaks unfolded beneath them, clouds swirling amidst towering mountains. Located in the eastern part of the Panlong continent, near the 10,000 Great Mountains, Piao Miao Peak was the oldest cultivation sect in the region. "Brother, please do not stand so close." The Duguling felt somewhat uncomfortable. She did not resist. In her lifetime, she had only been genuinely open with her senior brother. With other men, she had not even held hands. Deep down, she still harbored affection for her senior brother, particularly the younger version of him. Now that he had aged, she found herself devoid of the impulsiveness she once possessed. Su Xiao stood behind, tightly embracing Duguling, his heart racing with trepidation. "Sister, take it easy. I am old. I cannot withstand such a shock." Though Duguling's flying sword soared steadily, the height was daunting, and even the elderly Su Xiao felt a tinge of acrophobia. Ever since his tribulation had failed, leading him to a decline in his foundational cultivation, his appearance had deteriorated significantly. Now, he even contended with ailments typically associated with old age. Fortunately, he had escaped the clutches of dementia. Otherwise, the system's efforts would have been in vain. The flying sword descended to a secluded courtyard halfway up a mountain, which served as Su Xiao's current residence. This location offered a path connecting to the outer hall, a convenience for the aged man. As Duguling set Su Xiao down, she observed the lingering shock in his eyes, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. "Rest assured, senior brother, in these remaining 50 years, I will find a good woman to care for you." She stepped forward and embraced the brother she once loved. Although his skin had become withered and aged, she cared not. He was family to her. Su Xiao inhaled the faint fragrance that lingered on her, sighing, "Sister, you must go and manage the sect well. I can manage on my own. Now you have become the master of a sect, and your resolve must remain steadfast. Life, aging, illness, and death are merely ordinary occurrences." Dugong Ling released Su Xiao, took a deep breath, and nodded. "Senior brother, here are 100 top-grade spirit stones. Keep them. They should suffice for your expenses over the next 50 years. Dugong Ling retrieved a small pouch from her robe and handed it to Su Xiao. "As soon as I find a suitable young lady, I will inform you without delay. Senior brother, await my good news." Su Xiao accepted the bulging pouch, his expression brightening instantly. "Excellent. This will serve as the capital for the return system. Junior sister, I am truly grateful." He did not refuse, for this was precisely what he required at this moment. Once he attained success, he would undoubtedly repay her 1,000-fold. "Senior brother, there are many pressing matters within the sect that require my attention, so I shall not linger. Take care." With those words, a hint of complexity flickered in Dugong Ling's eyes as she soared away on her sword from the mountainside. The nearby outer disciples, witnessing Dugong Ling ascend into the air, were filled with awe. "It is the master of the sect. I understand now. The master must be visiting Elder Su." Chapter 3. I am not dead. So why do you weep? Alas, Elder Su, a paragon of virtue and integrity, has met with misfortune during his tribulation. How unjust the heavens are. It is said that Elder Su has but 1 year left to live, and after failing the thunder tribulation, his cultivation has plummeted to the first level of foundation establishment. Such a tragic fate for Elder Su. Several outer disciples were nearly brought to tears. For the past millennium, Su Xiao has enjoyed an impeccable reputation within the Misty Sect, held in high esteem by his fellow disciples. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of moral standing, Su Xiao surpasses even his junior sister, Dugu Ling. After all, his ethereal appearance carries significant weight. What nonsense are you uttering? Our elder Su is not dead yet. A year of life is still life. In these final moments, I have resolved to break through to the foundation establishment stage to demonstrate my determination to Elder Su. How absurd to think that Elder Su, a revered inner elder, would deign to notice a mere outer disciple of Qi refinement. On the mountain path, the outer disciples gazed towards Su Xiao's exquisite cottage in the distance, their faces reflecting admiration. Elder Su is truly a model for our Misty Sect. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Su Xiao settled cross-legged on his bed. This tranquil abode had been meticulously chosen and crafted for him by Dugu Ling. Situated in an area abundant with spiritual energy, surrounded by verdant trees and a picturesque landscape. In order to facilitate his travels, he ensured that the path to the mountain road was not far. Merely traversing a small trail would enable him to ascend smoothly and reach the grand hall beyond the outer gates. The Southern Ming fire sword Su Xiao sat before his bed and retrieved a magnificent artifact from his spatial repository, a sword that glimmered with a fiery crimson light. The blade measured 3.5 feet in length, its hilt crafted from an enigmatic red jade, translucent and resplendent. The blade itself was forged from dark red divine iron, imbued with innate spiritual energy, its radiance subdued yet potent. It was evident that this weapon surpassed all the previous artifacts he had possessed by a considerable margin. Su Xiao felt a surge of elation as he sensed a unique bond with the Southern Ming fire sword. There was no doubt that when the system returned this sword to him, it had already undergone perfect refinement in his hands. Now, this sword felt like an extension of himself, as indispensable as his own limbs, easily maneuverable at his command. With a mere thought, the Southern Ming fire sword levitated gracefully in midair. Following his guidance, it surged through the window like a blazing meteor, soaring into the heavens. Subsequently, with astonishing speed, it descended vertically, effortlessly severing several towering ancient trees before gently returning through the window, floating once more before him. How extraordinarily powerful! Su Xiao exclaimed internally, overwhelmed with excitement. Previously, his most formidable artifact was of superior quality, its realm at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Yet, as he wielded the Southern Ming fire sword, it was not merely stronger than his prior peak state, but possessed an attack power akin to that of the nascent soul realm. A cultivator in the initial stage of foundation establishment, through the use of a celestial treasure, astonishingly possesses the offensive prowess of the nascent soul realm. It is indeed remarkable. However, not every cultivator at this foundational level can flawlessly refine such treasures. Su Xiao smiled faintly as he sheathed the South Brightly fire sword. His adept manipulation of the sword was largely due to the assistance of the system in its refinement. As for gifting the South Brightly fire sword only to reclaim it later, that seems implausible. He currently has no justification to bestow such a treasure upon another. In fact, he prefers to keep the existence of this extraordinary artifact a secret. It is wise to retain it for self-protection. Subsequently, he retrieved the longevity pill bestowed upon him by Ji Shui. After a moment of contemplation, he swallowed it whole. With 100 superior spirit stones at his disposal, he resolved to consume the pill to extend his lifespan by 50 years. Congratulations to the host. Your lifespan has been extended by 50 years, and the character panel has been activated. Name, Su Xiao. Age, 1008 years. Realm, initial stage of foundation establishment. Special physique, none. Remaining lifespan, 51 years. There is indeed a character panel. After consuming the longevity pill, Su Xiao glanced at the information displayed. There was little of significance. Yet his lifespan had certainly increased to 51 years. At that moment, his body began to undergo a transformation. The organs that had withered due to the loss of vitality and the toll of aging were rejuvenated in an instant. His senses sharpened, and the rigidity of his previous frailty dissipated, granting him newfound agility. Rising from his bed, Su Xiao began to pace back and forth. Although his appearance had not changed much, his demeanor was evidently different from before. He had become more upright, walking with an air of confidence. All the ailments that once plagued him had vanished, transforming him into a vigorous elder. As he stroked his goatee, Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The effects of the longevity elixir were remarkable. Despite still bearing a face full of wrinkles and hair as white as snow, he now radiated vitality, comparable to that of any young person. After all, he was now a foundational stage cultivator. The next step was to contemplate the utilization of the 100 high-grade spirit stones. With his health restored, the most pressing matter was not to roam about in search of a fated girl to present offerings to, but rather to procure a batch of cultivation resources. It would be quite illogical to inexplicably gift spirit stones to others. Such actions might lead a young girl to mistakenly believe he intended to support her financially. Having made his decision, Su Xiao retrieved a yellow communication talisman, performed a spell, and addressed it. Lu Daji, it is I, your Uncle Su. When you have a moment, please come to my abode. I wish to descend the mountain to purchase some items, and I would like you to accompany me. Before long, a respectful and eager response came from the talisman. Yes. Yes. Uncle Su, please wait. Your disciple will be there shortly. I am on my way. Not long after retracting the talisman, a robust and towering middle-aged man arrived at the courtyard, soaring on his sword. He bowed before the house and proclaimed, Disciple Lu Daji pays his respects to Uncle Su. Su Xiao stepped outside, gazing at the stout, affable middle-aged man before him, and smiled while nodding. The man was the disciple of his junior sister, De Guling, and currently held the esteemed position of an outer sect elder in charge of law enforcement. Though he was De Guling's disciple, Su Xiao had personally guided him since his entry into the sect. The disciple's current cultivation at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm could be attributed entirely to Su Xiao's efforts. As for Su Xiao himself, he had no disciples, having devoted his time to mentoring his junior sister's students. Danyan, your master uncle is now merely at the foundation establishment stage and can no longer fly with the sword. I must rely on you to take me aloft. Su Xiao remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Lu Danyan's eyes reddened with emotion, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. Master uncle, rest assured, wherever you wish to go, I shall take you. I will carry you through the skies for all eternity. As he spoke, he could not contain himself and knelt before Su Xiao, weeping like a child, clinging tightly to Su Xiao's leg. It pained him greatly to see his master uncle in such dire circumstances. With only a year of life remaining, he could not bear the thought of his master uncle passing away. What are you doing? I am not dead yet. Why are you weeping so sorrowfully? Chapter 4. Bestowing resources in proximity to the ethereal sect, the bustling human city known as Tiger Roar City serves as a vibrant hub. Situated in the eastern region of the Panlong continent and falling under the jurisdiction of the Donglai Kingdom. It is noteworthy that the ethereal sect also resides within the confines of this kingdom. However, as one of the most venerable sects on the Panlong continent, the ethereal sect holds a status that transcends the limitations imposed by the Donglai Kingdom. Due to its proximity to the ethereal sect, Tiger Roar City flourishes far beyond the neighboring towns, teeming with cultivators engaged in the exchange of materials. Master, we have arrived. Allow me to assist you down. Lu Danyan courteously offered, helping the venerable elder, whose hair was as white as snow, dismount from the flying sword. They paused at the city gates. For it is a rule among human settlements that flying swords may not be wielded within the city, a regulation adhered to by all cultivators. Master, where shall we procure our goods? Lu Danyan inquired, having stowed the flying sword and observing the throngs of diverse individuals queuing at the entrance. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, Let us proceed to the largest trading establishment in Tiger Roar City, the Zilai Commercial House. I am well acquainted with it, and we shall complete our purchases swiftly. Very well. Please wait a moment, master. With a swift motion to his chest, Lu Danyan conjured a small, exquisitely crafted cart before them. The cart was adorned with a mechanical steed in the front, leading to a spacious compartment at the rear. This contraption is a wondrous artifact, akin to the previous communication talisman, lacking in rank yet immensely practical for daily life. Once the elder was comfortably seated within the cart, Lu Danyan took the reins and deftly maneuvered the vehicle. Tiger Roar City bustled with life, filled with a myriad of people moving through its vibrant streets. The exquisite mechanical carriage of Lu Dan traversed the streets, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Ah, it is an elder from the Misty Sect. Judging by his attire, he must be an outer sect elder. What a splendid carriage. How I long to possess such a symbol of the Misty Sect's grandeur. Alas, if only I could join the Misty Sect in this lifetime. The mechanical carriage weaved through the crowd and soon arrived before an imposing 3-story pavilion. The pavilion, adorned with golden carvings and jade embellishments, stood out prominently on the bustling East Street. The cultivators entering and exiting exuded a restrained divine aura, most of whom were high-ranking practitioners. Oh my, it appears to be esteemed guests from the Misty Sect. 2 esteemed seniors. Please come inside. Upon receiving the carriage, The elderly steward immediately spotted Su Xiao and Lu Dan. When the steward beheld Su Xiao's countenance, he was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with excitement. "It is Elder Su. I humbly greet Elder Su." The steward, filled with enthusiasm, bowed to Su Xiao. This Elder Su holds a distinguished position within the Misty Sect. Being an inner sect elder, even the proprietor of the Purple Commerce Guild shows him great respect. Su Xiao smiled warmly, saying, "Haha, Steward Chun. I have come here to purchase some items for the younger generation. The quantity is somewhat considerable, so I believe it would be better to discuss matters on the third floor." Of course. The steward replied with a smile, "Please, esteemed guests." The attendant led the two gentlemen to a refined chamber on the third floor, assuring them that the proprietor would soon arrive to personally host them. In this exquisitely fragrant room, a captivating woman adorned in a purple gown gracefully entered. To their surprise, she turned out to be Elder Xiao of the Miao Sect, a most esteemed honor for our Purple Commerce Association. The woman in the purple gown approached the two gentlemen, offering a cordial greeting and extending her delicate, jade-like hands to pour tea for them. Su Xiao lifted his gaze to behold her in a flowing purple silk dress, her visage reminiscent of a blossoming flower. Radiant and enchanting, her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and flawless. The loose neckline of her gown subtly revealed a hint of spring's floral beauty, igniting a fervent desire within. She possessed a tall and slender figure, her graceful curves accentuated by the gentle sway of her movements. With her alabaster legs tantalizingly glimpsed beneath the hem of her dress, exuding an irresistible allure. Most striking was the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, enhancing her charm and rendering her utterly captivating. This was the proprietor of the Purple Commerce Association in Huxiao City, Ziyun. Z. It has been a while since we last met. You have become ever more remarkable, Su Xiao remarked with a smile. "Oh, how could I compare to Elder Su?" She replied with a radiant smile. "Elder, what brings you to my Purple Commerce Association this time?" Seated beside him, Ziyun's smile was as lovely as a flower. "Rest assured, Elder Su, should you express your desires, my establishment shall offer you a most satisfactory price." As she gazed at Su Xiao, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. It is rumored that Elder Su Xiao of the Misty Sect's inner circle failed to transcend the Thunder Tribulation a month ago, resulting in a decline to the Foundation establishment stage, with death imminent. However, observing his current demeanor, it seems the rumors may have been exaggerated. Just as Su Xiao was about to speak, a voice echoed in his ears. "Detected the Daughter of Fortune, Ziyun Fortune level, a return multiplier, 10x bond level, 1 in A-level Daughter of Fortune?" Su Xiao's eyes flickered with a glimmer of surprise. He had not anticipated that Ziyun, the proprietor of the Zilai Merchant Guild, possessed such exceptional fortune. Over the past few days, he had encountered numerous female cultivators and discovered that daughters of fortune are indeed rare. Even C-level ones are seldom seen. Regaining his composure, Su Xiao smiled and said, "Ah, it seems I have quite a few items I wish to procure, so I must trouble you, Manager Z." Ziyun's eyes brightened, and she replied, "Elder Su, feel free to express your needs. The price is certainly negotiable." Having prepared a list of his desired purchases, Su Xiao stated, "I would like 20 low-grade magical artifacts, 200 Foundation Establishment pills, and 20 Essence Gold pills, roughly that." Upon hearing this, Ziyun blinked in astonishment. Nearby, Lu Danian's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Master, why are you purchasing so many items? Do you truly possess that many spirit stones?" He felt somewhat bewildered, as he initially intended to cover the expenses for his master as a gesture of filial piety, but now he chose to remain silent. "How is it, Master Z? Are all the items complete?" Su Xiao inquired with a smile. Since it was a natural and reasonable gift, these items were indeed quite suitable for presenting. The Foundation Establishment Pill is a crucial elixir for practitioners in the Foundation Establishment stage, while the Essence Gathering Pill is intended for those in the Core Formation stage. Additionally, there are low-grade magical artifacts, which are essential items for cultivation and serve as hard currency. Moreover, he himself needed Foundation Establishment Pills for his own training. "Yes, of course," Ziyun exclaimed with great delight. "This is a significant transaction. Elder Su, please follow me to the second floor, where over 100 low-grade magical artifacts are displayed. Feel free to choose as you wish." A quarter of an hour later, at the entrance of the Zilai Trading House, Su Xiao successfully spent 50 high-grade spirit stones to acquire what he needed. Among these, 20 low-grade magical artifacts totaled 20 high-grade spirit stones. 200 foundation establishment pills amounted to another 20 high-grade spirit stones, and 20 essence-gathering pills also cost 20 high-grade spirit stones. Originally, the total was 60 high-grade spirit stones, but due to Su Zhao's status as an elder of the Miao Liao sect and his status as a regular customer, he received a discount, paying only 50 high-grade spirit stones. The enchanting Ziyun and manager Chen bid him farewell at the door, their eyes brimming with joy. 50 high-grade spirit stones represented a substantial sum. Lu Dunyan invited Su Xiao to board the carriage, and the latter glanced at the captivating Ziyun, requesting Lu Dunyan to wait a moment. Subsequently, he took out a low-grade golden hairpin magical artifact that he had specifically selected and presented it before Ziyun. Su Xiao, with a flourish of his snowy beard, broke into a smile that creased his face as he said, "Master Z, this golden hairpin is truly exquisite. It seems perfectly suited for a beauty such as yourself. My esteemed merchant house has generously given me a discount of 10 superior spirit stones. So I present this hairpin to you as a token of my gratitude." Upon the conclusion of Su Zhao's words, the smiles on the faces of Ziyun and manager Chen instantly froze. Even behind them, Lu Danyan blinked his eyes in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. What is Master doing? Courting a lady? Chapter 59 Heaven's Divine Phoenix. Hairpin manager Chun and Lu Danyan stood awkwardly in place, while the enchanting Ziyun appeared momentarily dazed. A venerable elder, distinguished and white-haired, was actually presenting a gift to Ziyun? A hairpin, no less, such an intimate item. They dared not utter a word. Given Elder Su's esteem standing within the mysterious sect, they were utterly intimidated. As Ziyun regained her composure, she gazed at the elder's withered face adorned with a genial smile, blinking her beautiful eyes several times. Within her gaze lay surprise and confusion, soon followed by a trace of concealed delight. The old man, nearing the end of his days, still harbored thoughts of a beautiful girl. Ziyun chuckled inwardly. She had seen much of the world. What could it mean for such a revered elder to gift her a hairpin, if not for ulterior motives? However, his advanced age made it impossible for her to accept such advances. Naturally, even if he were not so old, she would never whimsically accept a gift from a man. Thank you, Elder Su. In the future, should you wish to purchase anything, do remember to support the business of my Zilai trading house. Ziyun graciously accepted the golden hairpin, tucking it into her bosom. Even if she couldn't accept it, she could not allow the esteemed inter-sect elder of the mysterious sect to lose face before so many. Seeing this, Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. Hee, of course, with manager Ziyun present, should the need arise in the future, I will certainly patronize your esteemed trading house. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a low-grade magical hairpin. Upon the first offering of the purple charm, a 1,000-fold critical hit was triggered, resulting in the return of the exquisite artifact, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. The 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin, an exquisite artifact, upon infusing it with spiritual energy, unleashes a fiery phoenix attack, the power of which escalates with the user's cultivation level. An exquisite artifact, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin? Observing the radiant glow of the hairpin within the spatial repository, Su Xiao felt a surge of joy within. This return was exhilarating. Although exquisite artifacts are somewhat inferior to magical treasures, they remain among the most coveted items in the realm of cultivation. Previously at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, he had never possessed an exquisite artifact. Even his senior sister, the sect leader Du Guling, owned merely 2 exquisite artifacts. If sold for spirit stones, this would command an astronomical price. Purple Charm, observing the dignified and ethereal demeanor of her companion, could not help but feel a flicker of amusement. The old fellow still puts on quite the act. After parting ways, Su Xiao, with the assistance of Lu Dunyan, boarded the carriage. The carriage rolled gently along East Main Street towards the city gate. Outside the Purple Commerce Guild, Manager Qin gazed at the departing carriage with an odd expression and remarked, "Manager, I've heard that Elder Su has but a year left to live. I never imagined he would still possess such vigor. Truly, he is aging like fine wine." Purple Charm, puffing out her proud chest, replied with a hint of satisfaction, "Haha. Doesn't this just prove my exceptional charm as a manager? Now, old Qin, back to work. With Elder Su's limited time, I anticipate he will still grace us with his spirit stones. We must extend a warm welcome, for this is indeed a grand opportunity." The bustling East Street is alive with a myriad of shops and a constant flow of people. On the carriage, Lu Dunyan cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiao, who was seated in meditation. With a heart full of empathy, he remarked, Master Uncle, please hold on a little longer. Master is already seeking a companion for you. Surely, she will be no less than that Ziyun. As a man himself, he understood the profound solitude his master uncle felt in this moment of helplessness. For a millennium, he had never sought a partner, and his interactions with master had been merely superficial, devoid of any deep connection. Now, as he lay on the brink of departure, the desire to experience the company of a woman seemed entirely natural. Lu Denian sincerely empathized with him. Su Xiao opened his eyes, looking at Lu Denian as if he were a fool. The latter continued, Master Uncle, if it comes to that, I can arrange for a few beautiful outer sect female disciples to attend to you. As the law elder of the outer sect, they would not dare refuse. Su Xiao's expression darkened, and he exhaled heavily. Then, he delivered a swift slap to Lu Denian's large head, exclaiming, You rascal! What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to exploit our sect's female disciples? Su Xiao scoffed, Is your master uncle such a person? My gestures towards Ziyun were merely acts of courtesy. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Denian, rest assured, your master uncle is not that kind of person. My gifts to Ziyun were motivated by other reasons. It is not as you imagine. Trust in your master uncle. Lu Denian gazed earnestly at the sincere face before him and nodded solemnly. He remarked, How could such a venerable figure as my master be interested in mere superficial beauty? It turned out he had misinterpreted the situation. Nevertheless, he refrained from inquiring about the specifics, for he chose to unconditionally trust his master. As the carriage approached a crossroads, they encountered a throng of people, amidst which the sounds of a heated argument resonated. Boss, how dare you sell my junior sister these 3 foundation-building pills, which are so tainted with impurities and of such poor quality? A young man clad in a light blue robe shouted vehemently at 4 or 5 shop assistants. His face contorted with indignation. You are deceiving the customers. Beside him stood a young man and 3 women, all adorned in the uniform attire of the outer disciples of the Miao Liao sect. The 5 individuals were indeed outer disciples of the Miao Liao sect. Among them, a slender, fair-skinned female disciple clutched 3 white pills in her hand, gazing at the shop assistants with a look of grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At the entrance of the shop, the middle-aged shopkeeper, maintaining a semblance of politeness, replied with a smile, Dear guests, once a transaction is completed, it is binding. You returned after quite some time to request an exchange for the pills. How can we know that you did not switch these 3 foundation-building pills yourselves in an attempt to swindle us? The leading male disciple furrowed his brow, falling into contemplative silence. The charming young disciple who purchased the foundation-building pills immediately clarified, I did not exchange these 3 foundation-building pills. I bought them from your pharmacy. You are deceiving me. The young woman, with her fair and beautiful face tinged with a touch of crimson, appeared deeply distressed. After much effort, she had gathered 3 mid-grade spirit stones, intending to buy 3 foundation-building pills to aid her cultivation. Yet, she unexpectedly encountered unscrupulous merchants, which constituted her entire savings. The surrounding male onlookers, captivated by the young disciple's beauty, stepped forward to lend their support. These despicable scoundrels, deceiving even a beautiful woman, are utterly shameless. Do they not see that she is a disciple of the Misty Sect? Are they not afraid of the repercussions from the Misty Sect disciples? Faced with the crowd's indignation, the middle-aged shopkeeper calmly smiled and said, Everyone, please remain calm. Our establishment has always upheld integrity. We would never sell defective pills. I suspect someone has swapped the young lady's pills. My dear girl, I advise you to quickly seek out the thief who exchanged your pills. He likely has fled far, and you may be able to reclaim your belongings. Upon hearing this, not only the 5 outer disciples of the Misty Sect, but also the onlookers were incensed. It was evident that this pharmacy was engaged in extortion. The middle-aged shopkeeper, noticing that the crowd had not dispersed, subtly revealed an aura of pressure befitting a core formation cultivator. Instantly, the expressions of the onlookers and the 5 disciples shifted. They realized that the shopkeeper was indeed a core formation practitioner. While fighting was prohibited within the city, those of higher cultivation naturally possessed greater rights to defend themselves. The beautiful woman's complexion turned pale, for she understood that the 3 mid-grade spirit stones she possessed would likely be irretrievable. What is happening? Su Xiao inquired, gazing at the congested crowd ahead from the carriage. Lu Daji replied, Master Uncle, a few outer disciples of our sect have encountered a dispute with some merchants. There is no need for us to intervene. It should resolve itself shortly. In Tiger Roar City, the outer disciples of the mysterious Fog sect were numerous, and such disputes occurred daily. Typically, Matters concerning spirit stones and medicinal pills were handled independently, as the sect could not manage every minor inconvenience without becoming overwhelmed. Su Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. A notification resonated in his ear, detected the fate bearer, Lin Yenner. Fate level, C. Return multiplier, 10x. Bond level 1. Note: fate level can be enhanced through special opportunities. Oh, the system's voice stirred a subtle shift in Su Xiao's expression. Chapter 6. The gift of Foundation Establishment Pills. Is the C-level fortunate daughter also entitled to a tenfold return from the outset? Su Xiao's eyes brightened as he swiftly gestured. Dinyan, halt the carriage. Since we have encountered our sect's disciples, let us go and take a look. Lu Dinyan immediately nodded. Yes, Master Uncle. To him, the words of his Master Uncle were akin to divine decree. Whatever was said must be adhered to. From the crowd, a middle-aged steward observed the group of aggrieved customers with a calm demeanor, a faint sinister smile flickering in his eyes. The disciples of the Miaoling sect were indeed akin to sheltered blossoms, naive, and easily deceived. Presently, he held the upper hand. Even if the elders of the Miaoling sect were to arrive, they would find themselves powerless against him. Moreover, the Miaoling sect typically would not intervene in matters concerning a few mid-grade spiritual stones. Junior sister, perhaps it is best to let this go. Although these 3 Foundation Establishment pills are of inferior quality, they possess some efficacy. With a stroke of luck, one might still establish their foundation. 2 plain-looking female disciples offered words of consolation. It was evident that the proprietor had no intention of issuing a refund, leaving them with no recourse. The 2 male disciples accompanying them felt a sense of shame. Lin Jr.'s sister was their guiding light. They yearned to stand up for her, yet the situation was daunting. As their opponent not only held the advantage, but was also a high-ranking practitioner of the core formation stage, rendering them hesitant to escalate matters further. A gathering of onlookers seethed with indignation, their teeth grinding in frustration at the unscrupulous merchant, truly a disgrace to the Hushao city. Cough, cough. What is occurring up ahead? Is someone bullying the disciples of our Miaoling sect? As the crowd was preparing to disperse, an aged voice resonated from the rear. Soon after, Su Xiao, clad in a gray robe, approached alongside Lu Danian, who was adorned in a blue robe. Upon recognizing the 8 trigrams blue robe that Lu Danian wore, the surrounding onlookers were instantly struck with astonishment. The elder of the outer sect of the Piamiao sect. In that fleeting moment, excitement surged through the crowd. The unscrupulous merchants, now confronted by a senior from the Piamiao sect, would surely have their arrogance quelled. They were as if invigorated, their faces flushed with anticipation as they prepared to witness the folly of the middle-aged shopkeeper. Meanwhile, the 5 disciples, upon discerning Lu Danian's appearance, were overtaken by sheer delight. Disciples, pay respects to Elder Lu. As the enforcement elder of the outer sect, Lu Danian was a familiar face to nearly all outer sect disciples. Ahem. Lu Danian did not respond, but instead cast a glance towards Su Xiao. The 5 disciples turned their gaze once more, scrutinizing Su Xiao's visage. And they were as if struck by a sudden realization. They knelt in unison, bowing before Su Xiao. The delicate and slender female disciple, her eyes brimming with tears, exclaimed in fervent emotion, I, Lin Yenner, implore Elder Su to seek justice for us. The commotion caused by the 5 disciples sent ripples of astonishment throughout the onlookers. The venerable elder, with his silvery hair, clearly held a status far superior to that of the outer sect elder beside him. Before the shop, the middle-aged shopkeeper and his staff suddenly turned pale upon the unexpected appearance of the esteemed elder from the Misty sect. A flicker of panic crossed the shopkeeper's eyes. Could it be that their misfortune had led them to encounter a high-ranking figure from the Misty sect? Quickly rise. If you have grievances, speak freely, Su Xiao said kindly, helping Lin Yenner and her 4 companions to their feet, offering a gentle nod to the young woman before him. Lin Yenner, clad in a light blue robe, possessed a slender and delicate form, reminiscent of a willow branch, exuding an ethereal grace. Her complexion was as fair as snow, strikingly beautiful, akin to a blossoming blue lotus, radiating an alluring youthful charm. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, imbued with warmth and innocence. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a shimmering waterfall. She embodied the purity and charm of a neighborly girl. As the system-certified daughter of fortune, she undoubtedly excelled in her appearance. The 5 of them gazed at Su Xiao with excitement and delight, astonished to encounter the renowned Elder Su at such a crucial moment. His esteemed reputation and benevolent demeanor were well known within the sect. A male disciple swiftly stepped forward, pointing at the unscrupulous merchants across the street, embellishing the tale of what had transpired earlier. With Elder Su backing them, their confidence surged. Even if the city lord of Tiger Howl City were to appear, they would demand the return of Lin Shimmy's spirit stones today. The onlookers around grew increasingly expectant, with some even recognizing the esteemed elder from the Piao Miao sect. Was that not Elder Su Xiao, a distinguished member of the Inner Door? What? This venerable figure is Elder Su Xiao, the very brother of the sect's master? This is disastrous. This shop is doomed. They have wronged someone from the Piao Miao sect, and now they are caught red-handed by Elder Su of the Inner Door. Upon hearing the male disciple's complaint, Su Xiao turned his gaze, smiling, towards the middle-aged shopkeeper and his entourage. Lu Dazheng, standing beside him, ominously radiated a terrifying aura of nascent soul power, enveloping the shopkeeper and his companions. Feeling this sudden and extraordinary pressure, a sound of thud echoed as 4 or 5 shop attendants, including the middle-aged shopkeeper, found their legs weaken and fell to their knees. The shopkeeper's face turned pale, utterly devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. He had just learned that this white-haired elder was none other than Su Xiao, the elder of the Inner Door and the brother of the sect's master. Elder Su, it is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, indeed. The middle-aged shopkeeper, struggling to rise, hurriedly approached Su Xiao and Lu Dazheng, offering apologies. Elder, there must be some mistake. This young lady's elixir has surely been switched by someone. My shop is truly not at fault. He dared not confess. Acknowledging the truth would mean a visit to the city lord's office to file a complaint against his establishment, which would spell certain ruin. Unfortunate circumstances have led him to seek peace through monetary means. Su Xiao chuckled, reassuringly stating, "Fear not. Our Miao Miao sect values reason. If indeed a swap has occurred, I shall personally apologize on behalf of the younger generation. Dinyan, please bring forth those 3 foundation establishment pills for examination to ascertain whether they originated from this establishment." Lu Dinyan nodded in agreement. "Of course, Master Uncle. There's no need." The middle-aged shopkeeper's complexion paled as he hastily interjected, "No need for investigation. We shall compensate, triple the amount. An infant soul cultivator possesses countless methods to trace the origin of such elixirs." Su Xiao smiled. "Are you truly certain no investigation is necessary? The Miao Miao sect does not take advantage of others lightly. Indeed, no need." The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, offering a forced smile. "Senior Su, your presence graces our humble shop. How could we trouble you with such trivial matters? Rest assured, we shall compensate the thief with 9 mid-grade spirit stones." Upon saying this, he retrieved 9 gleaming white spirit stones from his storage pouch. These mid-grade stones can be exchanged for 10 low-grade stones each, while a single high-grade stone can be traded for 10 mid-grade ones. The 9 mid-grade spirit stones were handed directly to Lin Yenner, who appeared momentarily dazed and somewhat lost in thought. Subsequently, she gazed at Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. "Elder Su, this is truly wonderful." Su Xiao, witnessing her reaction, did not decline the gesture, responding with a smile to the middle-aged shopkeeper. "In that case, my gratitude to you, shopkeeper." No. This is all part of our duty." The middle-aged shopkeeper wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, finally feeling a sense of relief within. Thankfully, the other party did not delve deeper into the matter. Meanwhile, the onlookers surrounding them reveled in the sight of the shopkeeper and his associates being humbled before Su Xiao. Some even flushed with excitement, their hearts yearning for such a formidable senior to stand by their side. After receiving a few more compliments from the shopkeeper, Su Xiao approached Lin Yenner and smiled. "You are Lin Yenner?" Lin Yenner, startled, quickly bowed respectfully. "I am Lin Yenner, an outer sect disciple." "Thank you, Elder Su." Noticing her cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he remarked, "You are at the perfect stage to require a foundation establishment pill." Su Xiao slowly retrieved 10 pristine, flawless elixirs from his spatial pouch and handed them to her, saying, "I have a few foundation establishment pills that are of no use to me. You need not purchase any. Consider this a gift." Upon hearing this, everyone around was left dumbfounded. The 4 companions beside him exhibited expressions of intense envy. Not only they, but even the bystanders gaped in astonishment at Su Xiao. Is this truly Su Xiao, an inner sect elder of the mysterious Cloud sect? 10 foundation establishment pills, offered so freely? How fortunate this girl is. Chapter 7, a 100-fold critical hit. The supreme beauty elixir Lin Yenner was gazed upon with envy by her 4 companions beside her, with a slight tremor in her outstretched hand. She accepted the 10 foundational pills from Su Xiao, her charming face flushing a deep crimson that extended to her neck. She was overwhelmed with excitement, almost doubting her extraordinary fortune. "Thank you, Elder Su." Lin Yinner exclaimed, examining the 10 foundational pills in her grasp. Compared to the previous 3, these were markedly more translucent and radiant. They were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. As she looked at Su Xiao, whose hair was as white as snow and whose visage bore the marks of age, she recalled the rumors she had heard outside the mysterious peak. It was said that this elder Su had but a year left to live, and a heavy feeling settled in her heart. She did not wish for such a remarkable elder to pass away so soon. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted 10 foundational pills. The first gift to Lin Yinner has triggered a 100-fold critical hit, resulting in the return of the Supreme Beauty Elixir. Supreme Beauty Elixir, upon consumption, it grants eternal youth and an unchanging appearance. Supreme Beauty Elixir? At the mention, Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Beauty Elixir was a special type of pill, one that female cultivators cherished above all. A supreme-grade beauty elixir had never before graced the market. A single high-grade beauty elixir could easily fetch hundreds of superior spirit stones. And yet, it remained elusive. The return was simply exhilarating. Calming his thoughts, Su Xiao gazed at the respectfully attentive Lin Yinner and spoke slowly. Young friend Lin, with these 10 foundation establishment pills, your advancement to the foundation establishment realm should pose no difficulties. Should you encounter any challenges in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall be glad to aid you. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he departed in a carriage alongside Lu Danian. Amidst the eager and envious gazes of the onlookers, individuals with the fortune of being favored by destiny are rare, and he intended to cultivate meaningful connections with each one, ensuring future opportunities for reciprocation. Lin Yinner was indeed an excellent candidate for mutual benefit. No, it was not merely a matter of benefit, but rather a win-win situation. Disciples respectfully bid farewell to the elder, as Lin Yinner and her companions watched the carriage fade into the distance. They remained somewhat immersed in the extraordinary encounter they had just experienced. Junior sister, you have struck it rich. 9 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills. This is a tremendous opportunity. The 2 female companions beside her were almost drooling with envy. They secretly lamented why they had not purchased some foundation establishment pills themselves. If they had been deceived, Elder Su would surely have bestowed gifts upon them as well. Junior sister Lin, Elder Su mentioned that you could seek him out if you faced difficulties in your cultivation. This is an incredible opportunity. The expressions of the 2 male disciples turned crimson, their faces contorted with excitement. This meant that their beloved junior sister had garnered the attention of Elder Su. In comparison, the 10 foundation establishment pills seemed trivial. Did you not notice how Elder Lu appeared almost like a subordinate in the presence of Elder Su? Indeed, Elder Su has but a year of life remaining. Yet this presents a tremendous opportunity. Lin Yinner felt somewhat at a loss, caught off guard by the astonishment of her companions. She glanced towards the direction from which Elder Su had departed, her heart racing with fervor. Never did she imagine that such a legendary chance would be bestowed upon her. Joy and elation surged within her, her delicate visage flushed, and even her breath came in quickened gasps. Elder Su has truly been remarkably kind to me. After their initial excitement, Lin Yinner's 4 companions looked at her, each feeling a pang of disappointment. How could such a grand opportunity not have fallen into their own laps? The heavens seem unjust. The crowd around them had yet to disperse, casting envious glances at Lin Yinner. Ah, this is the fortune of a prominent disciple. It is astonishing indeed. How one longs to be a disciple of the Miao Miao sect. Elder Su, even in his advanced years, remains so striking. I wish to bear his offspring. In the opinion of this old man, this young lady, under Elder Su's favor, may very well soar to great heights in the future. Indeed, fortune is a fickle thing. Who knows when it may grace oneself? The crowd was filled with envy and contemplation, a divine opportunity from the heavens. Each individual yearned for it to manifest in their own lives. Outside the city gate, Lu Dajing reined in the carriage, directing a peculiar gaze towards Su Xiao. The latter furrowed his white brows, seemingly grasping the underlying implications. With a swift kick, he struck Lu Dajing's rear, exclaiming in anger, I told you that there is a reason for the Master Uncle's gifts. What kind of expression is that? Yes, indeed, the Master Uncle has his reasons. Worry not. I understand perfectly. Lu Dajing chuckled foolishly, evading Su Xiao's subsequent kick. Through these 2 instances of gift-giving, Lu Dajing subtly sensed the Master Uncle's intentions. Amidst his foolish laughter, a quiet sorrow brewed within him. Master Uncle, you truly are too lonely, too isolated. Upon returning this time, he resolved to promptly inform the sect leader, urging him to swiftly find a beautiful companion for the Master Uncle. Despite having only a year of life remaining, It was imperative that the master uncle experience the joys of manhood, though the master uncle would never voice such desires as a devoted disciple. He felt it was his filial duty to fulfill this. Summoning his flying sword, Lu Dajing respectfully assisted Su Xiao onto it. Subsequently, the sword soared into the heavens, carrying the two toward the ethereal peak. At a secluded courtyard on the mountainside of the Piao Sect, Su Xiao turned away from Lu Dajing and settled himself upon a coarse straw mat within the room. It seemed that every woman blessed with fortune would inevitably trigger a critical event upon her first gift. He retrieved a beautifully crafted hairpin, the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Pin, emanating a faint red glow, and reveled in the immense power it contained, nodding in satisfaction. An exceptional magical artifact, it represented the strongest weapon possessed by cultivators. Even possessing several such artifacts would make slaying opponents of higher realms a mere trifle. He decided to keep it for the future, whether for his own use or to bestow upon another. Su Xiao retrieved the exquisite and translucent beauty-enhancing pill into his spatial repository, contemplating its rarity within the realm of cultivation. However, it appeared that he had no immediate use for it. His understanding of the beauty-enhancing pill was limited. The last thing he desired was to inadvertently transform his already aged visage into something even more decrepit. As a precaution, he deemed it wiser to reserve this treasure for a future gift. No female cultivator could resist the allure of such a remarkable elixir. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to present it to his junior sister, an individual blessed with an SS-level fortune. The first gift, paired with an unexpected boon, would be nothing short of perfect. With this plan in mind, he carefully secured the beauty-enhancing pill and prepared for his inaugural cultivation session following a potential failure in crossing the Tribulation. Currently, he stood at the first level of the Foundation Establishment stage. The hierarchy of realms within the cultivation world is delineated as follows: Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Nascent Soul, God Transformation, and Void Refinement, among others. Each major realm is further divided into 9 levels, and practitioners must consume different pills corresponding to their respective stages to facilitate their cultivation. For instance, as he was currently at the Foundation Establishment stage, it was imperative for him to ingest Foundation Establishment pills to expedite his progress. Of course, most cultivators could scarcely afford such pills, forcing them to rely solely on their innate talent. Yet, he still possessed 190 Foundation Establishment pills at his disposal, which he could utilize freely. Given the resources available to him through the system, such matters held little significance. With resolve, Su Xiao ingested a Foundation Establishment pill and began to circulate the internal methods of the Piao Sect, specifically the Piao Longevity Technique. This formidable technique was exclusive to the inner disciples, granting him access to unparalleled cultivation potential. Ordinary outer disciples can only first cultivate the modified version of the mystical Celestial Sutra. After consuming the Foundation Establishment pill, the mystical Celestial Longevity Sutra operates for merely one cycle. With a resounding crack, the bottleneck within the body shatters. Chapter 8. The Envy at the Sect Square, Is It So Swift? Su Xiao, sensing the second level of Foundation Establishment, felt a flicker of surprise in his gaze. He surmised that it must be due to the elixir of longevity he had consumed, which restored a portion of the spiritual energy lost during the Tribulation. Thus, his ascension in rank was remarkably rapid. With unwavering determination, Su Xiao continued his meditation on the mat, the efficacy of the Foundation Establishment pill swiftly permeating his being. Typically, a single Foundation Establishment pill could sustain a cultivator's practice for 3 days. However, in just one night, Su Xiao had consumed 5 pills, propelling his cultivation to the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. Only after breaking through to this level did his pace of cultivation slightly decelerate. Drawing from his prior experience of reaching the 9th level of Nascent Soul, his cultivation speed, augmented by the Foundation Establishment pills, surged to an astonishing rate. At dawn the following day, Su Xiao emerged from his meditation, invigorated and refreshed. Such rapid cultivation had taken a toll on his mental state, so he resolved to stabilize his newfound rank before proceeding at a more measured pace. With 51 years of lifespan remaining, there was no need for haste. He could afford to take his time. The spatial repository still held 184 Foundation Establishment pills, more than sufficient for his needs. In the outer mountain Great Hall, at the Sect Square, a group of outer disciples clad in blue robes had begun their breathing exercises and cultivation on the Jadestone Plaza. This locale was among the most spiritually enriched areas of the outer mountain, favored by disciples as a complimentary venue for their practice. The cultivation levels of these outer disciples predominantly range between the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages, rendering them unable to fly with swords. Only upon reaching the core formation stage, after mastering the art of sword control, can one break free from the constraints of the earth and soar through the skies. The cultivators at the core formation stage represent the backbone of the sect. Once an outer disciple attains this stage, the sect begins to assign them duties. Moreover, those with exceptional talent may even catch the eye of the inner sect elders, leading them to be taken into the inner mountain, fulfilling the dreams of all outer disciples to become inner disciples. Among the gathered crowd meditating in the square, the graceful and youthful Lin Yin'er was present. With her eyes closed in a meditative posture, she was diligently practicing the outer sect's technique, the ethereal art. Having reached the 9th level of chi refinement, she was poised to enter seclusion and utilize a foundation establishment pill to make a significant leap into the foundation establishment realm. At this moment, she still reveled in the extraordinary encounter from the previous day. During her cultivation, she occasionally opened her beautiful eyes, secretly marveling at their esteemed elder Su, who was truly remarkable. With such a venerable elder in their sect, her sense of belonging as a disciple of the ethereal sect deepened, and her future appeared all the more promising. Senior brother, have you heard? Yesterday, junior sister Lin was deceived by unscrupulous merchants in Tiger Roar City and encountered our elder Su. As Lin Yin'er meditated, disciples around her glanced over with intent. Their eyes sparkled with envy. After all, such fortuitous encounters are rare and unpredictable, yet it had befallen Lin Yin'er. Of course. Oh dear. Junior brother. This news spread like wildfire among our outer sect last night. How could I not know? Our elder Su is indeed an extraordinary benefactor, willing to stand up for us outer disciples. The murmurs gradually spread, and almost all the disciples in the square gathered in small groups to discuss the matter. It is said that the unscrupulous merchant was so frightened by Elder Su's intervention that he nearly lost control of himself. He even knelt down and presented 9 mid-grade spirit stones to junior sister Lin as an apology. How exhilarating. Haha. Our junior sister Lin only spent 3 mid-grade spirit stones, thus profiting 6. What a windfall. You've overlooked the crucial detail. Not only did junior sister Lin earn 6 mid-grade spirit stones, but I've also heard that Elder Su personally gifted her 10 high-quality foundation establishment pills afterwards. That is the true essence of this matter. Oh, right. 9 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills. Alas, how come such fortune never befalls me? With 10 foundation establishment pills, given junior sister Lin's aptitude, she might directly advance to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. How enviable. At this moment, a few female disciples chimed in. That is not all. You don't know? Elder Su mentioned before leaving that as long as Lin Yin'er encounters any difficulties in her cultivation, she can seek him out at any time. That is her true opportunity. Heavens, how enviable. How could there be such a wonderful elder? I want to seek out Elder Su. I wish to serve as his maid. Oh, come on. That is merely an opportunity. If you went to Elder Su's courtyard now, he might very well dismiss you on the spot. Haha. Alas, Lin Yin'er truly has extraordinary fortune. The murmurs surrounding her varied in volume, some naturally reaching the ears of Lin Yin'er and her 2 senior sisters beside her. One senior sister smiled at Lin Yin'er and remarked, Junior sister, you have gained quite the notoriety. Everyone is envious of you. The other senior sister urged, Junior sister, since Elder Su has spoken so highly of you, why not pay him a visit? With Elder Su's guidance, your foundation establishment will be assured. Lin Yin'er's complexion flushed slightly, making it difficult for her to remain seated. She glanced at her 2 senior sisters, feeling a bit embarrassed as she replied, Sisters, that may not be appropriate. Elder Su likely just spoke casually. Besides, with Elder Su's foundation establishment pill, I should be able to succeed on my own. The slightly plump sister encouraged her further, Junior sister, how can you let such a grand opportunity slip away? Oh, you are being too foolish. The other, somewhat slender senior sister's eyes sparkled as she added, Junior sister, considering how much Elder Su has assisted you, and given that he resides on our outer mountain, it is only proper to express your gratitude. Otherwise, it would be quite impolite. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of contemplation crossed Lin Yin'er's eyes. Her sister was right. Elder Su had indeed aided her significantly, and he was conveniently located at the outer gate. Given his advanced age and solitary existence, he must feel quite lonely. Regardless of the circumstances, she should personally convey her thanks. With this resolution, she bid farewell to her 2 senior sisters and returned to her own quarters. The disciples' quarters of the Misty Sect are uniformly arranged, with male disciples on one side and female disciples on the other, primarily consisting of individual rooms. Lin Yin'er returned to her tidy and fragrant abode, contemplating her next move. She decided to bring along a box of flaky pastries prepared by her mother from her hometown. To arrive empty-handed would convey a lack of sincerity. Although the pastries were not extravagant, they would serve to express her heartfelt gratitude. Feeling somewhat anxious, her delicate face flushed a shade of crimson. Holding the elegantly packaged box, Lin Yin'er descended to the foot of the mountain, her steps tentative as she approached Elder Su's secluded residence. Disciple Lin Yin'er has come to express her gratitude to Elder Su, she stammered nervously outside the small courtyard. Summoning her courage to speak, Su Xiao, reclining in a rocking chair while sipping tea, had already sensed her approach. His eyes brightened slightly as he beheld the charming young woman before him, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. She was clad in a light blue robe, her figure graceful and enchanting. With a fair and youthful countenance, she stood like a blossoming flower, exuding a purity akin to a blue lotus in water. "Ah, it is you, Lin Yin'er. I remember you well," Su Xiao remarked, gesturing for her to enter. The door was unlatched, inviting her in. Just as he had anticipated, the fortunate daughter of destiny had come to him willingly. Chapter 9. The arrival of Lin Yin'er. Upon hearing the aged voice of Su Xiao, Lin Yin'er trembled slightly. Subsequently, she cautiously opened the modest gate of the courtyard and stepped inside with great care. Within the courtyard stood 3 houses, and Elder Su, clad in a gray robe, sat in an armchair beside a wooden table, gazing at her with a warm and amiable smile. Lin Yin'er hurriedly approached, holding a beautifully crafted box of flaky pastries with both hands. Kneeling on one leg, she stammered, "Elder, I have come to express my gratitude for your kindness yesterday. This is a famous delicacy from my hometown, brought here to thank you." Her body was stiff with nervousness, her head bowed, unable to meet Su Xiao's gaze. The disparity in their statuses within the Miao Miao sect was overwhelming. He was a highly respected inner sect elder and a senior disciple of the sect leader, while she was merely an overlooked outer sect disciple. She feared that her visit might intrude upon Elder Su and was anxious that he might look down upon the pastry she offered. "Ah, rise and place it on the table," Su Xiao said, ceasing his gentle sway and straightening his frail form, gesturing toward the wooden table beside him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin'er promptly approached and respectfully placed the pastries on the table. The delicacies were encased in a redwood box, adorned with golden patterns, clearly indicating their extraordinary quality beyond the reach of ordinary folk. "Please, have a seat, young friend Lin. Do not be overly formal," Su Xiao reassured her, observing her nervousness. "Just consider me an ordinary old man, nearing the end of my days." Lin Yin'er was taken aback by his words and hurriedly exclaimed, "No, no, Elder Su. You will surely live for many more years." Immediately after speaking, she felt a pang of regret, as her words seemed to touch upon Elder Su's sorrowful matters. She hesitated to sit beside him, overwhelmed by his formidable presence, which filled her with trepidation. She longed to leave swiftly. "Elder Su, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I bid you farewell," she stammered, her nervousness rendering her speech incoherent, akin to a frightened little kitten standing beside Su Xiaoshan. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshan raised his white brows slightly. "Leave? That simply would not do." He needed a reason to keep her around and offer her more gifts. With a subtle shift of his gaze, he chuckled softly and said, "There is no rush. My young friend Lin, do you have a master in the outer sect?" Lin Yin'er blinked her bright, expressive eyes and shook her head, replying, "No, Elder. I am merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. I have yet to reach the foundation establishment stage." Su Xiaoshan nodded in understanding. Disciples below the foundation establishment stage in the outer sect were uniformly managed, with the outer sect elders taking turns to impart teachings in the Grand Hall. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could one potentially be taken on as a disciple by an outer sect elder for focused cultivation. Su Xiaoshan smiled and said, "Young friend Lin, I perceive that you possess considerable talent. With 10 foundation establishment pills, you should be able to reach that stage. Our meeting yesterday can be deemed fortuitous. Should you encounter any difficulties within the sect in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Lin Yin'er's heart raced with excitement, nearly leaping out of her chest. "Elder Su, how could you say such a thing again? The first time it might have been a mere slip of the tongue, but the second time. It appears that Elder Su truly intends to assist her." Filled with joy, Lin Yin'er hurriedly knelt before Su Xiao, bowing her head earnestly as she expressed, "Disciple is immensely grateful to the elder." Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is of no consequence. As I have stated, we We are fated to meet. Young friend Lin, could you do me a favor? Lin Yenner rose, her face flushed with excitement as she replied, Elder, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall assist you with anything within my capabilities. Her gaze was resolute, imbued with determination. She now comprehended that forming a bond with Elder Su was the most significant turning point and opportunity in her cultivation journey. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. In my old age, my shoulders have grown quite sore. Young friend Lin, would you be so kind as to give my shoulders a gentle massage? These old bones are becoming increasingly stiff. Lin Yenner paused in surprise. Was it truly this simple? Merely a shoulder massage? No problem, she replied eagerly. Taking a deep breath, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal her delicate, fair arms. She then positioned herself behind Su Xiao's rocking chair and began to softly massage his shoulders. Elder Su, please let me know if the pressure is to your liking. Lin Yenner was earnest and gentle, fearful that she might exert too much force and cause discomfort to the elder. Su Xiao felt the gentle movements on his shoulders, inhaling the youthful fragrance emanating from the girl beside him, nodding in contentment. This is just about right. Please continue. A look of enjoyment graced his face as he exhaled softly. This girl possesses a certain talent for massage. Lin Yenner observed the slight relaxation on his aged visage, her heart brimming with joy. Elder Su was assisting her, and she longed to reciprocate his kindness. Moreover, as a solitary elder, she wished to spend more time with him. As Su Xiao indulged in the massage, he opened a box on the table and took a bite of a flaky pastry. Delicious. Lin Xiao, this pastry is truly delightful, far superior to the treats from the cafeteria. Lin Yenner beamed with happiness upon hearing this, exclaiming, if Elder Su enjoys it, I shall ask my mother to send more over, so you can savor it often. Su Xiao nodded with a smile, sipping tea, relishing the pastry, and enjoying the massage. Such a leisurely retirement seemed quite agreeable. As time passed, Lin Yenner tirelessly continued the massage. Occasionally, her delicate fingers brushed against Su Xiao's neck, but he remained silent, his eyes closed in contemplation. As noon approached, Su Xiao finally called a halt, saying, Lin Xiao, that will suffice. Thank you. Lin Yenner quickly stepped aside, insisting, No. Elder Su has shown me great kindness. This is nothing. If Elder Su wishes, I will come daily to give you a massage. With a light chuckle, Su Xiao remarked, There is no need to come every day. We shall discuss this further once you reach the foundation establishment stage. He rose, his aged frame still remarkably upright. Glancing at the youthful and vibrant Lin Yenner before him, he inquired with a smile, Do you possess any protective talismans at present? Lin Yenner paused, responding with a hint of embarrassment. Without my spirit stones, they are insufficient. Su Xiao chuckled at her words and retrieved 3 inferior-grade magical artifacts from his spatial storage, a jade hairpin, a ring, and a sword. These artifacts had been selected previously at the Zilai trading house, chosen for their suitability as gifts for a daughter of destiny. Lin, my young friend, you have assisted me for so long. I must express my gratitude. He continued, This jade hairpin serves as an inferior-grade offensive artifact. The ring offers inferior-grade defensive capabilities. And this sword is also of inferior quality. Observing Lin Yenner, who appeared utterly astonished, he added with a warm smile, I no longer have use for these artifacts. Since fate has intertwined our paths and you have aided me, I gift them to you for your protection. Lin Yenner's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly petrified by the revelation. 3 inferior-grade artifacts equated to 3 superior-grade spirit stones. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. Elder Su, are you truly giving these to her? Su Xiao gently took her hand, placing the artifacts within it, and reassured her, There is no need for formality. To me, it is but a trifle. He continued, With these 3 artifacts, you shall not be easily bullied within the outer sect. As Lin Yenner gazed at the artifacts in her hands and then up at Su Xiao's aged, wrinkled countenance, her eyes began to glisten with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Kneeling, she tearfully expressed her gratitude, saying, Disciple is profoundly thankful for the elder's generous favor. From this day forth, should you require anything, Disciple shall willingly face death without hesitation. The initial shock gradually transformed into delight. Lin Yenner realized she had encountered a person of great significance. Congratulations, host, on successfully receiving 3 low-grade magical artifacts, along with the return of the medium-grade artifact, the Jade Hairpin. Additionally, the medium-grade artifact, the Xianguang Ring, and the medium-grade artifact, the Meteor Sword, have also been acquired. The 3 medium-grade artifacts have been deposited into the spatial repository. Su Xiao, upon hearing the system's voice beside him, smiled inwardly and nodded. This appeared to be a standard tenfold return, without triggering a critical hit. One medium-grade artifact is roughly equivalent to the value of 10 low-grade artifacts. Though a critical hit did not occur, a steady profit was still made. Quite satisfactory. Chapter 10. The Sect Square exploded moved to tears. Lin Yin'er bid a heartfelt farewell to Elder Su before respectfully exiting the secluded courtyard. She gazed at the 3 luminous artifacts in her hands, her heart a tempest of emotions. Elder Su had been exceedingly kind to her. She resolved to repay his kindness, willing to do anything for him in the future. As she traversed the path from the courtyard to the main road leading up the mountain, she noticed her 2 senior sisters waiting at the entrance. Senior sisters? What brings you here? Lin Yin'er inquired, a hint of surprise in her eyes. The slightly plump senior sister smiled and replied, "We saw you heading to Elder Su's courtyard. So we thought we would come and see how it went." "How was it?" "Elder Su must have been very kind, right? Did he offer you any guidance?" The slender senior sister also looked at Lin Yin'er with eager anticipation. "And no guidance at all." Lin Yin'er fluttered her beautiful eyes. "What? No guidance? That's impossible. You spent the entire morning with Elder Su. He didn't impart anything to you?" The plump senior sister expressed disbelief. Lin Yin'er explained, "Truly, there was nothing. Elder Su's shoulders were sore, and I merely helped him with a shoulder massage." "What? A shoulder massage?" The 2 senior sisters were taken aback, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This was indeed a fortunate sign. It indicated that Elder Su held her in high regard. Clearly, they shared a remarkable affinity. The slightly plump woman chuckled and remarked, "No worries. If I couldn't offer guidance this time, I shall surely do so on my next visit." The 2 senior sisters were filled with excitement. If Lin Yin'er were to cultivate a good relationship with Elder Su, then certainly, as close acquaintances of hers, they would be well taken care of in the future. Even if they couldn't partake in the meat, they could still savor the broth. "Wait, junior sister, why are you holding so many magical artifacts?" The slender senior sister exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. "These are 3 inferior-grade artifacts. Where did you acquire them?" Lin Yin'er blinked her eyes, recalling Elder Su's warm smile, and felt a surge of joy within her. "These were given to me by Elder Su as a reward for helping him with a massage." Thunderstruck, the 2 senior sisters stood frozen, as though struck by lightning, unable to comprehend the revelation. A morning's worth of shoulder massages in exchange for 3 inferior-grade artifacts? Such an occurrence was far beyond their understanding. "No," they internally screamed. "Why? Why not us?" The artifacts in question were worth more than both of them combined, and they each possessed not a single one. In the small courtyard, Su Xiao returned to the old man's rocking chair. The box of flaky pastries on the nearby table contained 8 pieces, of which only 3 remained after the earlier massage session. The pastries brought by Lin Xiao were quite delectable. Su Xiao picked up another one, enjoying it while sipping his tea. The pastry should be filled with a delicate floral paste, leaving a lingering fragrance upon consumption. He contemplated the distribution of 3 mid-tier magical artifacts, unhurried, knowing there would be future opportunities for gifting. In his mind, plans were already formulated. For the Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples, low-tier artifacts sufficed. Mid-tier artifacts were best bestowed upon cultivators at the core formation stage or above, as they would likely yield greater returns. According to the system's nature, gifting must be judicious and not arbitrary. He inspected his spatial inventory, finding 16 low-tier artifacts remaining. There were still 184 foundation establishment pills, 50 high-grade spirit stones, and 20 golden essence pills for core formation practitioners. With ample supplies, he could afford to distribute them gradually, without haste. That Lin Yin'er displayed commendable aptitude. Once she reached the foundation establishment stage, another wave of gifts would be forthcoming. The following morning, the Sect Square erupted with commotion. Lin Yin'er was absent, engrossed in her room in a closed-door breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm. The multitude of outer disciples gathered in clusters, their meditation disrupted, engrossed in fervent discussions about Lin Yin'er's recent events. "Good heavens! Have you all heard? It's absolutely insane. My dearest 9 heavens immortal emperor. Elder Su gifted junior sister Lin 3 low-tier artifacts yesterday." Some disciples in the square were beside themselves with excitement. Although they were low-tier artifacts, each could be acquired only with a high-grade spirit stone. The sheer act of gifting left them astounded and unable to comprehend. Do you know why Elder Su bestowed magical artifacts upon junior sister Lin? Simply because she gently pressed his shoulder, he granted her such gifts. It is utterly absurd. To think that a mere shoulder massage could yield 3 inferior-grade magical artifacts as a reward. This world is truly insane. I have toiled relentlessly to complete Sect tasks, and it has taken me years to afford a single inferior-grade artifact, while that Lin Yin received 3 for just a shoulder press. I'm indignant. I contemplate ending it all. Yet, some more composed disciples have begun to analyze the situation. Do not panic. There is still hope. Allow me to elucidate. Elder Su is nearing the end of his days, and given his accumulation over the past millennium, he must possess numerous valuable items. Moreover, he has no partner, no descendants, nor disciples. This indicates that his possessions will go unclaimed, which is why he is so generous in his offerings. After this analysis, all the surrounding disciples gathered curiously. The speaker continued, Junior Sister Lin was merely fortunate to catch Elder Su's eye. It is not due to any extraordinary quality she possesses. We must act swiftly and approach Elder Su in hopes of fortune. Who knows? If he is in good spirits, he may casually toss out a plethora of magical artifacts and elixirs, and we would all prosper. With this reasoning, excitement sparkled in everyone's eyes. It makes perfect sense. Who else would Elder Su bequeath his possessions to if not his own disciples? Shall I be taken to the grave? Elder Su, I have arrived. I wish to be your godson. No, your grandson. I shall accompany you. Whether it be serving tea, washing your feet, or making your bed, I would gladly do it. All I seek is for you to be pleased and bestow upon me a precious elixir, and I would be utterly content. And I too. If Elder Su is willing to give me a magical artifact, I would even be content to warm your bed. As for you, dear junior sister, do take a look at that unsightly visage of yours. I would not wish for such a fate. Begone. The crowd was lively, yet only a select few dared to venture to Su Zhao's residence. These individuals had cast aside their pride. In the Panlong continent, cultivation resources are scarce and precious, essential for a cultivator's journey. They hold greater value than mere currency. If there is a chance, even at the risk of life, they would seize it, let alone the thought of losing face. Several female cultivators, possessing a semblance of beauty, have not hesitated to barter their bodies for resources. Disciples pay their respects to Elder Su. The sound of numerous disciples bowing echoed from outside, leaving Su Xiao in a state of bewilderment. What is the meaning of this? Why have so many outer disciples come to disturb him? Chapter 11. The Girl of Fortune. Jin Liuxiang. Su Xiao rose and stepped outside the courtyard. Before him knelt a throng of individuals, their presence darkening the landscape, causing his white brows to furrow slightly. A bold outer sect male disciple spoke up, Elder Su. Living alone in the outer mountains must make it quite inconvenient for you to maintain the courtyard. Fear not. Now that Elder Su has come to the outer mountains, we disciples cannot remain idle. Allow me to take charge of the cleaning. Without waiting for Su Zhao's response, he swiftly retrieved a broom from his storage bag and dashed into the side courtyard, fervently commencing his cleaning efforts. The intensity of his labor and the sincerity of his demeanor left Su Xiao momentarily speechless. Observing the scene, the surrounding disciples quickly became anxious upon witnessing the task of cleaning being claimed. Elder Su, Brother Zhou cannot manage the cleaning alone. I shall assist him. Oh dear. Elder Su, there is a wasp nest forming near your courtyard. Those are venomous bees. Leave it to me, I'll handle it. Elder Su, several trees behind your courtyard have fallen and appear somewhat unsightly. Do not worry, I shall restore them to their original state. As the quick-witted disciples found their assignments and began to work, the remaining individuals engaged in a flurry of brainstorming. Elder Su, your rooms may leak during the rain. I shall inspect them for you. This fence is not secured properly. Allow me to take care of it. Elder Su, I will sweep your house. I shall proceed to polish the base. I shall attend to the toilet. As Su Xiao observed the outer disciples engaging in various peculiar tasks, he blinked in bewilderment. What on earth is happening here? Refraining from reprimanding these disciples, he pondered for a moment, and suddenly, enlightenment struck him. It was evident that news of his gift to Lin Yin'er had spread. Su Xiao chuckled and shook his head. These disciples, without a doubt, were envious of Lin Yin'er and sought to gain some advantage from him. Oh, how amusing it is that they neglect their proper duties in favor of such shortcuts. He returned to his rocking chair, choosing silence as he watched the numerous outer disciples industriously laboring around him. Naturally, he had no intention of bestowing any gifts. Why would he engage in unbeneficial endeavors? Soon, as their enthusiasm waned, they would depart. No matter. Just as he rocked gently while savoring his tea, the voice of the system resonated in his ear. Detection of the Fate's favored daughter. Jin Liuxiang Fate level. See return multiplier. 10 times bond level. 10? There exists a favored daughter of Fate among them? Su Xiao's eyes widened as he glanced towards the direction indicated by the system. There. He beheld a young woman clad in a light blue robe, gracefully tending to the greenery he had planted in the corner of the courtyard. The woman's eyes occasionally darted towards Su Xiao, clearly hoping for a stroke of luck. Su Xiao's gaze brightened slightly, yet he remained silent, closing his eyes to silently monitor her with his spiritual awareness. The crowd was too dense for action at the moment. He resolved to wait for a more opportune moment when there would be fewer people around. Did Elder Su just glance my way? Jean Liuxiang felt a surge of excitement within her. Her beautiful, large eyes sparkled with a glimmer of realization. Her suspicions might indeed be correct. Ever since news of Elder Su gifting Lin Yin'er had spread throughout the outer sect, she had begun to analyze the reasons behind his actions. Based on Elder Su's particularly intense gaze earlier, she sensed a possibility. Elder Su, perhaps due to his solitude and old age, might be harboring feelings for attractive female cultivators. Jean Liuxiang was not one of those naive and innocent female disciples. She had diligently cultivated her way to the second layer of foundation establishment. This achievement was solely attributed to her agile mind and her understanding of the nature of men. Although she had never engaged in any intimate encounters, she skillfully manipulated her male peers to secure cultivation resources. Her ascent to the second layer of foundation establishment was facilitated both by her striking beauty and her adeptness in navigating male attention. Indeed, it seemed accurate. Jean Liuxiang felt a surge of confidence. After all, an old man is still a man. And it is impossible for any man to resist the allure of beautiful female cultivators like herself. With newfound assurance, she glanced around at the eager disciples and silently mocked them. A group of fools, utterly oblivious to what Elder Su truly desires, labor in vain. Even the woman with the pumpkin-shaped face arrives, lacking any sense of self-awareness. As time languidly passes, Jean Liuxiang waters the plants little by little. She remains unhurried. As long as Elder Su does not dismiss her, she possesses her own means to deal with a man like him. Meanwhile, the individuals tasked with tidying the courtyard have swept it thrice, finding little left to clean. Noticing Su Xiao seated motionless in the rocking chair, they sigh deeply and respectfully take their leave. What else could they do? They cannot remain in Elder Su's courtyard indefinitely, can they? Alas, it seems this opportunity is not so easily attained. The sweepers depart first, and the remaining individuals, having lost their confidence, approach Su Xiao one by one to bid farewell. He responds with a smile, graciously acknowledging their efforts. By afternoon, only one person remains in the courtyard, Jean Liuxiang. After the disciples of Elder Su finish watering the flowers, they take their leave as well. Jean Liuxiang gracefully approaches Su Xiao, bidding him a gentle farewell. Her eyes glimmer with anticipation as she subtly glances at the elderly man before her. At that moment, Su Xiao rises, gazing at the woman before him. The sect's robe clings to his form, perfectly accentuating her exquisite curves. Her beauty is enchanting, her skin flawless and fair. The snowy peaks before her stand tall and proud, boasting a perfect arc. The peach-shaped posterior, gracefully poised, embodies the delicate charm of youth, while simultaneously exuding the captivating allure of adulthood. Her flat abdomen bears no trace of excess, complemented by a slender, willow-like waist. Her enchanting eyes shimmer with a radiant glimmer, brimming with deep, affectionate sentiments. What a bewitching little sprite she is. Su Xiao exhaled softly and, gazing at the maiden, inquired, "Fair friend, what is your name?" Jean Liuxiang's expression brightened at the question. She was the first to be asked. With a gaze filled with intensity, she shyly replied, "I am Jean Liuxiang." Su Xiao nodded and continued. "What realm do you currently inhabit?" "Foundation establishment, second level," she answered. "Do you have a master?" "Yes, my master is an enforcer in the law enforcement team, Zhou Xiao." Su Xiao acknowledged this with a hum, recognizing that Zhou Xiao was indeed a subordinate of Lu Dazheng, a young woman of C-grade fortune. She appeared to be merely in her 20s, yet had already attained the foundation establishment realm, a disciple of notable talent. It seems the individuals certified by the system are indeed not mistaken, and each one is a beauty. "Ha." Su Xiao chuckled. "Today, I must trouble you, dear Jean. Please tend to the flowers and plants in my humble abode. I sense a connection with you, and thus, I offer you these 10 foundation establishment pills. In my old age, I have no use for them, so I gift them to you as a token of my gratitude." With that, he retrieved 10 pristine foundation establishment pills from his spatial repository and presented them to Jean Liuxiang. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the 10 pills in her hands, filled with sheer delight. Thereafter, she promptly knelt down, expressing her gratitude. "Disciple, thank you. Elder Su." Simultaneously, Some outer disciples who had not yet departed and were stealthily observing from a distance in a secluded courtyard were utterly astonished. He truly bestowed a gift. Elder Su has genuinely given something. Chapter 12. The return of the exquisite longevity pill. The disciples hiding in the distance were all discontented souls, merely wishing to witness whether Elder Su would bestow a gift. To their astonishment, he indeed did. Furthermore, it was granted to the last remaining disciple. Regret began to gnaw at their hearts. Could it be that their time spent laboring was insufficient? How vexing. Had they known, they would have stayed. Meanwhile, Su Xiao observed Jin Liuxiang kneeling before him in gratitude, as the voice of the system resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment pills. By bestowing upon Jin Liuxiang for the first time, you have triggered a 100-fold critical hit, returning the exquisite longevity pill. Exquisite longevity pill. Consuming it extends one's lifespan by 300 years. 300 years of life. A surge of joy filled Su Xiao's heart. Was this not precisely what he required? His current lifespan was a mere 51 years, which would remain unchanged until he ascended to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Only by undergoing the thunder tribulation once more and breaking through to the divine transformation realm would his lifespan limit increase from 1,000 to 3,000 years. At that point, he would truly experience a rebirth, returning to his former pinnacle. His appearance would rejuvenate, allowing him to regain the breathtakingly handsome visage of his past. Indeed, 300 years of life was a boon. With the system at his side, attaining the divine transformation would be a matter of ease. Gazing at Jin Liuxiang, Su Xiao felt buoyant and stepped forward to assist her in rising. There is no need for excessive courtesy, my dear Jin. We are fated to meet. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall be there to aid you. Jin Liuxiang's beautiful eyes glimmered with a fleeting light. Observing the genial elder in front of her, she could not help but chuckle inwardly. Elder Su, it seems, has indeed become more inclined towards women in his twilight years. As Su Xiao supported her, she suddenly lunged forward with a swift movement. It appeared she lost her balance, and Jin Liuxiang fell into Su Xiao's embrace, their bodies pressed closely together. Su Xiao was taken aback. Feeling the warmth of her soft curves against him, his eyes widening as a myriad of emotions danced within. Accompanying this was the irresistible allure of her enchanting fragrance. A scent that lingered around his nostrils like the most exquisite perfume. Warmth, delicacy, and an intoxicating aroma enveloped him. Even Su Xiao found himself momentarily frozen, hesitant to move. Oh dear, Elder Su, I apologize. I seem to have twisted my ankle. Jin Liuxiang leaned against Su Xiao's form, gradually regaining her balance before departing with a lingering gaze filled with affection. Yet, within her heart, she was utterly convinced that Elder Su was indeed like this. Without a shadow of doubt. No worries, Su Xiao replied lightly. Jin, do take care of yourself. Should you face any challenges in the future, remember to seek me out. At this moment, Jin Liuxiang respectfully expressed her gratitude. Disciple is deeply thankful for Elder's kindness. Such generosity shall not be forgotten, and I will heed your commands without hesitation in the days to come. After expressing her gratitude once more, Jin Liuxiang confidently departed. Her heart brimmed with excitement. Those senior and junior brothers, as well as her master, Zhou Xiao, paled in comparison to Elder Su. If she could cultivate a good relationship with Elder Su, her path of cultivation would be firmly secured. Elated and joyful, Jin Liuxiang began to devise her plans for the future on her way back. Meanwhile, the scene that unfolded in the courtyard left onlookers utterly astonished. What had just transpired? That scheming Jin Liuxiang had actually thrown herself into Elder Su's embrace, and Elder Su had not resisted. Good heavens, what had they just witnessed? In that moment, the hearts of the disciples, who remained at a distance, seemed to suffer a profound shock. Could it be that Jin Liuxiang intended to use her beauty to curry favor with Elder Su for resources? Elder Su, you must not be beguiled by that green tea vixen. In another courtyard, Su Xiao returned to his meditation cushion, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jin Liuxiang was indeed a woman of some cunning. However, it mattered little. As long as she was a woman of fortune, he would welcome her with open arms. Each one of them represented an opportunity for mutual benefit, and he would seize every chance available. Achieving the path of eternal life would ultimately depend on the returns from these fortunate women. He retrieved a shimmering, exquisite longevity pill from his spatial storage, observing it with keen interest. Once the quality of such an item reaches the pinnacle, it commands a staggering price. The longevity elixir gifted to him by Ji Shui was, at best, of medium grade, capable of extending life by a mere 50 years. However, this extraordinary elixir promised an extension of 300 years. Without further contemplation, Su Xiao consumed the longevity elixir in one swift motion, deciding against any further gifting. In an instant, a tremendous surge of vitality blossomed within him. This life force emanated from his internal organs, gradually permeating throughout his entire being. Ultimately, he felt as though he was brimming with vigor, akin to his youthful self. Although his withered skin and pallid visage remained unchanged, his internal organs and tendons had been profoundly restored by this extraordinary longevity elixir. He was no longer inferior to any young individual, even standing tall like a towering pillar. The effectiveness was indeed remarkable, and Su Xiao felt immense satisfaction. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1008 years. Realm: Foundation Establishment. 4th Layer. Special Constitution: None. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. It appeared that the longevity elixir could not be reused. Observing his remaining lifespan, it seemed that the effects of this extraordinary elixir had superseded those of the previous one. Subsequently, he seated himself upon the meditation cushion and commenced his practice of the ethereal longevity technique. Only through a balanced approach to cultivation can one achieve enduring and far-reaching results. The following day, not only the Sect's plaza but also the accommodation areas for both men and women erupted in commotion. It was unclear who had disseminated the news of Su Xiao bestowing 10 Foundation Establishment pills upon Jin Liuxiang. But now the entire outer sect was abuzz with discussions regarding this remarkable event. Elder Su had gifted something once again. 10 Foundation Establishment pills. 10 Foundation Establishment pills. That Jin Liuxiang merely went to Elder Su's courtyard to tend to the flowers, and upon her departure, Elder Su gifted her 10 Foundation Establishment pills. It's absurd. Elder Su has truly lost his senses. In the accommodation area, a group of disciples huddled together. Previously, he gifted Lin Yin'er, and now he has also gifted Jin Liuxiang. Have you all noticed a pattern? Elder Su exclusively bestows such gifts upon the acknowledged beauties of our outer mountain. What does this imply? I will not allow you to tarnish Elder Su's reputation. No, do not misunderstand. Elder Su is a person of high moral standing and integrity. It is impossible for him to behave in such a manner. What I mean is, perhaps beauties are more likely to catch Elder Su's attention. After all, he is still a man. Are you seeking death? Elder Su is already so advanced in age. How could he still harbor such thoughts? I refuse to believe it. There must be other reasons. Jin Liuxiang was the last to leave the courtyard. Elder Su must have recognized her perseverance. Yes, exactly. Elder Su is such a good person. He must have been testing us, and only Jin Liuxiang has succeeded in passing this test. Instantly, the imposing and dignified image of Su Xiao was once again solidified. Chapter 13. The speculations of Jin Liuxiang. The murmurs within the lodging area were incessant, predominantly laden with reproach towards Jin Liuxiang. The consensus was that this woman, having reaped benefits, was unrelenting in her pursuits and was even poised to seduce Elder Su for further gains. However, Elder Su, embodying wisdom and integrity, resolutely spurned her advances. Following this incident, the disciples discerned that the opportunities associated with Elder Su were far from easily attainable, leading them to deliberate their strategies with greater caution. In a fragrant and exquisitely adorned room within the female disciple's lodging area, Jin Liuxiang gazed at the 10 Foundation Establishment pills in her possession, increasingly feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Lin Yin'er spent merely half a day at Elder Su's estate and emerged with 3 low-grade magical artifacts, yet I, who have also lingered for half a day, have only received these 10 pills. Is there something amiss? Gradually, Jin Liuxiang began to entertain certain notions. Massage those shoulders. Lin Yin'er, I see you have discerned Elder Su's desires, and thus, you willingly surrendered yourself. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with flashes of insight as she surmised the underlying circumstances. For these outer disciples, 3 low-grade magical artifacts represented an astronomical sum. Elder Su would never part with such treasures so easily. Lin Yin'er must have done something during that half-day. Even if she did not directly offer herself, she surely provided Elder Su with ample benefits. With this realization, Jin Liuxiang's heart became increasingly heavy. In terms of appearance, she was confident that she was not in the least inferior to Lin Yin'er. In terms of cultivation, she surpassed Lin Yin'er by several ranks. What others can attain, why should she not be able to? Upon reaching this realization, a resolute glint appeared in her eyes. Her ability to become a disciple under Zhou Xiao at the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment was merely due to Zhou Xiao's infatuation with her beauty. Yet, possessing a meticulous mind, she had refrained from allowing Zhou Xiao to exploit her. However, offering herself was merely a matter of time. She was now well aware of the unspoken rules within these sections. Having established a connection with Elder Su, she regarded Zhou Xiao as insignificant in comparison. Should she serve Elder Su diligently in his later years, perhaps the inheritance he leaves behind will ultimately belong to her. Jin Liuxiang's eyes sparkled with ambition. Superficial allure meant little to her compared to tangible benefits. She aspired to advance further in her cultivation journey and rise above others. Elder Su may be older, but she could accept that. With clarity of purpose, she settled by her vanity, preparing to enhance her appearance. Tonight, she was determined to win over Elder Su completely, compelling him to bestow upon her greater resources. Lin Yinner was currently in seclusion, making this a prime opportunity for advancement. In the afternoon, Su Xiao had been cultivating on his cushion all day long. The absorption rate of the Foundation establishment pills had slowed, and he had only managed to digest 2. His cultivation level had reached the 5th stage of Foundation establishment. While this pace was slower than the previous days, it was akin to riding a rocket compared to others. He exhaled softly, pausing his cultivation to rest and gather his strength for the next endeavor. He felt a surge of joy at this pace of cultivation. It would only be a matter of time before he returned to his peak. The spatial repository was filled with magical artifacts and exquisite treasures. He had no need to worry about his strength. Even if a Yuaning stage cultivator were to confront him, he could retreat unscathed, perhaps even turn the tables on his adversary. One Southern Ming fire sword alone endowed him with power nearly equivalent to his zenith. At that moment, several feminine voices echoed from outside. Su Xiao's expression shifted, and he rose to open the door. Standing outside were 5 or 6 female disciples, all clad in light blue robes, belonging to the outer sect. "What brings you here?" he inquired. The system had not detected any luck-bringing women among them. They were merely ordinary female disciples. One of them, with a round face and unremarkable features, swallowed hard. Gathering her courage, she knelt and boldly stated, "Elder Su, it must be quite inconvenient for you to reside here alone. I wish to serve you, to bring you tea and water. I can also cook. Please do not disdain my humble offerings." Seeing her speak up, another round-faced disciple also knelt, exclaiming, "Me too. Elder Su, allow me to be your maid. I shall serve you diligently." The remaining disciples followed suit, all kneeling in earnest, vying to become Su Xiao's attendants. Some even declared their willingness to do anything for him. They had all come after hearing the intriguing rumors surrounding Lin Yinner and Jin Liuxiang. A few individuals convened to seek their fortunes with Su Xiao. If the elder were to take a liking to them, it could elevate their status in an instant. Su Xiao swallowed hard, surveying the 5 or 6 women before him, silently shaking his head. What a sight! Some bore faces akin to flat cakes. Among them were 1 or 2 who were somewhat presentable, yet none possessed the aura of a fated one. He understood the intentions of these female cultivators, yet as a highly esteemed inner sect elder, how could he accept disciples as mere maidservants? If word got out, people might think he was indulging in scandalous affairs. "My dear friends," Su Xiao gently declined, "I am quite well on my own, so there is no need for your company. Please return quickly, otherwise, others might misconstrue my kindness as bullying, haha." His tone was warm and benevolent, imbued with the essence of a caring elder. Without any gifts exchanged, these female cultivators held no connection to him. The 5 or 6 female cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disappointment. Even if Su Elder had exhibited a hint of fondness for youthful female cultivators, they would have eagerly reciprocated. However, it was clear that Su Elder harbored no such inclinations. In fact, he was already ushering them away. Indeed, an esteemed elder like Su would hardly concern himself with matters of romance. Those vile young rascals, daring to spread rumors about Su Elder, truly deserved condemnation. Daring not to offend Su Xiao any further, the 5 or 6 women bowed and awkwardly departed from the courtyard, making their way outside. As they reached the entrance of the mountain path, a figure clad in a light blue long gown approached, Jin Liuxiang. Upon seeing her, a flicker of derision flashed in the eyes of these women. So, this woman has come as well? There was no need for speculation. She undoubtedly shared their intentions, seeking to curry favor with Elder Su. What a shameless wretch, a green tea. With such motivations, let us see how Elder Su will cast her out. Jin Liuxiang, upon observing their expressions, could surmise their thoughts with remarkable accuracy. With a cold chuckle, she appraised their appearances. None were worthy of her admiration. Mere commoners. They sought to win Elder Su's affection. They deserved to be expelled. With a self-assured posture, She proudly adjusted her striking figure and gracefully made her way toward the side path. Hey, what audacity this green tea harbors. Elder Su is not swayed by such antics. I shall witness how she emerges, covered in shame. The expression of one woman instantly soured. Were it not for her companions restraining her, she would have rushed forward to berate Jean Liuxiang. Wait, we shall stand here and observe. I want to see her expression when she is cast out. Chapter 14. The upgrade of bonds within the cottage of the secluded estate. Jean Liuxiang entered at Su Zhao's invitation. As she stood before him, adorned to accentuate her alluring curves and with skin as delicate as snow, Su Zhao offered a gentle smile, contemplating how to present her with a gift. Perhaps he could request a massage from her first? Though aging, he could still relish the pleasures of a beautiful massage. Jean Liuxiang felt a surge of nervousness. She had come under the pretense of expressing gratitude for 10 Foundation establishment pills. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her posture and summoned her courage to speak. Elder Su, I hope you will not take offense, but I wish to propose a transaction with you. Oh, Su Zhao responded with a slight surprise. She spoke before he had the chance to, and a transaction? What could Jean Liuxiang possibly offer? My dear Jean, what do you wish to trade? He inquired, seated before her with a faint smile. Noticing Su Zhao's interest, Jean Liuxiang grew more confident. She proudly accentuated her feminine allure, gracefully gliding to the door to close it. Slowly, she approached Su Zhao. Elder Su, please forgive my directness, she said, fluttering her beautifully lined eyes. Her petite yet captivating figure swayed elegantly, and her flawless, enchanting visage stirred something within Su Zhao. Elder Su, you have reached your twilight years, and your tribulation has failed. The path of cultivation seems to be a futile endeavor. Jean Liuxiang spoke with a voice imbued with feminine allure, expressing that she had heard he had but a year left to live, and she was willing to serve Elder Su until his final departure from this world. Her words were strikingly candid. Having spoken, she boldly seated herself upon Su Zhao's lap. Instantly, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped Su Zhao's senses. The soft yet firm warmth of her presence radiated against him as her delicate arms encircled his aged, wrinkled neck. Leaning in, Jean Liuxiang whispered in Su Zhao's ear, during the time I serve you, Elder Su, you may command me as you wish. Her voice, laced with irresistible charm, reverberated through his mind. The warmth emanating from her ample figure made his breaths grow heavier. Gazing at the audacious Jean Liuxiang before him, Su Zhao suddenly comprehended her intentions. This woman was evidently prepared to engage in such a transaction with him. Could it be? At his age, she bore no disdain. Was this what they referred to as the allure of wealth? A case of an old bull courting tender grass. This. Su Zhao felt the gentle touch of the enchanting creature in his embrace, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. To agree would mean he was essentially using his cultivation resources to indulge Jean Liuxiang. Did this imply that he could bestow gifts upon her without justification? His aged eyes brightened at the thought. Yet, a lingering question remained in his heart. Regarding the bond with the daughter of fortune, even the well-acquainted junior sister, De Guling, only reached level 1. He had long contemplated whether physical intimacy was necessary to elevate the bond further. With these thoughts in mind, Su Zhao chuckled lightly and remarked, Jean Xiaoyu, I am already quite aged, while you are in the prime of your youth. Are you truly willing to serve me? Jean Liuxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled. Elder Su, you certainly possess this intention. She teased softly, leaning closer to Su Zhao, whispering like an enchanting fragrance, Elder Su, it has been established that this is a transaction. As long as Elder Su is willing to provide me with more cultivation resources, I am more than willing to serve you indefinitely. Jean Liuxiang had her own calculations. The other party had only a year of life remaining and could not be of service for long. In the end, she could acquire a substantial inheritance and perhaps even become an inner disciple under Elder Su's tutelage. All she needed to offer was her appearance. Oh, I see. Su Zhao replied with a smile. Then this is not merely a transaction, Jean Xiaoyu. I have already stated that we are fated to cross paths. Even if you do not serve me, I would still bestow upon you cultivation resources. After all, I am old and cannot take anything with me, can I? This is not a transaction but merely a gift. Jean Liuxiang discerned Su Zhao's intent. The old man, despite the circumstances, still wished to maintain his own image. She murmured, Yes, as a gift. Elder Su only needs to ensure that I have the resources for my cultivation in the future, and I shall willingly serve the elder, willingly. As she spoke, Jean Liuxiang's movements became bolder, causing the elderly Su Xiaoshan to startle. Sensing Su Xiaoshan's intentions, Jean Liuxiang planned to first give him a taste of sweetness. Having lived for a millennium, Elder Su was undoubtedly astute. Without some allure, he would certainly not be inclined to offer anything. What are you doing? Su Xiaoshan swallowed hard. Jean Liuxiang remained silent, shedding her sect robe and casting a charming smile at Su Xiaoshan. Her long, snow-white legs were taut and smooth, and her petite waist was devoid of any excess flesh. The fragrance of the young girl wafted through the room, lingering in the air. A faint blush adorned her face. Although Elder Su was advanced in age, upon closer inspection, he still possessed a certain handsomeness. Taking the initiative, Jean Liuxiang pushed Su Xiaoshan onto the bed. I wonder if this old body can handle it. Young friend Jean, please be gentle. Don't break me apart. Hee, I see the elder is in fine shape. Just turn tonight. And it was not until the following morning that Jean Liuxiang, her cheeks flushed, gracefully rose from the bed, dressed herself, and prepared to leave. Congratulations to the host. The bond with the fated woman, Jean Liuxiang, has increased to level 2. Fated woman, Jean Liuxiang. Fortune level, C. Return multiplier, 20. Bond level, 2. Indeed, it is as such. Lying in bed, Su Xiao shook his head with a sigh. After a restless night, it ultimately proved effective. However, age remains age. Despite possessing vitality that rivals that of youth, he is still considerably diminished compared to his younger self. Jean Liuxiang had donned her garments, her lustrous black hair cascading down her back, smooth and fragrant. Her enchanting, beautiful visage bore a hint of rosy blush, reminiscent of a ripe red apple. Her ample bosom rose and fell as she gazed at the aged Su Xiao in bed, panting heavily. This old man, who appeared to be on the brink of death, still possessed such vitality. This entire night had certainly been taxing for her. Had she not been a Foundation establishment cultivator, she might have struggled to endure it. Is this truly an elderly man nearing his end? Elder Su, I am here to assist you in dressing. Jean Liuxiang walked somewhat awkwardly as this was her first experience, and she had indeed exerted herself throughout the night. There is no need. I shall manage myself. Su Xiao rose from the bed, swiftly donning his attire to conceal his aged form. Thank you for your efforts, my young friend. Su Xiao regarded Jean Liuxiang, who was fastening his belt, with a gaze that conveyed a tinge of complexity. The bedclothes still bore a stain of crimson. He had not anticipated her to be so proactive. This was indeed her first encounter with such matters. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. It is not arduous. I have willingly chosen to serve the elder. Jean Liuxiang deftly secured her belt and then embraced Su Xiao from behind. Elder Su, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to express it. Feeling the exquisite warmth radiating from her back, Su Xiao licked his lips. Without a doubt, last night could only be described with the words soft, tender, and comfortable. The little enchantress truly lives up to her name. Yet, he could not comprehend how she possessed such an array of techniques on her first attempt. Was it all merely gleaned from books? Jean, do you possess any magical artifacts? Jean Liuxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have a low-grade magic sword. A gift from my master. Su Xiao smiled gently upon hearing this, retrieving a mid-grade magical artifact, a jade gold hairpin, and a low-grade defensive magic ring from his spatial repository. He also produced 10 high-grade spirit stones, placing them on the nearby table before turning back to embrace Jean Liuxiang once more. 1 mid-grade magical artifact, 1 low-grade magical artifact, and 10 high-grade spirit stones. Jean, I believe this represents the utmost extent of what you can utilize at present. Chapter 15. The Sect Square exploded again. Medium-grade magical artifact? 10 high-grade spirit stones. Jean Liuxiang was astounded. She gazed at the jade gold hairpin on the table, emanating a subtle glow, her heart brimming with excitement. And 10 high-grade spirit stones, this equated to 100 medium-grade spirit stones. A rosy hue enveloped her delicate features, and unable to contain her joy, she embraced Su Xiao's head and fervently kissed him. After a prolonged moment, they reluctantly parted. Jean Liuxiang tidied their garments and hastily gathered the items on the table into her storage pouch. Elder Su, thank you so much. I shall visit you every few days to serve you. Jean Liuxiang was overwhelmed with happiness. Moreover, she found herself looking down upon her master, Zhou Xiao. Having placed herself under his tutelage, she had only received a low-grade sword from him. Yet Elder Su was so generous and magnanimous. Su Xiao chuckled. It's merely a trifle. I have said before that you and I share a bond, and even if you were not to serve this old man, I would still bestow gifts upon you. Given that she had offered her youthful self to his aged presence, he naturally would not let her down. It had long been established. This was a mutual benefit. Congratulations, host. The gift of the medium-grade magical artifact, the jade gold hairpin, has been successfully bestowed. The initial bond level has been elevated, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the supreme-grade artifact, the 4C's Ascending Peace Pendant. 4C's Ascending Peace Pendant, a supreme-grade artifact that, when activated, releases corrosive waters from the 4C's to afflict enemies, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a low-grade magical ring, resulting in the return of 2 mid-grade magical rings. Additionally, congratulations on the successful donation of 10 high-grade spiritual stones, leading to the return of 200 high-grade spiritual stones. The return was successful and triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, which made Su Xiao nod in satisfaction. After expressing her gratitude once more, Jin Liuxiang respectfully exited the residence. Seated on the meditation cushion, Su Xiao reflected on the fervor of the previous night, feeling a tinge of sentimentality. At his age, he had not anticipated engaging in such pursuits. Yet it proved to be quite invigorating. Jin Liuxiang certainly possessed considerable audacity, he chuckled softly. Setting aside those thoughts, Su Xiao began to organize his spatial storage. Following this return, the contents of his storage had multiplied significantly. Among his treasures was the Southern Ming Leaf Fire Sword. His exceptional artifacts included the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin and the 4C's Tranquility Pendant. He also possessed exceptional elixirs, including the Supreme Youth Elixir. His collection comprised 240 high-grade spiritual stones, 172 Foundation Establishment pills, 16 low-grade artifacts, 3 mid-grade magical rings, and 1 mid-grade magical sword. This wealth of resources was more than sufficient to establish a small sect. The 10,000-fold return system was indeed exhilarating. In high spirits, Su Xiao sat on the cushion, circulating the ethereal longevity technique, and commenced his delightful cultivation. Meanwhile, Jin Liuxiang's charming visage remained flushed, not solely due to her recent acquisition of abundant cultivation resources, but also because her first intimate encounter with a man left her with lingering sensations. Elder Su undoubtedly possessed many more treasures. In the future, it is imperative to cultivate a harmonious relationship with Elder Su, fulfilling the role of a beloved during the twilight of his life. The notion of becoming companions in the Tao is, of course, implausible. Elder Su holds a position of great esteem within the sect, and should their affairs become public, it would be detrimental to both parties. Discretion is paramount. She is certainly not one to speak indiscreetly, and Elder Su would be even less likely to divulge such matters. Jin Liuxiang felt a profound sense of joy. She was now completely free from the need to appease the countenance of her hideous master, Zhou Xiao, an unattractive middle-aged man. Even the elderly Elder Su outshone him by 100-fold in terms of looks. Moreover, Elder Su exuded a warm and amiable presence, unmistakably a kind-hearted individual. Their arrangement was merely a consequence of Elder Su's age and solitude. In every regard, character, wealth, status, and generosity, Elder Su far surpassed the repugnant Zhou Xiao. Having shared intimate moments, Jin Liuxiang now found Elder Su exceedingly agreeable. In contrast to Zhou Xiao, he was utterly diminished. Elder Su was indeed commendable. Jin Liuxiang felt a surge of happiness, realizing her body was entrusted to such a man, and she felt not a trace of regret. At the entrance of the mountain path, Senior Sister, Jin Liuxiang has emerged. The round-faced girl tugged at the face of her companion, and several female cultivators instantly perked up. They had hidden nearby all night, driven by a determination to witness this moment. Finally, Jin Liuxiang had appeared. When they laid eyes upon her countenance at that moment, they were struck with astonishment as if thunder had struck them. Though Jin Liuxiang remains beautiful, her makeup appears somewhat smudged. The eyeliner is blurred, and the lipstick varies in intensity. Her fair complexion bears inexplicable white marks. Suddenly, a loud rumble reverberates. The group of women, with their round faces, stand dumbfounded. They are not Na'vi maidens. The eldest among them is nearly 40. Upon seeing Jin Liuxiang in such a state, they immediately surmise that she must have been carousing with some ruffian last night. Yet, the man had been at Elder Su's villa all evening. Observing Jin Liuxiang's furtive and hasty departure, as if fearing to draw attention, solidifies the women's suspicions. Jin Liuxiang has indeed seduced Elder Su. Ah, Elder Su, you must not be beguiled by this vixen. The women collapse in the woods, unable to accept the reality they have just witnessed. Upon returning to her quarters, Jin Liuxiang promptly shuts the door and begins her secluded cultivation. 10 foundation-building pills will suffice her for quite some time. Once depleted, she plans to ask Elder Su for more. Now that they are lovers, these resources rightfully belong to her. Moreover, For the affluent Elder Su, such items are mere trifles. Elated, by afternoon, the entire outer mountain erupts in chaos. The rumors surrounding Elder Su have proliferated, and now, nearly every disciple from the outer sect is engaged in fervent discussion regarding this matter. At the vast square outside the sect, disbelief resonates. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that Elder Su is such a person. Neither can I. Elder Su is esteemed and revered, a paragon of virtue and integrity. A venerable elder as amiable as he could not possibly engage in such scandalous conduct with outer sect disciples. I would rather perish than accept that. Brothers, this is no longer a matter of belief. Someone has witnessed Jin Liuxiang exiting Elder Su's courtyard after spending an entire night there. Consider this. Elder Su has only gifted 2 individuals thus far, one being Lin Yin'er and the other Jin Liuxiang, both renowned beauties of our outer sect. Lin Yin'er received 3 inferior-grade magical artifacts, but spent an entire morning in Elder Su's residence. Jin Liuxiang's situation is even more outrageous. She remained there for a full night. Initially, I too was skeptical, but now I hear that Jin Liuxiang has entered seclusion, undoubtedly having reaped significant benefits from Elder Su. Yet, does this imply that Elder Su shares an ambiguous relationship with them? Junior brother, we must face the truth. Elder Su is indeed a good man. Yet he is also a man who has grown old and, consequently, feels an increasing sense of solitude and loneliness. We ought to show understanding towards him. It is possible that both Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang have entangled relationships with Elder Su. No, I cannot accept this. Elder Su, please come forth and speak. Elder Su, tell me, this is simply untrue. A group of disciples pounded their chests in despair, unable to accept such a grim reality. They yearned for Elder Su to embody the ideal of a perfect elder, one who would safeguard their growth. Yet, despite their wishes, the rumors surrounding Su Xiao had spread like wildfire, reaching even the grand hall where the outer sect elders convened. In the resplendent hall, clad in an 8 trigrams robe, Lu Danian sat to the side. His innocent face shifted from awkwardness to suppressed laughter, then to anxiety, ultimately settling into a state of acceptance. Master, if you harbor such intentions, you need only express them to your disciples. There is no need for such extravagant expenditures. Chapter 16. A comfortable month in the hall. There sat a dozen or so outer sect elders, both male and female, who were responsible for overseeing the affairs of the Piao Miao sect. Their expressions mirrored that of Lu Danian, yet many bore a peculiar and awkward demeanor. The entire outer mountain was abuzz with rumors, and their disciples had long since reported the matter to them. An elderly man could no longer contain himself and spoke first. Elder Lu, you are quite close to Elder Su. Perhaps you should consult him directly and seek clarification. If this is merely a rumor, we can swiftly act to instruct our subordinates against spreading it. After all, Elder Su holds a position of great respect within our sect, and should such rumors remain unchecked, they could significantly impact both the Piao Miao sect and Elder Su himself. The assembly of outer sect elders, however, harbored a deep-seated disbelief. Su Xiao, with his extensive qualifications and esteemed status, had maintained an unblemished reputation within the sect for a millennium. The notion that the venerable Elder Su, nearing the end of his days, could be involved in an improper relationship with the young female disciples, or even suspected of using cultivation resources to support them, was utterly inconceivable to them. Such incidents could never occur to someone as highly regarded as Elder Su. He was approaching the twilight of his life. Even if he had such inclinations, would he possess the vigor for it? They simply could not believe it, no matter how fervently it was asserted. Lu Danian glanced around at the assembly of senior outer sect elders, his expression shifting to one of awkwardness once more. The matter concerning Master Su has not escaped his notice. Indeed, it is quite perplexing that he has been sending gifts to the beautiful female disciples. The issue of maintaining such relationships with female students seems inevitable. Esteemed elders, Lu Danian proclaimed solemnly, I believe there is no need to inquire further into this matter with Master Su. Given his advanced age, he is left to endure solitude on our outer mountain. Do you truly wish to allow such trivialities to disturb our venerable Master Su? That would be utterly absurd. The 10 or so elders of the outer sect furrowed their brows, silently nodding in agreement. Indeed, the situation was too ludicrous. They themselves felt too embarrassed to question Elder Su. Lu Danian continued with righteous fervor, moreover, Master Su is now elderly and physically limited. What harm is there in forming bonds with several female disciples who catch his eye and bestowing upon them some gifts? He has lived a life of hardship and has recently suffered a setback in his tribulations. Is it too much to ask for him to have a few female disciples to care for him in his twilight years? Esteemed elders, it is imperative that we put an end to these rampant rumors circulating among the outer sect. I urge each of you to return and advise your disciples to refrain from further speculation. Upon hearing Lu Denian's words, the surrounding elders initially nodded in agreement. But as they pondered the implications, their expressions shifted to one of shock as they turned to look at Lu Denian. What did he mean by that? Could it be that Elder Su truly had interactions with his female disciples? The countenances of the elders transformed, their eyes reflecting disbelief. They could hardly believe that Elder Su would engage in such behavior. It was inconceivable. Lu Dajing sensed the peculiar atmosphere among the elders surrounding him, and, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, Master Zhangmin has previously hinted to me that in due time, he will seek a partner for Elder Su, allowing him to retire peacefully within the sect and leave behind descendants. My esteemed colleagues, before Elder Su's partner joins us, it is imperative that we put an end to these rumors circulating in the outer sect. We must not allow these slanderous whispers to affect Elder Su's opportunity for a meaningful connection, and I kindly ask for your cooperation. This bombshell announcement left the surrounding elders utterly astonished. A partner? Elder Su, who was on the brink of the grave, still sought a companion to bear offspring. Shock and even trepidation washed over them. The expressions of the outer sect elders were nothing short of extraordinary, yet none dared to voice a rebuttal. Elder Lu's words echoed the sentiments of the master. What more could they possibly say? Even if they remained unconvinced, doubts began to creep into their minds. Could it be that Elder Su, in his twilight years, had suddenly developed an interest in women? It was utterly surreal, so peculiar, yet outwardly. The assembly of elders said little, all merely expressing their agreement. Regardless of whether Elder Su truly kept a female disciple, at the very least, this rumor must not spread further. The scandal of supposed favoritism needed to be swiftly quelled. In the ensuing month, the outer sect commenced a rigorous reformation of the disciples' discourse, strictly prohibiting discussions regarding the rumors surrounding Su Xiao in public settings. At least on the surface, the disciples of the outer sect were filled with trepidation, remaining utterly silent. During this period, Su Xiao commenced his dual cultivation using high-grade spirit stones and foundation-building pills. By adopting this two-pronged approach, he elevated his cultivation to the 7th level of foundation building. He consumed 3 high-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation-building pills, an increase of 2 levels in a month's time. His cultivation pace has stabilized. Yet, even this stability represents a speed unattainable by most practitioners. Not everyone possesses an abundance of high-grade spirit stones and foundation-building pills at the foundation-building stage. Throughout this time, Jean Liuxiang visited him twice. The little sprite served him with utmost zeal during the night, her actions growing increasingly daring. Moreover, she seemed to develop a fondness for their rendezvous, even deriving pleasure from their encounters. Su Xiao generously gifted her 20 foundation-building pills and received 40 essence-gathering pills in return, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Under Su Xiao's patronage, Jean Liuxiang also ascended to the 3rd level of foundation building. As for Lin Yenner, she had not been seen for a month, likely immersed in her seclusion to break through to the foundation stage. The breakthrough to a higher realm is notoriously challenging. It is not uncommon for practitioners to remain in seclusion for 6 months or even a year. One evening, as Jean Liuxiang's supply of foundation-building pills dwindled, she adorned herself in her fragrant chamber and, feeling quite pleased, stealthily made her way to Su Xiao's courtyard. With an unlimited supply of foundation-building pills, her cultivation had soared rapidly. With a charming visage and graceful steps, she wore a smile, eagerly anticipating her meeting with Su Xiao. The old man appeared aged, yet his physique was inexplicably robust. In her dealings with Elder Su, Jean Liuxiang felt that she had struck an exceedingly advantageous bargain. Initially, the outer sect disciples had voiced their grievances about her, but eventually, they fell silent, gazing at her with a mix of awe and reverence. Some female disciples even regarded her with an intense envy. Not only did she reap tangible benefits, but her vanity was also immensely gratified. Now, if Su Xiao were to publicly acknowledge their relationship, she would not only accept it, but would also look forward to it with anticipation. Elder Su was the true figure she aspired to align herself with. The mere thought of her master, Zhou Xiao, now filled Jean Liuxiang with an inexplicable disgust. In fact, for the past month, she had no desire to even lay eyes on him. As Jean Liuxiang departed from the accommodation area, heading towards Su Xiao's residence, a young man stealthily emerged, appearing not far behind her. Jean's sister is seeking Elder Su again. How many times has it been? This is utterly infuriating. What could that nearly decrepit old man possibly offer? The young man seethed as he beheld her graceful figure, his frustration reaching a boiling point. The thought of his enchanting junior sister entangled with that elderly man sent tremors of rage coursing through him, nearly driving him to the brink of bloodshed. Junior sister. This time, Master will not let you off easily. You shameless pair. Chapter 17. The scheming of Zhou Xiao. A young man, possessing an elongated visage and an unremarkable appearance, was clad in a light blue robe typical of the outer sect, serving as a steward for the enforcement team and the foremost disciple of Zhou Xiao. He was also the nominal senior brother of Jin Liuxiang. Ever since Jin Liuxiang became a disciple under their master, both he and another junior brother had been utterly captivated by her beauty. She was indeed one of the most striking figures within the outer sect. However, after spending some time in her company, he discovered that Jin Liuxiang was far from the enchanting maiden she initially appeared to be. She was, without a doubt, a cunning manipulator, having deceitfully extracted a considerable number of spirit stones and elixirs from him and his junior brother. Yet, to their utter dismay, neither had even managed to touch her hand. It was infuriating. Now, to his utter dismay, she was entangled with the elderly Su elder, engaging in scandalous affairs for the sake of cultivation resources. How could he endure such indignity? Though he was aware that Master Zhou Xiao harbored feelings for their junior sister as well, he could no longer contain his outrage. It was imperative that he inform his master and urge him to confront this scandalous pair. Su elder, who outwardly projected an image of high moral standing and served as a role model, was secretly involved in such disgraceful conduct. Moreover, he even utilized his status to suppress public outcry. How shameless! How disrespectful of his age! Filled with indignation, the young man hastened directly to Zhou Xiao's secluded abode. Behind the male disciples' quarters lay an elegant and spacious courtyard, which served as the residence for the elders and stewards of the outer sect, where Zhou Xiao resided. At this moment, Zhou Xiao sat in the courtyard hall, listening to the report from the long-faced youth. With a sharp crack, he shattered the teacup in his hand. Zhou Xiao was an unattractive middle-aged man, of short stature, with a face marred by acne scars. His expression was one of fury as he rose to his feet, roaring, "Jin Liuxiang, that wretched woman!" His face was contorted with rage, his chest heaving as he trembled from the shocking news delivered by the long-faced youth. Jin Liuxiang was the female disciple he had specifically chosen for his own pleasure. She was strikingly beautiful and youthful, and he had already invested in a low-grade magic artifact for her. He had been waiting for her to yield and willingly come to his bed. To his dismay, he discovered that Elder Su had intercepted her. "Ma Lu, how many times has that wretched Jin Liuxiang visited Elder Su's villa this month?" Zhou Xiao demanded, seething with anger. Initially, he had dismissed the rumors, unable to fathom that a venerable figure like Elder Su could engage in such behavior. However, now that his eldest disciple had witnessed it with his own eyes, not just once, but multiple times, he could no longer deny the truth. "Wretched woman," the long-faced youth, Ma Lu, replied vehemently, "It's been the third time. Master, junior sister Jean has been to Elder Su's villa 3 times now. Moreover, I have been observing closely, and each time, she returns to her residence only the following morning. Each time she emerges, she bears a radiant glow, clearly having dallied with Elder Su. Master, we cannot let junior sister Jean escape our retribution." Beside Ma Lu sat a tall, slender male disciple, his junior. As a victim, he was equally incensed. His face a portrait of fury. Zhou Xiao's expression contorted into a grotesque grimace, his already unsightly visage becoming even more repulsive. The pockmarks on his skin appeared to ooze with an unsettling fluid, a sight most distasteful. Gritting his teeth, he took a seat, his gaze fixed on the darkening sky beyond, tormented by the thought that his cherished disciple had surrendered herself to a decrepit old man. He felt utterly ill at ease, restless and agitated. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Zhou Xiao spoke in a low, menacing tone. "Did Jin Liuxiang just visit Elder Su?" "Indeed," Ma Lu promptly affirmed. "It is certain, master. Perhaps they are entwined in a bed of debauchery at this very moment." Infuriating, Zhou Xiao felt an overwhelming wave of distress. He had never anticipated such an affront would befall him. Had the perpetrator been an ordinary disciple, he would have stormed in immediately, accusing them of infidelity and executing them on the spot under the pretense of law enforcement. However, Elder Su was no ordinary disciple. He was an esteemed inner sect elder. The master senior. "Master, we cannot simply let them off the hook." Ma Lu and his junior fanned the flames of discontent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xiao's brow furrowed in thought, and a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes as he sneered. Elder Su is merely a figure of renown. In truth, he is nothing more than a foundational practitioner, hardly worthy of concern. The wretched Jin Liuxiang, undoubtedly motivated by the prospect of Elder Su's inheritance, has willingly engaged in such disgraceful conduct with him. Now that I am aware of her misdeeds, it is imperative that I thwart her intentions. Prepare yourselves. Shortly we shall proceed to Elder Su's villa to catch them in the act. Ma Lu and his companion were taken aback. Master, are we truly going to Elder Su's villa directly? Might that not be inappropriate? After all, he is a senior to Elder Lu. Their master, Zhou Xiao, merely chuckled derisively. Who will know of tonight's events if we keep silent? Once we uncover their illicit affair, Elder Su will certainly refrain from publicizing it. And he would be too fearful to seek assistance. Perhaps, in fact, he may even offer us a substantial sum to ensure our silence. As for Jin Liuxiang, she shall undoubtedly think twice before attempting to consort with Elder Su again, remaining obediently under my tutelage. This plan serves a dual purpose. Capturing them in the act will not only allow us to extort resources from Elder Su, but also secure leverage over Jin Liuxiang. That delicate little beauty will have no choice but to comply with my every command in the future. Wretched woman, prepare to face my reckoning. Noticing the lingering apprehension in his disciples, Zhou Xiao waved dismissively and grinned malevolently. Do not fret, Elder Su, nearing the end of his days, will be particularly concerned about preserving his reputation. Moreover, the adversary is merely an old man at the foundation stage, posing no threat to us whatsoever. So there is no need for concern. Upon hearing Zhou Xiao's words, Ma Lu and his companion felt reassured and nodded in agreement. The master's words hold true. Once we capture the traitor, not only will we secure a substantial hush money, but we will also have complete control over Jin Liuxiang. The three secretly devised a plan. As the moon ascended to its zenith, they donned their night attire and stealthily made their way towards Su Zhao's villa under the moonlight. At Su Zhao's villa, the room was now vibrant with the essence of spring, illuminated by a softly glowing lamp. Su Zhao lay in bed, drenched in sweat, clearly fatigued. All right, Liuxiang. Let's take a short break. This old body of mine is nearly at its limit, he remarked, looking at Jin Liuxiang with a smile and shaking his head. She was currently nestled on his chest, her delicate form flushed and emanating warmth. Elder, who claims you are an old body? From my perspective, you are in your prime. Jin Liuxiang radiated an alluring fragrance, her forehead glistening with perspiration. She marveled internally. Over this period, she had observed that Elder Su's physique had notably improved, to the extent that she found it hard to believe he was on the brink of death. Was this truly an elderly man nearing his grave? Chapter 18. Action. Senior Elder Su, you are quite generous. You must possess an abundance of resources, am I right? Jin Liuxiang whispered alluringly into Su Zhao's ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. Su Zhao gently patted her head and replied, not much, but rest assured, Liuxiang, what I have shall certainly suffice for your needs. Even if I were to depart from this world, I would ensure you are well taken care of. A quiet smile crept into his heart. Indeed, he would not neglect her. Her bond with him had already escalated to level 2. Even her fortune level had recently ascended to grade B. In the future, he intended to bestow upon her more gifts to achieve a mutually beneficial relationship. This was undoubtedly Jin Liuxiang's fortuitous opportunity. Through their time together, he discovered that although Jin Liuxiang harbored a certain greed and had her own little schemes, she was fundamentally a woman of character and principles. She was open and candid with him, expressing her desires without pretense, which made it effortless for Su Zhao to offer her gifts without needing to concoct reasons. Such a woman, blessed with fortune, seemed tailor-made for him. He resolved to provide her with all the cultivation resources she required. If he were to support her, he would do so wholeheartedly. Really? Thank you so much, Senior Elder Su. Jin Liuxiang exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair cheeks. Were it not for Su Zhao's advanced age and their incongruous statuses, she might have genuinely considered becoming his wife, or even a concubine. Just as the two were about to commence the latter half of their confrontation, Su Zhao suddenly furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, he rose from his bed and gazed intently in a particular direction outside the room. What is it, Elder? Jin Liuxiang inquired, her expression shifting as she hurriedly wrapped herself in the bedding. Su Zhao, with a grave demeanor, replied, a few individuals are approaching the courtyard. I suspect they are not of good intent. As he swiftly donned his gray robe, he extended his spiritual sense, detecting 3 furtive figures making their way toward his courtyard. Although his cultivation had regressed to the foundation establishment stage, his spiritual sense remained unweakened, still akin to that of a ninth-layer nascent soul practitioner. While its efficacy in combat had diminished, his ability to sense and detect far surpassed that of foundation establishment cultivators. Someone is coming? Jean Liuxiang's countenance altered upon hearing this, and she quickly descended from the bed, donning her sect's robe. Although their affair had been suppressed, should they be discovered in the act, the repercussions would be considerable. Humph. Indeed, a trio of rascals, Su Xiao scoffed, recognizing from the path the intruders had taken that they harbored ill intentions. Most likely to investigate matters concerning him and Jean Liuxiang. Go, he murmured, and in an instant, a blazing scarlet sword light surged forth, soaring out of the window. The crimson radiance illuminated the ground, exuding an astonishing might. Elder Long? Jean Liuxiang's eyes widened as she finished dressing. Moments ago, Elder Su unleashed a blazing red flying sword, its formidable power shaking the very heavens and earth, leaving even her heart trembling with awe. This was undoubtedly an artifact of superior quality, perhaps even a supreme-grade weapon. Jean Liuxiang gasped for breath, her heart a whirlwind of astonishment and incredulity. The old man, indeed, was once a formidable figure at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Even after his fall to the foundation establishment realm, he remained far beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Not far from the courtyard, when Zhou Xiao and his companions beheld the fiery sword light soaring from the chamber, their expressions turned to one of sheer disbelief. Overwhelmed by the irresistible aura emanating from it, fear flickered in their eyes, leaving them momentarily stunned. Zhou Xiao, in particular, was alarmed. This was no technique that a mere foundation establishment cultivator could wield. The fiery sword radiated an aura that suggested it was at least a superior-grade artifact. Elder Su, they've discovered us. Quick, retreat. Zhou Xiao shouted in terror, his legs trembling in fear, unable to muster even a hint of defiance against the approaching infernal blade. Despite being a 6th-level core formation cultivator, how could Elder Su possibly possess such strength? It was inconceivable. Master, what shall we do? Beside him, Ma Lu and the others were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. It was over. They had been exposed. Moreover, Elder Su was terrifyingly powerful. As the blazing red flying sword descended upon them, the three hastily summoned their own swords, preparing to defend themselves with their sword techniques. Bang, bang, bang. However, as the three of them made contact with the fiery red sword, it was shattered into a myriad of pieces, utterly failing to impede the sword's relentless advance. Impossible. Zhou Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, his voice filled with terror. Yet, it was too late, under Su Xiao's mental command. The Southern Ming fire sword swiftly traversed the lower bodies of the three. In an instant, their thighs were severed, their upper bodies collapsing to the ground in agonized wails. The sword soared once more into the sky, emitting a clear, melodious chime before returning to Su Xiao's abode. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao and his companions lay in torment upon the ground, their eyes brimming with fear. With a single strike, they had been utterly subdued. The severed areas of their legs had been charred to a crisp by the searing flames, and in the future, even if they sought to reattach their limbs, portions of decayed flesh would have to be excised, leaving them forever diminished. Su Xiao opened the door and stepped out with Jean Liuxiang. Arriving at the wooded area where the three lay prostrate. Master, is it truly you? Upon recognizing the three sprawled on the ground, Jean Liuxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Xiao glanced at the grotesque middle-aged man and let out a cold laugh. Liuxiang, is this your master and senior brother? It is Elder Su, he is Zhou Xiao. The astute Jean Liuxiang instantly surmised her master's intentions for coming. She now harbored nothing but disdain for the three, wishing fervently for their demise. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao and his companions gazed in horror at the two before them, their faces paling. Elder Su, this is a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Zhou Xiao writhed in agony on the ground, his complexion ashen, his grotesque features marred by profound fear and regret. Who could have anticipated that this Elder Su, who had failed the Thunder Tribulation, possessed such formidable strength? It was a complete downfall. Su Xiao smiled gently and stepped forward, saying, Zhou Xiao, I believe we have crossed paths before. You serve under my disciple, Lu Denian, do you not? What brings you here at this late hour? I initially suspected you to be a nefarious intruder, prompting my preemptive strike. At this moment, he fully comprehended the purpose of their visit. Was it not merely to catch him in the act? During this time, Jean Liuxiang had already informed him about the matters concerning these three disciples. Each of them, neglecting their cultivation, was preoccupied with thoughts of Jean Liuxiang. Such individuals had little hope of attaining the Great Tao. Clearly, the sect must impose stricter regulations. Su Xiao sighed inwardly. At this juncture, he instinctively cloaked himself from their perception. His intentions were not driven by lust. Rather, he sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Daughter of Destiny, facilitating future gifts and embarking on the path of immortality. Indeed, Elder Su, I am but a humble subordinate of your disciple, Elder Lu. I implore you, in the name of Elder Lu, to spare me. It is all a misunderstanding. Zhou Xiao and his companions lay on the ground, clasping their fists in supplication, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Chapter 19. The Astonishment of Lu Dajing. Elder Su. We were merely momentarily ensnared by our own folly, which compelled us to secretly investigate matters concerning you. The primary reason is that Jin Liuxiang is my disciple, and I feared she might be subjected to your bullying, hence my desperate actions. Elder Su, I implore you to spare us. Zhou Xiao struggled to rise. Kneeling before Su Xiao on one leg, repeatedly bowing in apology. Beside him, Ma Lu and his companion, both at the foundation establishment stage, were rendered powerless after losing their legs and could not rise. Jin Liuxiang gazed at her own despicable and wretched master, her heart filled with revulsion. Stealing a glance at the tall and distinguished Su Xiao, she felt a surge of admiration. In that moment, her eyes were clouded with infatuation, and her heart brimmed with joy. Elder Su is truly a man worthy of trust. He is the ally she should have sought. Admiration and reverence welled within her as she beheld Su Xiao, who displayed immense strength and wealth, his stature soaring in her esteem. He epitomized the ideal partner she envisioned. Su Xiao furrowed his white brows, addressing Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao, you are mistaken. Liuxiang is here for my guidance in her cultivation. Upon seeing Elder Su's sigh, Zhou Xiao's complexion turned ashen. Regardless of any potential involvement between them, if he could not secure Elder Su's forgiveness, it would be impossible for him to remain in the mysterious Cloud Sect. His very life might be at stake. In his calculations, he had overlooked a critical point. Elder Su's strength had not diminished in the slightest. Zhou Xiao observed the disheveled attire of the two individuals, clearly indicating their hurried dressing, leaving them unkempt. His gaze then fell upon Jin Liuxiang's alluring visage, radiating the unmistakable exuberance of spring. It was evident even to the dullest mind that the two were entangled in a clandestine affair, still in the midst of their rendezvous. He had unwittingly interrupted Elder Su's intimate moment. Elder Su, please, grant me mercy this once. I promise I shall never dare again. Zhou Xiao, disregarding all else, approached and clasped Su Xiao's legs, continuing his fervent pleas for forgiveness. Su Xiao shook his head and said, Liuxiang, he is your master. You must speak on his behalf. What should we do about someone who trespasses into an elder's abode under the cover of night with ulterior motives? Jin Liuxiang looked at Zhou Xiao with disdain and replied coldly, Elder Su, why not simply put an end to him? Zhou Xiao's complexion paled at her words. Liuxiang, I am your master. I even gifted you a low-grade magic sword. Please, plead for my mercy before Elder Su. Zhou Xiao implored. Jin Liuxiang frowned slightly. Torn between her desire for Zhou Xiao's demise, this repugnant lecher, and the necessity of Elder Su's judgment on the matter. With a sigh, Su Xiao remarked, a death sentence is unwarranted. Zhou Xiao, you are also a member of the law enforcement team. How about we summon Lu Dajing and deal with this matter according to the rules? After that, he ceased to heed Zhou Xiao's desperate entreaties. Summoning a communication talisman, he softly uttered, Dinyan, please visit my cave. There has been an incident. You alone should come. Soon, Lu Dinyan hurriedly arrived, gliding on his flying sword. Upon seeing several individuals amidst the mountains and forests adjacent to the small courtyard, he was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is happening? Lu Dinyan cast a glance at Jin Liuxiang, then at Su Xiao, swallowing hard in silence. His master had not even bothered to conceal his affair. However, a sense of joy welled up within him. At least his master trusted him. Zhou Xiao, what are you doing here? Lu Dinyan furrowed his brow as he surveyed the three individuals on the ground. Su Xiao recounted the entire sequence of events to Lu Dinyan. As for his relationship with Jin Liuxiang, Su Xiao merely stated it was fate, having spent an entire night guiding her cultivation. Although the justification seemed somewhat flimsy, Su Xiao had his own plans. Lu Dinyan was a commendable ally. Zhou Xiao, you audacious rascal. After hearing the details, Lu Dinyan kicked Zhou Xiao several times, fiercely admonishing, you dare to pry into Master Su's affairs? Have you lost your senses? With a flurry of punches and kicks, Zhou Xiao soon found himself bruised and battered. His appearance had become even more disheveled. Senior Lu, spare me. Zhou Xiao groaned pitifully from the ground. Su Xiao interjected, Dinyan. Let us handle this according to the sect's rules. Jin Luxiang has also severed her master-disciple relationship with Zhou Xiao. Upon hearing this, Lu Dinyan repeatedly clasped his fists in acknowledgement, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, he glared at Zhou Xiao and proclaimed, Zhou Xiao? Were it not for Elder Su's intercession on your behalf, I would have undoubtedly ended your life today. Return home and prepare yourself. By dawn tomorrow, the three of you must depart from the mountain. In the Misty Sect, there is no place for a rebellious disciple who shows such disrespect to the elders of the sect. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xiao's heart soared with joy. He hastily replied, Yes, yes, thank you, Elder Lu, and thank you, Elder Su, for your mercy. For him, preserving his life was paramount. With his strength at the core formation stage, he could still thrive as a solitary cultivator. This was the best punishment he could have hoped for. Why are you still here? Depart at once. Elder Lu Daji growled. If I see you again tomorrow, I will not hesitate to kill you. Zhou Xiao, in a flurry, expressed his gratitude to both elders. He then clutched his scorched, severed leg and roused Ma Lu and the others nearby. The three of them, with leg in tow, scrambled away in terror. At that moment, Lu Daji approached Su Xiao, feeling a tinge of shame. Master, I am to blame for not managing my subordinates properly, causing you distress. He harbored some doubts within. Master, has your cultivation not regressed to the foundation establishment stage? Yet you easily subdued Zhou Xiao. You must still possess the prowess of a high-tier core formation cultivator. Truly admirable. Su Xiao chuckled and replied, No need for concern, Daji. It seems there are some misunderstandings among the outer disciples regarding Lu Xiang's matters here. Your law enforcement team must strive to clarify these rumors. Otherwise, it will be quite challenging for me. Understanding immediately, Lu Daji nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Master. With disciples present, who dares to discuss matters concerning the elder without permission? The rules of the sect shall apply. Indeed, quite right. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Jin Liuxiang observed the usually stern and formidable law enforcement elder behaving like a devoted follower in Su Xiao's presence, her beautiful eyes flickering with intrigue. At that moment, she felt even more grateful for having chosen the right path. With Elder Su by her side, her journey of cultivation would be worry-free. Su Xiao pondered for a moment, then spoke. Dinyan, Liuxiang shares a fateful bond with you and possesses commendable talent, having reached the third level of foundation establishment. How about we make her a registered disciple under your tutelage? This would prevent any further appearances of unscrupulous individuals like Zhou Xiao. What do you think? Lu Dinyan glanced at Jin Liuxiang, who was dressed in loose garments with a faint blush adorning her cheeks, and was immediately taken aback. What is happening? Is the elder asking me to act as a cover? If the sect leader were to find out, it might cause quite a stir. This arrangement seems rather inappropriate. Lu Dinyan wore a look of grievance. What is inappropriate about it? It is settled then. Su Xiao did not give him a chance to protest. After all, it was merely a matter of a registered disciple. He then turned to Jin Liuxiang and inquired, Liuxiang, would you be willing for Lu Dinyan to be your master? Jin Liuxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she knelt and bowed deeply to Su Xiao, exclaiming, Thank you, Elder Su. I am willing. Her heart raced with exhilaration. To be a disciple of Lu Dinyan, the law enforcement elder, meant she would be connected to the esteemed sect leader Du Gu. In this way, even if Elder Su were to pass away in the future, she would still have Lu Danyan and the sect leader to support her. Jin Liuxiang gazed at Su Xiao, nearly moved to tears. Elder Su had been exceptionally kind to her, even meticulously arranging matters for her after his demise. She vowed to serve the elder devotedly, ensuring that he could spend his remaining days in utmost comfort and peace. Chapter 20. The Super Gossip. Is it truly appropriate for Master to act this way? Lu Danyan is on the verge of tears. Master, this arrangement feels akin to assigning him to a crematorium. He harbors an ominous premonition that Lin Yin'er might ultimately become his designated disciple. Over the years, he has sensed the unique affection that the sect leader holds for Master. Even though the sect leader insists on finding a partner for Master, it is exclusively at their behest. Should the matter of him supporting Master's secret affair come to light, he fears he would face dire consequences. What is there to lament? Danyan, do you now feel your cultivation has elevated to the point of disregarding Master's counsel? Su Xiao gazed at Lu Danyan, his white brows slightly furrowing. The inherent select authority emanating from him sent Lu Danyan's heart racing, trembling with trepidation. No, I shall heed Master's words. Jin Xiaoyu, to become my designated disciple. Lu Danyan nodded fervently. Su Xiao's expression softened once more, and he smiled. That's more like it. Remember, these matters should not be disclosed to your junior sister. It suffices for us to be aware. Lu Xiang, pay your respects to your master. Jean Lu Xiang, with a flirtatious glance, promptly turned and bowed to Lu Danian. Disciple pays respects to master. Lu Danian, with a bitter expression, replied, Alas, it is merely a designated disciple. It's just a title. Jin Xiao, you need not be so formal. Very well. This promise, I fear, may lead to inevitable troubles in the future. Su Xiao remarked, Danian, you need not concern yourself with the cultivation resources for Lu Xiang. I shall make the necessary arrangements with these esteemed masters. He then assisted Jean Lu Xiang to her feet, saying, Lu Xiang, as the day has grown late, I shall forego further instruction today. Here are 20 foundation establishment pills. Keep them for your cultivation, and do remember to seek me out once they are spent. Su Xiao declared with grandiosity, Do not hesitate. Take what is rightfully yours. Lu Xiang, I shall entirely cover your future cultivation resources. Both Jean Lu Xiang and Lu Dinyan were left astounded. The former, moved by Su Xiao's generosity, shed tears of gratitude, while the latter was struck by the magnitude of Su Xiao's gesture, exclaiming, Master, he truly means it. Disciple, thank you, Elder Su. Jean Lu Xiang accepted the 20 foundation establishment pills and knelt before Su Xiao, her emotions overflowing like rain-soaked pear blossoms. Elder Su was the greatest benefactor of her life, the only man she recognized. Though somewhat aged, he remained a charming elder, an affluent magnate. Lu Dinyan swallowed hard, ceaselessly blinking his eyes at Su Xiao. It was no wonder that Master could easily win the affections of a young beauty like Jean Lu Xiang with such opulence. He too would gladly offer himself in return. All right, rise, Su Xiao said as he helped Jean Lu Xiang to her feet. Afterward, he gazed at Lu Danian with a profound expression and remarked, Danian, regarding these matters concerning my master. Before he could finish, Lu Danian promptly interjected, Rest assured. Master, I fully comprehend. Not a single word of this will escape my lips. Jin Xiaoyu is merely fortunate to have a connection with you, Master. And tonight's guidance pertains solely to cultivation. Nodding in approval, Su Xiao was satisfied with the response. Lu Danian had become a highly skilled aide. After imparting his instructions, Su Xiao prepared to retreat to his quarters for rest. Master, please wait. Lu Danian stepped forward, his demeanor enigmatic as he inquired about Zhou Xiao and the others, suggesting, with a subtle gesture towards his neck, an implication that was unmistakable. Su Xiao chuckled softly, saying, Though I have no desire to encounter that Zhou Xiao again, as a prestigious sect of the mysterious Cloud Sect, we cannot engage in such demonic acts. Danian, let them descend the mountain for now. As for what follows, you may handle it as you see fit. Lu Danian's eyes sparkled with a hint of murderous intent as he clasped his fists and replied, Understood, Master. Once Su Xiao departed, only Lu Danian and Jean Liuxiang remained. The latter, clutching 20 foundation establishment pills, gazed affectionately at Su Xiao's retreating figure. It was then that she realized how strikingly handsome and charming that tall silhouette truly was. Enough of that. Lu Danian swiftly regained the imposing demeanor of an outer sect enforcement elder. He gazed at Jean Liuxiang, solemnly advising, Jean, my young friend, Su Shirbua is aged and solitary. During this final period, you must accompany him with utmost sincerity, for it would be a grave error to neglect his sentiments. Should he suffer sorrow, our Piao Miao sect shall not take it lightly with you. Jean Liuxiang's expression shifted immediately, for the law enforcement elder had astutely discerned her relationship with Elder Su. She promptly nodded, declaring, Master, I understand. You need not worry. Elder Su has bestowed upon me a life-saving grace. I shall strive with all my might to ensure he enjoys his twilight years. Lu Danian nodded in acknowledgement and reminded her, that is well. Furthermore, there is no need to call me Master. You are merely a registered disciple, affiliated with my side, lacking the true essence of a master-disciple bond. With that, Lu Danian summoned his sword and soared away. Jean Liuxiang blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with delight. With Elder Su by her side, she felt an abundance of hope for the future. Within the small courtyard room, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills, resulting in a return of 20 essence-gathering pills. Why is it only counting 10? Su Xiao sat upon the cushion, his aged eyes subtly shifting. It was evident that he had inadvertently sent 20 pills, exceeding the recipient's current capacity. That infuriating system refuses to acknowledge. Indeed, whether it be pills, magical artifacts, or other cultivation resources, One must ensure that the gifts are appropriate and within the recipient's ability to utilize. Otherwise, the system will simply dismiss them. However, it matters not. I shall take heed next time, and this time I have not suffered a loss. The 20 essence-infused pills are equivalent in value to 200 foundation establishment pills. Thus it is a mutual gain. Closing his eyes, Su Xiao began his daily cultivation of the ethereal longevity technique, circulating spiritual energy throughout his meridians. A few days later, a sensational piece of news began to circulate among the outer disciples. Jin Liuxiang's master, Zhou Xiao, along with her 2 senior brothers, had been expelled from the Piaomiao sect. Furthermore, the enchanting outer disciple Jin Liuxiang had been taken in as a registered disciple by Elder Lu. This news detonated among the outer disciples like an atomic bomb. The suppressed emotions of the outer sect's higher-ups erupted once more. In the dormitory area, groups of outer disciples gathered in hushed discussions, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment, as if they had encountered some earth-shattering gossip. No need for speculation. It is indeed true. Jin Liuxiang has truly aligned herself with Elder Su. My heavens! Who would have thought that such a venerable figure of the sect would succumb to the allure of beauty in his twilight years? Jin Liuxiang has evidently advanced to the 3rd level of foundation establishment within this month. With the foundation establishment pills in her possession, she hardly needs to utilize them. It is said that Zhou Xiao, her master, harbored feelings for Jin Liuxiang, which Elder Su discovered, leading to his expulsion from the sect along with his 2 disciples. The newly informed disciples were struck with disbelief, exclaiming that Elder Su could not possibly be that kind of person. They refused to believe it. Chapter 21. The arrival of Dugu Ling. Curiosity among the disciples began to swell, prompting a flurry of speculation. It was indeed shocking that Zhou Xiao had uncovered the affair between Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang. In a fit of rage, Elder Su wielded his connections to expel Zhou Xiao and his disciple from the sect. Surely, Elder Su could not be such a person. Alas, under normal circumstances, this would be inconceivable, but when it concerns a woman, the narrative shifts dramatically. Moreover, Jin Liuxiang is exceedingly beautiful. Heavens! It is utterly astonishing that Elder Su, in secret, is capable of such actions, sacrificing Zhou Xiao's entire lineage for the sake of a mere outer sect seductress. How utterly terrifying. Keep your voices down. We mustn't attract the attention of others. If our discussions about Elder Su reach the law enforcement team, we could end up like Zhou Xiao. With these words, the disciples fell silent. The law enforcement team is currently scrutinizing everything closely. Anyone daring to discuss Elder Su's matters within the sect risks severe repercussions. A minor infraction could result in the forfeiture of a year's worth of spirit stones. The case of Zhou Xiao serves as a grim warning. It is truly alarming how Elder Su has transformed. We hardly recognize him anymore. While many outer sect disciples remain skeptical, the seeds of doubt regarding Elder Su's integrity had been sown deep within their hearts. Meanwhile, in the law enforcement hall behind the outer mountain Great Hall, Lu Denian listened to the reports from the law enforcement personnel below, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Currently, rumors regarding Elder Su have been rampant in the outer sect, and no matter how hard we try to suppress them, they persist. The law does not punish the multitude. It is inconceivable that the enforcement team would apprehend each disciple who voices their opinions and expel them from the mountain. A middle-aged steward lamented, Elder Lu. Perhaps you should advise Elder Su to exercise some restraint, for the gossip from the outer mountain has become frenzied. It is feared that the matter concerning Elder Su has even reached the inner mountain. Not only the outer sect disciples are discussing it. We, the enforcement team's stewards, have also engaged in considerable discourse regarding Elder Su's affairs in recent days. That Jin Liuxiang boldly frequents Elder Su's residence without any semblance of discretion. The enforcement team finds themselves in a difficult position. Elder Lu Don slammed the table and exclaimed in indignation, "Restrain what? Elder Su has merely been guiding Jin Liuxiang in her cultivation. Do not let your imaginations run wild." Indeed, indeed. The stewards internally lamented, yet dared not speak further. Just days prior, Zhou Xiao from the enforcement team had delved too deeply into the relationship between Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang and was severely injured and expelled from the mountain. Such a terrifying event looms before us. Regarding Elder Su's involvement with his female disciple, they now dared not utter a single word. Elder Su, as your time approaches, how is it that you have suddenly developed an interest in female cultivators? This is quite the decline in your later years. At that moment, a streak of light appeared from outside the door. In an instant, a woman clad in a flowing azure gown alighted at the entrance. The woman possessed a pair of noble and ethereal phoenix eyes, as radiant and captivating as the stars adorning the night sky. Her breathtaking beauty and celestial grace made her as alluring as the most exquisite flower in the world. Her fair skin shimmered with an enchanting luster, smooth as the finest jade. Her swan-like neck, elongated and elegantly curved, complemented the delicate contours of her collarbone, exuding the utmost charm of femininity. The beautiful azure dress clung to her form, accentuating the perfect curves of her exquisite figure. As the gentle breeze caressed her, her cascading black hair, flowing down to her slender waist, stirred slightly, seemingly carrying an irresistible fragrance. The newcomer was none other than Lu Nian's master, the esteemed leader of the Piamiao sect, Duguling. Upon the entrance of this woman, the faces of those present in the law enforcement hall shifted dramatically. They respectfully clasped their fists and exclaimed, "Disciples pay their respects to sect leader Dugu." Duguling's expression turned slightly frosty as she regarded Lu Nian, waving her jade hand and instructing, "You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with Lu Nian." Yes, the members of the Outer Sect's law enforcement team hurriedly fled the hall, not daring to linger a moment longer. It was over. Elder Lu was finished, covering for Elder Su's pampered female disciple, and now the sect leader had come to hold them accountable. Some of the attendants even harbored a sense of schadenfreude. Sect leader Dugu, please take swift action against Elder Lu and Elder Su. If this chaos is not quelled soon, the reputation of our Piamiao sect will be utterly tarnished. For an elder of such esteemed qualifications as Elder Su, only the sect master and the grand elder could exert a modicum of influence. Lu Dajing. The cold voice of Dugu Ling echoed as she stood with her hands clasped behind her back, startling Lu Dajing in front of her. Disciple pays respects to master. Lu Dajing hurriedly advanced, kneeling before Dugu Ling without uttering a word. Master, this matter does not pertain to your disciple. Lu Dajing was utterly shocked, having immediately betrayed Su Xiao. He had only encountered Dugu Ling in such a manner 3 times throughout his life, each instance accompanied by the demise of countless cultivators. It's not that my junior does not wish to assist you, but rather that we simply cannot withstand it. Dugu Ling's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she coldly commanded, "Tell me everything that old rascal Su Xiao has been up to during this time. Should you dare to defend him before me, you shall meet your end." Lu Dajing's complexion drained of color, his eyes filled with terror. "Master, the situation is as follows." It was Su Shibua who sought to maintain a clandestine relationship. On a sun-drenched morning, Su Xiao lay in bed, embracing the alluring Jin Liuxiang after a night of passionate encounters. The fair form beneath the covers flushed faintly. Seemingly in a light slumber, her captivating eyes closed in serene repose. He needed to seize the opportunity to become acquainted with more fortuitous women. Su Xiao stroked his goat-like beard, a contemplative glint in his eyes. The favored daughter of fortune must not bestow gifts thoughtlessly to elicit greater returns from the system. One must increase the quantity of offerings. Moreover, the initial gift to the favored daughter guarantees a stable trigger for critical hits. Even if each favored daughter receives but a single gift, it remains a tremendously profitable endeavor. It seems prudent to wander about more frequently. One might serendipitously encounter additional favored daughters. For a venerable elder such as he, a mere expression of our fateful connection should justify a singular gift. Just as he prepared to awaken Jin Liuxiang to suggest her departure, Su Xiao's gaze sharpened as he sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy approaching at an incredible speed. "This is not good," he exclaimed. "Liuxiang, quickly dress. The sect master is coming." With that, he swiftly rose from his bed and donned his gray robe. Upon awakening, Jin Liuxiang turned pale at the news of the sect master's imminent arrival. She knew that the sect master, Dugu, was the junior of Elder Su. If the two were to be discovered in such a state, the consequences would be dire. Hastily, they both donned their garments, and Jin Liuxiang made to leave. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully flung open by a surge of spiritual energy. Standing in the doorway was Dugu Ling, resplendent in a flowing green gown, her beauty almost ethereal. She cast a fleeting glance at Jin Liuxiang within the room. Her delicate nostrils flared slightly, and her expression darkened abruptly. Jin Liuxiang was struck with terror, her radiant complexion drained of color. Faced with the stunning figure before her, she felt a chill of inadequacy wash over her. Is this the esteemed leader of the Misty Sect, Dugu Ling? The disciple Jin Liuxiang respectfully approaches and pays her respects to Master Dugu. Jin Liuxiang promptly steps forward, kneeling on the ground and performing a profound bow. Chapter 22. The gift of the exquisite youth elixir be gone. Dugu Ling did not even glance at Jin Liuxiang. her gaze fixed solely on Su Xiao as she spoke with a cool indifference. Why yes. Jean Liuxiang, trembling with fear, hurriedly distanced herself from Dugu Ling. Casting a glance back at Su Xiao, her eyes filled with profound trepidation. The sect master Dugu was truly terrifying. The oppressive aura made her feel as diminutive as an ant before such a formidable presence. Once Jean Liuxiang had departed, Dugu Ling closed the door securely. She turned to face the slightly awkward Su Xiao, a rare smile gracing her lips. Senior brother, I have promised to find you a beautiful partner. Can't you even endure these few days? It was quite surprising. One would not expect that despite his advancing years, senior brother's interest in such matters had only intensified. At his age, could he still withstand the charms of these youthful female cultivators? Seeing the hint of reproach in her tone, Su Xiao sighed with a smile. Junior sister, my connection with Jean Liuxiang is merely one of guidance in her cultivation. Please do not overthink it. Internally, he shook his head, realizing that concealment was futile. Dugu Ling had been his childhood companion, even if his talents were limited, preventing him from reaching the divine transformation realm and becoming her partner. He was acutely aware of her inexplicable possessiveness, particularly in matters of intimacy. While she could help him find a partner, should he stray, Dugu Ling would undoubtedly be furious. It is unavoidable, truly. It is because of my youthful handsomeness and overwhelming charm that I have left an indelible impression on the heart of the solitary junior sister. Do not deceive me. I harbor no resentment towards you. Humph. All men remain the same, even as they age. Dugu Ling scoffed lightly and took a seat at the table. Then, with a serious demeanor, she addressed her senior brother. These matters of yours have reached the inner sect. As a result, both my reputation and that of our master have suffered some damage because of you. The matter of keeping female disciples must cease immediately, otherwise, I shall have to impose punishment on your behalf, acting in place of our master. She felt a surge of anger within her. How could her senior brother seek the company of women behind her back? For the past millennium, she had swiftly intervened whenever she sensed any inclination in that direction. Her senior brother, even in death, could belong only to her. If he were to seek a partner, it must be one of her choosing. Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile and explained, Junior sister, there is a reason for my actions. Do not judge solely by appearances. As for Jean Liuxiang, I shall simply prevent her from coming in the future. After a period of exploration, he found that his bond with Jean Liuxiang had remained at level 2. It seemed that excessive interaction would not enhance their bond further. Thus, her presence would hold little significance. He needed to seek new methods to elevate their connection. Not only her, he had also heard of someone named Lin Yena. Dugu Ling's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Su Xiao smiled and said, My relationship with Lin is merely one of fate. There is nothing more to it, so you need not worry, junior sister. Dugu Ling nodded. Her expression complex as she gazed at Su Xiao. Brother, please bear with it for now. Once I find your destined partner, you may indulge in whatever you please. Rising gracefully, Dugu Ling smiled lightly, adding, At that time, I shall not concern myself with you any longer. The system detected the Fortune S daughter, Dugu Ling. Fortune level, SS. Return multiplier, 50 times, bond level, 1. As Su Xiao observed his noble junior sister, who resembled a celestial being, the system's certification echoed in his ears. He pondered her words, shaking his head inwardly. For the sake of his own path to immortality, he feared he could not heed his junior sister's wishes. The rules of the system were thus. He must present gifts to those favored by fortune to receive a return. Clearing his throat softly, he approached, assuring junior sister. Rest assured, I shall be more mindful in the future. With a glimmer of light in his old eyes, he retrieved a glimmering pill from his spatial repository. This was the supreme youth-preserving pill, specially prepared for Dugu Ling. Its impact, he anticipated, would be remarkable. Approaching her side, Su Xiao stroked his distinguished goatee, holding the pill aloft and declaring, Junior sister, this is a supreme youth-preserving pill I chanced upon in my later years. I had intended to keep it for my own twilight days, but seeing you upset today over my matters fills me with regret. Thus, I present this pill to you, hoping it brings you joy. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with confidence. No woman of the realm could ever resist the allure of a beauty elixir, especially one of such unparalleled quality. The mere mention of a beauty elixir, a supreme grade one at that, left Donggu Ling momentarily stunned, captivated by Su Xiao's exquisite countenance. As she gazed upon the pill in Su Xiao's hand, she swiftly accepted it, scrutinizing it with great care. Could it truly be a beauty elixir of such remarkable caliber? Brother, where on earth did you acquire this? Do you realize that one cannot even procure this with spirit stones nowadays? The moment Donggu Ling laid eyes on the supreme-grade beauty elixir, all thoughts of Su Zhao's alleged infidelity vanished from her mind, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of excitement and exhilaration. She had previously toiled tirelessly to obtain merely a mid-grade beauty elixir, a rarity that countless female cultivators would vie for with fervor. While the mid-grade elixir could preserve her youthful visage in her later years, its effects would pale in comparison to those of the supreme-grade elixir. If such a treasure were placed within the Heroine sect, it would undoubtedly command thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Elated, the cold demeanor that once graced Donggu Ling's face dissipated entirely, replaced by a blush that adorned her cheeks. Her brother had gifted her such a precious item. Su Xiao chuckled. Sister, calm down. It is not as valuable as you think. Brother. Thank you. Donggu Ling exclaimed, swallowing hard in her excitement, unable to contain her joy, and she rushed forward to embrace Su Xiao. I knew it. You have always treated me the best in this lifetime. A captivating fragrance enveloped the air as Donggu Ling tightly embraced Su Xiao. In that moment, she seemed to sense the presence of her once-beloved senior, the man who had long occupied her thoughts and dreams. Su Xiao gently patted her warm back and chuckled. Junior sister, though I have aged, I shall never forget you. He continued. I offered Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er merely a few foundational elixirs and a handful of low-grade magical artifacts, mere trifles for the occasion. However, this exquisite rejuvenation pill shall be reserved solely for you. In this lifetime, only you have captured my heart. With such sweet declarations, Su Xiao effortlessly weaved his words, ensuring that Donggu Ling would likely harbor no further doubts, facilitating the return of his gifts. As for the exceptional magical artifacts, although she could utilize them, he found no suitable rationale to present them, especially since his own artifacts had been lost during the tribulations. It was better to postpone that matter for another time. Senior brother. Donggu Ling held Su Xiao close, gazing at his aging yet still handsome visage, her phoenix eyes brimming with affection. The once dormant passion between them seemed to be rekindled by the promise of the exquisite rejuvenation pill. Donggu Ling leaned in, disregarding Su Zhao's weathered features, and pressed her lips against his. He was taken aback for a moment, yet he did not resist. Instead, he embraced her and responded with equal fervor. Chapter 23. The 3,000 Avenues. The path of earth and fire. After a prolonged moment, the two were reluctant to part ways. Donggu Ling's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at the aged Su Xiao, sighing, Brother, my ethereal longevity technique is cultivated based on a purine body. It seems that in this lifetime, neither of us shall become Dao partners. Su Xiao shook his head with a gentle smile. It matters not, junior sister. If not in this life, then perhaps in the next. Having spent a millennium in your company is more than enough for me. He understood that Donggu Ling's remarkable progress over the past 1,000 years, now reaching the 9th level of the divine transformation, was attributed to her rare purine constitution. This was also the reason Ji Shui had favored her back in the day. Although such a constitution allowed for rapid cultivation, it hindered her from forming bonds with men. Should her purine body be compromised, her cultivation speed would significantly decline. Until she reached the next realm, the void refinement stage, Donggu Ling needed to maintain her purine form. Donggu Ling looked at Su Xiao, her eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. Brother, in this lifetime, I feel I have wronged you. Yet, you still wish to bestow upon me such a precious and exquisite beauty-restoring elixir. I have understood your intentions throughout this millennium. You have worked hard for me. Should you harbor any thoughts in this regard in the future, I shall no longer impede you. However, brother, do exercise discretion so that it does not become widely known. Su Zhao's eyes brightened at her words. This was precisely what he desired. With his junior sister no longer obstructing him and their master in seclusion, the elders had little time to concern themselves with such matters. He could confidently offer gifts to the daughter of destiny in the days to come. Before leaving, Donggu Ling advised, Senior brother, I have already begun the search for your Dao partner. Rest assured, I will find a woman who bears a resemblance to me to be your companion. In this way, for the last few decades of your life, it will be as if I am always by your side. Having spoken, Donggu Ling took the longevity elixir, her heart brimming with excitement, and soared away from the small courtyard. She could hardly wait to return and test the effects of this exquisite elixir. Meanwhile, Su Xiao sank into a chair, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Donggu Ling had departed, his expression gradually becoming vacant. A woman resembling his junior sister as his Dao partner? That felt somewhat unsettling. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting an exquisite longevity elixir. The first gift to Dugaling has triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning $3,000 pills. The announcement echoed in Su Zhao's mind like thunder. To comprehend a strand of the heavenly Tao, he stared in disbelief at the golden divine pill, the size of a fist, that had appeared in the spatial vault. His eyes alight with astonishment. To grasp 3,000 Daos, wasn't that the aspiration of every cultivator? After cultivating for a millennium, he understood that upon reaching the transformation stage, one begins to engage with the so-called heavenly Tao. The transformation and void refinement stages present a bottleneck that can only be broken through by comprehending a certain degree of the 3,000 Daos. Master Ji Shui has entered seclusion, delving into the secret realm to comprehend a singular path among the 3,000 avenues. Now, with a single elixir from the 3,000 avenues, he has directly grasped a path of celestial significance. Does this not imply that upon reaching the realm of transforming divinity and refining the void, he shall encounter no obstacles? The exhilaration is overwhelming. Su Xiao hastily closed the door and retrieved a fist-sized divine pill from his spatial vault. It shimmered with radiant hues, surrounded by an ethereal aura, exuding an extraordinary essence. Such a large pill, must he consume it bite by bite? Just as he brought the 3,000 avenues pill to his lips, it seemed to resonate, transforming into a stream of colorful light that soared into Su Zhao's mouth. Subsequently, a peculiar energy surged within him. An inexplicable force of laws enveloped his entire being. And in that moment, he felt as though he had ascended to a celestial realm, beginning to perceive the wonders of the 3,000 avenues. Congratulations, host. You have grasped the path of earthly fire among the 3,000 avenues. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1,008 years. Realm: Foundation Establishment. 7th layer special physique. Earth fire. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. After a considerable time, the enveloping force of laws around Su Xiao dissipated. He regained his composure. Feeling the essence of the earthly fire path he had just comprehended, his aged visage glowing with vitality. It was indeed the path of earthly fire. His heart swelled with excitement. Each path among the 3,000 avenues leads directly to the realm of eternal life. And he had directly comprehended the path of earthly fire. Within the fire path, the 3,000 avenues contain numerous branches. The earth fire, known as the true fire of Samadhi, is one of the 3 fires encompassing heaven, earth, and humanity. It represents the flame derived from wood and stone, and it is the most commonly utilized form of fire among ordinary people. In contrast, the heavenly fire is the fire of the 9 heavens thunder tribulations, which is pivotal for transcending tribulations. Meanwhile, the human fire is the heart fire generated within the human body, also referred to as karmic fire. As he lifted his hand, a subtle shift in intention manifested the force of the earth fire's law, conjuring a brilliant blaze of yellow-red flames in Su Zhao's palm. The intense heat radiated throughout the room, creating waves of warmth. It is unimaginable what would happen if such a small flame were to strike a person. The consequences would be catastrophic. Even those at the nascent soul stage would find themselves in grave peril upon contact. Remarkable, Su Xiao exclaimed, exhilarated as he retracted the earth fire and drew forth the south brightly fire sword. The sword, already glowing with a fiery red heat, ignited with an exquisite flame of extreme temperature after Su Xiao invoked the earth fire's divine powers. Observing the augmented potency of the two combined, he swallowed hard. With his newfound comprehension of the earth fire, the power of the south brightly fire sword had surged immensely. It is no exaggeration to assert that, despite his current foundation at the 7th level, with the enhancement of the south brightly fire sword and the earth fire, his offensive capabilities now rival those he possessed at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, and perhaps even exceed them in ferocity. Impressive. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction as he sheathed the earth fire and the south brightly fire sword. His confidence surged, and although his realm still required some refinement, his strength had experienced a substantial enhancement. Moreover, upon grasping the path of the earth fire, the realms of transformation and refinement shall no longer present any obstacles. Once he transcends the 9th level of the nascent soul's tribulation, his cultivation, bolstered by the system's support, will soar to unprecedented heights, allowing him to catch up to his junior sister. He finds himself filled with anticipation, chuckling to himself. Su Xiao sits cross-legged upon the cushion, unable to suppress his silly grin. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have elapsed. During this period, Jean Liuxiang consumed 30 foundation establishment pills and yielded 60 essence gold pills, advancing to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, under the fervent nourishment of resources, Su Xiao successfully ascended to the first level of core formation. He can now elegantly soar through the skies, riding the sword and chasing the clouds and the sun. Chapter 24. The news of Lin Yin'er over the past 2 months. The rumors surrounding Su Xiao within the sect had gradually subsided. After the sect leader, De Guling, personally instructed Lu Danian, the latter mobilized a group of law enforcement officers to diligently apprehend those who dared to discuss the matter privately. Those caught were subjected to severe beatings and had their allocation of spiritual stones withheld for a month. The outer sect disciples fell into a fearful silence. They refrained from uttering Su Xiao's name unless cloistered within the safety of their own quarters, as this had seemingly become a taboo within the Piaomiao sect. However, an incident soon transpired that reignited the fervor among the disciples of the Piaomiao sect. Despite the law enforcement team's relentless efforts to suppress the unease, the outer sect disciples could no longer contain their trepidation. The master of Jin Liuxiang, Zhou Xiao, had met with a tragic end. Alongside Zhou Xiao, his 2 disciples mysteriously perished outside of Huxiao City. After being expelled from the Piaomiao sect, the trio, possessing commendable cultivation prowess, had secured positions as guards in Huxiao City. Yet, fate took a grim turn. After an outing from the city on official business, their lifeless bodies were discovered in the dense forest beyond the city limits. The news of this calamity swiftly reached the Piaomiao sect, sending the outer sect disciples into a state of terror. The consequences of offending Elder Su had proven to be utterly dreadful. In such a climate of fear, these disciples dared not utter a single word, lest they provoke further wrath. Being apprehended by the law enforcement team was a lesser evil. At least it resulted in mere beatings and fines. To inadvertently offend Elder Su, however, could cost them their very lives. Thus, the esteemed and virtuous figure of Su Xiao underwent a profound transformation in the hearts of the sect members. From a kindly elder, he has transformed into a fearsome and unscrupulous patriarch, indulging in the company of young mistresses. This unprincipled elder wields considerable power and holds a prestigious position within the sect. The disciples, upon catching sight of Elder Su, dare not approach him. Even the beautiful female disciples, upon witnessing his approach, are rendered pale with fear, their hearts trembling in trepidation. In the small courtyard outside the mountain, Su Xiao, having ascended to the core formation stage, pondered after listening to the report from Lu Daniu. He stroked his goatee and inquired with a puzzled expression, "Daniu, how has my reputation deteriorated to such an extent? Now, those disciples regard me as if I were a ferocious beast, keeping their distance, and some of the female disciples have even been frightened to tears. Is my master so terrifying?" Dressed in an 8 trigrams robe, Lu Daniu swallowed hard. Observing his bewildered master, he felt a deep sense of despair. The enforcement team, in their efforts to suppress public opinion, was on the verge of backlash. Initially, everything was fine, but in order to execute his master's directives, they discreetly dealt with Zhou Xiao and his companions. Somehow, this incident became known within the sect, and now the enforcement team was nearly at their wits' end. However, given that his master's reputation was already tarnished and he was nearing the end of his days, as long as his master found comfort in his own existence, that was all that truly mattered. Lu Danian, somewhat timid, mustered his courage and said, "Master Uncle, once Master finds you a partner, please restrain yourself a little, otherwise, if public opinion spreads further, it will be challenging for my law enforcement team to manage." Su Xiao chuckled lightly, "Fear not, Danian. Have you not noticed that I have not sought out Jin Liuxiang during this period? I am not that kind of person." "I believe you are precisely that kind of person." Lu Danian dared not retort, merely offering a foolish grin and nodding. After giving some reminders, Lu Danian departed the small courtyard and returned to the law enforcement hall to continue instructing the team on suppressing public sentiment. At noon, 2 female disciples, one plump and the other slender, arrived at the small courtyard with a hint of nervousness to pay their respects. Su Xiao, upon seeing them, smiled and said, "I remember you both. How is Lin Xiaoyu faring now? She must have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, correct?" The 2 women were indeed Lin Yin'er's close friends and senior sisters. Gazing upon Su Xiao's kind visage, their faces paled slightly. The current elder Su had become a taboo in the hearts of these outer disciples. He was a formidable figure capable of wrath and violence. The slightly plump senior sister gathered her composure and, in trepidation, knelt, exclaiming, "Elder Su, please save junior sister Lin. She cannot return from Jinshiqing." Su Xiao raised his brows slightly. "What has happened to Lin Xiao?" The plump senior sister hastily replied, "Elder Su, Junior sister Lin broke through to the foundation establishment stage a month ago and went back to Jinshiqing to visit family, but she has been detained by the Xuanma sect. The young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Jiuyin, has set his sights on his junior sister, Lin, and is determined to take her as a concubine. The Xuanma sect has exerted pressure on the lord of Jinshi City, and it has been agreed that in 3 days, they will bring the junior sister back to the Xuanma sect for the wedding. Su Xiao's brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. The Xuanma sect? How dare this insignificant demon sect intercept his destined maiden? This is an affront to the heavens. How did you come to know of this matter? Su Xiao inquired softly. The slightly plump senior sister, perceiving Su Xiao's seriousness, felt a surge of excitement and replied, "It was the junior sister who sent a message via the communication talisman. Currently, her family is under surveillance by the Xuanma sect, and they cannot even leave the city gates. Elder, the junior sister is deeply saddened. She has no affinity for the Xuanma sect, nor for that Li Jiuyin. However, the lord of Jinshi City has consented to this marriage, and despite her family's reluctance, they are powerless to resist. Elder, she is one of our Piao sect members. In her last message, she expressed her hope that we could find a way to rescue her. Elder, we do not have a master in the outer sect, so we could only think of you." The two spoke sincerely, their eyes filled with urgency. With the junior sister in peril, and the Xuanma sect having a modest reputation in the northern borders of Donglai, only Elder Su could advocate for her. Did she not disclose her identity as a disciple of our Piao sect? Su Xiao's gaze sharpened. She did, the slightly plump senior sister responded. However, those from the Xuanma sect claim that the sect does not interfere in matters of marriage, even suggesting that this union would strengthen ties between the Xuanma sect and the Piao sect. Strengthen ties, indeed. Su Xiao scoffed inwardly, his eyes reflecting disdain. The Xianyuan sect is, at best, a third-rate faction in the Panlong continent, unworthy even to carry the shoes of the Miao sect. Since Lin Yen'er is his destined daughter of fortune, he could not turn a blind eye. Coming to this realization, Su Xiao smiled and said, "I understand now. You have worked hard." He produced 6 foundation establishment pills, distributing 3 to each of the 2 women. "Lin Xiaoyu and I share a connection. Rest assured, I shall escort her back to the sect. These foundation establishment pills are my token of gratitude for your assistance." The 2 women were overjoyed upon hearing this. After receiving the pills, they bowed repeatedly to Su Xiao. After advising them to keep this matter confidential, the 2 women respectfully took their leave. At that moment, Su Xiao rose, murmuring with a smile, "It has been a while since I ventured beyond the sect. This trip is an opportune chance to explore. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me, and I might encounter a daughter of destiny, leading to a lucrative opportunity." Chapter 25. The Purple Sky Thunder Talisman. 3 days hence, the Xianyuan sect shall journey to Jinshi City to conduct the marriage, thus there is no haste. With a contemplative gleam in his eyes, he summoned the mid-grade magical artifact, the meteor sword. Stepping upon the flying sword, he ascended into the heavens, soaring directly towards Hushao City. On the 3rd floor of the Zilai trading house, within a fragrant and exquisitely adorned private chamber, the proprietor, Ziyun, swayed her enchanting figure as she entered with a captivating smile. Adorned in a flowing purple silk gown that clung delicately to her form, the alluring scenery beneath her skirt was tantalizingly visible. She fluttered her beguiling eyes, gracefully swaying her long, slender legs as she approached Su Xiao, pouring him a cup of tea. As she leaned forward, the voluminous blossoms of her bosom seemed to quiver, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance that stirred Su Xiao's interest. "Ah, Elder Su, what delightful acquisitions do you seek this time? Rest assured, as long as you express your desires, this humble establishment shall not disappoint you." Ziyun murmured softly, settling beside Su Xiao. Her gaze lingered on the seemingly virtuous yet dashing elder, a hint of intrigue flickering in her eyes. Since the day Su Xiao gifted her a magical hairpin, she had anticipated his return. After all, with her charm, it was a foregone conclusion. Su Xiao addressed her candidly. "Mistress Ziyun, I am here to procure a batch of high-quality talismans, specifically of the magical variety. Magical talismans, inscribed with spells, when activated, unleash transient enchantments. They serve as invaluable companions for cultivators in their quests for self-preservation and combat. However, high-quality talismans are exceedingly rare, typically bestowed by the elders of sects as protective charms for the promising youth." With a raised brow and a glimmer in her enchanting eyes, Ziyun inquired, "May I ask, Elder Su, what quality you seek? Do you possess any talismans of the nascent soul stage?" Su Xiao replied with a smile. Talismans of the nascent soul stage can unleash the power of a single strike from a practitioner at that level. While they may not be particularly effective against nascent soul cultivators themselves, they serve as a formidable deterrent to those below that stage. Naturally, at present, such talismans hold little utility for me. My true interest lies in the talismans of the transformation stage, or even the elusive void refinement stage that might be returned to me after offering the nascent soul talismans. As he prepared to retrieve his fated daughter from Jinshur City, thorough preparation was essential. Nascent soul stage? Ziyun's expression shifted with intrigue, and she chuckled. Elder Su, you have indeed come to the right place. In the entirety of Hushao City, only my Zilai trading company possesses talismans for nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, our stock of such top-tier talismans is quite limited. Both parties understood that the finest talismans available in the market reached only up to the nascent soul stage. Su Xiao inquired, "May I ask how many you have in your possession?" With a hint of excitement, Ziyun responded, "We have 9 talismans remaining, 5 lightning-attracting talismans, 2 earth-fire talismans, and 2 ice-sword talismans. Elder Su, these talismans from my Zilai trading company have been meticulously crafted by transformation stage cultivators, ensuring their exceptional quality. Keeping them for your juniors may very well save their lives in critical moments." Su Xiao nodded and inquired, "How many spirit stones for one?" "Not expensive. Merely 20 high-grade spirit stones." "That's quite reasonable. In that case, I shall procure them all." Upon hearing this, Ziyun's face lit up with delight. Although this old man was somewhat lecherous, his generosity was indeed remarkable. He didn't even haggle over the price. Today would certainly be profitable. Before long, Ziyun entered respectfully, carrying 9 talismans. The spirit stones were exchanged on the spot, and the other party kindly offered a discount, totaling just 160 high-grade spirit stones. After securing these talismans, Su Zhao's aged eye sparkled. He retrieved 3 thunder-calling talismans from his spatial repository. Gazing at this enchanting and alluring woman of A-grade fortune, he stroked his beard and remarked, "Shopkeeper Z, ever since our last encounter, I have sensed a profound affinity between us. As my lifespan wanes, I find these talismans to be of little use. Considering that you have yet to reach the nascent soul realm, I shall gift you these 3 thunder-calling talismans for your protection, in hopes of fostering a good relationship." Su Xiao felt confident. As a cultivator from a trading firm, the other party valued spirit stones and would be unlikely to refuse. "Free for me." Ziyun's alabaster neck slightly quivered as she gazed at Su Xiao in astonishment. This old man was truly generous in his pursuit of her. 3 thunder-calling talismans amounted to 60 high-grade spirit stones, a substantial sum anywhere. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended why this inner sect elder of the Miao Miao sect had failed his lightning tribulation. All her thoughts were consumed by the pursuit of enchanting female cultivators. It would be astonishing if she did not encounter failure. Hee. Ziyun promptly accepted the 3 thunder-summoning talismans from Su Zhao's hand. Such a fortunate opportunity was something she would never decline. "Elder Su, you are truly extravagant." With the 3 talismans securely in her possession, her alluring jade-like visage blushed slightly. Gracefully rising, she approached Su Xiao, her smooth, fair hand resting gently upon his shoulder. "Elder Su, individuals like you are a rarity." Ziyun sighed. "Even in your old age, you remain handsome. Had you been young, you would surely have captivated countless female cultivators. Fortunately, you possess a modicum of charm," Su Xiao remarked, inhaling the enchanting fragrance that enveloped the woman before him with a light chuckle. The closer their relationship, the more generous the future exchanges would be. If only Elder Su were younger. With a flirtatious smile gracing her delicate features, Ziyun boldly seated herself upon Su Zhao's lap, wrapping her arms around his aged neck. "Now that Elder Su is advanced in years with little time left, otherwise, I would gladly wish to be your companion for life." She had her own calculations in mind. Given his generous gift, it would be remiss of her not to express her gratitude. As a revered elder of the Misty Sect, he must have amassed countless spirit stones over the millennia, allowing for such lavishness. Although a relationship between them was improbable, offering him a taste of sweetness was essential to ensure his loyalty to the Zilai Trading Company in spirit stones. Moreover, despite his age, Elder Su retained a unique charm. It was a special aura. Having said that, she settled herself upon Su Zhao's lap, cradling the old man in her embrace. Instantly, Su Xiao was enveloped by a wave of captivating femininity. After a brief playful interlude, they finally parted ways. While Su Xiao relished the moment, he could not help but marvel at the remarkable allure of the proprietor. "Ziyun, Yet, it was evident that she harbored reservations, possibly deterred by his age. Offering only a taste of her charms. Elder Su, do make sure to visit my Zilai trading company next time, Ziyun remarked, her cheeks flushed with a charming radiance. Opting not to elaborate further as she adjusted her attire, Su Xiao replied with a smile, with such a delightful presence as yours, how could I ever consider seeking elsewhere? Their bond seemed to deepen, paving the way for future exchanges to unfold with greater ease. Another stable and mutually beneficial relationship had been established. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 3 thunder symbols of the nascent soul stage, receiving in return 3 purple cloud thunder symbols of the god transformation stage. Chapter 26. The assassination the following day at noon, in the city of Jingshi, located in the northern region of Donglai Kingdom. A considerable distance of nearly 1,000 miles from the mysterious Cloud Sect, it was not particularly far. Su Xiao leisurely soared down on his sword, arriving at the outskirts of Jingshi City in just a couple of hours. Within his spatial storage, 3 powerful purple thunder talismans of the 9th tier were kept, ensuring his safety. Moreover, with the harmonious fusion of the Southern Ming's fire sword and the earth fire path, his combat prowess had not diminished from previous times. Jingshi City was vast, bustling with an incessant flow of people and vibrant activity. Outside an imposing manor, 2 disciples of the Xuanma sect, clad in black, obstructed Su Xiao's path. Old man, if you wish to keep your life, be gone, they shouted. The Lin residence is now under the control of our Xuanma sect, and no one is permitted to approach. Their faces bore fierce expressions, emanating the initial aura of the core formation stage. Among them were 7 or 8 elite disciples of the Xuanma sect, led by an elder, all to ensure that in 2 days, their young master could wed the young lady of the Lin family. Su Xiao regarded these 2 arrogant disciples with a flash of astonishment in his aged eyes. Had the Xuanma sect become so brazen? What are you staring at? One of them barked. Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes gouged out. You old relic. With 1 foot already in the grave, why don't you hurry along? The 2 disciples stood with an air of superiority, their words laced with contempt as they regarded the frail figure of Su Xiao. The Xuanma sect has dominated the nearby cities. Even the Eastern Lai Kingdom finds itself powerless against them. With the backing of a demonic sect, it can be said that this third-rate faction is exceedingly arrogant in the vicinity of Jingshi City. Why don't you leave? I see that you, old fool, are in dire need of a lesson. One disciple of the Xuanma sect soared into the air, seemingly poised to kick the frail body of Su Xiao away. The latter's expression darkened, and in an instant, a fiery orb of red and yellow erupted, shooting towards the disciple of the demonic sect with a loud pop. As the fist-sized flame made contact with the disciple, it swiftly spread, causing the Xuanma disciple to panic and desperately attempt to extinguish it. Yet, the red and yellow flames clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be doused, and instead, they blazed even more fiercely. Ah, old man, who on earth are you? Stop this at once. The disciple was engulfed in flames, his body a blazing inferno, as he cried out in terror. Another disciple of the Xuanma sect, witnessing this horrifying scene, was struck with fear. He rushed forward to assist, but his efforts were futile. Within mere moments, the disciple consumed by the earth fire was reduced to a pile of charred ash. Who are you? The remaining disciple of the Xuanma sect gazed at Su Xiao with a face full of dread. This white-haired elder appeared to possess only the cultivation of the core formation stage. Yet how could his power be so formidable? Such a terrifying fire technique was something he had neither heard of nor seen before. Why did you not inquire earlier? Su Xiao shook his head, his eyes glimmering with a cold light. It seems that in recent years, the absence of discipline from our sect has led you to develop the delusion of invincibility. It is high time that the mysterious Cloud Sect intervenes to rectify your arrogance. Upon hearing the name of the mysterious Cloud Sect, the disciples of the Dark Demon Sect were instantly filled with astonishment. The mysterious Cloud Sect. How could they, of all people, be affiliated with the mysterious Cloud Sect? Have they not always remained aloof from worldly affairs? Could it be that they are willing to confront our Dark Demon Sect over a mere outer disciple of no consequence? However, there was no time for further contemplation. The searing flames of the earth had already begun to engulf him, consumed by sheer terror and shrill cries. The disciple of the Dark Demon Sect met the same fate, reduced to a pile of ash. With a decisive step, Su Xiao delivered a powerful kick, causing the grand gates of the Lin residence to fly open with a resounding crash. Inside the courtyard, several disciples of the Dark Demon Sect were seated, indulging in meat and wine, while the servants and maidens stood by, their faces pale and trembling. How did you get in here? Did no one stop you outside? The expressions of the Dark Demon Sect disciples shifted drastically upon seeing Su Xiao. How could such an elderly man have entered unnoticed? Were his two junior brothers merely idle? Old man, I'm speaking to you. How did you manage to enter? Are you not aware that this Lin residence is under the control of our Dark Demon Sect? A few disciples rose from their seats, their expressions hostile as they advanced towards Su Xiao. The leader among them possessed the cultivation of the late stage of Foundation establishment, glaring menacingly at the elderly figure ahead. Should the latter provide an unsatisfactory response? He was prepared to eliminate the old man on the spot. However, before any of them could react, Su Xiao swiftly brandished his hand, summoning the South Mingli fire sword, which transformed into a shooting star and surged towards the group. As the esteemed disciple of Ji Shui, the grand elder of the Piao Miao sect, he had long been accustomed to his own arrogance. He harbored a deep disdain for these disciples of the Xuanma sect, and his grievances had little to do with Lin Yin'er. Displeasure equated to death. Before the members of the Xuanma sect could comprehend the situation, the South Mingli fire sword, akin to a blazing meteor, darted through the courtyard. In mere moments, it pierced the chest of each of the demonic disciples. The speed was astonishing, and the force was overwhelming. Even with their protective talismans, they could not withstand the onslaught of the South Mingli fire sword, empowered by the essence of the earth. This was the might of the ninth stage of the nascent soul. With a splatter, a number of demonic disciples clutched their flaming chests, spewing forth blood. One by one, they collapsed, their expressions a mix of terror as they gazed at the elderly figure ahead. Who are you? The flames on their chests began to spread, and amidst endless fear and despair, they were consumed, reduced to ash. I told you all to inquire first, Su Xiao remarked, retracting his sword and shaking his head with a smile. Though he suggested asking first, he would still proceed to kill. The searing heat and the tragic demise of the Xuanma disciples left the nearby servants and maidens trembling in terror. They screamed in panic, desperately fleeing. Murder! Murder! At that moment, four figures emerged from the grand hall ahead. Among them were an elder cloaked in black, a middle-aged man, another individual, and Lin Yinyan, adorned in a white dress. When Lin Yinyan caught sight of Su Xiao's face outside the door, her youthful and beautiful countenance fell into a state of shock. Elder Su? Elder Su had arrived. She stood frozen in place. In an instant, the entire sequence of events unraveled in her mind. It must have been her senior sister who informed Elder Su of her plight. At that moment, her heart surged with an overwhelming sense of hope, as if she had grasped the last lifeline. Ignoring the man in black beside her, she rushed straight towards Su Xiao. Elder Su. The warm and benevolent smile he had previously shown replayed endlessly in her heart. Tears streamed down her face. Though she had no family in the Miao Miao sect, Su Xiao had become her kin. Elder Su had come to rescue her. Ah, Lin, my young friend, I am already aware of your situation, Su Xiao said, looking down at Lin Yinyan, who clutched his arm, weeping uncontrollably. He gently patted her head and said kindly, come with me. Let us return to the sect where you can cultivate in peace. No one will dare to bully you. Yes, yes. Lin Yinyan grasped his hand tightly. She had finally been saved. The middle-aged man and the other individual observed Su Xiao with shining eyes. This elder Su was undoubtedly a distinguished elder of the Miao Miao sect. The ethereal sect has come to rescue Yin'er. Meanwhile, the elder cloaked in black observed the disciples of the Xuanma sect, reduced to mere ashes upon the ground. His cold and sinister countenance immediately darkened. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura of the nascent soul stage suddenly emerged, enveloping Su Xiao in an instant. Chapter 27. The death of Elder Eagle. Your audacity is indeed remarkable. Do you not comprehend the consequences of slaying a disciple of the Xuanma sect? Even if you are a nascent soul cultivator, you shall never escape the relentless pursuit of my sect in this lifetime. The old man in the black robe glared fiercely, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle. He cast his eyes upon Su Xiao, unleashing a formidable aura of the 6th level of the nascent soul, which enveloped the entire Lin residence in an overwhelming and terrifying presence. The nearby mortal attendants, caught in this oppressive force, all succumbed, fainting and sustaining severe injuries. The middle-aged man beside him staggered back in fear, his complexion turning pallid as he was engulfed by the horrific pressure emanating from the black-robed elder. His eyes wide with astonishment. Elder Eagle, please, quell your wrath. There must be some misunderstanding. The middle-aged man shouted urgently, his heart racing with trepidation. The elder, at the 6th level of nascent soul, was a senior figure wielding considerable power within the Xuanma sect. Given the elder's profound cultivation and mastery of the Xuanma art, Should a confrontation arise, it was likely that the elder from the Miao Miao sect would not stand a chance, for he had not sensed the nascent soul aura from the opposing elder. It was possible that this elder Su was merely an outer sect elder of high rank, but low power. Misunderstanding. The killing intent in Elder Eagle's eyes was palpable. His tone aggressive. There is no misunderstanding. 8 of my sect's disciples have perished. This old fool has committed a capital offense. In the ethereal realm of the Qiaomiao sect, a venerable institution known for its ostentatious reputation, whispers of its enigmatic nature abound. I am compelled to ascertain whether it is merely an illusion of grandeur. His heart seethed with fury and disdain as he cast a glance at Su Xiao, who appeared to be merely at the core formation stage, his intent to kill ignited. The adversary's solitary presence suggested he was nothing more than an outer elder of the Qiaomiao sect. To slay him, alongside 8 disciples of the Xuanma sect at the core formation level, would render the old Taoist of the Qiaomiao sect utterly defenseless, a reckless pursuit of death. With a flourish of his hands, a malevolent aura erupted from Elder Ing, coiling ominously above his head before morphing into a colossal spectre-esque visage. Hurtling towards Su Xiao with ferocious intent, those who dare to harm the disciples of the Xuanma sect shall perish. The dark spectre, imbued with a terrifying presence, bore a mouth as wide as half a face, seemingly poised to engulf Su Xiao whole. The latter's weathered visage reflected a hint of disdain. The denizens of the demonic sect appeared to be a congregation of fools, their minds dulled by their arcane practices. With a subtle elevation of his frail hands, crimson and golden flames erupted from the void. 2 orbs of flame, each the size of a fist, manifested instantaneously, unleashing a formidable wave of heat that threatened to incinerate the very air itself. The flames transformed into twin fire phoenixes, soaring forward to collide with the terrifying spectre. The crackling of flames resonated, and within mere moments, Su Xiao's inferno consumed the spectre entirely, leaving no trace behind. Elder Ying's countenance shifted dramatically, his malicious eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. The 2 middle-aged men behind him gazed at Su Xiao with equal astonishment. Although this elder seemed not to have reached the nascent soul stage, his prowess in fire manipulation was truly formidable. Could this be the essence of the mysterious Cloud sect? Whoosh! Just as the crowd began to comprehend the situation, still immersed in shock, Su Xiao flicked his fingers, and a fiery meteor soared into the sky. The blazing meteor then dove downward, aiming directly at the chest of Elder Eagle, elder of the mysterious Cloud sect. Do not underestimate my mysterious demon sect. Elder Eagle's expression turned furious as a sturdy iron shield shot forth from his chest. The golden-hued shield, once summoned, transformed into a radiant wall of light, protecting him. This was his pride, the superior-grade magical artifact, the Golden Light Shield. With his strength at the 6th level of the nascent soul, its defensive capabilities were indeed astonishing. No sword could breach the protection of his Golden Light Shield. Boom! The southern bright fire sword collided with the radiant wall, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. Lin Yenner and the middle-aged men were knocked back repeatedly by this force, barely managing to maintain their balance. The combat of nascent soul cultivators was indeed terrifying. Crack! Under the impact of the southern bright fire sword, the Golden Light Shield began to crack, fissures radiating from the tip of the thrusting sword. The red and yellow flames enveloping its blade sizzled, dimming the brilliance of the shield. This scene left Elder Eagle utterly shocked, filled with disbelief. Boom! The Southern Mingli Fire Sword, as a magical artifact, boasts an extraordinarily powerful blade enveloped in searing flames. In an instant, it shattered the golden wall conjured by the Golden Light Shield. This was merely the latent power possessed by Su Xiao at the 1st level of the core formation stage. Should one attain the nascent soul stage, the Southern Mingli Fire Sword, alongside the Earth Fire, would unleash even greater might. Impossible. Elder Eagle's darkened eyes widened in shock. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the Southern Mingli Fire Sword collided with the Golden Light Shield's essence, producing a thunderous sound as it shattered the gilded round shield into countless fragments. Without losing momentum, the sword soared forth with astonishing speed, piercing directly through Elder Eagle's emaciated chest. The opponent's sword technique was executed with such rapidity that he had no opportunity to cast any other spells, leaving him impaled and scorched by the flames. You. Elder Eagle clutched his chest, terror spreading across his aged visage. He had never fathomed that an ordinary old man at the core formation stage could unleash such formidable aggression. His seemingly invulnerable Golden Light Shield had failed to withstand even a single blow. The fiery blaze of red and yellow erupted from his chest, threatening to consume him entirely. Yet, Having sustained severe injuries and with his spiritual energy dissipating, he was utterly incapable of suppressing the terrifying flames any longer. You are courting your own demise. Old thief. My Xuanma sect will not let you escape. The flames swiftly enveloped Elder Eagle's entire being, and amidst his boundless terror and despair, he was reduced to a charred husk. There was no possibility of survival. Retrieving the Southern Ming flame sword, Su Xiao stroked his dashing goatee and glanced at the pale-faced members of the Lin family surrounding him. With a slight smile, he introduced himself. I am Su Xiao, an elder of the inner sect of the mysterious Mist Sect, here to escort Lin Yin'er back to the sect for training. May I inquire who among you is the head of the Lin family? Calm and composed, Su Xiao appeared like an ordinary old man, seemingly harmless. Following a recent confrontation with the disciples of the Xuanma sect, the middle-aged man in splendid attire, realizing the gravity of the situation, approached with a trembling gait. His face ashen, he clasped his fists and bowed, addressing Su Xiao with trepidation. Greetings, Elder Su. I am Lin Dadong, the father of Lin Yin'er. A woman adorned in palace garb, graceful and alluring, also approached with a quivering demeanor. In her 30s, she radiated a mature charm. Both were astounded by the revelation that Elder Su was indeed an inner sect elder. Yin'er, you have acquainted yourself with an elder of the mysterious Mist Sect? Lin Yin'er gazed at Su Xiao, her bright, enchanting eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Elder Su is incredibly powerful. At that moment, a flustered, rotund man in a golden robe rushed into the Lin family's courtyard. Upon witnessing the charred remains of the Xuanma sect disciples and the lifeless figure of Elder Ing, his already corpulent face turned ghostly pale, filled with dread as he addressed Lin Dadong. Lin Xinbei. What on earth has transpired here? How have Elder Ing and the others come to this fate? He was Jin Hao, the lord of Jinshi City. This marriage arrangement was entirely orchestrated by him. Now, before the young Master Li Jui of the Xuanma sect has even arrived to formalize the union, all members of the Xuanma sect have perished. He is on the verge of fainting from sheer terror. Chapter 28. Li Jinyao of the Xuanma sect. After a brief interval, Lin Yin'er elaborated on Su Xiao to the three individuals. The expressions of Lin Dadong and Jin Hao shifted dramatically. An esteemed inner sect elder of the Piamiao sect? A senior disciple of the sect's master? Or perhaps a disciple of the supreme elder of the Piamiao sect? The gravity of the revelation left Lin Dadong and Jin Hao utterly astounded. The venerable white-haired elder before them, exuding an ethereal presence, held such a prestigious position within the Piamiao sect. How could Lin Yin'er, an ordinary outer sect disciple, possibly be acquainted with such a distinguished inner sect elder? Lin Dadong and his wife were simultaneously astonished and elated, while Jin Hao, the lord of Jinshi City, was engulfed in shock and trepidation. Li Jinyao of the Xuanma sect had taken a fancy to Lin Yin'er, as he had previously indicated. Now, with this esteemed elder from the Piamiao sect seeking to claim her, following the demise of Elder Ing and his associates, how could he possibly report back to the young Master Li Jinyao in 2 days' time? As they stood in the courtyard, Su Xiao glanced at Lin Yin'er beside him and said kindly, Young brother Lin, your Yin'er and I share a fateful bond. I see her as clever and capable, and I am inclined to nurture her. I intend to take her back to the Piamiao sect for training. Regarding the marriage with the Xuanma sect, let us put that aside. Lin Dadong and his wife were filled with excitement. To have such a venerable elder from the Piamiao sect take an interest in Yin'er heralded boundless prospects for her future there. Indeed, Lin Dadong exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. We shall heed Elder Su's guidance. Elder, please take care of Yin'er in the days to come. Yet Jin Hao wore a countenance of bitterness, his heart filled with trepidation as he beseeched Elder Su. Elder Su, the Xuanma sect has issued a decree regarding this marriage. They insist on wedlock with the young lady of the Lin family. Brother Lin, you had previously consented to this arrangement. To waver now would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Xuanma sect. Lin Dadong cast a scrutinizing gaze upon Jin Hao, his brow furrowed. Indeed, he had acquiesced, albeit out of fear of the Xuanma sect's formidable power. He could not bear the thought of his daughter marrying someone as despicable as Li Junyani. Over the past weeks, he had inquired and learned that the young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Junyani, is notorious for having no less than 10 concubines, a veritable libertine and scoundrel. The consequences of Yin'er joining the Xuanma sect would be dire beyond imagination. Su Xiao regarded Jin Hao with a stern glint in his eyes and proclaimed, Lord Jin, your unilateral arrangement of a marriage for my disciples of the Piamiao sect without my consent is already met with my forbearance. Depart now. and seek to annul the engagement with the Xuanma sect. Inform them that Lin Yin'er wishes to return to the Piamiao sect for her cultivation. Jin Hao's complexion turned ashen once more. With merely the cultivation of the first level of the nascent soul, he knew that Eldering and his companions had met their demise in Jinshi City. To approach the Xuanma sect for an annulment would be tantamount to courting death. Elder Su. Jin Hao fell to his knees before Su Xiao, desperation etched across his face. Elder, you have slain Eldering and the others. How could I possibly confront the Xuanma sect? It would be akin to walking into a trap. Elder, I truly did not wish to act as a matchmaker. Yet the beauty of the young lady from the Lin family caught Li Junyani's eye at first glance, and he has since exerted relentless pressure upon me. Please, esteemed elder, take charge of matters concerning Jinshi City. In the name of the Piamiao sect, proceed to annul the engagement with the Su Nim sect. The adversary who was capable of slaying Elder Ing undoubtedly possesses profound cultivation. Furthermore, as a highly esteemed inner elder of the Piamiao sect, he would be far more reluctant to offend Elder Su Xiaojin compared to the Su Nim sect. Su Xiaojin gazed at the corpulent figure before him, his aged eyes reflecting a tinge of disdain. How could such a man ascend to the position of city lord of Jingshi? It appears that unspoken rules persist everywhere. Lin Dazhong and his wife also wore furrowed brows. Should the annulment not proceed smoothly, the adherents of the Su Nim sect might come seeking retribution for Elder Ying's demise, making life in Jinshi City quite unbearable. As Su Xiaojin pondered, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. Detection of a fated enemy. Li Jioi. Identity. Young master of the Su Nim sect. Mission issued. Eliminate the fated enemy. Li Jioi. Mission reward. Guaranteed thousandfold critical strike on the next gift. A mission? Su Xiaojin's eyes flickered with intrigue. This system, which promised a 10,000-fold return, even includes a task to slay a fated enemy. What a splendid opportunity. Li Jioi of the Su Nim sect? Quite fitting. I shall dispatch him with ease and be on my way. Clearing his throat, Su Xiaojin spoke with an authoritative tone. Since Lord Jin has spoken thus, I shall assist you wholeheartedly in dealing with this Li Jioi. Now, enlighten me. What is the current situation with the Su Nim sect? Upon hearing this, Jin Hao and Lin Dazhong felt a wave of relief wash over them. Truly, as expected of a prestigious sect, a paragon of righteousness, the mysterious sect indeed possesses profound heritage and a sense of responsibility. Lin Yin'er, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. Elder Su, truly, has shown her unparalleled kindness. Throughout her life, she shall never be able to repay Elder Su's graciousness. Jin Hao hastily interjected, Elder Su. The situation is as follows. In 2 days, the young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Jui, will arrive with a delegation to claim his bride. At that time, Elder Su, you can intervene on behalf of the mysterious sect to annul the engagement. Given your esteemed standing within the mysterious sect, Li Jud will undoubtedly hesitate to defy you. Thus, my Jinstone City will be spared, and the young lady from the Lin family can return to the mysterious sect to continue her cultivation. Jin Hao's heart raced with excitement. With an elder from the mysterious sect advocating for Jinstone City, the Xuanma sect would surely comply. Su Xiao nodded slightly. He then spoke in a measured tone. In the meantime, Jin Hao eagerly interjected, for these 2 days, we humbly invite Elder Su to reside in my city lord's mansion. We shall extend the most esteemed hospitality to you. Very well, let us await the arrival of Li Jui. The 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Jin Hao lavishly entertained Elder Su at the city lord's mansion, providing a continuous array of delectable food and fine wine. The mysterious sect, transcending worldly concerns, would treat even the Emperor of Donglai with the utmost reverence. On a serene morning, 2 miles outside Jinstone City, a grand procession approached, gliding through the air on their swords. Upon landing, they summoned from their storage bags exquisitely adorned puppet carriages. The carriage was adorned with a vibrant red drape featuring dragons and phoenixes, surrounded by disciples of the Xuanma sect, all clad in crimson garments. At the forefront, seated within the carriage, was a slender young man draped in a resplendent red cloak. Adorning his chest was a red flower, and he was dressed in the attire of a groom. His gaze was a tumultuous mix of yearning and lewdness. The mere thought of Lin Yin'er's pure and enchanting visage ignited an insatiable desire within him, compelling him to wish for nothing more than to seize her and revel in her beauty that very night. He was none other than the young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Jioi. Clearing his throat, Li Jioi bellowed with laughter, Elder San Yin. Young master, responded the 3 road-clearing elders with a resounding cheer. 5 flag vanguard. Present, young master. replied the 5 black-clad vanguards with hearty laughter. Disciples at the front. Here, young master, echoed dozens of elite disciples as they bowed respectfully. Li Jioe's eyes sparkled with mischief as he proclaimed with exuberance, "Today, the young master shall wed. You all must remain vigilant. Regardless of whether Lin Yin'er consents or not, we shall bring her back to the sect and hold the ceremony right here." "Indeed, young master," the crowd roared in unison, their eyes gleaming with fervent excitement. The young master's wedding promised a bounty of resources as rewards for them. Lin Yin'er of Jinshi City. Today, she shall be compelled to return with the young master, no matter how loudly she protests, and together they shall enter the bridal chamber. Chapter 29. Vanguard of the fire-killing banner before the gates of Jinshi City, Jin Hao, accompanied by the officials of Jinshi City and the Lin family, awaited the arrival of the wedding procession. Shortly after, the entourage of the Xuanma sect approached. Before they could discern any figures, a terrifying and transcendent pressure emanating from the nascent soul stage enveloped them like an overwhelming tide. The surrounding spiritual energies surged and trembled, while waves of air roared in succession. Upon their arrival at Jinshi City, the members of the Xuanma sect unleashed their formidable nascent soul presence, casting a shadow over those who came to welcome them. This was a display of power from the Xuanma sect's wedding party. Such a formidable assembly of sect experts was mobilized solely to ensure that the young master secured his beautiful bride. Jin Hao and Lin Dazhong swallowed hard, their faces paling slightly. They were astounded by the sheer strength of the Xuanma sect's wedding party, which included several formidable figures at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. The officials of Jinshi City broke into a sweat, fear flickering in their eyes. The Xuanma sect had sent a welcoming party whose might far surpassed that of Jinshi City, truly a major force in the demonic sect. The people of Jinshi City were thoroughly astonished by the approaching members of the Xuanma sect. Only Elder Su had come from the Miao Miao sect, and this marriage was certainly not an easy matter to withdraw from. "Welcome, young Master Li of the Xuanma sect. It has been a few days, and the young master appears even more radiant. Please, do come in." As the procession drew near, the city lord, Jin Hao, donned a broad smile, stepping forward to greet them. Although his face bore a cheerful expression, his heart was laden with deep apprehension. Surrounded by the overwhelming pressure of the nascent soul, he struggled to breathe, and now he dared not even mention the matter of breaking off the engagement, let alone speak of the demise of Elder Ying and the others at the hands of Elder Su. With a scoff, Li Junyi stepped forward and casually waved his hand at Jin Hao. Upon noticing Lin Yin'er standing beside Lin Dadong and his wife, his eyes widened in astonishment, a gleam of brilliance flickering within. She was adorned in a flowing white gown, her figure elegant and captivating, exuding an air of purity and charm. Her slender, graceful form resembled a willow swaying in the breeze, standing tall like a jade statue. Her fair and exquisite visage radiated boundless youthful beauty, reminiscent of a lotus blooming from the water, enchanting all who beheld her. Her snow-white, smooth skin glistened delicately, and her long neck was both graceful and alluring. A gentle breeze stirred her flowing black hair, showcasing the unique allure of youthful femininity. After marveling at her beauty, Li Junyi took a step forward and dismounted from the carriage, surrounded by a throng of disciples from the Xuanma sect. He clasped his hands behind his back and coldly interrogated, "Jin Hao, what is the meaning of this? I explicitly stated that I, the young master, have come to fetch the bride today. Is this how you have arranged for the young lady of the Lin family? Where is the phoenix crown and the bridal attire? Do you intend for her to dress in this manner as she accompanies me back to the sect to wed?" With a resounding force, Li Junyi's nascent soul aura surged forth like a torrent. Observing the discontent of their young master, the disciples of the Xuanma sect unleashed their own nascent soul pressures, creating an oppressive atmosphere around them. The onlookers from Jinshi City changed their expressions, feeling the overwhelming force of the nascent soul, and one by one, they could not withstand it and retreated in haste. Even Lin Yin'er, her delicate face pale, clung tightly to her mother. "Young master, please calm your anger." Jin Hao hurried to Li Jui's side, his expression one of bitterness. His corpulent figure trembled slightly, appearing to hesitate between words. Surrounded by the members of the Xuanma sect, he dared not mention the matter of the annulment of the engagement. "Elder Su, please come out." "Jin Hao," Li Jui's voice thundered. "It seems you have no intention of remaining in Jinshi City. Hurry and escort Miss Lin back, change her attire, and bring her here once more." His voice dripped with ire, his feminine eyes flashing with fury. Were it not for Lin Yin'er's beauty before him, he would have little patience to converse with Jin Hao and would have resorted to violence immediately. "Did you not hear the young master's command? Why are you still standing there? The elder of the three Een and the vanguard of the five flags glared, their expressions foreboding as they regarded Jin Hao. It seemed that any reluctance on his part could incite a complete eruption of their wrath. This left Jin Hao trembling in fear, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Meanwhile, Lin Dazhong and the other members from Jinshi City were filled with apprehension. The Xuanma sect had come prepared, and it remained uncertain whether Elder Su could successfully annul this engagement. Just as Jin Hao found himself ensnared in an inextricable dilemma, a voice, aged and jovial, emerged from a nearby carriage. Subsequently, an elderly man clad in gray, with hair and beard as white as snow, slowly descended from the vehicle. Li Jui, Lin Yener, I shall take her away. Let this engagement be forgotten. As Su Xiao stepped before the assembly, Jin Haolin and his entourage finally exhaled in relief. With an inner sect elder of the Pyamyao sect supporting them, they possessed the courage to defy the Xuanma sect. What? Upon hearing the words of the white-haired elder, Li Jiuyue's expression shifted dramatically, his narrow, shadowy eyes filled with fury and astonishment. Who is this old man? How dare he speak here? Li Jiuyue forcefully pushed aside Jin Hao, advancing with palpable ire to confront the elder. The members of the Xuanma sect followed closely behind, their imposing presence casting a palpable pressure that caused the people of Jinshi City to pale in fear. Haha, I am Su Xiao, an elder of the Pyamyao sect. Lin Yener is one of our disciples, and we, the Pyamyao sect, do not consent to this marriage, Su Xiao declared coldly, his aged eyes glinting with a hint of mockery and disdain. The title of inner sect elder of the Pyamyao sect? Su Xiao's proclamation struck the hearts of every member of the Xuanma sect like a bolt from the blue. The disciples of the Pyamyao sect have arrived? Li Jiyue and his companions were left in a state of tumultuous shock. How could an insignificant outer sect disciple provoke the attention of an inner sect elder? Initially taken aback, Li Jiyue and his associates momentarily stared in disbelief. Yet, upon sensing that this white-haired elder appeared to possess only the cultivation of the core formation stage, the members of the Xuanma sect exchanged furious glances. A mere core formation elder dares to claim the title of inner sect elder of the Pyamyao sect? Such audacity is beyond comprehension. In the realm of Jinshiqing, who dares to defy the commands of the Xianxin sect? Furthermore, to recruit someone to impersonate an elder of the Pyamyao sect in order to annul a marriage? Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. An aged man, bold enough to masquerade as an elder of the Pyamyao sect, must be weary of life itself. A brutish figure, witnessing Su Xiao standing defiantly in his path, leapt forward, intent on delivering a lethal blow. He was a vanguard of the fire banner, at the third level of the nascent soul stage. It was evident that Jinshiqing had no intention of releasing him. He aimed to make an example of Su Xiao. With a flourish, the brutish man conjured a long blade of magical energy and aimed it directly at Su Xiao's forehead, launching a devastating strike. The power of the nascent soul surged forth, and the blade shimmered with a terrifying brilliance, its might unparalleled. In an instant, a fiery divine sword shot forth. The South Ming Li fire sword, imbued with boundless power, hurtled towards the midpoint of the long blade. With a resounding clash, the long blade collided with the divine sword, shattering upon impact. In quick succession, it obliterated the two protective artifacts surrounding the fire banner vanguard, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that decapitated him. Crimson and golden flames ignited where the broken blade and the vanguard met, consuming all in their path. Within mere moments, the severed blade melted into a pool of molten metal amidst the raging inferno. Meanwhile, the headless corpse of the fire banner vanguard was reduced to charred remains, a sight too ghastly to behold. The rapidity of these events left both parties in stunned silence, unable to register the unfolding calamity. As the charred body of the vanguard crumpled to the ground with a dull thud, the onlookers turned to Su Xiao in disbelief, gasping in astonishment, their eyes wide with profound shock. Chapter 30. Successfully provoking the Xuanma sect. Li Jud gazed incredulously at the elderly man before him. He was certain the spiritual energy the other party had just unleashed was evidently at the early stage of the core formation realm, yet wielding that fiery red flying sword, he had effortlessly vanquished even those of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, how dare he slay a member of the Xuanma sect? Shock transformed into unbridled fury as Li Jui's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with murderous intent directed at the elder ahead. The members of the Xuanma sect surrounding him were equally astounded by Su Xiao's thunderous display of might. The vanguard of the fire flag, a third-level nascent soul practitioner, along with several protective artifacts, had been so easily dispatched by the opponent. It was utterly unfathomable. Meanwhile, Jean Howling's group had gone pale, their expressions etched with terror. How had Elder Su suddenly resorted to violence? Hadn't it been agreed that they would merely annul the engagement? Lin Dadong and his wife shielded their daughter Lin Yin'er behind them, their faces equally astonished. Elder Su, despite his advanced age and seemingly amiable demeanor, had transformed into a figure of horror upon encountering a member of the Xuanma sect. With this turn of events, there was no longer any possibility for reconciliation. They would inevitably face the Xuanma sect's relentless retribution. In that moment, Lin Dadong contemplated fleeing. Should negotiations fall apart, he was prepared to whisk his wife and daughter away, to hide and assume false identities. If conflict between the Piaomiao sect and the Xuanma sect were to erupt due to Lin Yin'er, their family, mere purveyors of spiritual tea, would surely meet a grim fate. Su Xiao leisurely sheathed his divine sword, gazing at the group of trembling members from the Xuanma sect before him. A slight smile graced his aged face. Daring to act against an elder of the Piaomiao sect, Li Junyani, do you not realize that such actions could lead to the downfall of your Xuanma sect? His voice, though marked by age, carried an undeniable authority that commanded respect. The profound heritage of the ancient sect was vividly displayed in that moment, embodying an unparalleled confidence. You truly are an elder of the Piaomiao sect? Li Junyani's complexion turned pale. Initially, he had been skeptical. However, witnessing the divine sword wielded by the aging cultivator caused his resolve to waver. The sword, imbued with flames, was undoubtedly a formidable supreme-grade artifact, even among the finest of its kind. There was no other explanation for how a mere golden core elder could slay the vanguard of the fire banner. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Junyani, and his expression shifted as he demanded, "What has become of Eldering? What have you done to him?" A foreboding sense of dread surged within him. Yet, he dared not act too recklessly before Su Xiao, for the reputation of the Piaomiao sect as the pinnacle of righteousness was not unfounded. Su Xiao nonchalantly replied, "That old fellow disrespected me. He has met his end." "What?" The members of the Xuanma sect were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Elder Ing and his companions had also fallen to this elder's hands. How despicable! "Old man, you go too far." Li Junyani was consumed by fury, his face flushed with rage. Yet, the remnants of his reason admonished him against provoking the disciples of the Misty sect. The individual before him was a venerable elder of the sect, and should he take the drastic step of killing him, the Su and Im sect would be unable to withstand the wrath of the Misty sect. This matter necessitated a discussion with his father upon his return. At this moment, his thoughts had long since dismissed the triviality of marrying Lin Yin'er as a concubine. Such a concern paled in comparison to the gravity of the Misty sect. He found himself perplexed, wondering how a mere elder of the Misty sect would venture alone to rescue a lowly outer disciple. It was incomprehensible. "Are you truly so brazen?" Su Zio sneered. "What of it if I am? What can a mere whelp like you do to me? If you possess any courage, then strike. Let me see if I one pierce you through with a single sword." Individuals like you, devoid of virtue and merely indulging in debauchery, are nothing but repugnant refuse. The scorn was palpable. Li Junyani was incensed, as if Su Zio's words were a thousand-fold insult. How dare this old man speak to him in such a manner? Was this elder truly here for Lin Yin'er? It was evident that he had come to provoke the Su and Im sect. "Old man, you shall meet your demise at my hands. You have slain numerous disciples of my Su and Im sect. Even if the Misty sect comes seeking vengeance, it is we who hold the moral high ground." In a swift motion, Li Junyani drew forth a superior quality sword, ready to engage Su Zio in a lethal confrontation. "Young master, you must remain calm." The elder of the three Yin sect obstructed Li Junyani. Although the three of them displayed a flicker of anger in their aged eyes, it was tempered more by rationality. To slay this old man would irrevocably enmity with the Piaomiao sect, even if they were justified in their actions. The Xianmo sect would find themselves at a disadvantage, for the two sects were not of the same caliber. Su Xiao continued to mock, questioning the three elderly figures, insinuating that they ought to reflect on their own advanced ages while allowing this young rogue to act recklessly. He exclaimed, "At your age, you must have been living like swine or dogs." Boom! Su Zhao's words resonated like thunder, reverberating within the hearts of the onlookers. It was not only the members of the Xianmo sect who were baffled. Even the crowd from Jinshi City regarded Su Xiao with expressions of sheer confusion. What was the elder Su thinking? Having already eliminated so many disciples of the opposing faction, the Xianmo sect had shown remarkable restraint. A mere application of the Piao Miao sect's influence could have facilitated a smooth withdrawal from this marriage arrangement. Yet, the opposing party evidently had no intention of backing down. Even the three Yin elders were now cursing. Jean Haolin and the others were utterly stunned. Even Lin Yenner, who stood behind, was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend Elder Su's behavior. "Old man, what are you saying? It seems you are truly seeking your own demise." "Alas, out of respect for the Piao Miao sect, I intended to spare your life. But today, even if the emperor himself were to intervene, you shall still meet your end." The three black-robed elders were left incensed, their faces contorted with fury at Su Zhao's words. The three individuals are the esteemed elders of the Xuanma sect, overseeing both internal and external affairs of the sect. To their astonishment, they were reprimanded by an elderly man at the core formation stage, no longer restraining Li Junyani. The three retrieved their magical artifacts and declared, "Young master, let us first eliminate this Elder Su. We shall discuss subsequent matters upon our return to the sect. Perhaps he is merely an outer member of the Piao Miao sect, wielding the power of another." Li Junyani, already incensed, unsheathed his sword and summoned the disciples of the Xuanma sect. "Disciples of the Xuanma sect, heed my command. This Elder Su has slain our brethren and insulted us. Seize him and rend his body to pieces." Upon hearing these words, the disciples' eyes gleamed with ferocity. Subsequently, they brandished their magical artifacts and surged towards Elder Su like a relentless tide. Today, this old man was surely doomed. The onlookers in Jinshiqing were struck with terror, their faces drained of color. They hastily retreated, avoiding the onslaught of the Xuanma disciples. Their cultivation levels were still feeble, and they dared not stand alongside Elder Su in resistance. Jean Haolin and others were utterly bewildered, grappling with the unfolding chaos. What on earth was happening? Elder Su was exhibiting an unprecedented tenacity. To the uninformed, it might seem as though there existed a profound enmity between him and the Xuanma sect. "Elder Su, prepare to meet your demise." At the forefront, Li Junyani led the way, flanked by the three esteemed elders, while behind them stood a cadre of elite demonic cultivators. This formidable assembly could easily spell disaster for any careless transformation stage cultivator, let alone this elderly figure. How foolishly naive. Su Xiao remained calm, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He discerned that among the demonic cultivators, the three Yin elders were the most formidable, each possessing the prowess of the 9th level of the Yuan-Ying realm. Even wielding the Southern Brightly Fire Sword would pose some difficulties for him. However, he had long devised a strategy. With the 9th level Zishu Thunder Talisman in hand, the next move lay in their hands. Clutching the purple talisman, Su Xiao stood as steady as a mountain, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 31. The Return of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Gazing ahead at a throng of demonic cultivators, Su Xiao summoned the divine power contained within the returned Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman of the 9th level of the Transformation Realm. The moment the talisman was activated, a tremendous sound of wind and thunder erupted from the violet talisman. In an instant, the heavens transformed, dark clouds amassed ominously. A formidable pressure from the 9th level of the Transformation Realm descended, enveloping the group of demonic cultivators led by Li Jui. "What is happening?" Li Jui, the elder of the three Yin, and the four flag-bearers halted their assault. They gazed skyward at the gathering orb of energy, their expressions shifting dramatically, eyes wide with astonishment. Transformation thunder. How could transformation thunder suddenly materialize? Was it the talisman wielded by that old man just moments ago? The eldest among the three Yin elders suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Could it be that the talisman employed by the opponent was indeed a talisman of the Transformation Realm? Retreat. Fall back. Return to the sect. The three Yin elder, sensing the overwhelming force from above, shouted urgently, unwilling to confront it directly. Yet, it was already too late. The transformation thunder had locked onto the individuals below. In the blink of an eye, a massive bolt of thunder plummeted from the sky, aimed squarely at Li Jui and the elder of the three Yin. Lightning flashed, and an oppressive aura of the Transformation Realm permeated the surroundings. In that moment, the inhabitants of Jingshi City trembled in fear. Transformation. There exists a cultivator of the Transformation Realm. The purple thunder, as thick as a giant tree, emerged suddenly and struck directly at Li Junyani and Elder Sanin. In an instant, the immense force of the thunder engulfed the three. The residual waves of thunder surged forth, leaving no one among the disciples of the Xuanma sect unscathed. This was a strike from the 9th level of the Transformation God Realm. Even the aftershocks were sufficient to send the infant realm cultivators of the Four Flags vanguard flying. No, amidst the thunder, Elder Sanine exerted his utmost cultivation to withstand the onslaught. However, before him, Li Junyani, still lacking in cultivation, could not fend off the thunder. In the depths of endless pain and despair, Li Junyani cast one last glance at the white-haired elder, only to be reduced to ash in an instant. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend how the Xuanma sect had offended Su Xiao. It seemed as though their enmity ran deep. As his life extinguished, he vanished into nothingness. The power of the 9th-level transformation goddess Purple Sky Thunder Talisman was astounding. After claiming Li Junyani's life, its might remained unabated. Within the column of thunder, Elder Sanine too succumbed to despair, his defenses shattered one by one, ultimately obliterated by the divine thunder. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with fervor. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The Purple Sky Thunder Talisman returned by the system was undoubtedly far superior to the talismans crafted by the Void Refinement cultivators. A product of the system is assuredly a masterpiece. As the thunder dissipated, the remains of Li Junyani and Elder Sanine were nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Four Flags vanguard were sent flying far away, their bodies charred and blackened. Yet they still drew breath, lingering on the edge of existence. The demise of the Xuanma sect was imminent. They gazed at the serene figure of the elderly man in gray ahead, their hearts overwhelmed with despair and astonishment. The power of his talisman was terrifying, far beyond the realm of mere transformation talismans. They surmised that it might even be an unheard-of void refinement talisman. However, there was no time for further contemplation. The southern bright fire sword, infused with the might of the earth's fire, mercilessly struck down the demonic cultivators, sparing none. In mere moments, an entire bridal procession of dozens was annihilated by Su Xiao, leaving not a single soul alive. Even Li Juoyan was reduced to nothingness, obliterated by lightning. The earth fire blazed, turning the entire bridal party to ash. Su Xiao stepped forward and retrieved a storage bag from the ground. It belonged to Li Juoyan. Crafted from unique scales, this storage bag was among the finest of its kind, having endured the storm of thunder. A quick glance revealed a delightful surprise: over 400 superior spirit stones, 3 superior magical artifacts, and more than 30 transformation pills suitable for nascent soul cultivators. This young man was quite affluent. Without further thought, Su Xiao tossed the bag into his spatial repository. Upon returning to the gathered crowd in Jinshi City, he found them rendered speechless, as if carved from stone, utterly stunned by his display of thunderous prowess. The young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Juoyan, along with the 3 elders and so many elite disciples, were all dead. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The seemingly benevolent Elder Su was, in fact, terrifying. Although his cultivation was modest, he possessed items of astonishing power, including even the God Transformation Thunder Talisman. Could this be the formidable heritage of the ancient sect? The mysterious Mist Sect? Young friend Lin, Elder Su said with a smile, addressing the petrified Lin Yenner. With a pallid complexion, she stepped out from the crowd and knelt before Elder Su, utterly awestruck by his strength. Elder Su was indeed the senior brother of the sect leader, a highly esteemed inner door elder. Even in the face of a failed tribulation, he still wielded the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. It was overwhelmingly impressive. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and exhilaration. With Elder Su's protection, those from the Xuanma sect would no longer dare to harass her. Elder Su declared, "The matter is resolved. Let us return to the sect. Young friend Lin, we are fated to meet. In the future, within the sect, you shall be a registered disciple of Elder Lu, and I shall ensure you have the resources needed for your cultivation." Lin Yenner was taken aback by this revelation. To be a registered disciple of the law enforcement elder, that meant she would be an apprentice to the esteemed sect leader Dugu. Elder Su was treating her with such kindness. Tears of gratitude streamed down her face as she realized that she was regarded as a successor by Elder Su. "Disciple, thank you for your generous favor, Elder." Lin Yenner knelt and offered 3 deep bows to Su Xiao, her fair forehead reddened and swollen from the exertion of her sincerity. "Ha ha," Su Xiao waved his hand and chuckled, having already proclaimed their fateful connection. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task of defeating the enemy of fortune. You have earned a chance for a 1,000-fold return. The next gift will surely be reciprocated." Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered as he retrieved a thunder-summoning talisman of the nascent soul stage, 10 foundation establishment pills, and 10 superior spirit stones from his spatial repository. "Take these. This is your initiation gift for entering the esteemed tutelage of Master Lu Dalian, which I have provided on his behalf," he said with a smile. Keep the thunder-summoning talisman safe. It may one day save your life in times of peril. As Lin Yin'er gazed upon his benevolent visage, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Trembling, she accepted the items and bowed thrice once more. Elder Su, from this day forth, I shall do whatever you ask. I shall serve only Elder Su. Behind her, Lin Dedong and Jin Hao were left in a state of astonishment. Elder Su truly valued Lin Yin'er and intended to nurture her with care. The Lin family was indeed blessed. Lin Dedong and his wife were filled with excitement, their faces flushed with joy. How fortunate it was for such a powerful and esteemed elder of the mysterious sect to take notice of Yin'er. Surely, her future would soar to great heights. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting Lin Yin'er the Thunder Summoning Talisman, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, resulting in the return of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman of the 9th layer of the Void Refining Stage. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment Pills, resulting in the return of 10 Essence Gold Pills. Chapter 32. A new mission. The system's voice resounded, and Su Shao nodded with satisfaction. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Indeed, the system had returned to him this unheard-of talisman for refining the. With this talisman in hand, it was tantamount to possessing an overwhelmingly powerful strike from a refining cultivator. Jin Hao approached, his expression filled with trepidation, and repeatedly bowed before Su Shao, exclaiming, Elder Su, I fear that Jin Stone City is in grave trouble. Upon hearing his words, Su Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. Jin Hao implied that with the demise of so many elite members of the Xuanma sect, including the sect leader's son, Li Jiyue, if the Xuanma sect were to learn of this news, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against Jin Stone City. The moment Elder Su departed, disaster would befall Jin Stone City. Observing the shocked and fearful faces of the gathered people from Jin Stone City, Su Shao reassured them, Fear not. Should the Xuanma sect come to seek vengeance, you may inform them that this was all orchestrated by my Piaomiao sect, and they may come to Piaomiao sect to find me, Su Shao. My sect shall bear all consequences. He was unperturbed. The Xuanma sect was barely worthy of even carrying the shoes of the Piaomiao sect. Did they dare to confront him? If they did, it would be akin to courting death. Upon hearing his words, Jin Hao and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su. Lin Dazhong and his wife stepped forward, respectfully bowing in thanks to Su Shao. The latter remarked, Young friend Lin, Yin'er is quite to my liking. I intend to nurture her. Rest assured, as long as I am present in the Piaomiao sect, no one shall bully Yin'er. The couple's faces brightened with joy as they promptly bowed deeply in gratitude. With such an ethereal elder from the Sky Mist sect watching over Yin'er, it is indeed a great fortune for her. Ignoring the crowd, Su Shao summoned the meteor sword, preparing to escort Lin Yin'er back to the sect. The latter gazed at Su Shao, who stood poised upon his sword, her youthful and exquisite face flushing a deep crimson. Elder Su has invited me to share a sword ride? What an immense honor. With a graceful leap, Lin Yin'er landed behind Su Shao. However, as it was her first experience being carried aloft, she struggled to maintain her balance and instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Xiao's back. Elder Su, I apologize. I have never flown on a sword before. Her cheeks burned even more, yet she dared not release her grip. Su Shao, sensing the warmth emanating from her embrace, was further enchanted by the delicate fragrance unique to young maidens. He smiled gently and reassured her, Yin'er, just hold on tight. Once you reach the core formation stage, you will be able to fly on your own. Lin Yin'er nodded softly, embracing Su Shao tenderly. Though he was aged, his tall and sturdy figure inspired a touch of shyness upon her fair visage. Disregarding the onlookers, Su Shao soared into the skies with Lin Yin'er in tow. In the northern region of Goldstone City, nestled among the mountains, lay a cluster of dark structures, densely packed, exuding an ominous aura. Within a spacious chamber, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with alarm. This is bad. The Soul Lantern is in trouble. His figure transformed into a streak of brilliance as he hurried towards the Soul Lantern chamber. Upon entering, one is greeted by the luminous azure soul lamps within the chamber, each extinguishing one by one. The soul lamp of Elder Sanine flickers out. The soul lamp of the Vanguard of 5 Banners is snuffed. Ultimately, when he witnesses the extinguishing of Li Jui's soul lamp, his fierce eyes widen in fury, brimming with an inexhaustible thirst for vengeance. No, Jui, my son, who has taken your life? I, Li Tianba, shall ensure their body is torn asunder to avenge you. His bloodshot eyes reflect his astonishment and rage. How could so many formidable experts from the Xuanma sect perish in Jinshiqing? He is consumed by the desire for revenge. In the northern borders of Donglai Kingdom, Su Xiao traverses the clouds, soaring through the skies with Lin Yenner. Though their speed is not swift, it is Lin Yenner's first experience at such heights. Gazing down at the magnificent landscape of mountains and rivers, she feels a twinge of trepidation. In fear, she clings tightly to Su Xiao, absorbing the warmth emanating from him. Her delicate features flushed with a rosy hue. This marks her inaugural encounter in such intimate proximity with the opposite sex. Despite Su Xiao being an elderly and kind-hearted figure, she finds herself stirred, the blush lingering on her face. Su Xiao maintains a steady and measured pace, mindful of Lin Yenner's comfort. He chuckles inwardly, realizing that this outing has indeed yielded substantial rewards. Beyond acquiring the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman, he has also secured a considerable number of high-grade spirit stones. Presently, his spatial storage holds 550 high-grade spirit stones, alleviating any concerns regarding future expenditures in that regard. Once again, Li Jui's storage bag yielded over 30 transformation pills. These pills are valued at 10 high-grade spirit stones each, and few cultivators at the nascent soul stage possess the financial means to afford them consistently. They are typically acquired by chance, serving as a means to accelerate one's cultivation. A detection of an adversary in fortune revealed. Li Tianba. Identity: Sect leader of the Xuanma sect. Mission issued: eliminate the fortune adversary, Li Tianba. Mission reward: an assured 10,000-fold critical hit upon the next gift. Another mission? Su Xiao halted for a moment, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. A 10,000-fold critical hit. What a splendid task. He had heard vague whispers of the Xuanma sect leader, who was likely a god transformation cultivator and possibly the father of Li Jui. With a thoughtful glint in his aging eyes, Su Xiao turned the tip of his sword towards the mountain range of the Xuanma sect. Elder, are we returning? Lin Yenner inquired with a hint of confusion. Su Xiao replied with a smile, we shall not return, but rather proceed to another destination. Oh, understood, Lin Yenner nodded, accepting the elder's decision without further question. Su Xiao continued, we are heading to the Xuanma sect. There is still a matter I have yet to attend to, and it is fortuitous that we can address it together. Xuanma sect, Lin Yenner exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The elder had just vanquished Li Jun and his companions. Going to the Xuanma sect now was perilously reckless. Within the Xuanma sect, an infuriated Li Tianba summoned all remaining elders and disciples to gather at the sect's plaza. Below, there gathered a dense throng of hundreds, all disciples of the Xuanma sect. Among them were numerous golden core cultivators and a considerable number of nascent soul practitioners. This represented the sect's most formidable fighting force. Disciples of the Xuanma sect, heed my command. Your young master, Li Jud, has fallen in Jingshi City, alongside Elder Sanin and the 5-banner vanguard. Today, we shall raze Jingshi City to the ground and seek out the perpetrators of this heinous act. We shall avenge them. From the elevated platform, Li Tianba's voice boomed with furious intensity, brimming with unrestrained wrath. Revenge. The elders and disciples below echoed his call, their voices a chorus of fury. How dare Jingshi City lay a hand on the young master of the Xuanma sect? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. With the army poised for action, today would mark the demise of Jingshi City. Although the city had suffered some losses and the sect was gravely injured, the presence of the sect leader himself ensured that those scoundrels would undoubtedly meet their end. Let us proceed. We march to Jingshi City to demand justice. Those who offend the Xuanma sect shall be exterminated. Li Tianba's commanding shout unleashed an astonishing aura of power, resonating with his cultivation at the 4th level of divine transformation. Instantly, the elders and disciples below were invigorated, their spirits ignited. Each one prepared their swords, eager to follow and exact vengeance for Li Jui and Elder Sanin. Chapter 33, Calamity of the Xuanma sect. Hundreds soared through the skies on their swords, invoking the Xuanma technique, as dense black clouds billowed upwards, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. The nearby cultivators and mortals were struck with astonishment. The Xuanma sect's display of such magnitude signified that a momentous event had transpired. In the heavens, Li Tianba loomed above the crowd. His black robe billowed, radiating an overwhelming aura of divine energy. Surrounding him, the deep, ominous demonic energy surged and roared, while beneath him, a sea of black-clad cultivators waved their banners in fervent support. He appeared as a celestial demon, towering over the earth, as if he were the very sovereign of all creation, overlooking the world with disdain. Jingshi City. Kill! Kill! The resounding roars echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, filled with unbridled fury and hatred, showing no signs of abating. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the nearby cultivators and mortals. What offense had Jinshi City committed to provoke the wrath of the Xuanma sect? Given the current circumstances, it seemed Jinshi City was on the brink of annihilation. They hastily sought to flee. These individuals understood that the Xuanma sect was in a volatile state. Any foolhardy attempt to approach would lead to a swift and unexplainable demise. Just as Li Tianba prepared to accelerate towards Jinshi City, a frail figure suddenly appeared before the assembled members of the Xuanma sect. The elder, standing upon his flying sword, donned a gray robe that fluttered gently in the breeze. His white hair and beard glistened in the sunlight, exuding an aura of age and otherworldliness, making him appear both ethereal and divine. Who dares to obstruct the path of the Xuanma sect? Hurry and retreat, where you shall find no place to be buried. Li Tianba waved his hand, signaling the disciples behind him to halt. The elderly figure ahead exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably indicating that he was no ordinary person. Were it otherwise, Li Tianba would have already engaged him in combat rather than exchanging words. Su Xiao let out a light chuckle, observing the cold, middle-aged man in black robes, who bore a striking resemblance to Li Junyani. In a tone imbued with age, he inquired, "Are you Li Tianba, the master of the Xuanma sect? Li Junyani's father?" Taken aback, Li Tianba's expression shifted at the mention of his son. The realization that this stranger was aware of Li Junyani sent a flicker of ferocity through his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied coldly, "Indeed. I am Li Tianba. Old man, do you know what has befallen my son, Li Junyani? If you do, speak swiftly. Who is responsible for his demise? My Xuanma sect will not rest until we avenge my unfortunate son." Su Xiao nodded inwardly. Subsequently, an unremarkable black talisman slowly emerged from his spatial pouch. This was the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman, a formidable weapon essential for accomplishing the arduous task set forth by the system. "I am Su Xiao, an elder of the Piao sect," he declared, his aged eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. "Li Tianba, your son has grievously transgressed the boundaries of our Piao sect by attempting to abduct one of our disciples for himself. In adherence to our sect's regulations, I have eliminated those who offend our disciples. Your son, Li Jud, is one of them." Boom. Su Xiao's words resounded like thunder from the heavens, echoing in the ears of every member of the Xuanma sect. The crowd, engulfed in swirling darkness, gazed in disbelief at the elder wielding the sword, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Piao sect. This elder is a member of the inner council of the Piao sect, and he has slain the young master and elder Sanin. The expressions of the Xuanma sect practitioners changed dramatically in shock. How dare the Piao sect act with such audacity? Li Tianba regarded Su Xiao, his eyes ablaze with fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yet he strangely restrained his anger. If this matter involves such an ancient and enigmatic sect as the Piao sect, the complexity of the situation escalates. For nearly a millennium, the righteous and demonic paths on the Panlong continent have coexisted peacefully, relying on a mutual understanding of restraint. To his astonishment, a mere outer disciple of the Piao sect has garnered such attention, even prompting the arrival of an inner elder. Furthermore, they have taken lives. Su Xiao, you old scoundrel. You of the Piao sect indiscriminately kill members of my Xuanma sect, including my son. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Li Tianba sensed that the opponent was merely at the core formation stage, though doubts lingered in his heart. He contemptuously declared that should a war erupt between the righteous and demonic factions, the Piao sect shall bear the full brunt of the responsibility. Old scoundrel, today, I shall end your life. The Piao sect could hardly be blamed for the current predicament. The onus lay entirely upon you. With that, he summoned forth the divine energy, preparing to strike down the old Taoist in vengeance for his son. The adversary, merely a golden core cultivator, could not possibly hold any significant standing within the Piao sect. His overwhelming fury had caused him to forget the undeniable fact that this individual had, with his golden core prowess, slain numerous formidable experts from the Xian sect. Hey, Su Xiao stood atop his flying sword, a faint smile gracing his aged visage. He sensed the murderous intent directed at him. Yet, to challenge a mountain with an egg was folly. Under the formidable strike of a 9th-level void refinement expert, not only would the mere transformation of Li Tianba be obliterated, but the entirety of the Xian sect would be reduced to ashes. As for the consequences, he held no fear. As a senior elder of the Piao sect, What could these wretched, demonic cultivators possibly do to him? Xianimo Sect. You brazenly abduct my disciples from the Piao Miao Sect. Today, I, Su Xiao, shall act on behalf of my sect to eradicate you. With that declaration, he infused the black talisman with spiritual energy. The once radiant sky, bathed in sunlight, was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, obscuring any trace of daylight. The thunderous roar of lightning reverberated through the heavens, the oppressive arcs of electricity flickering ominously within the clouds, seemingly poised to descend at any moment. Li Tianba and the other disciples of the Xianimo sect were incensed by Su Xiao's brazen words. Yet, upon perceiving the abnormality in the sky, their expressions turned ashen. Eyes wide with terror. Is this truly the oppressive aura of a grand cultivator of void refinement? How dare the Piao Miao sect dispatch such a formidable warrior to battle? Impossible. This cannot be. The cultivators of the righteous sect have not engaged in combat for thousands of years. Master, this is terrible. We must retreat at once. The cultivators of the mystical cloud sect are not foes we can contend with. The remaining elders of the sect near Li Tianba were petrified by the ominous thunderclouds overhead. One after another, they urged Li Tianba to escape the thunder zone. Survival was of utmost importance. This was beyond what his Xuanma sect could withstand. You old scoundrels of the mystical cloud sect have crossed the line. Li Tianba's expression turned grim. He could sense the surging electric light of the void refinement above locking onto him. There was no way he could escape. Hurry, stand down. We can still negotiate. Fear and shock engulfed him. Li Tianba had conceded. The overwhelming pressure of the void refinement was not something an ordinary cultivator could wield. It was likely the work of a formidable expert in the late stages of void refinement. Negotiate? Su Xiao scoffed. What nonsense. I have come to take your life. A mere minor demon sect daring to condone its disciples in abducting my mystical cloud sect's members is courting death, is it not? As his words fell, the sky's thunder gathered its might. Boom. A colossal purple lightning bolt, akin to a dragon's form, descended with tremendous force. This bolt of lightning was at least 10 times thicker than the previous divine purple lightning, like a divine light descending from the heavens. It instantaneously enveloped all members of the Xuanma sect ahead, striking down with a thunderous force. Chapter 34. The Tragedy of the Xuanma Sect in an Instant. A colossal purple lightning bolt descended, utterly obliterating the entire Xuanma sect below. Countless structures, enshrouded in dark malevolence, were annihilated by the apocalyptic radiance of the lightning with a resounding crash. Not a single fragment of wood or stone remained, all reduced to dust by this celestial thunder. The members of the Xuanma sect found themselves unable to withstand even a single breath amidst the onslaught of this purple-white behemoth. Their bodies disintegrated, limbs first, followed by organs, until nothing but mere remnants were left. The most powerful among them, Li Tianba, clung to life for a mere 3 breaths. Supported only by his divine transformation and array of magical artifacts, amidst an overwhelming tide of horror and despair. Yet, that respite proved fleeting. As time slipped away, his artifacts were shattered into splinters by the relentless lightning, and his corporeal form was wholly dismantled. Ultimately, he was reduced to a minuscule speck, vanishing within the vast expanse of the thunderous storm. He could not fathom how Su Xiao, an elder of the ethereal sect, could summon such formidable celestial lightning. This power of thunder could not possibly be wielded by any mere practitioner at the void refinement stage. It was, indeed, the force of nature itself. Yet, he was granted no further opportunity for contemplation. With his flesh dissipated and spirit extinguished, Li Tianba stood in stark contrast to the divine thunder, akin to an insignificant ant, utterly defenseless. Even his artifacts and the contents of his storage pouch succumbed to the might of the tempest, dissolving into nothingness. After the thunder obliterated all disciples of the Xuanma sect, it continued to unleash its formidable might. The sect's stronghold was utterly annihilated, and even the fierce beasts and towering trees in the surrounding mountains were reduced to mere fragments, dissipated by the tempestuous lightning. It resembled a divine tribulation descending from the heavens, erasing every trace of the Xuanma sect in mere moments. From this day forth, the world would no longer recognize the existence of a sect named Xuanma, as if it had never been, leaving not a single remnant behind. After 10 breaths, the divine thunder dissipated. The ominous clouds parted, allowing the brilliant sunlight to once again illuminate the earth below. However, the former grounds of the Xuanma sect had transformed into a desolate expanse of charred earth, devoid of any vitality. Such overwhelming power is simply astounding. The astonishment in Su Zhao's aged eyes had not faded since the onset. It is truly formidable. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman is terrifyingly powerful. Is this truly the might of someone at the 9th level of Void Refinement? It seems that even his master, Ji Shui, at the Void Refinement stage, would suffer grievous harm under such a furious onslaught of thunder. The system is utterly extraordinary. Su Xiao cleared his throat softly and discreetly summoned his sword to depart. Such a tremendous commotion would surely alert cultivators within dozens of miles in the vicinity. Surrounding the Xuanma sect, nearby cultivators had witnessed the entire scene of the thunderous assault. At this moment, their faces were ashen, and their eyes reflected sheer terror. They stood frozen in place, as if petrified, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Could it be that the Xuanma sect has provoked the wrath of heaven, incurring punishment from the divine thunder? It is utterly terrifying. The formidable thunder of the heavens is beyond anything they have ever heard or seen. Several cultivators at the core formation stage hastily mounted their swords to investigate. Upon witnessing the desolate, charred land that was once the dwelling of the Xuanma sect, they were rendered speechless. The Xuanma sect has perished. On a small hillside several miles away, Lin Yin'er, clad in a flowing white gown, stood in stunned silence. She had just seen a multitude of Xuanma sect cultivators darkening the sky. Initially, she feared that Elder Su might encounter trouble on his errand. However, what transpired next was entirely beyond her comprehension. Heavenly thunder descended, a colossal thunder more potent than Elder Su's previous thunderous arts, tenfold in strength. With a single strike, it obliterated the entire Xuanma sect and its disciples into nothingness. Now, there was not a single cultivator left in the sky. Could this truly be the work of Elder Su? A wave of boundless worry and guilt surged within Lin Yin'er. Had her actions led to the annihilation of an entire sect by Elder Su? The thought was too horrifying to fathom. Her understanding had been utterly inadequate to grasp such an event. Elder Su, has he been too kind to her? So kind that it left her feeling somewhat guilty. Yin'er, let us depart. Our business is concluded, and we shall return to the sect, Su Xiao said, gliding towards her on his sword. Turning back with a smile, he reassured her, the Xuanma sect has erred, and heaven has already delivered its judgment upon them. In the future, the Dragon Continent shall no longer bear the name of the Xuanma sect. With a gentle demeanor, Su Xiao wore a kind smile, unmistakably resembling a benevolent and wise sage. I am eternally grateful to Elder Su. Yin'er shall always be under your wing. Lin Yin'er swallowed hard, acknowledging the formidable presence of Elder Su, the esteemed senior brother of the sect leader. There is no need for such formalities. Our destinies are intertwined, and it is my duty to assist you, Su Xiao replied, just as the system's voice resonated in the air. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and vanquishing the foe of fortune, Li Tianba. The next reward will assuredly yield a 1,000-fold return. Satisfied, he nodded inwardly as his flying sword glided gracefully towards the Piaomiao sect, not far from the Xuanma sect. Within the city of Jinshi, the city lord, Jin Hao, was extending a warm invitation to the Lin couple as distinguished guests, lavishing them with hospitality. Although the Lin family merely engaged in the trade of spiritual tea, Lin Yin'er had caught the attention of an elder from the inner circle of the Piaomiao sect. It was certain that her future there would be boundless, with the Yuaning realm within easy reach. Such a family, endowed with power and connections, warranted Jin Hao's utmost respect. Dear Lin, please do not take offense. I was merely coerced by the Xuanma sect into agreeing to Li Jiyue's matchmaking. Jin Hao continued. Dear Lin and sister-in-law, in Jinshi City, rest assured that we shall wholeheartedly support the Lin family's endeavors, be it in spiritual tea or elixirs. All taxes will be waived. Allow me to personally introduce the esteemed path of elixirs to you, my dear brother. This cup of wine, I shall drink as a self-imposed penalty. Within the resplendent hall, Jin Hao fervently expressed his apologies, anxious to avoid displeasing the Lin couple. Their faces bore smiles, as they had no intention of reprimanding him. In their hearts, they felt a sense of joy. With Yin'er under the protection of Elder Su from the Piaomiao sect, even though she had only just reached the foundation establishment stage, her family's fortune had already been significantly enhanced. It seemed that the future of the Lin family was indeed promising. Yin'er is truly blessed. At that moment, several guards from Jinshi City rushed into the hall in a state of panic. Upon seeing Jin Hao, they exclaimed in alarm, City Lord, terrible news. We've received word that the Xuanma sect has been annihilated. All disciples have perished without a trace. Even the sect master, Li Tianba, has met his demise at the Xuanma sect. The sect has been utterly obliterated. Not a single intact piece of wood remains. Upon hearing this, Jin Hao and Lin Dadong were left in utter disbelief, frozen in shock. The Xuanma sect has been destroyed. Instantly, thoughts of Su Xiao and the Piao Miao sect flooded their minds. Jin Hao's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. He turned to the pale-faced Lin Dadong, terror-stricken, and cried out, "My dear brother, this marriage truly has nothing to do with me. You must speak a good word for me in front of Elder Su. We are both from Jinshi City and have known each other for many years. My life depends entirely on you." Chapter 35, Tenfold Critical Strike. Return of the 9-turn Xianyuan pill at the entrance of the Miao Miao sect. Su Xiao gently set Lin Yenner down before soaring back to his small courtyard on his sword. He then summoned Lu Dajing, instructing him to continue accepting Lin Yenner as a registered disciple. Upon hearing this, Lu Dajing's expression was nothing short of remarkable. His master had once again extended his influence over the captivating female disciples. Yet, he dared not utter a word of protest, nodding in agreement repeatedly. With even the revered Dugu sect leader having been charmed by his master, he could only turn a blind eye to such matters. As a mere junior disciple, he had no choice but to comply. In the female disciple dormitory, when the plump and slender sisters saw Lin Yenner return safely, they rushed forward to embrace her with excitement. Once inside their room, Lin Yenner, her cheeks flushed, expressed her gratitude, saying, "Sisters, I owe my safety to Elder Su who rescued me from the Xuanma sect." She recounted the events that transpired, omitting the harrowing details regarding the extermination of the Xuanma sect, for it was too terrifying, and she harbored deep concerns. The plump sister exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Junior sister, from now on, with Elder Su's protection at the Miao Miao sect, you shall soar to great heights. Do you realize that Jin Liuxiang is now serving Elder Su, and she has become a registered disciple of Elder Lu. Elder Lu, our outer sect's law enforcement elder, and the disciple of the Dugu sect leader. Junior sister, do not be timid. Serve Elder Su diligently. Perhaps in the future, you may also become Elder Lu's disciple." Lin Yenner, upon hearing this, slightly stirred her gaze and nodded, replying, Elder Su had already informed her about becoming Elder Lu's registered disciple. The plump senior sister continued to urge her, "Junior sister, you must not be shy. Although Elder Su is old now, it is said that he was extraordinarily handsome in his youth, captivating enough to nearly make even the esteemed Dugu sect leader bow in admiration before his striking appearance. Even now, despite his age, I dare say he surpasses many of the younger disciples in looks. Junior sister, Elder Su is still attended by Jin Liuxiang. You must seize the opportunity to serve him well." The slender senior sister eagerly nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, junior sister, with your beauty, Elder Su will surely favor you even more. That Jin Liuxiang, a mere vixen, only ascended during your seclusion. We need not fear her." The two of them bantered back and forth, leaving Lin Yenner utterly bewildered. What was happening? Noticing her confusion, they both sighed in unison. "Junior sister, it appears you have yet to serve Elder Su. At this rate, you might be overshadowed by Jin Liuxiang." They had also benefited from Su Zhao's favor and were now keenly hoping for Lin Yenner to ascend, so they could benefit alongside her. After a sigh, the plump senior sister quickly leaned in to whisper the rumors surrounding Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang into Lin Yenner's ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Yenner's face flushed crimson, her bright eyes shimmering with astonishment. "Sister, this cannot be true. Elder Su is such a kind-hearted person. He would never engage in such deeds." Lin Yenner could hardly believe her ears. She refused to accept that Elder Su's assistance was motivated by such intentions. It seemed utterly impossible. The slightly plump senior sister sighed once more, recognizing her junior's naivety regarding the hidden rules of their sect. Had it not been for the junior's beauty, why would Elder Su offer her resources and rescue her from the clutches of the Xuanma sect? They cautioned her, "Junior sister, Elder Su is highly esteemed within the sect. A venerable elder, such matters must not be addressed overtly." That Jin Liuxiang must have discerned Elder Su's desires, which is why she could so swiftly advance to the 5th level of foundation establishment. "Junior sister, ponder this well. What reason would Elder Su have to assist you? If not for your looks? Now that he has done so much for you, if you remain indifferent, your future in the Piao Miao sect may become quite precarious." The two did not elaborate further. A single discussion sufficed. Ultimately, it was vital for Lin Yenner to reach her own conclusions. A blush crept up from her cheeks to her pristine neck. Could Elder Su truly be such a person? She still found it hard to believe. Yet upon deeper reflection, as an outer sect disciple, she realized she possessed no particular qualities that would warrant Elder Su's attention, nor the generous gifts he had bestowed upon her. Conflicted emotions swirled within her. Just then, A noise echoed from outside the door. Lin Shimi, I have heard of your return. Elder Lu has summoned you to pay your respects. After this apprenticeship, you shall be recognized as Elder Lu's designated disciple. The plump and slender senior sister was initially taken aback, but soon her delight knew no bounds. She hurriedly grasped Lin Yin'er and ushered her out into the night. Jin Liuxiang arrived at the chamber, kneeling before Su Xiao in a gesture of reverence. Although she was officially a designated disciple of Lu Dalian, in truth, she belonged to Su Xiao. Liuxiang, it has been a while. I trust you have utilized your resources judiciously? Su Xiao remarked, observing the subtle movements in her aged eyes while stroking his goatee. She donned the sect's long robe, the high collar of which framed her delicate figure, revealing hints of her fair complexion beneath. Her silhouette was graceful, with a slender waist that could be embraced with a mere grip, and her elongated legs exuded a captivating vitality. Her porcelain-like complexion was so flawless it seemed almost fragile, and her alluring gaze was enchanting, filled with an autumnal charm. She prostrated herself before the bed, leaning against Su Xiao's legs with a smile. Indeed, as Elder's disciple, I have made considerable use of my time. Yet my progress has been swift, she confessed, nuzzling against him while her cheeks flushed with a soft hue. Due to the circumstances surrounding the Duga sect leader, she had not attended to the elder for 2 months, and her heart had grown somewhat wistful for him. Now, she found the elder increasingly handsome, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic sensibilities. She could hardly fathom how striking he must have been in his youth. Su Xiao retrieved from his spatial storage 10 foundation establishment pills, 10 superior spirit stones, and a fire talisman of the nascent soul level. Afterward, she handed over the earth fire talismans, saying, Lu Xiang's. This talisman is of the Yuaning realm. Keep it close for your protection. Jin Lu Xiang was elated upon receiving it, repeatedly expressing her gratitude in front of Su Xiao. After placing it into her storage pouch, she knelt between Su Xiao's legs, her demeanor somewhat pitiful as she said, Elder Su, as your disciple, I wish to serve you, but I fear the leader of the Duga sect. As she spoke, she leaned closer, her enchanting fragrance enveloping Su Xiao. The latter sighed with a smile, saying, Lu Xiang, there is no need for concern. I have already spoken to the leader, and henceforth, she shall not interfere with my affairs. Whenever you exhaust your resources, simply come to me. Jin Lu Xiang was filled with joy at his words, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Only in this way did she feel reassured. She longed to serve Elder Su indefinitely. Without further ado, Jin Lu Xiang gracefully adjusted her alluring figure to find a suitable position and lowered her head. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning heaven and earth divine pills, 9 turn Xian Yuan pills. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 top-quality spirit stones, returning 200 top-quality spirit stones. Chapter 36, The 4 Great Sects of the Righteous Path. The 9 turn Qian Kuan pill, a divine elixir of heaven and earth, emerges in harmony with the celestial energies, enabling one to defy fate and transform into a Taoist body, achieving unparalleled cultivation speed and fortune. The presence of such a celestial pill is indeed remarkable. With his eyes closed in bliss, Su Xiao examined his spatial storage. The 9 turn Qian Kuan pill, no larger than a fist, shimmered with brilliance, surrounded by the essence of the 9 heavens, radiating an ethereal glow. He comprehended the system's introduction. Consuming this pill would fundamentally alter one's constitution and fortune, bestowing a complete rebirth. At this moment, he found himself in dire need of such a transformation. Over the past millennium, he had tirelessly cultivated to the 9th level of the Yuaning, yet his mediocre aptitude had hindered him from reaching the divine transformation stage in this lifetime. With the 9 turn Qian Kuan pill to enhance his constitution and fortune, coupled with the power of the earth fire, the attainment of divine transformation and ethereal refinement would be within his grasp. Before long, the two of them ascended to the bed, Jin Liuxiang gracefully maneuvering to rest upon Su Xiao's lap, continuing her devoted service. Throughout the night, the room was illuminated by soft candlelight, while the sounds from the courtyard persisted. As dawn broke, Jin Liuxiang lay atop Su Xiao's chest, her forehead glistening with fragrant sweat. Su Xiao embraced her gently, saying, Liuxiang, I have found you a junior sister named Lin Yin'er. She is currently at the 1st level of foundation establishment and shares a connection with me. You shall be her elder sister. Do not bully her, but rather protect her. Jin Liuxiang, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed and her lips pursed in a playful pout, remarked with a smile, Elder, you truly seem to grow stronger with age. One person is not enough for me to serve you. We must include Lin Yinji as well. Rest assured, since Lin Yinji is someone you have taken a liking to, I will certainly look after her. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. She knew she would heed Elder Su's words. Su Shaoxin chuckled. Yinji is merely a junior of mine, with no special connection. Liu Xiang, my interest lies solely in her talent. Do not let your imagination wander. Upon hearing this, Jean Liu Xiang's expression shifted slightly, and with a light laugh, she replied, I understand. Do not worry, Elder. I shall not hinder your good intentions. She then rose from her bed, donned her attire, and expressed her gratitude before taking her leave. During this time, although rumors from the outer mountains had been somewhat suppressed, she dared not linger too long in this place. Su Xiao sat before the cushion, retrieving the 9 turns Qianyuan pill from his spatial repository. Similar to the 3,000 Dao pill, this divine elixir, the size of a fist, transformed into a glimmering light that entered his mouth. Instantly, he felt his body and spirit being cleansed repeatedly by the effects of the pill. The dark impurities within him continuously seeped out through his skin, ultimately enveloping him in a layer of murky slime. After this cleansing, although Su Xiao's appearance still bore the marks of age, his surface shimmered with a subtle glow, rendering him a touch more youthful and spirited. It was as if a unique aura of the great Tao encircled him, making him feel as though he had been reborn. Both his physique and consciousness felt remarkably different from the body he previously inhabited. This marks a significant enhancement of one's innate talents. Truly formidable. The 9-turn Qi Yuan pill certainly lives up to its reputation for yielding a tenfold return. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, subsequently consuming a Yunjin pill and commencing his cultivation with superior spirit stones. There are still 135 Yunjin pills remaining, and his supply of superior spirit stones has reached 740. With ample resources, coupled with the augmentations provided by the 9-turn Qi Yuan pill, his cultivation speed now resembles that of a rocket, far surpassing that of ordinary prodigies. Name, Su Xiao. Age, 1008 years. Realm, first stage of the Golden Core special physique. Earth Fire, Tao body. Remaining lifespan, 301 years. Days later, the entire Panlong continent trembled. The news of the annihilation of the Xuanma sect, situated in the northern region of the Donglai Kingdom, spread like wildfire. Although the Xuanma sect was merely a third-rate faction on the Panlong continent, it was still recognized, with transformation stage cultivators stationed there. Such a terrifying event of sect extermination had not occurred for thousands of years on the Panlong continent. To think it has resurfaced now, in an instant. Both righteous and demonic sects were filled with trepidation, worried for the future of the Panlong continent. The hard-won ceasefire agreement might be irrevocably shattered if this situation is mishandled. Among the 4 major sects of the righteous path, the Daotian sect, the sect leader spoke gravely, Senior brother. The extermination of the Xuanma sect seems to be an extraordinary matter. I fear that if we do not handle this properly, it may lead to widespread suffering across the continent. An elderly man with snow-white hair furrowed his brow and inquired, Junior brother, do you know who is responsible for this incident? Rumors from the Donglai Kingdom suggest that an elder from the Piaomiao sect has drawn the ire of the Xuanma sect due to their attempt to abduct an outer disciple. What? Over a mere outer disciple, they annihilated an entire sect? Who is this elder? Such recklessness is astounding. It is said that the elder in question is one Su Xiao. Su Xiao? Could he be the apprentice of that Ji Shui? I have heard he is on the brink of death, suffering from senility. Alas, my esteemed sect leader. It is likely that he has become reckless due to his impending demise. Such individuals are the most dangerous. When death looms, they care not for the lives of others. We must hold the Piaomiao sect accountable and demand an explanation. Otherwise, the wrath of the Xuanma sect will remain unappeased. That old fool Su Xiao has committed such folly. Immediately send word to the Piaomiao sect to confirm this matter. If it indeed transpires that Su Xiao is behind this, the Piaomiao sect must be compelled to bring that old fool to justice. Yes, esteemed sect leader, the 4 major sects of righteousness, Wanfo Temple. Abbot, it is dire news. The Xuanma sect has been exterminated in a single day, surrounded by a golden aura, as though resonating with the sound of Buddhist chants. An elderly monk clad in a robe suddenly opened his eyes. With a hint of concern etched upon his aged visage, he gravely inquired, Yuan Tong, what has transpired? Speak in detail. Abbot, the Xuanma sect was eradicated by the Piaomiao sect. It was the doing of that inner sect elder Su Xiao. Indeed. He is the grand disciple of Ji Shui. Why did he annihilate the Xuanma sect? It has come to my attention that the Xuanma sect has seized a disciple from the outer sect of the Piaomiao sect, inciting the ire of Su Xiao. A mere outer sect disciple? The venerable monk, with his long brows slightly raised, pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. The cycles of cause and effect. The profound destiny of the heavens. Indeed, it seems that the Panlong continent is on the brink of a bloody storm that will beset the Piaomiao sect. A missive should be sent to them, urging a prudent resolution to this matter. The old monk Su Xiao possesses a modicum of knowledge. Having failed to break through to the transformation realm, his lifespan dwindles, rendering him utterly reckless. I can only hope that our Buddhist order can avert this calamity. Yes, Abbot. In the realm of the righteous, among the 4 great sects, within a beautifully adorned chamber filled with a delicate fragrance, a woman clad in sheer silk sat gracefully. Her figure was tall and enchanting, the translucent fabric revealing a form as exquisite as white jade, boasting curves that could provoke a surge of blood in any beholder. Her cascading black hair shimmered with a mesmerizing sheen, while her slender waist, as smooth and flat as a water snake, appeared delicate and alluring, reminiscent of the softest willow swaying in the breeze. Her visage was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating the heart and soul, akin to a queen among roses, resplendent and enticing. Beneath her diaphanous skirt, her long, proportionate legs were subtly revealed, with skin as tender and luminous as the first snow of spring. Her petite, exquisite feet were charmingly lovely, radiating warmth and allure akin to mutton-fat jade. The perfection of her form exuded an irresistible and intoxicating fragrance, one that any man fortunate enough to catch a whiff would find himself utterly entranced. She is none other than the esteemed leader of the Heroine sect, Yuling Long. Chapter 37. The leader of the Heroine sect, Yuling Long, a woman clad in a yellow dress, pushed the door open. Master, the investigation into the annihilation of the Xuanma sect has been completed. Yuling Long raised her alluring brows and, with a captivating smile, inquired in an enchanting tone. Was it the Piaomiao sect's doing? Indeed, it is said that an inner sect elder of the Piaomiao sect, named Su Xiao, was incensed after the Xuanma sect abducted a disciple from their outer sect. Yuling Long's eyes flickered, a hint of reminiscence crossing her features. Ah, so it was that handsome fellow, she mused softly. Su Xiao is the eldest disciple of Ji Shui and the senior brother of Du Guling. It is rumored that he was merely an afterthought when Ji Shui took on Du Guling, possessing only mediocre talents, serving merely as a complement to his sister. Who would have thought that after failing his tribulation and nearing the end of his lifespan, he would instigate such turmoil? Su Xiao, he was exceptionally handsome back then. I wonder what he looks like now, nearing his demise. Yuling Long recalled the image of Su Xiao from centuries past, his breathtaking visage nearly causing her to swoon on the spot. Du Guling, oh Du Guling. Having such a dashing senior brother for a millennium, yet being unable to utilize him must be quite frustrating, wouldn't it? With a playful blink, the woman in yellow remarked, Master, the demonic factions are currently in a state of heightened tension, particularly the master of the Xuanma sect, the breakthrough demon sect. If this matter is not handled with care, it may lead to irreconcilable discord between the righteous and demonic paths. Yuling Long rose, her ample bosom swaying gently. Adjusting the delicate, translucent fabric upon the pristine, jade-like figure, he embraced the woman in the yellow dress, saying, Mayor, fret not. Shortly, I shall personally inquire about Du Guling recently, that Du Guling had somehow acquired a rare elixir of youth and had been incessantly boasting before me. Humph, this young lady truly possesses remarkable fortune. It is indeed enviable. The delicate form of the woman in yellow felt somewhat uncomfortable in his embrace, yet she dared not resist. Softly murmuring, Master, please, not now. There are pressing matters at hand. It is but a triviality, Yuling Long replied with a light laugh. What if a scuffle ensues? I would welcome a resurgence of conflict on the Panlong continent, for it would yield exceptional talents for my Heroine sect disciples to reap. Haha. Miao Miao Mountain, in a small courtyard. I can't believe I've progressed to the second layer of foundation establishment in just a few days. Su Xiao sat upon the meditation cushion, his aging eyes slightly widened, glimmering with vitality. Ever since receiving the baptism of the 9 transformations Qi returning pill a few days ago, his cultivation speed had become astonishingly rapid. In merely a few days, he had broken through to the first layer of foundation establishment. Were outsiders to discover this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Typically, for ordinary cultivators, each breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage is fraught with difficulty, often taking a century or more. It is common to find those who, within a lifespan of 500 years and Foundation establishment, have not yet reached the 7th layer. During these past few days, he even took the opportunity to visit the Zilai Merchant Guild, replenishing the gift repository. Supplement the Foundation building pills to 200 pieces and the inferior grade magical tools to 20 items. As for the middle grade magical tools, there are 4 pieces, the superior grade magical tools number 3, and the exquisite grade magical tools amount to 2. There are 4 Yuaning talismans and 4 Huashan talismans. Additionally, I have acquired 3 rare middle grade beauty restoring pills, spending 300 superior grade spirit stones on them. Even though they are merely of middle grade, their exorbitant price is astonishing. After presenting 1 middle grade beauty restoring pill, the enticing Ziyun offered a bit of sweetness in return. Su Xiao was exceedingly pleased and even returned a superior grade beauty restoring pill. This item is remarkably beneficial when gifted to the Daughter of Destiny. Serving as an exceptional offering for acquiring the divine elixirs of heaven and earth, it must be prepared well in advance. Upon reaching the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage, Su Xiao strolled to the small courtyard, reclining in a rocking chair, savoring tea in leisurely retirement. At that moment, a streak of flowing light approached from afar. Upon landing, it revealed the enchanting figure of his noble and captivating junior sister, Du Guling, clad in a green dress. Her exquisitely beautiful and flawless visage bore a trace of solemnity. Striding towards Su Xiao, she grasped his aging form with urgency. "Elder brother, are you not the one who annihilated the Xinyan sect?" Du Guling appeared somewhat vexed. Gazing at Su Xiao, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. How could an elder nearing the end of his lifespan, who has even regressed to the foundation building stage, be capable of such deeds? Moreover, it was all for an outer sect female disciple. This was the most infuriating aspect for her. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Xiao remarked, "Junior sister, the Xuanma sect is merely a third-rate faction. Their annihilation is of little consequence, especially after they dared to abduct disciples of our Piao Miao sect." As he spoke, he grasped her delicate, snow-soft hand, inhaling her pure, maiden-like fragrance while tenderly caressing her. However, Du Guling swiftly withdrew her hand, exclaiming in anger, "Elder brother, I perceive that you are once again succumbing to your old habits. To obliterate an entire demonic sect for the sake of a single Lin Yener? What differentiates your actions from theirs? Moreover, this incident has not only spread like wildfire within our sect, but the entire Panlong continent is now aware of your so-called benevolent deed. Elder brother, you are nearing the twilight of your years. Might you not find a moment's peace?" Du Guling shook her head in exasperation. Today, her communication talismans had nearly been overwhelmed. Countless righteous sects had reached out to her to ascertain the particulars of the affair, all expressing concern that a misstep could ignite a new conflict between the righteous and demonic factions. And to think this calamity stemmed from her elder brother's infatuation with a beautiful female disciple? Noting her displeasure, Su Xiao offered a faint smile. In an instant, he produced a resplendent hairpin radiating with a crimson glow, seemingly imbued with boundless power, as if the fiery phoenix itself sang upon its unveiling. This was Su Xiao's exquisite magical artifact, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin. He had long contemplated how to persuade his junior sister to assist him in resolving this predicament. By presenting this gift, he not only aimed to win her favor, but also sought to reclaim it later, an endeavor that would serve 2 purposes with a single stroke. As for the origins of this artifact, he had already devised a story to explain its acquisition. Upon catching sight of the exquisite phoenix hairpin, Dong Guling's eyes sparkled with delight. A masterpiece of magical craftsmanship. She sensed the extraordinary power contained within the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin. Such grandeur could only be possessed by a supreme artifact. "Senior brother, where did you acquire this?" Dong Guling's fair visage flushed slightly. This exquisite piece seemed tailor-made for her. Su Xiao replied with calm composure, "I obtained it after vanquishing the Xuanma sect, discovered within their treasury. Dear junior sister, this is the most treasured possession of the entire Xuanma sect. However, as this supreme artifact is a woman's adornment, it feels inappropriate for me to keep. Thus, I bestow it upon you. In this life, you are my sole beloved. If not to you, whom else could I gift it?" Dong Guling swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she accepted the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin from Su Xiao. Upon gently channeling her spiritual energy, a magnificent fire phoenix soared skyward, ascending into the heavens. The resounding cries of the phoenix echoed, drawing the astonished gazes of countless disciples from the outer sect. Chapter 38. The sect's opinion once more in turmoil. How overwhelming. Du Guling felt a surge of excitement in her heart as she toyed with the fiery red phoenix hairpin in her hand. a supreme-grade artifact. She possessed only two in her entire collection. One was a gift from her master, Ji Shui, and the other she had acquired through great toil and tribulation. Little did she expect that today, her senior brother would bestow upon her yet another supreme-grade artifact, and one of her most cherished kind at that. Senior brother, you are truly wonderful. The anger within Du Guling dissipated in an instant. Under the overwhelming allure of such a magnificent gift, she found herself utterly defenseless. With her tall and enchanting figure, she lunged directly towards Su Xiao, disregarding his age, and without a second thought, pressed her lips against his. Junior sister. To try to contain your excitement, Su Xiao cautioned, yet he was swept away by her fervent passion. He found himself repeatedly pushed back by her formidable cultivation, and soon the two were entwined, making their way into the room and onto the bed. After a considerable time, Du Guling, still yearning for more, finally donned her attire and nestled in Su Xiao's embrace. Her fair and exquisite cheeks were tinged with a delicate blush, and her beautiful phoenix eyes shimmered with affection. Of course, galloping freely was out of the question. Du Guling needed to maintain her purine body. Junior sister, if it truly cannot be helped, perhaps we should refrain, as this is quite distressing for your senior brother. Su Xiao sighed, his old face displaying a hint of concern. He gazed at the radiant beauty in his arms, yet felt powerless to act, leaving him with a sense of unease. The delicate figure, slender and enchanting, bore legs as graceful as white jade, subtly revealed. An intoxicating fragrance enveloped the air, overwhelming even the elderly Su Xiao. How had he endured for a millennium? If only you could survive until I achieve the breakthrough in the void refinement. Dear junior sister shall ensure to satisfy you. Du Guling chuckled softly, her heart swelling with joy. Acquiring a supreme artifact made annihilating the Xuanma sect seem trivial. Oh, how deeply I cherish her. The more she pondered, the sweeter her thoughts became, leading Du Guling to tease the charming elder once more. Now, let us discuss serious matters, Su Xiao stated. Junior sister. The Xuanma sect is a subsidiary of the Potientian sect. Should they come knocking, I entrust the matter to you. Du Guling scoffed playfully. Fear not, with me around. They shall not stir up any trouble. At that moment, she seemed to sense something. Her curiosity piqued. Brother, how have you managed to break through to the core formation stage again? Furthermore, are you not on the brink of old age? Without your artifact, how can you eradicate the Xuanma sect? Is there a secret you have yet to reveal to me? With that, Du Guling lightly leapt from the bed and seated herself at a nearby table, awaiting Su Xiao's confession. He adjusted his garments, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Dear sister, although I failed my tribulation, I am not an ordinary cultivator. Oh? As Du Guling's phoenix-like eyes glimmered, she chuckled softly. I knew there was something amiss with you, senior brother. Previously, you produced a flawless rejuvenation pill, and now you've annihilated the entire Xuanma sect. The sect's leader, after all, was a cultivator at the transformation stage. Su Xiao casually remarked, not long ago, you traveled to the great 10,000 mountains and stumbled upon a senior's cave dwelling, where you uncovered several transformation talismans. Hence, when the Xuanma sect crossed paths with me, they suffered the consequences of those talismans and faced their demise. Upon hearing this, Du Guling's phoenix eyes sparkled with intrigue. Transformation talismans? Such items are exceedingly rare. Senior brother, your fortune is simply extraordinary. Su Xiao replied with a modest smile. It's nothing much, merely a stroke of luck in my old age. Sister, I still possess a few more transformation talismans. Should anyone dare to bully this aging figure, I can ensure they meet their end as well. Du Guling stepped forward to embrace Su Xiao's arm, exclaiming, Senior brother, with our Piao Miao sect backing you, who would dare to provoke you? I shall be the first to refuse. She added, Dear brother, focus on enjoying your retirement in the sect and refrain from stirring up trouble. After a brief yet affectionate exchange, Du Guling eagerly bid farewell. Intent on refining the exquisite artifact, the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. With this artifact's assistance, her strength would ascend to new heights. Su Xiao watched her graceful figure depart, shaking his head with a wry smile. After a moment of discomfort, he retrieved the communication talisman, casting a spell before lightly clearing his throat and saying, Lu Xiang, my shoulder aches a bit. Could you assist me with a massage? Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the exquisite artifact, the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin, and returning the magical treasure, the Five Extremes Mountain of Shiyu. The Five Extremes Mountain, born from the spiritual energy of the Earth's magnetic stones. It can be refined to be either large or small, as sturdy as gold or iron. It carries the weight of the 5 mountains and 3 ranges under its pressure. Even deities and demons find it difficult to withstand. The annihilation of the Chaomyu sect and the Xuanma sect has once again ignited fervent discussions within the sect. Elder Su Xiao, nearly on the brink of senescence, astonishingly extinguished an entire demonic sect for the sake of a mere outer sect female disciple. This incident has left the entire Chaomyu sect utterly shaken. Elder Su, who would have thought he remained so formidable even in his twilight years. The Xuanma sect has formidable divine transformation cultivators stationed there. The enforcement team led by Lu Dajing has completely relaxed, refraining from apprehending or attacking anyone, allowing the disciples to speculate freely, for they too are bewildered. Elder Su, how did he manage to achieve this? In the early morning, at the outer sect square, thousands of disciples could not contain their astonishment. Elder Su is truly remarkable. He annihilated the Xuanma sect in a single day. Who dared to claim that Elder Su possessed only foundational strength? Step forward. This is disastrous. The beautiful female disciples within the sect are in for a rough time. Given Elder Su's prowess, should he choose to enforce the rules, even the esteemed Master Dugu would struggle to intervene. To rescue Lin Yen'er from the clutches of the Xuanma sect, Elder Su has committed such an audacious act. This is simply astonishing. The disciples were initially astonished by Su Zhao's formidable prowess. Subsequently, they began to deride his unabashedly licentious nature. To annihilate another sect for the sake of a beautiful female disciple, what chaos would ensue upon encountering someone even more enchanting in the future? Moreover, considering his advanced age, he harbored little restraint. Elder Su was indeed formidable. However, the majority of female disciples gazed at him with starry eyes and flushed cheeks. Elder Su was simply too valiant. I find myself utterly enamored with such a man. How envious I am of Junior Sister Lin. Elder Su is so dashing. To obliterate an entire sect for Junior Sister Lin, this is the kind of beloved I dream of. It appears that Elder Su genuinely harbors feelings for Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yanji. He is even willing to act before his demise to annihilate the Xuanma sect. Such admiration. If only this impressive elder would take me as his disciple. This last remark came from a nearby cleaning lady disciple. As soon as she spoke, everyone in the vicinity, regardless of gender, turned to look at her, their expressions a mix of incredulity. My dear aunt, perhaps you should take a moment to consider your own appearance. Would Elder Su ever cast his gaze upon you? The cleaning lady was immediately displeased. She dropped her broom, placed her hands on her hips like a sturdy water bucket, and with her large eyes wide open, exclaimed, "What is wrong with me? Perhaps Elder Su has a preference for someone like me." The nearby female disciples were left speechless. The male disciple felt nauseous. In the accommodation area, the enchanting face of Jin Liuxiang was slightly flushed, radiating a vibrant spring glow as she returned to her room. Inside, the pure and captivating Lin Yen'er was meditating. "Sister, you have returned?" Chapter 39. The invasion of the dark path. Jin Liuxiang closed the door, gracefully gliding to sit beside Lin Yen'er, her enchanting figure accompanied by a satisfied smile in her alluring eyes. "Junior sister, I have privately advised you for quite some time, yet you remain unheeding. When Elder Su's patience wanes, you shall find yourself truly without guidance." Lin Yen'er gazed at the rosy blush that extended to her companion's snow-white neck, inhaling the captivating and intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her. In that instant, she comprehended the implications of her senior sister's words. Her innocent and charming face flushed deeply as she lowered her head in silence. Over the past few days, Lin Yen'er had grown familiar with Jin Liuxiang. Both were registered disciples under Lu Danian, sharing a sisterly bond. To support Lin Yen'er in her cultivation and fulfill Elder Su's wishes, Jin Liuxiang had nearly been with her every day, almost sharing the same bed. Of course, there was another significant reason for their closeness. The two had been thrust into the spotlight among the sect's disciples, rendering them hesitant to venture into the sect square. Lin Yen'er, her face a canvas of shyness, felt her delicate form tremble slightly, her fair skin radiating a luminous glow. "Senior sister, I still have not come to a decision." Lin Yen'er pondered, grappling with her thoughts. It was hard to accept that such a kind and amiable elder like Elder Su could harbor any intentions towards her. Yet, upon glancing at her beautiful and enchanting senior sister beside her, uncertainty crept back in. Not only does senior sister say so, but everyone outside echoes the same sentiment, even going so far as to slander her as Elder Su's kept mistress. Jin Liuxiang chuckled. "Well then, take your time to ponder it, junior sister. In this world, there are countless beautiful women, but formidable individuals like Elder Su, a truly benevolent soul, are rare indeed. Few men are willing to willingly provide resources for our cultivation as he does. It is only elders like Elder Su, nearing the end of their lifespans, who would act in such a manner. This is our opportunity. With that, Jean Liuxiang took a bath and began her cultivation. Although Elder Su is old, he possesses far more charm than those greasy senior brothers and junior brothers. We certainly do not lose out. Ha ha. Lin Yinji, blushing, remained silent. As a girl not yet 20, how could she muster the courage to speak so boldly to Elder Su? It was simply too embarrassing, though in her heart she would willingly do anything for him. At noon, 3 overwhelming presences approached from the west, exuding immense pressure and fury. Upon reaching the gates of Pyamiao Mountain, they unleashed their full power, manifesting the might of the 9th level of the transformation stage, enveloping the entire mountain. Duguling, come forth at once. Your Pyamiao sect has torn the agreement and wantonly slaughtered thousands of my demonic disciples. If you do not provide an explanation today, the Breaking Heaven Demon sect will never relent. The 3 stood in the sky, their aura formidable and imposing. Dressed in black, the man at the center was a resolute middle-aged figure. His eyes seethed with rage, and an aura of menace enveloped him. He was Mo Jitian, the leader of the Poxing Demon Sect, one of the 5 great demon sects of the Panlong continent. Flanking Mo Jitian were 2 elderly men with graying hair and beards. They glared fiercely, their gazes fixed upon the disciples of the Pyamiao sect below, their hands clasped behind their backs, eyes gleaming with malice. These were the inner elders of the Poxing Demon Sect, come to assert their dominance. The disciples of the Pyamiao sect, both inside and outside the mountains, were stricken with terror, retreating into the buildings. It was over. The Poxing Demon Sect had come to our door. That reckless Elder Su, for a mere trifle, he has brought calamity upon our Pyamiao sect. Amidst the panic of the disciples, suddenly, several powerful auras surged from within the mountains. In an instant, for beams of light shot into the sky, halting before the 3 men of the Poxing sect. The foremost figure was a noble and graceful woman clad in a flowing green dress. Her slender and exquisite form, paired with a breathtakingly beautiful face, was simply mesmerizing. The perfect silhouette beneath her dress radiated a soft, luminous aura. As she raised her hand, she exuded an air of unparalleled elegance and poise. Her flowing black hair danced in the breeze, swirling around her enchanting waist like delicate willows. Upon her arrival, the world dimmed in comparison. She was none other than Dugu Ling, the leader of the Pyamiao sect. Behind her stood an elderly woman and 2 aged men, all clad in simple white robes, representing the esteemed inner elders of the Pyamiao sect. The 4 individuals radiated an unparalleled and formidable presence, each embodying the 9th tier of the divine transformation. Demon Extreme Heaven, mind your tongue, or else you will provoke the mysterious Sky Sect, and your wretched heavenly demon sect shall not escape unscathed. Dugu Ling, unwilling to be outdone, retorted with fervor. Having received favors from her senior brother Su Xiao, she understood that this matter must be handled with propriety. You, Dugu Ling exclaimed. Your mysterious Sky Sect is truly overstepping its bounds. Demon Extreme Heaven, witnessing the audacity of his opponent who had already annihilated a sect and yet remained so arrogant, felt a fury rising within him. The mysterious Sky Sect displayed an utter disregard for others. They had obliterated a faction under the Heavenly Demon Sect, and yet acted so brazenly. This was intolerable. How dare you, Dugu Ling, with a beauty akin to a celestial being, coldly scoffed. A mere 3rd-rate demon sect dares to abduct a disciple of the mysterious Sky Sect, and even seeks to coerce her into servitude. We, the mysterious Sky Sect, merely dealt with that trash sect to uphold justice. Demon Extreme Heaven, if you leave now, consider this a non-incident. Should you dare to act against us, today shall mark your demise. Upon hearing this, Demon Extreme Heaven felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His sharply defined, resolute features twisted with rage as he glared at Dugu Ling, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ah, you childish woman, if I do not seek justice today, what face will my demon sect have left in this world? Prepare to meet your end. The demon lord of the extreme suddenly made his move. Instantly, over a dozen magical blades emerged, floating in midair, exuding a terrifying aura. Each of these magical blades was of exquisite quality, a testament to the profound heritage of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Merely a trifling skill, scoffed Duguling, as a long sword shimmering with a blue light shot forth from her chest. At the moment of its appearance, the temperature plummeted sharply. Snowflakes danced through the air, as if even the sunlight itself were on the verge of freezing, surrounding them with an eternal ice cavern. This was Dugu Ling's supreme magical artifact, The Supreme Ice Soul Sword, renowned as her master Ji Shui's signature weapon from her early years. You little woman. Today, I shall see whether you have truly inherited Ji Shui's legacy. With a thunderous roar, 3 exquisite magical blades, enveloped in dense black energy, surged towards Dugu Ling. Their immense and overwhelming spiritual power filled the air, altering the very essence of heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. Under Dugu Ling's composed control, the Supreme Ice Soul Sword, cloaked in thick layers of frost, intercepted their advance. The moment the magical blades made contact with the sword, they were instantly frozen by the chilling spiritual energy, easily repelled away. Splendid! The disciples of the mysterious cloud sect below were overjoyed at this sight. Truly, their master Dugu was extraordinarily powerful. In just a single move, it was evident that her strength far surpassed that of the practitioners of the demonic path. So beautiful. Master Dugu was magnificent. And powerful too. These wretched demons dare to cause trouble in my mysterious sect. They are simply courting death. With Master Dugu present, what is there to fear? Fortunately, Elder Su has such a protective junior sister by his side. One by one, the disciples of the mysterious sect emerged from the building, undaunted, boldly gazing at the sky to witness the battle of transformation. Meanwhile, the demon Lord Moji Tian, who had been struck by 3 magic blades, suddenly darkened in expression. How formidable! Though it was merely a light probe moments ago, he could distinctly sense the immense power of the opponent's exquisite artifact upon contact. The chilling spiritual energy it possessed was truly vast. Master Dugu Ling of the mysterious sect is likely not far from reaching the realm of void refinement. Chapter 40. The might of the 9 heavens divine wind hairpin Su Xiao reclined in a rocking chair within the small courtyard, observing the distant clash between Dugu Ling and Emoji Tian in the sky. A faint smile graced his aged countenance. A mere skirmish, he thought, chuckling softly. It was evident that both parties were exercising restraint. Though the breakthrough demon sect boasted a fearsome reputation, they dared not strike openly before the mysterious cloud sect. After all, the leaders of both factions merely served as spokespersons. The true masters were the formidable figures from various sects at the void refinement stage, with the true powerhouses remaining uninvolved. No matter how vociferous the opponent as threats, it was merely a display meant to bolster their presence and extract some benefits. As he witnessed Dugu Ling and Mo.G. Tian engage, he felt acutely the formidable power of the 9th Heaven Divine Thunder Talisman returned by the system. Perhaps with just a couple of them cast forth, even Mo.G. Tian would struggle to withstand their might. He had already mastered the Supreme 5 Extremes Mountain artifact returned by the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. Now, with these 2 treasures in his possession, he had acquired the might of the divine transformation. In the sky, Missouri G. Tian was unwilling to let matters conclude so hastily. He bellowed at Dugu Ling, unleashing a dozen or so demonic blades that radiated malevolent energy. In an instant, the sky was engulfed in swirling darkness. Boom! With a series of crackling sounds. It seemed as though the demonic blades responded to Mo.G. Tian's call, converging with tremendous momentum to form a colossal demonic sword. The black mist of the demonic path intertwined both within and outside, creating tumultuous ripples in the surrounding space. It appeared to be an extraordinary artifact. Dugu Ling, witnessing this, let out a cold chuckle. She had heard of Mo.G. Tian's possession of the exceptional artifact, the Black Fiend Pursuit Blade. To my astonishment, it is a supreme magical blade forged from 18 exquisite demonic swords. Haha, Dugu Ling, surrender Su Xiao obediently. That old dog shall not escape my wrath today. The hearts of countless disciples of my demon sect are filled with unrest. After living for 2 millennia, I still cannot fathom why a dignified elder of the Misty sect would obliterate my entire demon sect over a seemingly inconsequential outer sect female disciple. Has that old fool succumbed to senility? This is a question that Mo.G. Tian wishes to pose directly to Su Xiao. The opponent is on the brink of death, yet still incites a battle between the righteous and the demonic. Such a foolish elder would be better off dead for the sake of all. The massive black blade, the black shot pursuing soul knife, swiftly approached Dugu Ling. She let out a cold snort, and the Supreme Ice Soul Sword unleashed an overwhelming chill. Instantly, an unending icy wind howled fiercely, encasing the blade of the black shot pursuing soul knife in a thick layer of ice, reducing its speed significantly. Subsequently, the outer layer of the deep blue ice of the Supreme Ice Soul Sword grew even thicker, and within mere moments, a colossal ice sword began to swirl in midair. The surge of spiritual energy resonated as it hurtled towards the black shot pursuing soul knife. The two forces clashed with such might that the disciples of the Misty Sect below turned pale with fear. Boom. The collision of blade and sword released a tremendous shockwave. The force surged like a cataclysmic event, leaving the surrounding elders in awe as they steadied themselves. This is the tremor caused by a ninth-tier transformation god wielding a supreme magical artifact. It is indeed formidable. In the air, two artifacts, one black and one blue, faced each other with unwavering intensity, locked in a stalemate. Woodjul's spiritual energy surged uncontrollably as he desperately sought to maintain the invincibility of the black Sha-chasing soul blade. Yet, he appeared to be in excruciating pain, his face turning an unhealthy shade akin to liver, and his large eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. In stark contrast, Ling remained serene and composed, radiating an ethereal beauty that was simply enchanting. Are you not going to relent? Ling chuckled lightly, raising her delicate jade finger with a graceful motion. Instantly, a streak of fiery crimson light erupted from her flowing black hair. As it soared into the sky, it transformed into several enormous fire phoenixes that spiraled and danced. With a resounding cry, the fire phoenixes charged directly at Tian. The protective black Sha aura encircling him appeared feeble and insubstantial against the onslaught of the blazing phoenixes, which were swiftly reduced to nothingness. What kind of artifact is this? Is it truly a supreme quality item? Ling, where did you acquire such a magnificent hairpin? Tian's complexion changed drastically at this revelation. The power of the artifact wielded by his opponent was terrifyingly formidable. It stood out even among supreme quality artifacts. As he watched three fire phoenixes closing in on him, the two elders of the Breaking Sky Demon Sect beside him sighed heavily. They combined their efforts to wield a black flag artifact in a desperate bid for defense. The black flag swelled dramatically, transforming into a dark barrier that barely managed to stave off the assault of the three fire phoenixes. However, the barrier hissed ominously under the searing heat of the phoenixes, suggesting it would not hold for long. Dugu's sect leader. It was you, Zhong Su Xiao, who first extinguished my demonic path at the Xuanma sect, thus violating the pact between the righteous and the demonic. The 5 sects of the demonic path shall extend an invitation to the 4 righteous sects to participate in the forthcoming Tianjiang Mountain Conference in a month's time. At that juncture, please bring Su Xiao along to provide a reckoning for both the righteous and demonic paths. Should this matter remain unresolved, the Panlong continent will plunge into utter devastation. Having spoken, 2 elder figures clad in black robes summoned their flying swords, preparing to retreat. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. The leader of the Qiaomiao sect, Ling, had unexpectedly acquired yet another exquisite magical artifact. Moreover, it was an offensive artifact imbued with fire attributes. The demon sect's leader was utterly outmatched. Tian, filled with resentment, declared, "No, Ling, come face me in a battle to the death. And that old dog Su Xiao, I will take his life." An elder spoke solemnly, "Sect leader, let's discuss this again in a month. Today is sufficient. The Qiaomiao sect possesses profound depth. We must deliberate with care. If we linger, we shall become a laughingstock to the righteous." Tian's expression spiraled out of control, his face reddening like that of an enraged monkey. Ultimately, he spat out a few more harsh words, vehemently cursing that old dog Su Xiao, before begrudgingly retracting his artifact and making a hasty exit. "Su Xiao, in a month, I shall personally take your wretched life." From the direction in which the 3 vanished, Tian's furious roar echoed. Ling retracted the artifact, shaking his head. "Brother, you truly have a knack for stirring trouble. However, considering the favor of the Jiutian Divine Wind hairpin, I shall forgive you." Her heart swelled with joy. The power of this exquisite magical artifact far exceeded her expectations. With the confluence of ice and fire, her strength had surged by at least 30%. "Master, how did you acquire another extraordinary artifact?" The 3 intersect elders stood in stunned silence. The extraordinary artifacts of the mysterious Cloud sect were meticulously recorded, and this suddenly appeared Fire Phoenix Divine Hairpin had never been documented before. Ling exclaimed joyfully, "Esteemed elders, this was a gift from my senior brother. Although he is nearing the end of his days, his affection for me remains unwavering." "What? Elder Su?" The 3 were once again taken aback, their incredulous eyes meeting in disbelief. They had certainly heard the rumors surrounding Elder Su. How could he have gifted such an extraordinary artifact? "Thank you, Elder Su. Truly, you only bestow gifts upon beautiful maidens. Even the sect master has succumbed to your charms." Suddenly, a notification echoed in her mind. Detected a foe of fortune, Immortal. Identity, Sect Master of the Broken Sky Demon Sect. Mission issued, eliminate the foe of fortune, Immortal. Mission reward, the next gift will be guaranteed a 10,000-fold critical strike. Not again. Su Xiao sprang up in alarm, hastily scanning the distant sky. Yet, Immortal had vanished without a trace, leaving no shadow behind. Damn it. System, why didn't you issue the mission sooner? If you had, I would have dispatched him just now. Chapter 41, The Grand Elder. Zhuge Wufang, the Master Dugu, is truly formidable. The Master is exceptionally beautiful. The Master possesses an astonishing charisma. The disciples of the Miao Miao sect gazed up at their celestial goddess in awe. Regardless of gender, they were enchanted, nearly drooling in reverence. Wishing to venerate her as a deity, Master Dugu single-handedly faced 3 adversaries, vanquishing those malevolent beings of the demon sect, causing them to flee in utter disarray. Her power is nothing short of extraordinary. The outer disciples were starstruck, feeling as though they were on the verge of transcendence. With such a powerful goddess at the helm of the Miao Miao sect, their happiness knew no bounds. Fortunately, it is said that Elder Su pursued Master Dugu for a millennium, yet she steadfastly refused his advances. That lecherous old man, had he succeeded, would have surely brought ruin upon our master. It is said that in his youth, Elder Su was strikingly handsome, and our master nearly succumbed to his charms. Thankfully, the Grand Elder was vigilant, ensuring that Elder Su's ambitions were thwarted. The Grand Elder commands great respect. That old lecher still dares to covet the goddess of all our male disciples. Thankfully, his days are numbered. At his advanced age, our master has finally navigated through this perilous period. Splendid. Over the years, the disciples have frequently heard whispers of the rumored connection between Master Dugu and Su Xiao. However, they all understood a crucial truth. Dugu Ling ascended to the 9th level of the transformation god stage within a millennium, thanks solely to her purine physique, aiming for the realm of illusory refinement. This implies that the old lecher, despite pursuing for a millennium, has yet to lay a finger on their revered goddess. At this moment, all male disciples, whether from the inner or outer sect, felt an overwhelming sense of relief, releasing pent-up frustrations. Elder Su has less than a year left to live. When he passes away, he will undoubtedly depart with a heart full of unfulfilled desires, torn apart in anguish. How utterly delightful! Revelry ensued with feasting and drinking, as all male disciples prepared to celebrate the anticipated demise of the old lecher. Even those who had secretly harbored feelings for Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er hoped that the demon sect would deal with this old cad, hastening his departure from this world. Days later, clad in a delicate aquamarine gown, Dugu Ling soared out of the inner hall on her sword, heading toward a perilous location on the back mountain. She landed on a ledge between cliffs, pressed against the stone door, and gracefully entered. Master Zhuge. The date for the Heavenly Descent Summit of the 9 Sects has been confirmed for next month. Dugu Ling remarked as she approached an elegant elder garbed in a Taoist robe seated within the cave. Sighing as she settled onto a stone bench, she continued, this time, the 5 major demon sects are unprecedentedly united and are bound to demand an explanation from our Miao sect. It may prove to be quite challenging. Her gaze fell upon the fragrant spirit tea on the stone table. Her exquisitely shaped nose twitched, and she promptly poured herself a cup, gulping it down eagerly. Master, this spirit tea is exceptional. It surpasses even the finest spirit stones. Dugu Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. She then proceeded to pour herself several more cups. Stop. Don't finish it all. This pot of tea is worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. The elder priest ahead wore a pained expression, hastily rushing over to seize the teapot. Ling girl, you may have a cup, but do you intend to let your master uncle drink it all? How greedy can one be? The old priest, with his hair and beard grizzled, had a face as smooth as a child's. He appeared to be merely in his 50s, considerably younger than Su Xiao. Upon noticing that only half a pot remained, he immediately stowed it away with reluctance, afraid to take it out again. Humph. Dugu Ling cast a disdainful glance at him. Snorting, Master Uncle is so stingy. Look at my senior brother. He gifts me exquisite magical artifacts without batting an eye. My senior brother is truly the best. The old priest chuckled at her words, settling down while adjusting his long beard. Ling girl, what on earth is that rascal Su Xiao up to lately? At 1,000 years old, he spends his days maintaining relationships with female disciples outside the sect. I can hardly bear to watch. Such an old lecher. And you still find him appealing? Aren't you afraid of making others laugh their teeth out? The old priest, Zhuge Wufang, was one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Misty sect. Having lived for so long, He could not fathom why that impudent Su Xiao would engage in such conduct at his age. Supporting young mistresses? Even he, as an esteemed elder, would find it beneath his dignity. Dugu Ling expressed her slight confusion. Master Uncle, while I do not believe my senior brother is that kind of person, the truth remains. As for his motives, I am not entirely certain. Perhaps he has his own burdens to bear. Zhuge Wufang abruptly rose from his seat, exclaiming, "What grievances could possibly be at play? That wretched lad merely sought solace in the company of a few beautiful disciples at the brink of death. Having harbored designs on you for a millennium, I am well aware of these matters, very well aware." As he spoke, a sudden wave of sorrow washed over him, and his expression dimmed. The mere thought of his junior sister, Ji Shui, with her captivating grace, haunted him, rendering him sleepless through the nights. After a lifetime of yearning for his junior sister, he found himself with nothing to show for it. At times, he even contemplated emulating that scoundrel Su Xiao, indulging in a few young mistresses for his own comfort. Yet, as the esteemed elder of the Piamiao sect, he could hardly bring himself to do so, leaving him, even at this age, in solitude. Dugu Ling observed him curiously and inquired, "Master, why do you weep?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just some old memories," Zhuge Wufang replied. Composing himself, "Let us discuss the matter at hand, Ling girl. The forces of righteousness and evil must not engage in war. The 7,000 years of peace in the Panlong continent have been hard won. Under this era of recuperation, humanity has regained its former glory. And we cannot allow that wretched lad's indulgences to ruin it all. In my view, if the demonic faction continues to pursue us relentlessly, we might consider offering them a supreme-grade artifact to quell their fury. After all, exchanging a supreme artifact for a sect's territory is hardly a loss." Dugu Ling nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his suggestion. After all, she would not need to provide the artifact herself. This is an exquisite magical artifact, the Radiant Illusion Fan. Accept it, and when you reach the final step, present it to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Zhuge Wufang remarked, "This item, though resplendent, is ultimately superficial. While it can conjure innumerable illusions to bewilder adversaries, and each illusion possesses a modicum of offensive capability, it is of little consequence to cultivators beyond the divine transformation stage, truly a mere trinket, of little value to the demon sect." Dugu Ling accepted the charming feather fan, blinking her eyes in wonder. "Master Uncle, what if we resolve matters without presenting the artifact?" Zhuge Wufang chuckled lightly. "In that case, dear Ling, you may keep it. It still holds some utility at the divine transformation stage." "Thank you, Master Uncle." Dugu Ling's eyes gleamed with delight. Having one more exquisite artifact is certainly better than none. The frugal Master Uncle has finally shown some generosity. Her mind began to whirl with thoughts of how to intimidate the disciples of the demon sect into retreating. Furthermore, she pondered how to ensure that Su Xiao, that troublesome lad, behaves himself within the sect. With only 50 years left to live, must he continue his reckless antics? Even maintaining a mistress? At his age, he should allow his Master Uncle to rest easy. If he were to quietly pass away, it would be the greatest contribution he could make to our Miao Miao sect and to humanity. Chapter 42. Arrival at Heavenly Descent Mountain. A month swiftly passed. With the continuous nourishment of resources, Su Xiao's cultivation reached the 4th level of the core formation stage in just 1 month. Such an unprecedented rate of advancement during the core formation period is unparalleled in history. His mastery over the 5 Extremes Mountain and the Southern Ming Li Fire Sword has grown increasingly proficient. When combined, they pose a formidable challenge even to ordinary immortal cultivators. During this time, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er consumed a total of 30 Foundation Establishment pills, returning 50 Essence Gold pills. Furthermore, he distributed a mid-grade youth retaining pill to each of them, receiving 3 upper-grade youth retaining pills in return. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet, there was one matter that left Su Xiao dissatisfied. From Lu Denian, he learned that his esteemed reputation among the elders of the Misty Sect had virtually evaporated. To make matters worse, the Outer Sect's law enforcement team had caught wind of a new nickname for Su Xiao within the sect, the terrifying old lecher. Who the hell is spreading these rumors? Su Xiao lamented as he sat in the rocking chair of his small courtyard, letting out a long sigh. The curse system had already tarnished his reputation. Previously, the law enforcement team had been laid back, and now Su Xiao too was ready to adopt a similar attitude. At dawn, for beams of light streaked through the air and landed outside Su Xiao's courtyard, revealing Dugu Ling and 3 inner sect elders. Haha, Elder Su, your leisurely retirement days are truly enviable. Once I fail my tribulation, I shall move here to accompany you. among the three esteemed inner gate elders. The rotund elder with a jovial demeanor stepped forward to greet Su Xiao. Rising with a smile, Su Xiao responded, "Old Shu, what do you mean by that? Given your robust physique, overcoming the virtual tribulation should be a mere trifle for you. Should I depart in the future, I will still rely on your assistance for the sect leader." He then acknowledged the other two elders, one a stern-faced elder and the other a silver-haired matron. Both returned his greeting with smiles, though their eyes flickered with surprise and intrigue as they regarded Su Xiao. "Elder Su, how is it that after failing the tribulation, your spirit appears to be even more vibrant, engaging in clandestine affairs, and bestowing the sect leader with supreme artifacts? Is this a case of reversed fortunes?" These three were seasoned inner gate elders of the Miao Miao sect, specifically chosen by Ji Shui to assist Dugu Ling in managing sect affairs. All were formidable entities at the 9th level of the transformation stage, well acquainted with Su Xiao. Dugu Ling, adorned in an elegant azure dress, exuded a captivating grace that illuminated her surroundings, making her stand out like a swan among a flock of mere groundhogs when compared to the four elderly figures nearby. "Senior brother, let us depart. Today marks the gathering of the heavenly descent mountain," Dugu Ling urged. "Elder Zhuge has made it clear that you are to settle down and refrain from any more mischief. Otherwise, he will personally come to seek you out." The three elders exchanged knowing smiles, discreetly assessing the notorious elder that the sect spoke of. Elder Wen shook her head in disbelief, her thoughts racing. In the past, the dashing young man who stirred the sect has now aged, and instead has become rather unruly. How could she have been so blind back then? Su Xiao chuckled, reassuring his junior sister, "Do not worry, my dear disciple. Your senior brother is not that kind of person." After imparting some advice regarding the upcoming meeting of the 9 sects at Tianjiang Mountain, Dugu Ling and her 3 companions summoned their flying swords and leapt into the air. Su Xiao, observing this, gave a light snort and gracefully retrieved a magnificent sword of pure white jade from his spatial repository. The sword, adorned with an exquisite depiction of a beauty emerging from a bath, radiated a kaleidoscope of colors as soon as it was summoned. With a gentle step upon it, he was enveloped in an ethereal glow, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an unparalleled aura. This was the prized flying sword of Li Jud from the Xuanma sect, a mere display piece of little practical use in combat. Yet it epitomized the elegance of sword flight. Dugu Ling and the 3 inner sect elders were left utterly mesmerized, their pupils trembling as if dazzled by brilliance. Truly, Elder Su became more enchanting with age. "Senior brother, shall we exchange swords? I find yours to be rather intriguing." "No, this is merely a decorative item, of no real utility. Your senior brother possesses few magical artifacts and must make do." Tianjiang Mountain, located at the heart of the Panlong continent, serves as a central hub for communication among the various human nations. Representatives from each nation's formidable practitioners gather here to deliberate on significant matters concerning humanity. The meeting of the 9 sects is essentially the highest-level conference at Tianjiang Mountain. The convening of such a meeting typically signifies that a grave issue has arisen for humanity, necessitating a collective discussion among all parties involved. After riding the sword for a brief period, a majestic snow peak, soaring into the clouds, stood before them. At the summit, a radiant light resembling 5-colored auspiciousness enveloped the peak, creating a breathtaking sight from a distance. The 5 individuals landed atop the snow-capped mountain, where a clearing had been arranged with 9 long tables. This was the designated meeting place prepared by representatives from various nations for the righteous sects and the demonic factions. "Ah, here comes Sister Dugu." It had been several days since their last encounter, and Sister Dugu had grown even more enchanting. It seemed that the exceptional beauty-enhancing elixir she had taken truly possessed remarkable effects. As the 5 descended, they noticed several women had already arrived at the scene. Among them, a stunning beauty draped in pink gauze approached, greeting Sister Dugu and her companions with a smile. "Is that not the renowned inner elder of the renowned Piao Miao sect, Su Xiao?" One of them mused. "How have you aged so much? What a pity." Su Xiao glanced at the captivating woman who was scrutinizing him intently. She was none other than the head of the Heroine sect, Yu Linglong. Clad in sheer fabric, she wore nothing beneath but a delicate garment. Her luminous, flawless skin resembled exquisite jade, and her proportions were strikingly exaggerated, with a figure that was utterly alluring. Her enchanting visage seemed capable of ensnaring the souls of men with just a glance. Her long, elegant legs were partially exposed, accentuating her allure even more than the surrounding snow. With every movement, she exuded an irresistible charm that was unmistakably captivating. This woman was undeniably provocative, even atop this icy mountain peak. However, Su Xiao swallowed hard. This was undoubtedly the most remarkable woman he had ever encountered. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Detecting the daughter of fortune, Yu Linglong, fortune level, SS, return multiplier, 50, bond level, 1. His aged eyes flickered with interest as he gazed at the sect leader of the Heroine sect, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. He stepped forward, clasping his fists with a smile. Ah, it has been many years since we last met, sect leader Yu, and you have become even more radiant. Su Xiao felt a surge of delight, unconsciously beginning to scrutinize her. He had not anticipated that the leader of the Heroine sect would also be a rare SS-level daughter of fortune. If he were to bestow her a gift that triggered a fortunate event, it would catapult him to the pinnacle of success. Brother, what are you doing? Du Guling frowned at the somewhat dazed Su Xiao, her expression darkening as she pulled him back. The three elders beside them, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, shook their heads at Su Xiao. Elder Su, it seems that upon seeing a beautiful woman, you become utterly entranced. Now they understood why this old man had taken a young mistress. Indeed, he was quite the lecher. Even the enchanting women of the Heroine sect, known for their ruthless nature, had caught his attention. Chapter 43. The 5 Sects of Demonic Path. Upon catching sight of Du Guling's expression, Yu Linglong instantly deduced the unusual relationship between the two. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her enchanting eyes. Despite Su Xiao's advanced age, could Du Guling still harbor feelings? Though he too was a distinguished gentleman, it appeared that Du Guling was not particular at all. How amusing. Suddenly, Yu Linglong's demeanor shifted dramatically. She gazed ahead at Su Xiao, her captivating eyes glimmering with intrigue. Fortune. Through the unique techniques of the Heroine sect, she discerned the boundless fortune surrounding Su Xiao. Such immense fortune could manifest on an elderly man who had failed the tribulation and was nearing his end? It was astonishing. Yu Linglong had never encountered a man who bore such colossal fortune. Logically, this should be impossible. She swallowed hard in excitement, her snow-white complexion flushing with a faint rosy hue. The techniques of their Heroine sect were peculiar when breaking through significant realms. The presence of a fortuitous man assisting in cultivation would greatly enhance the likelihood of successfully overcoming the tribulation. The fortune emanating from the old man was so vast, it was almost unbelievable. If he were to assist her in crossing the tribulation, the chances of success would be guaranteed. Aha, Du Guling, even in his old age, your charm remains undiminished. Yu Linglong gracefully approached, her ample bosom bouncing, as she entwined her arm around Su Xiao's. He was just preparing to offer a brief explanation to Du Guling. Yet the endless warmth and tenderness emanating from her arm caused him to tremble. Soon after, an exquisitely alluring fragrance wafted from Yu Linglong's form. Su Xiao slightly parted his lips, momentarily taken aback. This woman had truly reached a new pinnacle of allure. Not even he, a venerable elder, was spared from her charms. Truly, she was the head of the Heroine sect. Master Yu, I implore you to temper your exuberance. I am but an old man with a limited lifespan. Su Xiao found himself in a difficult position, as he needed to maintain decorum in the presence of his junior sister. Yu Linglong playfully shook Su Xiao's arm, declaring, "So what if you are an old man? Sister Dugu fancies older gentlemen, and I share her taste. Elder Su, do visit the Heroine sect sometime. We shall extend our warmest hospitality." Her eyes sparkled with a captivating charm, her demeanor brimming with confidence. She instinctively recognized that this elder was the type who could be easily swayed. The rumors surrounding him were indeed true, despite his age. He indulged in the company of younger female disciples. Age mattered little to her. For the fortune he possessed, she could wholeheartedly accept it. Moreover, despite his years, he still possessed a certain handsomeness. The more she gazed, the more attractive he became. Yu Linglong, one must consider the occasion. If one desires to indulge in flirtation, choose another partner. My elder brother is but an old soul, ill-equipped to endure your antics. Du Guling felt a twinge of irritation. Did he completely disregard her position as his junior sister? Yet, a sense of confusion lingered within her, despite her brother's advanced years. Why did Yu Linglong show no disdain? Dear sister Dugu, your stingy demeanor is quite amusing. You neither partake in the feast nor permit others to indulge? What a pity for our distinguished elder. As she spoke, she reluctantly released Su Xiao's hand, casting an irresistibly enchanting glance in his direction before returning to the mortal realm of the Heroine sect. This fluid display of charm from Yu Linglong left Zhu, Lu, and Wen utterly dumbfounded. The trio exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing in astonishment. They had initially presumed that Elder Su was merely captivated by her beauty, but to their surprise, it was Yu Linglong who had taken the initiative. They scrutinized Su Xiao, who appeared to be a decade older than themselves, and found themselves perplexed. How could such a decrepit figure evoke the desire of the Heroine sect's master? This stroke of fortune was utterly incomprehensible. Du Guling, standing beside Su Xiao, sneered, "Brother, if you wish for an early demise, do indulge in frivolities with that woman. Do not blame your younger sister for failing to warn you." With that, she shot a fierce glare at Yu Linglong before seating herself at the table. Though angered, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of conflicting admiration. Her brother may have aged, yet his allure remained undiminished. He was indeed the object of her past affection. Even in his old age, he had managed to ensnare the heart of that flirtatious vixen. As both parties settled in, it wasn't long before Daoisian, the master of the Daotian sect, arrived with 3 elders in tow. After greeting the two parties, the elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair scrutinized Su Xiao with an intensity that suggested he wished to strip him bare. Was this the very individual who, in pursuit of a fleeting romance, annihilated an entire sect of the Xuanma? Had he not failed to transcend the Thunder Tribulation? How could he have reached the Foundation establishment realm so swiftly? Dao Yi, the Venerable One, appeared to be overly inquisitive, prompting Su Xiao to respond with a somewhat awkward smile. He recognized these individuals. Dao Yi was, after all, quite the rascal himself. In the distance, a radiant light obscured the sky as 3 bald elders approached. Enveloped in a golden glow, monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple had arrived. The trio recited Buddhist chants, solemnly seated at the table, eyes closed in meditation, embodying the demeanor of enlightened monks. Overall, it was only the monks of the 10,000 Buddha temple that seemed somewhat normal in Su Xiao's eyes. Next came the 5 demonic sects: the Breakthrough Demon Sect, the Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Myriad Poisons Sect. An overwhelming aura of malice, bloodlust, corpse energy, and miasma descended upon the scene. The arrival of these 4 demonic sects cast an eerie shadow over what had been the serene and picturesque Tianjiang Mountain. Even the surrounding pristine ice and snow began to corrode, becoming riddled with flaws. And what of the Polar Demon Sect? That insufferable Xiao Mu had set out early, yet they had yet to make their appearance. What on earth were they up to? The leader of the Breakthrough Demon Sect, Emoji Tian, had initially been incensed upon seeing members of the Miao Miao Sect. Now, after such a long wait, the Polar Demon Sect seemed to be deliberately delaying their arrival. His anger soared to unprecedented heights. It was not a lack of unity among their demonic sect, but rather the new leader of the extreme Polar Demon Sect, who was excessively pretentious. Even several members of their own sect found it somewhat difficult to adjust. The righteous side merely smiled in silence, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Before long, a cascade of fragrant, exquisite petals drifted through the air. A stirring melody from a distant instrument resonated, creating an atmosphere of exhilaration. In the far horizon, a magnificent gilded palanquin was gracefully lifted and carried through the air by 8 enchanting demonesses. The new leader of the extreme Polar Demon Sect, Master Xiao Mu, had arrived. 3 elder men clad in black robes cleared a path ahead, calling out loudly towards the mountain peak. The gilded palanquin, borne by the 8 demonesses, descended gently into the clearing. A striking young man in a dashing white robe supported the hands of 2 demonesses as he elegantly stepped down from the palanquin. Master of the extreme Polar Demon Sect, Xiao Mu, greets esteemed elders. A palpable chill emanated from the handsome young man, an intense aura characteristic of the 9th level of divine transformation. Including Su Xiao, the members of the righteous faction gazed at this new leader of the extreme Polar Demon Sect with expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 demon sects darkened in countenance. This arrogant figure had utterly disgraced their sect. Upon first laying eyes on Yu Linglong and Du Guling, Xiao Mu's gaze darted back and forth, nearly crossing in astonishment. What in the world? The maidens of the righteous 4 sects are simply exquisite. Master, please assist me. I desire them all. Chapter 44. The super-experienced baby Xiao Mu felt as though his heart were about to explode, pounding furiously within his chest. He exerted every ounce of strength to maintain his composure, lest he embarrass himself in front of his 2 future wives. Such a waist. Such a dairy-ree. Such a visage. He glanced at Yu Linglong, then at Du Guling, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fervor, a wicked light surging forth. They were the epitome of perfect companions, seemingly crafted exclusively for him. Fool, calm down. Do not lose composure at the sight of women. You are the leader of the extreme demon sect. A voice resonated from the depths of his consciousness, jolting him back to reality. Yes, yes, Master, I understand. A flicker of trepidation crossed Xiaomu's eyes as he hastily led the 8 demonesses and 3 elders to the location of the extreme demon sect. Once seated, his eyes gleamed with an otherworldly green light as he fixated on Yu Linglong and Dugu Ling, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They were his. All his. He had the formidable backing of his master, the destined one of the Panlong continent. Yu Linglong and Dugu Ling exchanged glances, a mutual expression of disdain flickering in their eyes as they beheld this unprecedented young leader. Su Xiao wore a peculiar expression. It had been ages since he had encountered such a blundering fool. Detected, child of destiny, Xiaomu's source of fortune, contains the soul of a core formation cultivator within. Mission announcement, eliminate the child of fortune, Xiaomu. Reward, a tenfold enhancement to the system's item repository, increasing the quality cap of returned items. Another mission? Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Xiao was taken aback. This time, it was not merely a simple gift of critical strikes, but a direct upgrade to the item repository. He had a nagging suspicion that there was a limit to what the system could return. For elixirs, the pinnacle was the celestial divine elixir, while for magical artifacts, it culminated in the treasured instruments. Should it ascend another level, the returns would indeed be extraordinary. Excellent. This arrogant Xiaomu had always irked him. Now, with the system assigning him a task concerning this special child of fortune, it was akin to encountering a prodigious source of experience. However, it must be noted that the opponent harbored the divine soul of a formidable entity at the integration stage, presenting a significant challenge. The integration stage is a realm that follows the void refinement stage, a level shrouded in mystery, even to Su Xiao, who possessed limited knowledge of it. One thing was certain, reaching the integration stage meant standing atop the peaks of the Panlong continent. Nonetheless, he felt untroubled. The adversary was merely a divine soul at the integration stage, undoubtedly lacking in completeness. In a real confrontation, he would likely prove less formidable than a fully realized practitioner of the void refinement stage. There was no need for haste. With the system at his disposal, he would methodically deal with this arrogant fool. Junior sister, when did the new leader of the extreme demon sect take office? I haven't heard anything about it. Resolute in his decision to take down this arrogant ruler, Su Xiao began his inquiries. Dugu Lingfeng's eyes flickered slightly as she cast a disdainful glance at Xiaomu, softly remarking, this has only recently occurred. Xiaomu had distinguished himself in the grand competition of the Polar Demon Sect, where, despite being merely in the nascent soul stage, he had vanquished a god transformation cultivator, astonishing the entire sect. He caught the attention of the esteemed elders within the sect, who took him under their wing as a close disciple. Over the subsequent decades, Xiaomu, with his extraordinary talent, ascended to the 9th level of god transformation and smoothly assumed the role of the sect leader. Presently, Xiaomu is merely around 400 years old, and his advancement to the void refinement stage is all but assured. Furthermore, due to his meteoric rise, the Polar Demon Sect has subtly positioned itself as the foremost among the 5 great demon sections. Su Xiao nodded slowly, recognizing him as a quintessential protagonist. With a divine soul of integration concealed within him, it was no wonder he cultivated at such an accelerated pace and wielded formidable power. Dugu Lingfeng, having expressed her thoughts, wished to refrain from discussing the lecherous and imposing Xiaomu any further. Although he was youthful, gifted, and possessed of great potential, the sordid glimmer in his eyes repulsed her, prompting her to avoid even a fleeting glance in his direction. Yu Linglong shared a similar sentiment. Initially, Xiaomu exuded an aura of profound fortune and was the very embodiment of the type of man favored by her sect, the Heroine sect. Yet, his lewd demeanor and frivolous gaze made her acutely aware for the first time that a man could be so utterly distasteful. Moreover, after witnessing the boundless and majestic aura surrounding Su Xiao, Xiaomu appeared utterly insignificant by comparison. The old gentleman truly suits me. Yu Linglong could sense the boundless fortune surrounding Su Xiao, along with his distinct and rare charm, his skin glowing, and his enchanting gaze brimming with affection. Xiaomu completed his display of arrogance, and the onlookers could only regard him as a mere jest. As the meeting commenced, Mo Tian of the Breaking Sky Demonic Sect directed a tirade of invective towards Su Xiao, hurling accusations of being an old dog, a ruthless killer, a patron of female disciples, and a lecherous scoundrel, among many other disparaging labels. They were more informed about Su Xiao's alleged misdeeds than the disciples of the Piao Miao sect. A slew of dark revelations emerged. even mentioning the names Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yener. Enraged, Mo Jitian turned to Dugu Ling and declared, "The despicable acts committed by this old scoundrel Su are far from limited to what has been revealed. The existence of such a vile, malevolent, and debauched individual is an utter disgrace to our human race. If today does not yield a resolution, the lives of thousands within the Xuanma sect shall not be overlooked, and neither shall the breaking sky demonic sect." After making his statement, Mo Jitian took his seat, causing the righteous sects to exchange concerned glances. If it were in accordance with Su Zhao's previous conduct, they would have surely argued their case. However, the entire Panlong continent was abuzz with tales of Su Zhao's recent actions. Mo Jitian was not entirely incorrect. Indeed, Su Zhao had annihilated the entire Xuanma sect for the sake of a female disciple from the outer sect. This was not his usual behavior. What had compelled him to act so erratically in his twilight years? The three eminent monks of the Buddhist sect began earnestly persuading, tracing the narrative from millennia past to the present. The plight of the human race is often recounted, emphasizing the need for unity, yet the words ring hollow. Enough with the chattering, bald donkey. If the Breaking Heaven Demon sect is not permitted to vent its grievances today, neither will the entire demonic faction acquiesce. Mo Jitian remains unmoved, boldly retorting. Dugu Ling perceives the resolve of the demon sect and realizes that the Liuguang Qianhuan fan cannot be safeguarded any longer. Thus, she coldly states, "My senior brother has failed his tribulation and has little time left. Mo Jitian, having spoken at length, what is it that you wish to propose? If you seek my brother's life, you shall have to step over my corpse to do so." At these words, several members of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect scoff disdainfully. Mo Jitian slowly replies, "Dugu Ling, I am aware of the profound bond you share with that old dog Su. You would rather see him perish of old age than orchestrate his demise. Fear not, I shall not place you in a difficult position. How about this? That old dog Su is quite formidable, is he not? He also possesses a penchant for exterminating sections. I propose a one-on-one duel. If he can endure for the duration of a single incense stick in my presence, this matter shall be resolved. What do you say?" To demand Su Zhao's life outright would mean tearing the veil with the righteous path, a perilous gamble. To request benefits directly would be too brazen, a matter of pride. Hence, a splendid duel is the optimal strategy, compelling the opponent to concede gracefully and offer concessions, while anger simmers. Securing ample benefits from the Misty sect remains the paramount concern at this juncture. Chapter 45, The Relentless King, Xiao Mu. When the demand for Mogician was proposed, everyone present understood its implications. The three elderly monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple sighed in relief, realizing that there was no significant threat. The Dao Tian Gate and the Hehuan sect cast disdainful glances at the Patian Mo sect, choosing not to elaborate further. Dugu Ling let out a cold snort, having long suspected the ulterior motives of her opponents. Su Zhao nodded in satisfaction. This formidable rival of fate had conveniently presented himself to him. He currently possessed 4 remaining talismans of the 9th level of the divine transformation stage, along with 2 foundational magical treasures. The arrival of Mogician was akin to courting death. With a light chuckle, Dugu Ling narrowed her eyes and said, "Mogician, my senior brother has failed his tribulation and is merely at the core formation stage. You, a 9th level divine transformation cultivator, challenging him in a one-on-one duel? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? I propose this. Allow me to stand in for my brother in a contest of magic. If you can endure for the duration of an incense stick in my hands, then my brother's life shall be your penance. What do you say?" Su Zhao nearly lost his balance and fell at her words. His junior sister was truly kind to him. No. This was a matter between the Patian Mo sect and that old dog Su, and it was imperative that he resolved it himself. Mogician was not foolish. He sought benefits, not a life-and-death struggle. Su, that old dog, was nearing his end, his life worth little. Dugu Ling had anticipated such a response from her opponent. She was prepared to make concessions, planning to use the Liuguang Qianhuan fan as a bargaining chip to silence the members of the Mo sect. Just as everyone believed that the 9th sect conference would conclude successfully, safeguarding the peace of humanity, a voice filled with righteous indignation suddenly emerged. Stepping forth ahead of Su Zhao, "I vehemently disagree." Xiao Mu rose, wielding a magical folding fan, fanning himself amidst the frigid air, and remarked with a smile, "Mogician, your actions are excessively tyrannical." Su Zhao, the elder of the Qiaomiao sect, having failed in the Thunder Tribulation, was now in the twilight of his years. With little time left to live, could you truly bear to act against such a lonely, defenseless and sorrowful elder? He then stood up and, casting a charming smile towards Dugu, assured, "Rest easy, Master Dugu. With me, Xiaomu, by your side, no one can harm your solitary senior brother." Initially intending to adhere to the plans of the demon sect, upon seeing Dugu, he decided to change his course. This was an opportune moment for him to forge a bond with Dugu. Only a peerless female cultivator like her was worthy to be his destined companion. Haha. Xiaomu's unorthodox approach left the other four demon sects bewildered, while Magician regarded him with a face full of suspicion. What trickery is this young rascal up to? The righteous four sects exchanged astonished glances at Xiaomu. Was this new leader of the extreme demon sect truly so eccentric? They, seasoned beings who had lived for millennia, could easily discern that this youth had taken a liking to Dugu. "Xiaomu, what are you doing? If you cannot articulate your thoughts, summon your sect's elders. Do not disgrace my demon sect here." The biting wrath of the extreme weather sect has reached a boiling point. And just when the Meow sect was about to take action, this young man rudely intervened. How dare he speak in favor of the righteous? Are the people of the extreme demon sect blind to elect such a lecher as their leader? Extreme weather. One must not show disrespect to the leader of our extreme demon sect. In an instant, 3 black-robed elders of the extreme demon sect positioned themselves protectively before Xiaomu. Their cold gazes directed at the group from the Breaking Sky demon sect, their formidable aura of the 9th level of the transformation stage radiating powerfully. These are the 3 most formidable inner sect elders, unwaveringly guarding Xiaomu, determined to ensure the absolute safety of their extraordinary genius. Xiaomu waved his fan, signaling the 3 elders to withdraw. He then stepped forward gracefully, addressing Immortal with a calm smile. "There is no need for anger, Master Imo. Su Zhao's life holds little value. If you could extend a favor to the extreme demon sect and refrain from pressing Master Dugu further, I shall cover the cost of 2,000 high-grade spirit stones as an apology from our sect to yours." Boom. Xiaomu's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving all present in stunned silence. The extreme demon sect is offering to pay for the Meow sect's troubles? 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Has Xiaomu completely lost his mind in pursuit of a woman? The 3 elders of the Meow sect were dumbfounded, overwhelmed by their leader's undeniable charm, which had completely captivated this young man. Dugu cast a disdainful glance at Xiaomu, falling silent, though she desperately wished to refuse his assistance. But who would dare to oppose the spirit stone artifacts? Though the manner in which this money was obtained left her feeling quite nauseated, it remains, after all, a sum of money. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Xiaomu, are you truly speaking with sincerity? Even Immortal was taken aback. Such an exorbitant figure was beyond his capacity to refuse. He even found himself swallowing hard in silence. The psychological threshold for their Broken Sky demon sect was merely 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and yet the other party had presented a sum twice that. This wretched little brat must have quite the stash of spirit stones. Indeed, it is true, Xiaomu responded, reveling in the awestruck and incredulous gazes surrounding him. He felt an immense sense of pleasure, almost as if he were floating in the clouds. This was a necessary condition for becoming the king of showmanship. He thrived on being so ostentatious and captivating. He then turned his gaze towards the resplendent figure of Dugu, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he remarked, "I share a fateful connection with the sect leader Dugu. A mere 2,000 spirit stones is but a trifle. Sect leader Dugu, the righteous and demonic paths are intertwined. So let us not allow such trivial matters to mar our goodwill." Haha. Dugu could hardly bear to look at him any longer. He was simply too lewd. Even she, a connoisseur of wealth, felt an overwhelming urge to confront him physically before refusing his advances. Very well. Since the extreme demon sect has taken it upon themselves to mediate this matter, our Broken Sky demon sect shall naturally extend a measure of courtesy. Immortal was in good spirits, having secured a double fortune. Su Laogo, now that you're nearing your end, it would be best to refrain from roaming about and instead focus on nurturing your little concubine. Do not emerge again to cause trouble for others. Your peaceful demise would be the greatest contribution to our human race. Ha ha ha. Having said that, he sat down in high spirits. Xiaomu cast an exceedingly lewd and flirtatious glance at Dugu before returning to his seat. At this moment, both the righteous and demonic factions were still somewhat perplexed. In a bid to impress the ladies, Xiaomu had audaciously produced 2,000 spirit stones to pressure the king, truly deserving of admiration. However, while it was amusing to watch, the matter had been settled. The anxieties of the Wanfo Temple and the Daodian Gate were finally alleviated. At least the battle between the righteous and demonic factions had been averted. Just as the elderly monk of Wanfo Temple was about to deliver an inspiring closing speech, Su Xiao stood up with a cold smile. Esteemed guests, the spirit stones from the extreme demon sect, my Piao Miao sect, does not accept. The aged voice resonated throughout the hall, once again shocking the disciples of the 9 sections. Beside him, Dugu Ling and the 3 elders, Zhu Lu and Wan, stared at the rising Su Xiao, their eyes filled with astonishment. Su Elder is still refusing. Even the sect leader had not uttered a word. In this situation, one could easily acquire a supreme quality magical artifact. The hearts of the righteous faction plummeted once more. What was Su Xiao thinking? Was there no peace to be had? You, an aged man on the brink of death in the core formation stage, have stirred such a great turmoil. And now that someone is willing to stand up for you, you still refuse? Chapter 46. Aging without fear. All eyes at the scene were captivated by Su Xiao, the elder with an ethereal demeanor. The members of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect swallowed nervously, apprehensive that this elder might conjure up some troublesome antics. For them, this was a golden opportunity. Dugu Ling furrowed her delicate brows and whispered, Senior brother, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from speaking further. If you continue, we may lose the Liuguang Xianwan fan. Su Xiao flashed a charming smile, reassuring her, no worries, junior sister. Just observe, leave these matters to me. I assure you, there will be no unnecessary expenses. What a jest. The demon Extreme Heaven had issued a mission with a 10,000-fold critical strike. Such an exquisite opportunity to vanquish the adversary could not be thwarted by Xiaomu, who dared to put on airs before him. A mere pretender, how laughable. Facing the astonished and concerned gazes of the crowd, Su Xiao unleashed his ire upon Demon Extreme Heaven. Demon Extreme Heaven, I have tolerated you for far too long. You imbecile, does calling me an old dog bring you delight? You wish to challenge me one-on-one? Very well, I shall oblige. But this is no trivial skirmish. It shall be a battle for survival. With that, he scoffed towards the distant Xiaomu. How old are you, boy? That you wish to meddle in the affairs of us elders? Perhaps it would be prudent for you to mature a bit before you engage with us. 2,000 spirit stones are but a trifling sum for my Miao Liao sect, so there is no need for your extreme demon sect to contribute. If Demon Extreme Heaven desires a duel, I am equally willing. The crowd, comprising both righteous and demonic factions, stood petrified by Su Xiao's words, as if turned to stone. Even the enlightened monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple scrutinized the elderly man with curiosity. Has Su lost his sanity? Pondered a master from the Dao Tiamen, his fingers deftly calculating, attempting to discern Su Xiao's intentions. He could not fathom why the man would willingly seek his demise. Yet, no matter how he calculated, the truth eluded him. It was as if Su Xiao's fate was shrouded in an impenetrable veil. Yiling Long gazed at Su Xiao, who was now the center of attention, his once pale skin glowing with an alluring flush. Handsome, Elder Su is increasingly captivating, she mused. She understood that a figure of such immense fortune could not remain in the shadows indefinitely. Having obliterated the Xuanma sect, he must possess formidable resources. The members of the bloodthirsty demon sect, the heavenly corpse sect, and the myriad poisons sect were expressions of concern. The turmoil had originated from this elderly man, and should he be inadvertently slain by Mo Jitian, the Miao sect might very well declare war. The most astonished were undoubtedly the members of the extreme demon sect, the Breaking Heaven demon sect, and the Miao sect. Dugu Ling and the 3 elders remained frozen in place, uncertain of Su Xiao's true intentions. If a conflict were to erupt, Elder Su would surely be vanquished in an instant. Mo Jitian surveyed the audacious and fearless elder before him, momentarily taken aback and forgetting to retort. Why was this elder deviating from the expected script? A battle to the death? Had the old man truly lost his mind? At this moment, the source of his utmost fury was not the malevolent demon, but rather the mediator, Xiaomu. He gazed at Su Xiao, who captivated the attention of the entire assembly, brimming with vitality. Unable to contain the seething anger within, his face flushed a deep shade of crimson. The audacity of that old fool. How blind and ungrateful. How dare he disregard the goodwill of this genius? Had matters concluded in that manner, he would have been the most distinguished figure of the day, heralding his inaugural triumph as the new leader. Yet now, all eyes were drawn to that elderly man. The master of the extreme demon sect found himself relegated from protagonist to mere bystander, a hero transformed into a jester. He could not bear such humiliation. In an instant, Su Xiao's status shifted from that of a pitiful, solitary elder to his foremost rival. To dare eclipse Xiaomu's brilliance was tantamount to courting death. Fool, compose yourself. Just as Xiao Mu's rage reached its zenith, a voice echoed from the depths of his consciousness. Master, I. Xiao Mu immediately quelled his indignation. That old man had gone too far. Does he not realize how few spirit stones he possesses? Best to remain silent and observe their contention. I was just about to reprimand you. Truly a fool. Stay put. Reluctantly, Xiao Mu acquiesced. Yes, master. Yet, his eyes remained filled with resentment as he glared at Su Xiao. The previous exhilaration of being the center of attention had vanished entirely, replaced now by an overwhelming sense of frustration. Transforming from the protagonist to a mere bystander is, for a proud king, a torment more unbearable than death itself. Su Laogo, I shall merely observe how you meet your demise. How dare you disregard the grace bestowed upon you by this sect? Seeking death. Xiao Mu, who once sailed smoothly through life, revered by thousands, now found the sight of Su Xiao basking in the limelight more repugnant than swallowing a fly. Mo Jitian regained his senses and rose, casting a peculiar glance at Su Xiao, inquiring, Su Laogo, are you truly intent on challenging me to a duel without further contemplation? He was reluctant to part with the 2,000 high-grade spirit stones from the extreme magic sect. It seemed he had finally grasped the intentions of the mysterious sect. Were they deliberately pushing Su Xiao forward to face death, thus sparing themselves the need to compensate the Breaking Heaven magic sect? Quite possibly. It was rumored that this old man had less than a year to live. Whether he perished sooner or later mattered little to the mysterious sect. Damn it. The extreme magic sect has already come to your aid, yet you resort to such antics. Truly a congregation of fools. Consideration be damned. Su Xiao retorted fiercely, declaring, Today, it is either your death or mine, and all present shall bear witness. Should you bring about my demise, the mysterious sect shall not pursue any grievances. The expressions of the Breaking Heaven magic sect darkened. Their suspicions confirmed, they realized the old man was indeed here to embrace death. The mysterious sect was truly ruthless. Emoji Tian glanced at Duguling, who swallowed hard and chose to acquiesce. Su Xiao had subtly indicated his intentions earlier. Although she was uncertain of her senior brother's source of confidence, she opted to place her trust in him. Su Xiao, perhaps you should reconsider? Emoji Tian's tone softened, revealing his apprehension. Killing Su Xiao would yield no benefit and would only provoke the formidable Piao Miao sect. He too was reluctant. Emoji Tian, are you truly afraid that I might bring about your demise? Su Xiao scoffed. You insufferable fool, your bravado is merely a fade. When it comes to action, you cower. Is this how the Patian Mo sect operates? Such spinelessness? His words echoed with disdain, leaving no room for ambiguity. The onlookers shook their heads, feeling a wave of sympathy for the Patian Mo sect. The bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. With rumors circulating that Su Xiao had less than a year to live, he felt liberated to act without restraint. Emoji Tian had indeed encountered an insurmountable challenge. As Emoji Tian hesitated amidst the spectators' excitement, Xiaomu could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Master Mo, since Su Xiao has accepted your challenge, I propose you engage him in combat. Whoever survives shall claim these 2,000 spirit stones, which the GDMO sect shall bestow. With that proclamation, he produced a storage bag from his robes and tossed it amidst the crowd, relishing the attention that returned to him. Su old dog, perish at my hands. This genius is the most dazzling figure of the Panlong continent. Chapter 47. The power of old man Su as Xiao Mu's storage bag fell to the ground. All eyes turned toward him in unison. 2,000 spirit stones, just like that, thrown away. The astonishment in their gazes was palpable. Wasn't this new leader of the extreme demon sect seeking the life of old man Su? It seemed he was only adding fuel to the fire, as if he craved to escalate the situation even further. Bravo! Xiao Mu truly deserves the title of a prodigy seldom seen in our demon sect over the millennia. His generosity is simply astounding. On the side of the Breaking Sky demon sect, Mo Jitian looked at the storage bag before him with eyes alight with greed. Killing old man Su initially seemed to lack any gain, and he was too disinterested to take action. But now, with Xiao Mu's pride wounded by old man Su, he was willing to spend 2,000 high-grade spirit stones for the old man's life, in the name of prestige. Exchanging 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones for old man Su's life made Mo Jitian willing to crown Xiao Mu as the king of prestige. Old man Su, who dares to say that our Breaking Sky demon sect is cowardly? We have stood for over 10,000 years, having slain countless ignorant cultivators like you. You desire a battle of life and death? So be it, if you possess the ability to kill me. The Breaking Sky demon sect shall never hold your mysterious sect accountable. Imo expression shifted dramatically, his hands clasped behind his back, reverting to his former defiant demeanor. Now, this was the spirit the demon sect should embody. Old Man Su's eyes also glimmered with a hint of light. If that is the case, I ask everyone present to bear witness for me and Imo. The battle between me and the formidable demon, Mo is a struggle of life and death. Regardless of the outcome, whether it ends in life or death, this matter shall be conclusively resolved. His heart was equally stirred. Xiao Bai Wang even voluntarily gifted him 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Could this be considered an additional reward for the completion of the task? Yes. Utilize the 9th-level transformation talisman with great force to strike down this foul-mouthed Mo. The disciples of the 9 sects around were somewhat dazed. What transpired? How did this matter escalate to such a degree? Nevertheless, astonishment aside, both righteous and demonic factions nodded in unison, agreeing to witness the event. After all, with the demise of the old rascal Su Xiao, this matter would be utterly resolved. An old man nearing the end of his lifespan is akin to a ticking time bomb, instilling worry within them. Yu Linglong propped her delicate, fair arm on her chin. Gazing affectionately at Su Xiao, she was curious about what extraordinary qualities this venerable elder possessed, given his immense fortune. The 3 elders conferred, stating that if their senior brother were to falter, they would act swiftly to save him, exchanging the luminary fan for his life. Dugu Ling furrowed her brows tightly. Secretly arranging matters, her senior brother had taken a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years of life. And under no circumstances must he meet his end outside the sect. Her senior brother had always treated her with such kindness, yet she felt unable to reciprocate. Guilt weighed heavily upon her. She must ensure her senior brother enjoys a complete and fulfilling twilight of life. Indeed, rest assured, sect leader, the 3 elders replied solemnly. Even if the sect leader refrains from speaking, they would still take action. After all, although Elder Su's reputation has recently suffered, he has had considerable interactions with them and would not stand idly by while his companion is harmed. The abbot of the 10,000 Buddha temple, Liao Chen, with a flick of his brow, emanated an endless aura of Buddhist light and proclaimed, "Esteemed patrons, following this contest, we shall bring a definitive conclusion to the entanglements of the Xuanma sect. Should anyone provoke unwarranted discord again, our 10,000 Buddha temple will have no choice but to unleash the wrath of the Vajra." The elder monks, taken aback by the peculiarities unfolding before them, found their composure shaken. No more pretense. The stakes have been laid bare. Whoever stirs trouble shall face the consequences. 2 esteemed patrons, please proceed. Upon the conclusion of Liao Chen's words, Mo and Su Xiao stepped onto their flying swords, descending upon the summit of a distant snow-capped mountain. The representatives from various countries witnessing this tense standoff were utterly astonished, as if struck by lightning. Why did a duel suddenly erupt? Had the 9 sects conference truly reached an impasse? Most of them were among the most formidable cultivators from their respective nations, with numerous being transformation stage practitioners. The palpable spiritual energy and murderous intent radiating from these 2 indicated that matters were far from simple. This was a life and death duel. The leader of the breakthrough demon sect, Mo, a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the transformation stage. Su Xiao, an intersect elder of the mysterious Miss sect, also a figure of recent renown. But wait, wasn't he still at the core formation stage? Their expressions were nothing short of extraordinary. An ailing core formation elder daring to challenge Mo. What a spectacle. Understood. This is a deliberate act of self-sacrifice. All eyes are fixed on this profoundly uneven duel. Most spectators silently speculate that Mo could annihilate Su Xiao with just a few moves. Sitting in his seat, Xiao Miu gazes at the 2 figures atop the mountain, already contemplating how to splendidly present the spirit stones to Mo afterward. 2,000 spirit stones would allow him, the new sect leader, to make a resounding mark across the Panlong continent. The mere thought fills him with excitement and thrill. As for his wife, Dugu Ling, mourning the loss of her senior brother, she may grieve for a while. But there's no rush. In the future, once he reaches the realm of refining the void and ascends to dominance, he will pursue her slowly. His gaze has already begun to drift toward his beloved Yu Linglong. Surely, as a person of destiny, the beauties of the Heroine sect would flock to him like moths to a flame. Ha! Su, old dog, prepare to face my attack. If you can withstand a single strike from my black killing soul-pursuing blade, I shall concede your prowess. Ha! 18 exquisite blades, emanating dense black energy, materialize around Mo. Subsequently, under his command, These blades surged towards Su Xiao, merging in midair to form the supreme black killing soul-pursuing blade. The colossal black blade, infused with boundless resentment, obliterates the surrounding snowy mountains. Its speed and ferocity surpass even the earlier confrontation between the Piaomiao sect and Duguling by a significant margin. He intends to strike Su Xiao down in one fell swoop, leaving no escape route for his opponent. The old man possesses the power to obliterate the Xuanma sect. Undoubtedly not an ordinary cultivator at the core formation stage. He, Mo Jitian, would not grant his adversary even the slightest opportunity for a comeback. Ha! Su Laogo, go quietly. There shall be no pain. Mo Jitian laughed maniacally. In the distance, Dugu Ling and his three companions had already readied themselves to rescue, silently circulating their spiritual energy. Just as the situation grew dire, Su Xiao made his move. With a single hand gesture, a colossal iron mountain materialized before him, rapidly expanding until it reached an imposing height of 30 zhang and a width of 20 zhang. Upon its emergence, it bore the aura of a divine artifact descending from the heavens, exuding an irresistible force. This was Su Xiao's treasured item, the Five Extremes Mountain. Although the approaching Haisha chasing soul blade also measured 3 zhang in length, it appeared diminutive and feeble in comparison to the Iron Mountain. A thunderous crash resounded as the Haisha chasing soul blade collided directly with the gigantic Iron Mountain. The latter stood unyielding, akin to the most formidable fortress wall, remaining completely unmoved even under the tremendous assault of the exquisite artifact, the Haisha chasing soul blade. Not even a single iron scrap was dislodged. What is happening? What is this entity? Mo Jitian was taken aback. The members of the 9 sects were astonished. Even the representatives of various nations from the distant Tianzhang mountain were left in shock. Su Xiao, at the core formation stage, effortlessly thwarted Mo Jitian's earth-shattering strike. Crack. The tip of the Black Shot Pursuit soul blade began to show cracks upon its contact with the Shiyu 5 Extreme Mountain. Finally, with a resounding bang, the entire Black Shot Pursuit soul blade was utterly shattered by the indestructible divine stone of the Shiyu 5 Extreme Mountain, transforming into scattered fragments of worthless iron. How is this possible? This astonishing scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. This is you, old Su. How dare you? The heart of demonic extremity is bleeding. What a loss. Such an exquisite treasure like the Black Shot Pursuit soul blade cannot be purchased even with 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Su Xiao swiftly retrieved the Shiyu 5 Extreme Mountain. Immediately afterward, 2 ninth-layer transformation talismans disintegrated in his hands. With a thunderous roar, dark clouds enveloped the sky in an instant. Countless arcs of lightning crackled above, and a massive purple lightning bolt had completely locked onto the heart of demonic extremity. Simultaneously, around the heart of demonic extremity, endless red and yellow flames ignited from the void. The extreme temperatures within seemed capable of melting the very air, wreaking havoc upon the world. This was the 9th-layer transformation talismans, the purple lightning talisman and the crimson flame talisman. Chapter 48. The battle at the pinnacle of transformation. It is the transformation talisman. Moreover, it is the talisman of the ninefold transformation. Observing the ominous clouds, violet lightnings, and the flames of red and yellow in the distant sky, the assembly of the 9 sects erupted in a frenzy. So that is it. Their lingering doubts were finally dispelled. The old man Su Xiao harbored such formidable transformation talismans within him. No wonder he was so audacious. Feeling their immense power, it was evident that these were at least the pinnacle talismans of a ninefold transformation. The 3 elders, Dugu Ling and Zhu Luwan, gradually slowed their manipulation of spiritual energy. Elder Su, has he not exhausted the transformation talismans yet? Dugu Ling had previously informed them that Elder Su had encountered an ancient cultivator's cave in the 10,000 Great Mountains, from which he acquired several high-grade talismans. The reason he could effortlessly annihilate the disciples of the Xuanma sect was precisely due to these transformation talismans. The situation was dire for Mo Jitian. The 2 transformation talismans wielded by Elder Su possessed astonishing power. The elders gazed at the distant inferno and rolling thunder, their eyes betraying a hint of terror. The might of the transformation contained within Elder Su's talismans far surpassed that of ordinary transformation talismans. Xiao Mu's handsome visage turned a shade of green with rage. Watching Elder Su invoke the talismans from afar, his eyes reflected a tumult of worry, shock, and resentment. Su, you old dog, you still conceal transformation talismans. By heavens! Mo Jitian, if you dare to lose, I shall show you no mercy. As Su Xiao unleashed the formidable power of the talismans, Xiao Mu felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. He had never encountered such a potent transformation talisman. It seemed even a genius like him would struggle to contend with such a powerful artifact. In the distance, the expressions of the onlookers from Tianjiang Mountain turned vibrant once more, as they finally comprehended how the seemingly doomed Su Xiao had annihilated the Xuanma sect. All this time, he had concealed the transformation talismans. With a thunderous roar, the vast expanse of crimson and golden flames, under Su Xiao's impeccable control of the path of earthly fire, coalesced into countless fire dragons, soaring toward Imo-Jitian. The latter's resolute visage turned an alarming shade of purple as he realized that Su, the old rascal, undoubtedly possessed something extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated the sheer might of these transformation talismans. Su, you are cheating. Imo-Jitian's storage bag was emptied in a frantic attempt to defend himself. A large black umbrella unfurled, ascending to the heavens, locking onto him as the impending thunder tribulation descended. A golden jade robe enveloped him, radiating a warm white glow to ward off the encroaching fire dragons. Additionally, a black shield floated around him, manifesting a dark-hued barrier to ensure his safety. These were all his superior artifacts. Though panic-stricken, Imo-Jitian harbored his own strategy. As long as he could withstand the assault of these two talismans, once Su Xiao had exhausted their power, he would revert to being an ordinary Jiedon elder. Defeating him would be a mere formality. Afterward, he would undoubtedly seek compensation from the Piamiao sect for the Blackshaw soul-chasing blade. Replace it with a new one. In the clash of cultivators, victory and defeat hinge not only on realm, but also on the prowess of magical artifacts. The mightier the artifact, the greater the probability of triumph. Originally, he harbored no fear of the ordinary transformation talismans, as 3 top-tier magical artifacts could effortlessly withstand them. However, the 2 offensive talismans wielded by that old dog Su were astonishingly potent, compelling him to devote his full strength to defense. As for the Iron Mountain that had previously shattered his supreme great sword, it had appeared for such a brief moment that he had mentally categorized it as a defensive talisman, one that could only be used once and was thus deemed inconsequential. Once your talismans are expended, I shall methodically crush you to death. You old dog. With the defensive formation established, the purple thunder from the heavens suddenly descended. The divine lightning, several times thicker than a barrel, had already locked onto the demonic chains of heaven, and upon its emergence, it struck the black umbrella above with a resounding crash. Boom! The black umbrella whirled wildly, conjuring a series of luminous shields for defense. Yet, as soon as the shields materialized, they were obliterated by the purple thunder. The divine lightning shattered over a dozen light shields, its ferocity undiminished as it drew ever closer to the black umbrella, seemingly on the verge of breaching its defenses. Below, numerous fire dragons, under Su Xiao's command, surged from all directions toward the luminous wall conjured by the black shield. The crackling sounds echoed continuously. Black smoke billowed upward as the light shields were consumed. Ultimately, with a resounding bang, the luminous wall could no longer withstand the scorching flames of the fire dragons, erupting into a myriad of fragments. No, my blacklight shield, Su Laogo, may you meet a most miserable end. Imo-Jitian was engulfed in remorse and terror. He regretted accepting Su Xiao's challenge. The old man was utterly insidious. The fire dragons breached the first layer of defense, lunging directly toward Imo-Jitian's essence, continuing to blaze upon his golden embroidered jade attire. Like maggots clinging to a corpse, they were impossible to extinguish and even harder to resist. Imo-Jitian could only expend his spiritual energy to sustain the golden embroidered jade attire, temporarily keeping the countless fire dragons at bay. Su Xiao stood aloft, poised on his sword in the distant sky. The colossal jade-white sword beneath him radiated a spectrum of colors, and he appeared as a celestial being, exuding an ethereal grace. Dashing, charismatic, having comprehended the essence of earth fire, he wielded the crimson flame talismans with remarkable finesse. Coupled with the celestial purple thunder, he felt a surge of confidence that he might, with just 2 talismans, claim the life of his adversary. Boom! The celestial purple thunder once again pierced through a layer of protective light, and the black umbrella artifact could no longer withstand the onslaught of this divine thunder. Shattering with a crackle, the lightning cascaded downward, instantly striking Imo-Jitian and erupting with a deafening roar. The sky was a tumultuous sea of dark clouds and thunder, unleashing its energy with utmost ferocity. After a full 10 breaths, the purple thunder gradually dissipated, revealing a charred figure within. The might of the crimson flame talisman had been entirely consumed. incinerating both the adversary's black shield artifact and golden embroidered jade attire. Ha 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 ha. Su Lao Tu. Your talismans are all spent, are they not? The old man is not yet dead. The time of your demise is nigh. With the aid of 3 superior magical artifacts and a multitude of inferior ones, Imo has finally withstood the ferocious tempest of lightning and flames. Although he now possesses merely 10% of his spiritual power, vanquishing an old man in the core formation stage is more than feasible. I shall slay you. The Pyamyo sect must compensate for all my losses. Die, you wretched being. Channeling all the spiritual energy within him, Imo unleashed his divine abilities, manifesting phantoms of the demonic path that enveloped his form. These spectral figures, wielding long blades, surged forth towards Su Xiao. This was his final assault. Even a deity in the transformation stage would find it challenging to withstand, let alone a mere elder of the core formation. Su Laogo, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Your treachery knows no bounds. Imo's heart raced with dread. He had narrowly escaped a counterattack from Su Xiao just moments ago. The old man deserves to be tortured 1,000 times. Su Xiao, with a faint smile, leisurely retrieved a talisman from his spatial storage. Ah, Master Imo. It seems you may find it prudent to resign quietly. Who told you I had run out of talismans? Ha. In an instant, the fiery talisman in his hand dissipated. And with a whoosh, countless red and yellow flames re-emerged around the phantom of Imo. Boom. Under Su Xiao's command, the flames transformed into a multitude of fire dragons, surging towards Imo with relentless ferocity. What the hell? In the shadow of the demon path, the formidable figure of Moji Tian leaves one utterly astounded. His face, marked by resolute strength, appears ghostly pale, devoid of any trace of color. Chapter 49. The terrifying old man. Does that old man still possess fire talismans? At the meeting of the 9 sects, the representatives of the heavenly mountain stood erect, their gazes fixated upon the figure of the demon extreme heavens, enveloped in an endless torrent of fire dragons. Each face was marked with profound astonishment, incredulity flooding their expressions as they beheld this spectacle. Such a formidable 9th-level transformation talisman. Surely even a void refinement practitioner would find it exceedingly challenging to produce, wouldn't they? Old Su still has some left. It's over. The demon extreme heaven is doomed. Countless fire dragons mercilessly reduced the demonic apparition of the demon extreme heaven to nothingness. Subsequently, they began to cling to him, raging flames consuming his flesh. Me, Old Su, cease this at once. This is blatant cheating. He screamed in agony as the flames seared him mercilessly, his spiritual energy depleted, leaving him powerless to contend with Su Xiao. This 9th-level transformation red flame talisman had become his death warrant. Su Xiao stroked his goat-like beard, chuckling. Demon extreme heaven, I bid you a peaceful departure, ha. A man reeking of filth cannot hope to live long. Do take heed in your next life. With a single gesture, a thunderous roar echoed. Crimson and golden flames surged, and in an instant, the demon extreme heaven, devoid of the protective charm of spiritual energy, was reduced to mere charred remains. In his final moments, a surge of resentment and regret welled within him. How could he perish before the nearly decrepit old man? What a loss. I am unwilling to accept this fate. The spirit was utterly extinguished. The power of the crimson flame talisman gradually dissipated, and a charred body fell with a thud into the snow. Su Xiao mounted his sword and approached, retrieving the relatively intact storage bag from the corpse. With so many eyes upon him, it was naturally inappropriate to desecrate the body. He would need to return it to the 2 elders of the Broken Sky Demon sect shortly. After all, he had slain their sect leader and pilfered the storage bag. Such an act was unbecoming of Su Xiao, particularly in the presence of so many witnesses. The representatives from the 9 sects conference stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished by this unbelievable spectacle. Had the formidable Imo truly perished so easily? He had not even endured 2 exchanges. The delegates from the various nations of Tianjiang Mountain similarly stared vacantly at Su Xiao. Where had this old man acquired such an abundance of top-tier talismans? Digo Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as she gazed at Su Xiao. Senior brother, you are simply magnificent. Although victory was achieved through talismans, he had indeed vanquished Imo. Seizing the moment while others were still in shock, she swiftly summoned a storage bag containing 2,000 high-grade spirit stones into her grasp. This was her senior brother's reward for triumph. An impressive haul of 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. She needed to secure it promptly to prevent that loathsome Xiao Mu from reneging. Elders Zhu Lu, and when were completely captivated by Su Zhao's overwhelming prowess, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld him. Elder Su, a master of the 9th level of transformation, was undeniably fortunate to stumble upon such a divine artifact so casually. Su Xiao descended upon a radiant white flying sword, landing gracefully and tossing the charred storage bag of Mogtion to the two petrified elders of the Pation demon sect. This is the storage bag of Mogtion. Since I have triumphed, you two elders must accept the wager and refrain from causing disturbances in the future. Su Xiao surveyed the astonished crowd, still reeling from the shock, and continued with a smile. I have fortuitously slain Mogtion. As you, esteemed leaders, have witnessed this event, I implore you to oversee the Pation demon sect and ensure they do not trouble my Piao Miao sect. Upon hearing his words, the two elders of the Pation demon sect snapped back to reality. Gazing at the scorched storage bag in their hands, their faces turned ashen. They swallowed hard, surveying the stunned onlookers who were rendered speechless by the spectacle, gritting their teeth and exchanging a knowing glance. They summoned their flying swords and hastily made their way back to the Pation demon sect, without uttering a word or lifting a hand in retaliation. They had barely had time to consider rescuing Mogtion. The battle had concluded too swiftly, leaving them utterly unprepared for the rapid demise of their leader at the hands of Su Xiao. They needed to return to their sect immediately to inform the Grand Elder. Something monumental had transpired within the Pation demon sect. The remaining onlookers gradually emerged from their stupor, their eyes filled with terror as they turned to Su Xiao, struggling to find their voices. Although Mogtion's strength, being at the 9th level of the transformation stage, was not at the pinnacle, he was undeniably a formidable opponent. How could he have succumbed so swiftly to Su Xiao's talismans, failing to withstand even 2 exchanges? The old man Su is truly terrifying. Beneath the delicate veil, Yulinglong's ethereal figure glowed with an increasingly vibrant hue. The astonishment in her bewitching gaze gradually transformed into profound delight. As she looked at Su Xiao, her enchanting form quivered slightly, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of colors. Meanwhile, the bewildered Wang Xiaomu stared blankly at Su Xiao, collapsing into his seat in utter disbelief. The demon of the utmost realm, dead? Su, the old dog, actually triumphed over the master of the heavenly demon sect at the 9th level of transformation? In that moment, he felt utterly powerless, a wave of intense anger and resentment overwhelming his mind. Glancing at his storage bag filled with 2,000 superior spirit stones, he saw it now grasped in the hands of Duguling. No, Su, the old dog, I am the protagonist. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd linger, Su Xiao chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Everyone, I merely stumbled upon a few top-tier talismans of the 9th level of transformation. It was merely a fortunate stroke of luck that allowed me to defeat the demon of the utmost realm. There is no need for astonishment, as these talismans diminish with each use, and I have nearly exhausted them all. In the future, I will rely on all of you as witnesses. The demise of the demon of the utmost realm must not lead to any trouble for our mysterious sect. Su Xiao's words reached the ears of everyone present, gradually dispelling their shock. A peculiar expression appeared on their faces. Nearly exhausted? Does that imply that they are not entirely depleted? The expressions of the leaders from Daoshanmen, Wanfo Temple, Tian Shizong, Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, and Wan Poison Sect turned peculiar one by one. The talismans of transformation in the hands of Elder Su were formidable weapons that even they found difficult to withstand. The opponent was an old man nearing death, with a lifespan of less than a year. Yet he wielded such devastating power, truly capable of wreaking havoc at will. Ha! Elder Su, you are being overly courteous. Our Daotian sect has maintained a cordial relationship with your Piao Miao sect for tens of thousands of years. The two sects are like branches of the same tree, a testament to our alliance. In the future, I hope Elder Su will look after us. I express my gratitude here. The Master Dao Yi of Daoshanmen stepped forward, warmly greeting Su Xiao, as if he were an estranged brother returned after many years. Umipa, your words are too flattering, Benefactor Su. Our Wanfo Temple has always enjoyed a good relationship with Piao Miao sect. With Wanfo Temple standing by, the Broken Heaven Demon sect would dare not trouble Piao Miao sect over this matter. Liao Chun, accompanied by 2 eminent monks, approached Su Xiao, offering their utmost respect. Elder Su, the agreement between the righteous and demonic paths has existed for 7 millennia. As both belong to the human race, we should unite in friendship rather than engage in conflict. Should the Broken Heaven Demon sect dare to provoke you, the Bloodthirsty Demon sect will be the first to oppose them. Rest assured, Elder Su, I will send someone to monitor the Broken Heaven Demon sect upon my return. Our Wan Poison sect stands with you as well, Elder Su. The righteous and demonic paths are interconnected. You can be absolutely assured that we will not permit the broken heaven demon sect to disrupt the unity of our human race. In the present moment, all the esteemed elders and leaders have eagerly approached Su Xiao, disregarding the disparities in their realms and ages. It remains uncertain how many of such divine talismans he possesses at this juncture. Moreover, he is but an aging man nearing the end of his days. This individual, wielding formidable power, yet with only a fleeting time left, is undoubtedly the most formidable bomb on the Dragon Continent. One must never provoke him. He is now devoid of fear or restraint. Su Xiao has indeed transformed into a terrifying old man. Xiaomu slumped in his seat, watching Su Xiao, who was surrounded and admired by the crowd. His face contorted in rage, morphing into a mask of fury. Su Xiao, an old man on the brink of death. How dare he overshadow him? No, this cannot be true. His distorted visage was filled with resentment and unwillingness, unable to accept the harsh reality that he had been reduced to a mere bystander. Chapter 50. The infuriated Xiaomu fool. Remain calm. Even an old man on the brink of death can provoke you to such a degree. How will you ever reign supreme in the future? How could I have chosen such a foolish waste of potential as you? The furious voice from the depths of his soul surged once more, laced with both regret and helplessness. Had it not been for his urgent quest for a refuge to cultivate his spirit, he would never have settled for this incompetent as his disciple. Truly, it was an act of utter folly. Master, I realize my mistakes. Xiaomu gazed at Su Xiao, who was basking in the adoration of the crowd, his face flushed a deep shade of crimson. The turmoil and anguish within him roiled like a tempest. Ever since he had encountered his master, he had never endured such a scene of being disregarded. In the Polar Demon Sect, he had always been the center of attention, a super genius revered by many. Su, you old dog. Stealing my thunder. I shall not rest until our paths are irreconcilable. For one who prides himself as a king, the inability to shine is already unbearable. But to not only fade into the background, but to have his spotlight usurped by another, especially an old man nearing death, was enough to drive him to the brink of madness. Very well, hold on. With me by your side, you shall inevitably become the sovereign of the Panlong continent. The voice from the depths of his consciousness reassured him, reminding him that the old man likely possessed those pinnacle talismans of transformation. Do not antagonize him. Remember, for now, you must endure. Focus on reaching the realm of refining the void first. Xiaomu's composure was on the verge of shattering, suppressing the turmoil and indignation within. He gritted his teeth and murmured, "Yes, master, I understand." Although he was acutely aware that the old man, Su, had but a few days left to live, his frustration was palpable. He longed to take action, to forcefully pin the elderly man to the ground and exert his wrath. Meanwhile, in her elegant azure dress, Duguling gracefully approached Su Xiao. "Senior brother, this is the spirit stone you have won. Please make sure to treasure it." In full view of the assembled crowd, Duguling delicately grasped Su Xiao's hand with her jade-white fingers and placed the storage pouch into his palm. Her breathtaking visage radiated with brilliance under the sun's reflection upon the snow. Her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with affection and admiration as they gazed upon Su Xiao. He not only held her heart, but also possessed remarkable prowess. Truly, he was the man she had revered since childhood. With a rosy complexion and a look of infatuation, Duguling unabashedly displayed her feelings before the throng. This spectacle stirred a wave of astonishment among the onlookers from various sects, who exchanged incredulous glances. Rumors had long circulated that Duguling and Su Xiao were once a loving couple, but the elder Ji Shui of the Miao sect had cruelly torn them apart. Subsequently, Duguling had devoted herself to cultivating the pure Yin body with the Miao Longevity Sutra, leaving the two bereft of destiny for a millennium. Now, with Su nearing his demise, their hopes appeared utterly extinguished. A collective sigh of regret swept through the crowd. What worth were talismans, after all? Without supreme talent, one ultimately dissolves into mere dust, arriving and departing as fleetingly as the wind. Before departing, they must sincerely flatter this terrifying bomb, ensuring that he does not succumb to madness before his demise, unleashing chaos. Xiaomu concealed himself among the crowd, observing how Duguling clung tightly to Su Xiao's hand, unwilling to release her grip. The smooth, lustrous, and fair skin of exquisite quality brushed against Su Xiao's aged, wrinkled, and parched skin. Her unmasked gaze of infatuation pierced through Xiaomu's very being, leaving him utterly bewildered. How intolerable! That old dog! How dare he seduce my wife, Duguling? Xiaomu's heart churned as if he had swallowed a fly. A surge of rage coursed through him, shaking him to his core. as he glared at Su Xiao with eyes brimming with venomous resentment. When I reach the void refinement realm, I will dismantle you piece by piece. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that this old man was rumored to have failed his tribulation and had less than a year to live. In a fit of exasperation, Xiao Mu, overwhelmed and nearly maddened, shattered the magical fan he held in his hands. How could an old man on the brink of death act with such impunity? Xiao Mu had completely lost his composure. Su Xiao took the spirit stone pouch and embraced Du Guling, gently patting her back. He deliberately spoke loudly. Junior sister, thank you so much. Alas, my lifespan is limited, but rest assured, during my remaining time in this world, should anyone dare to bully my junior sister, I shall unreservedly confront them. The delicate fragrance of youth wafted from the girl, enchanting and ethereal, as Su Xiao held her tightly, lost in the moment. Thank you, senior brother, exclaimed Du Guling, her soft form collapsing into Su Xiao's embrace, her cheeks flushed with a lingering blush. The three elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wen, stood nearby, too intimidated to utter a word. Elder Su indeed harbored intentions towards the sect leader. Henceforth, they must keep a vigilant watch over the two, ensuring that the sect leader does not falter at the critical juncture, risking the loss of her pure essence. Even at his advanced age, though still a charming elder, it was quite the absurdity for the sect leader to entertain such thoughts. Around them, the elders of the sect stood in a daze, silently crafting their plans. In the time leading up to Elder Su's demise, one must not provoke anyone from the Misty Sect. For the next year, Misty Sect would reign supreme. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the embrace, Xiao Mu's expression fell utterly. No, my Duga wife. She is mine. Mine. Yet, he could only seethe with impotent rage within. Unable to bear the sight of Su Xiao's audacious display, he chose to close his eyes, refusing to witness the scene that tore at his heart. Elder Su's days were numbered. He could not compare to me, this prodigy. No comparison. Through relentless self-affirmation, Xiao Mu finally steadied himself, regaining his composure. Su Xiao released Du Guling and tossed the spirit stone pouch into the spatial storage, nodding in satisfaction. This is indeed a significant resource, Xiao Mu. A name that rightfully embodies the title of the king of oppressors. With a light chuckle, he gazed at Xiao Mu nestled behind the crowd and remarked with a smile. Xiao Sect Master, I am most grateful for your exquisite spirit stones. Do visit my Misty Sect when time permits. I shall personally welcome you, haha. The onlookers felt a pang of envy. 2,000 exquisite spirit stones, and the Misty Sect had truly struck gold. They began to pity Xiao Mu, who had intended to flaunt his power and covertly eliminate the old man Su. To their surprise, a dramatic turn of events unfolded as the old man Su managed to turn the tables and vanquish Emojitian. Xiao Mu observed the loathsome visage of Su Xiao. Swallowing hard, with every ounce of restraint, he suppressed the hatred boiling within him, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. No harm done. This is merely what Elder Su deserves. His heart felt as if it were being sliced, an unbearable anguish. Xiao Mu yearned to strangle the old man with his bare hands. Haha. Su Xiao disregarded his opponent any further. As the favored child of fate, with a formidable divine soul of a harmonization stage expert within, he was already plotting how to deal with the adversary in the future. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of eliminating the fated rival, Emojitian. Chapter 51. The message from Yu Linglong, the system reward, has been credited. Su Xiao smiled faintly, feeling that the effort of expending 3 transformation talismans to vanquish the formidable demon lord was indeed worthwhile. Elder Su is truly remarkable. It has been ages since I have encountered a man as valiant as him. Unable to contain her impulsive feelings any longer, Yu Linglong gracefully leaned closer to Su Xiao. Her captivating presence undeniable. Master Yu, I implore you to maintain your composure. Su Xiao's aged face shifted slightly, and in that instant, the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her enveloped him. As he felt her soft curves brushing against him, Su Xiao struggled to maintain his composure. Elder, I merely admire you. Yu Linglong whispered softly in Su Xiao's ear, her perfect form blushing delicately, the sheer fabric barely concealing her exquisite figure, causing Su Xiao to swallow hard. So alluring. Absolutely irresistible. Yu Linglong chuckled softly. Perhaps mindful of the many onlookers around her, she displayed a modicum of restraint. Stealthily, she retrieved a fragrant communication talisman from her bosom and slipped it into Su Xiao's embrace. Elder, do reach out to me when you feel lonely. With a playful pat on Su Xiao's shoulder and a charming smile, Yu Linglong departed, leaving behind a trail of enchanting fragrance. During her exit, she cast him a mesmerizing glance. On the side, Dugu Ling furrowed her brows, her expression far from pleasant. This person, not even sparing an old man like my senior brother. What an insufferable individual. The crowd is too large for her to express her frustration. Moreover, she is not currently the Dao partner of her senior, nor does she possess any legitimate reason to intervene in his affairs. Additionally, she has already benefited from him, regardless of his dalliance with another. Observing this scene, the surrounding sects from both the righteous and demonic paths were left utterly bewildered. The master of the Harmony sect, Yu Linglong, known for her discerning taste in men, was actually showing favor to the old man Su. It seems unfathomable. He is, after all, quite an aged fellow. The sect leaders and elders were at a loss, unable to comprehend how a decrepit individual could capture the attention, let alone the affection, of Yu Linglong. While the connection between Dugu Ling and Su could be understood, given their childhood acquaintance, the same could not be said for Yu Linglong and this old man. Their confusion only deepened, leading them to conclude that the women of the Harmony sect are truly indiscriminate. Xiao Mu, witnessing Yu Linglong's overtures towards Su, felt his composure shatter anew. Suppressing the torrent of resentment and fury within, he endeavored to reassure himself. It's inconsequential. It is merely that Su, the old dog, had gained some fleeting attention, and Yu Linglong came to acknowledge him. Precisely. An old codger could never possibly catch the eye of my beloved Yu. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. With this fervent self-affirmation, Xiao Mu gradually regained his equanimity. As for Dugu Ling, he decided to delay any proposals until he achieved the state of refining void and returned as a conqueror. In the realm of the Jade Lady, one can commence with fervor. The enchanting maidens of the Harmony sect are particularly fond of young, talented men, and he, being such a prodigy, is precisely to their liking. Once the meeting concludes, he intends to seek an opportunity to cultivate a deeper connection with the Jade Lady, ideally culminating in a night spent together. He possesses an unwavering confidence in his own appearance and abilities. Jade Lady, your husband is on his way. He chuckles with delight. Today, the gathering of the 9 sects has concluded successfully. Although the members of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect have departed, the abbot of the 10,000 Buddha temple, Liao Chun, has delivered a speech advocating unity and friendship. Following this, those present bid farewell to the day's protagonist, Su Xiao, their expressions brimming with respect. Su the Elder is indeed not to be trifled with before his departure. After parting ways, Su Xiao summoned his jade white flying sword and returned to the Misty sect with the likes of Dugu Ling. In the air, Dugu Ling inquired, "Senior brother, how many more of those extraordinary transformation talismans do you possess? The talismans from that senior's cave are truly remarkable. I doubt even our master could forge such wonders." Her astonishment was palpable. "Which esteemed elder's cave did you access, senior brother?" Meanwhile, the 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wen, were filled with curiosity. The acquisition of such talismans by Elder Su is indeed a formidable prospect, if he still possesses 10 or 8 more. Their stay at the Misty sect would render them incapable of restful slumber. While others may remain oblivious, they are well aware that Elder Su has consumed a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years of life. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. "Not much, just 1 or 2, my junior sister. This item is such that using 1 means we have 1 less. We must practice prudence. Should that troublesome heavenly demon sect come seeking trouble, we need not disturb Master Zhuge. It will all be handled by your elder brother." The 3 elders sighed inwardly. "Oh, Elder Su, with your age and these divine talismans, who would dare to provoke you? It is likely that for the entire year, none of the 9 great sects would dare offend one another, waiting patiently for Elder Su to pass away. However, if a year later they discover that Elder Su remains alive, one can only imagine their expressions." Dugu Ling continued, "Then, elder brother, was that Iron Mountain also a defensive talisman? It seemed rather unremarkable to me. That Iron Mountain appeared for but a fleeting moment, shattering the black blade of the demon's pursuit, and then vanished without a trace. I did not sense any aura of transformation emanating from that Iron Mountain. It appeared to be an ordinary Iron Mountain, relying solely on its own hardness to withstand a superior magical artifact." Su Xiao's aged eyes twinkled slightly as he casually replied, "Indeed, it is also a talisman, discovered alongside others in the abode of that elder. It is best not to discuss the matter of magical treasures just yet. After all, it is rather difficult to explain why such a treasure was not utilized during the Thunder Tribulation. Moreover, a core formation cultivator is simply incapable of refining magical treasures. One must at least reach the divine transformation stage to even approach such high-level artifacts." At that moment, Su Xiao sensed a disturbance within the spatial repository. Upon examination, it was indeed the exquisite and delicate communication talisman from Yuling Long, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Elder Su, today's encounter has left me quite enamored. There are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. The enchanting voice lingered in Su Xiao's ears, captivating him to his core, sending shivers down his spine. This woman was undeniably alluring. However, Su Xiao had no intention of declining. He decided to meet Yuling Long, conveniently bringing along some gifts to reciprocate her gesture. As an SS-ranked lady of fortune, her first offering would surely yield remarkable returns. Humph. Brother, that flirtatious vixen from the Heroine sect must have sent you a message. Hasn't she? De Guling pouted her exquisite lips, her stunning features tinged with annoyance. Su Xiao reassured her with a smile. Not at all, my dear junior sister. An old friend of mine happens to be nearby and has invited me for a drink upon hearing of our arrival at the Piamiao sect. You may proceed without concern. I possess the transformation talisman, so there is little danger. The three elders exchanged awkward glances, enveloped in silence. Elder Su, even you seem to have begun believing your own fabrications. The moment the communication talisman was revealed, they were struck by its entrancing scent, unmistakably reminiscent of Yuling Long. Elder Su, truly a formidable old lecher, not even sparing the enchanting dames of the Heroine sect. Chapter 52. 50-fold return of fortune. De Guling could hardly be bothered to expose Su Xiao's clumsy lies, merely murmuring, "Senior brother, after a millennium of arduous cultivation, your understanding of the Heroine sect may still be somewhat lacking. Those wanton women practice techniques that can siphon off a man's spiritual energy and fortune. The concept of fortune is enigmatic, but let us set that aside for now. Just the matter of spiritual energy has led countless cultivators to their ruin." She solemnly cautioned. "Senior brother, Yuling Long has thus far relied solely on her innate gifts to reach the 9th level of the transformation stage. She has yet to seek out a man to drain, resembling a bottomless abyss in her terrifying potential. If you happen to be her first guest, she might very well drain you dry." Su Xiao was momentarily stunned by her words, particularly by one term, fortune. After consuming the 9 turns chi origin pill, his own fortune and innate talents had reached their zenith. In terms of spiritual energy, he considered himself merely at the core formation stage, hardly enticing enough for Yuling Long. As for his appearance, while he was handsome, he was not without age. Could it be that his exceptional fortune had captivated Yuling Long, compelling her to act so eagerly before him? It was entirely plausible. Su Xiao chuckled. "Rest assured, junior sister, your senior brother is well aware of the prowess of those enchantresses and will not entangle himself with her. Friends are simply friends, reminiscing about old times. I merely intend to return a favor with a small gift. It is nothing of great significance." Having spoken, Su Xiao mounted his resplendent jade-white flying sword, shimmering with hues of a rainbow, and bid farewell to the 4 individuals, soaring towards the southern expanse of Tianjiang Mountain. 10 miles south of Tianjiang Mountain lies a picturesque grove adorned with maple leaves, still within the domain of Tianjiang Mountain. This enchanting woodland serves as a frequent rendezvous for representatives from various nations, featuring exquisite architectural structures that captivate the eye. Amidst a pavilion where crimson leaves danced gracefully, a woman clad in delicate crimson gauze sat beside a stone table, savoring a sip of ethereal spirit wine. The woman, with a figure as graceful and delicate as a willow, possessed a visage of unmatched beauty, akin to a rose in full bloom, radiant and enchanting. Her skin, luminous and smooth like translucent jade, emanated an alluring sheen. The generous curves of her bosom revealed a captivating charm, while her flat abdomen was soft and slender, seemingly able to yield a drop of dew with the lightest touch. Beneath her flowing skirt, her long and well-proportioned legs were complemented by a cascade of lustrous black hair, enveloped in an intoxicating fragrance that wafted around her. She appeared as the most exquisite and bewitching flower in the realm, leaving any man utterly entranced. This enchanting figure was none other than Yuling Long, the head of the Heroine sect, who awaited Su Xiao's arrival. She had instructed her elders to return to the sect while she chose to rendezvous with Su Xiao. Could it be true that the old man had but a year to live? A glimmer of doubt flickered in Yuling Long's eyes as she dismissed the rumor. If one were on the brink of death, their aura could not possibly be as magnificent and commanding as that of Elder Su. Surely, the old man harbored some hidden secret. How delightfully cunning he must be, she mused with a chuckle. At that moment, a radiant arc of multicolored light appeared on the horizon. The jade-white long sword fell to the ground, and Su Xiao, with his strikingly handsome stubble, gracefully descended from the flying sword. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Master Yu. As Su Xiao stepped into the small pavilion, he was immediately enveloped by the fragrant aroma that soothed his spirit. Gazing at the enchanting leader of the Heroine sect before him, he smiled gently and took a seat opposite her. Master Yu, is there something you wish to discuss privately? Yu Linglong playfully pouted, her laughter ringing melodiously. Elder Su, you feign ignorance. She gracefully shifted her alluring form, slowly moving beside Su Xiao and perched herself upon his lap. Despite his age, Su Xiao remained the most dashing and valiant man she had ever encountered. I admire you, Elder Su. I yearn for you, which is why I invited you for this meeting. The moment their bodies met, Su Xiao's immense fortune surged towards Yu Linglong, sending a tremor through her beautiful eyes. Immersed in this boundless aura, she felt the cultivation bottlenecks she had been facing begin to loosen considerably. Even before she absorbed it, the astounding effects left her blushing warmly. Elder, she exclaimed, suddenly collapsing into Su Xiao's embrace, her ample softness as gentle and soothing as warm water. An intoxicating fragrance enveloped Su Xiao, causing him to swallow hard, his body momentarily stiffening. Goodness, this woman is far too forward. Unable to resist, Su Xiao embraced her and indulged in fervent kisses. When something delightful presents itself, one ought not to let it go to waste. Yu Linglong was exceptionally cooperative. The two had scarcely exchanged a few words before they began to indulge in intimacy within the quaint pavilion. Throughout this tender encounter, Yu Linglong exhibited no signs of disdain. Su Xiao resembled a long-lost lover to her, their connection both fierce and gentle. Their interaction remained superficial, a mere flirtation. Yu Linglong, her delicate form flushed, nestled against Su Xiao's embrace, as she felt the vast and profound aura emanating from him. She could no longer restrain herself and began to employ the unique techniques of the Heroine sect, gradually siphoning the fortune from his very being. After having benefited from the old man for so long, it was time to reclaim some returns. As Yu Linglong stealthily extracted a fragment of fortune, Su Xiao, still catching his breath, was taken aback. His gaze fell upon the enchanting visage resting against his chest, its brilliance flickering. Indeed, Yu Linglong had commenced her extraction. She was undeniably captivated by his fortune. However, the system astonishingly returned all this fortune to him at a staggering 50-fold. Goodness, the system was truly miraculous. This was considered a return. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong, sensing no resistance from him, simply closed her eyes and relished the absorption of his fortune. It was an overwhelming amount, truly insatiable. Her heart raced wildly. No matter how she tried to draw from him, his fortune appeared inexhaustible, showing no signs of depletion. In fact, she felt as though his fortune had grown even more substantial and profound. Only when she could absorb no more did she gaze at Su Xiao with a dazed expression, utterly entranced. The old man is truly a remarkable vessel of fortune. The techniques of the Heroine sect inherently require the alignment of luck during cultivation. The greater the fortune absorbed, the swifter the advancement in their practices. However, the fortune of an average man is rather meager, insufficient for their cultivation needs. This is precisely why the women of the Heroine sect are so fervently in search of young prodigies. Yet, this old man possesses an abundance of fortune, so much that it overwhelms her capacity to absorb it. Upon noticing the flush on the other's face, Su Xiao paused and, with a smile gracing his aged features, remarked, Elder Yu, why have you stopped? I am nearly at the end of my days, and the fortune I possess holds little value for me. If you do not mind this old man, I have no means to repay you. I shall bestow all my fortune upon you. Elder Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He was aware of her endeavor to absorb his fortune. Elder Su, I must apologize. I could not help myself, she confessed, a hint of trepidation in her tone, for he was a formidable figure wielding tremendous power. Su Xiao playfully pinched her jade-like leg, chuckling. I have already declared it as yours. Do not be modest, Elder Yu. This fortune is of no use to me. Absorb it, indulge yourself. The more you take, the more I shall return. As Yu Linglong gazed into Su Xiao's sincere eyes, an overwhelming sense of gratitude filled her heart. The old man was truly benevolent. He understood the penchant of the Heroine sect women for absorbing fortune, and instead of expressing anger, he offered it all to her. How could there be such a kind-hearted man in this world? Elder, I am utterly enamored with you. The two engaged in yet another round of sparring. After parting ways, Yu Linglong awkwardly remarked, Elder, it is not that I do not wish to absorb, but rather that my fortune has reached its limit prior to refinement, and I can no longer draw from it. Oh, is that so? Su Xiao blinked his aged eyes, stroking his beard and shaking his head slightly. If that is the case, it may not suffice. Perhaps we should invite other fortune-bearing maidens from the Heroine sect to partake? Chapter 53. The flawed defense of Xiao Mu. In the distance, against the horizon, a strikingly handsome man clad in white soared through the sky, wielding a crystal longsword. The intricately carved sword shimmered with the auspicious light of dragons and phoenixes as it traversed the heavens, resembling a celestial deity descending from above. This was none other than the newly anointed contender, Xiao Mu, who had followed Yu Linglong closely. He instructed his 8 maidens and 3 elders to wait nearby while he pursued the irresistible fragrance that captivated his senses. His slender eyes gleamed with an ardent fire, his expression brimming with anticipation. There was an undeniable confidence within him. He believed that upon their first encounter, he would effortlessly win over Yu Linglong. Such a prodigious talent like himself was surely the object of adoration for the Heroine sect. Ha ha ha, here I come, my beloved Yu. Unconsciously, his hands rubbed together, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. The mere thought of Yu Linglong's breathtaking figure and the intoxicating allure of her fragrance sent his heart racing. He found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. As a genius, he had cultivated a unique technique that heightened his sense of smell. Even from 10 miles away, he could detect the exquisite aroma that drove him to madness. It was simply too enchanting, as expected of his beloved Yu. The divine light of the flying sword beneath him intensified as Xiao Mu eagerly pursued the source of the alluring scent. He began to ponder which natural and reasonable approach he should take to initiate a conversation upon meeting Yu Linglong. As he entered the enchanting maple grove, located 10 miles south of the Tianjiang mountain, Xiao Mu alighted and sheathed his flying sword. The air was suffused with the increasingly potent aroma of jade-like fragrance, mingled with a unique scent that stirred a restless turmoil within him, unmistakably feminine. Xiao Mu found himself entranced, sprinting eagerly toward the source of this alluring scent. However, just as he beheld the exquisite pavilion ahead, his heart swelled with joy. He was suddenly frozen in place. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he began to tremble. A surge of unbridled rage erupted from within, an overwhelming torrent of resentment pouring forth. What had he witnessed? No, this cannot be real. The profound agony within him felt as if his very soul had been wrenched away, his pupils trembling in shock. Su Laogo, how dare you, you audacious fiend, even daring to seduce my beloved jade wife? Before him, within the pavilion, an old man clad in gray robes was embracing the very woman he cherished above all. Their garments were disheveled, and the loathsome elder was fervently kissing her lips, face, and neck. He could bear no more. My jade wife. Surely, you have been coerced by this vile Su Laogo. Yes, coerced. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted violently from within Xiao Mu. In the grasp of the Polar Demon Sect's exquisite artifact, the Millennium Ice Crystal Soul is firmly held, the Master's prized possession. The heavenly demon banner of 10,000 souls has soared from the storage pouch, now floating in the air. Countless dark shadows and vengeful spirits wander around the 10,000 souls banner, each a fearsome specter, roaring incessantly at the 2 individuals within the small pavilion. He could no longer restrain himself. He was determined to eradicate this notorious lecher once and for all. The 2 individuals in the pavilion instantly sensed the distant tremors of spiritual energy. Someone is approaching, exclaimed Yu Linglong, her delicate features suddenly tensing. She released Su Xiao's lips, leaping off his lap to don the sheer veil draped around her. Su Xiao rose, equally astonished, directing his gaze toward the source of the spiritual disturbance. In the distant sky, a colossal banner billowed in the wind, as if countless vengeful spirits were emerging from within. Its imposing might was truly astonishing. Beware, Elder Su, Yu Changlong cautioned gravely. She had previously instructed the members of Tiangong Mountain not to come here today. How could there be a transformation stage cultivator in this maple leaf forest? Su Xiao nodded slightly, and the 2 promptly soared toward the disturbance. Fool, stay calm. The voice from the depths of his consciousness echoed once more. In a state of uncontrollable rage, Xiao Mu's eyes burned crimson, his sanity unraveling due to the humiliation inflicted by Su Xiao and Yu Linglong. He sought nothing more than to confront Su Xiao immediately. He could not wait for the moment when his opponent would succumb to old age. Not a day, nor even an hour could he endure. How could an old man possibly seduce his 2 esteemed wives? It is inconceivable. Su Xiao and Yu Linglong have arrived. We must hasten our departure. Su Xiao appears somewhat peculiar. There are likely remnants of divine talismans still within him. At this moment, You have yet to attain the realm of void refinement and are unable to withstand those divine talismans. A sense of gravity also descended upon the heart of the combined entity expert. This insufferable fool. If he would merely return to the extreme polar demon sect to cultivate in peace, waiting for Su Xiao to perish of old age, why must he risk confrontation? Once he reaches the void refinement stage, won't beautiful women be abundant and easily grasped? Foolishness. Master, I can no longer endure this lecherous old man. Xiaomu felt an unbearable anguish within. It was one thing for Du Guling to be involved, but now even Yu Linglong has entangled herself with that old dog, Su. The mere thought of that aged visage savagely indulging in the delicate skin of his beloved wife ignited a fire in Xiaomu's eyes, overwhelming his reason. Foolish. That old man will perish within a year. You must endure. Depart. If you do not leave now, I shall no longer recognize you as my disciple. Perhaps the words of the combined entity master struck a chord within Xiaomu's heart. His body trembled slightly, a flicker of fear igniting in his eyes. Restoring a semblance of calm. Without his master, Xiaomu is nothing. Let alone Yu Linglong and Du Guling. Even all that he currently possesses would be reduced to ashes. Master, I am so enraged. Let us speak of this again in a year. After all, he is but a frail old man, unworthy of our intervention. Should you desire the exquisite Yu Linglong, once you ascend to power, you may seize her at will. As for the leader of the Pyamyao sect, your current task is to endure. Let us depart. The aura of Su Xiao's Yu Linglong drew ever closer. With a thunderous shout, Xiaomu suppressed the boundless rage within him. He stowed his magical artifact, and, with a swift step upon his flying sword, transformed into a fleeting glimmer of light. Soaring away. Endure. Today he has chosen to endure. Su, old dog, once you meet your demise, I shall return to claim my 2 wives. Indeed, a dying old man is not worth the risk of confrontation. Let you, aged one, traverse the final year of your life. This Panlong continent. All of my wives shall inevitably return to my embrace. Su, old dog, how unfortunate it is that by then you shall be gone. Unable to witness the intimate moments I shall share with my beloveds. Ha. In that final moment, Xiaomu attained clarity. His master was right. A dying old man was hardly worthy of his attention. Su Xiao and Yu Linglong arrived at the scene, but Xiaomu had long since vanished, leaving only a faint light that gradually faded into the sky. What was that cry just now? It bore a striking resemblance to Xiaomu's voice. Su Xiao stroked his goatee, feeling a twinge of confusion. What business does that rascal have here? Is he spying on him and Yu Linglong? How utterly bizarre. Shaking his head, Su Xiao felt too apathetic to dwell on it. After all, he was destined to meet his end at the hands of that man. If he wished to spy, so be it. Elder Su noted that the chill in the air had not yet dissipated, indicating the presence of individuals from the extreme demon sect. Yu Linglong's exquisite visage bore an air of solemnity. The extreme demon sect could only mean one thing, Xiaomu. The mere thought of him sent waves of disdain flickering through her eyes. How repugnant that this loathsome man would resort to such voyeuristic antics. The very image of his vile demeanor made her stomach churn. All right, Su Xiao said with a smile as he drew her into his embrace. Instantly, a fragrant breeze enveloped them, her delicate form feeling like water in his arms. Mistress Yu, let us disregard him. It is a blessing that one so beautiful as you does not disdain an old man like me. I have a small token for you, nothing of great value, but a gesture to express my sentiments. Chapter 54. The Return of the 3,000 Taoist Pills. Oh, are you giving me a gift? The radiant and exquisite visage of Yu Linglong shimmered with delight as she observed Su Xiao, who covered his mouth and chuckled softly. This old man had failed his tribulation. Aside from those talismans, he likely possessed nothing of value. Yet here he was, offering her a present. How amusing. Su Xiao retrieved a premium youth-preserving pill from his spatial vault, its pristine white form emanating a delicate glow. Even though it was of superior quality, it was a high-grade item bestowed by the system, far surpassing the mediocre products found in the market. Master Yu, this is a premium youth-preserving pill. I had one in reserve. Given your enchanting beauty, consuming this pill will allow your visage to remain youthful for an extended period, Su Xiao remarked with a gentle smile. Yu Linglong, however, gazed in astonishment at the youth-preserving pill in Su Xiao's hand. A premium youth-preserving pill. Her snow-like complexion flushed with a faint rosy hue once more. Having already absorbed a fortune, she deemed it harmless to grant the old man a small favor. But now, he was offering her a premium youth-preserving pill. Such pills were rarely found in the market. Mostly, only medium-grade ones existed. She had previously only consumed a single medium youth-preserving pill. Although cultivators did not easily show signs of aging, and had their own methods to maintain their youth. Possessing a youth-preserving pill made it far more convenient to preserve one's youthful appearance. Thank you, Elder Su. You are truly too kind to me. Yulinglong, filled with joy after receiving the rejuvenating elixir, tucked it away into her storage pouch. Her delicate form, as fluid as water, collapsed into Su Zhao's embrace. Her alluring gaze brimming with unrestrained affection, as if she were ensnared in an irresistible spell. Su Zhao, captivated by the gentle warmth of the renowned leader of the Heroine sect, found himself entwined with her once more. As leaves danced in the autumn breeze, their intimacy deepened, each whispering sweet nothings to the other. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from Yulinglong, which could enchant any man, overwhelmed Su Zhao, compelling him to pull her down onto the ground. Senior, please. Su Zhao noted her lingering reservations and, out of consideration, refrained from further exploration. After all, his appearance had aged, while she was a stunning beauty. And such hesitations were only natural. Alas, it seemed imperative to hasten his ascension to the transformation stage. Only then could he reclaim his youth and the breathtaking visage that had once turned heads. Yet, the arrow was nocked, and he could not refrain from releasing it. A predicament that tormented him. Ah, senior, at your age, I did not expect you to possess such vitality, he jested. Yulinglong had already discarded the upper garments, revealing a breathtaking vista of floral beauty. Clinging to Su Zhao, she breathed softly into his ear. I find myself in a bit of an awkward position. But given your kindness, I assure you, I shall not allow you discomfort. With warmth and fragrance enveloping him, Su Zhao ultimately resolved the situation through Yulinglong's other methods. Though the experience felt somewhat lacking, he remained profoundly satisfied. Her allure was simply enchanting to the core. Once she had donned her attire, Yulinglong clasped Su Zhao's arm. Her cheeks flushed, and inquired, Senior, once I refine my fortune, may I seek you out again? Su Zhao smiled and said, Of course, Master Yu. I have promised to bestow upon you all this fortune, and you may come to claim it at any time. Hee. The elder was indeed exceedingly kind to me. After an emotional farewell, Yulinglong soared away on her sword, eager to return to her sect and refine the exquisite beauty-enhancing elixir. And there was that immense fortune she had accumulated. Congratulations, host. The bestowal of the exquisite beauty-enhancing elixir to Yulinglong has been successful. As this is the first gift, a tenfold critical hit has been triggered, resulting in the return of 3,000 Taoist elixirs. 3,000 Taoist elixirs randomly comprehend a form of Taoist power. One opportunity for a tenfold critical hit is stored. The next ordinary gift may trigger it. Gazing at the fist-sized divine elixir in the spatial vault, Su Zhao's face beamed with joy, nodding in satisfaction. Once again, 3,000 Taoist elixirs. He could never have too many of these. The power of the Tao is crucial in the realm of transforming the divine and refining the void. The more forms of Taoist power one comprehends, the greater their strength. Excellent. Summoning his jade-white longsword, Su Zhao, in good spirits, soared toward the mysterious Cloud Sect. He had already instilled fear in the major sects with his avatar of the ninefold talismans, ensuring that for the foreseeable future, the demonic sect would think twice before seeking trouble with him. In a spacious chamber of the extreme demonic sect, after returning, Xiaomu found himself increasingly enraged. Each time the images of Su Zhao and Yulinglong's intimacy surfaced in his mind, he was driven to madness, violently destroying the furnishings within the room. Su, old dog, I shall never coexist with you in this world. His eyes, bloodshot and fierce, seemed ready to ignite with fury. After the chaos had subsided, he recalled the words imparted by his master, which helped him suppress the anger simmering within and regain his composure. 1 year. This genius would endure for another year. After this, it would be the era of this prodigy. Contemplating his destined supremacy, envisioning himself reigning over the realm, a blazing fire surged within Xiaomu. This genius was destined to be the protagonist of the Panlong continent. The alluring figure of Yulinglong frequently invaded Xiaomu's thoughts, accompanied by her intoxicating and ethereal fragrance. His face flushed, and the restlessness within him could hardly be contained. His heart raced. You, my beloved, is simply exquisite. Enter. As the door swung open, a woman clad in black knelt before him. Ai, at your service, master. Ai was the most beautiful among his 8 maidservants. However, as Xiaomu gazed upon her, disappointment clouded his eyes. In comparison to the likes of Yulinglong and Dugaling, Ai's beauty and figure paled significantly. Alas, he would have to settle for less. With a respectful demeanor, Ai unfastened Xiaomu's belt, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Before long, they found themselves entwined upon the sheets. Xiao Mu unleashed his pent-up desires, even imagining Ai as the likeness of Yu Linglong and Dugu Ling. He then returned to the sect's grand hall and promptly summoned all the inner gate elders for a meeting. All disciples are admonished that, within this year, prior to Su Zhao's demise, they must absolutely refrain from offending the disciples of the Piaomiao sect. Should one err, they must accept the consequences, standing firm in the face of punishment. It is of utmost importance that no disputes arise with the disciples of the Piaomiao sect. The example of the Xuanma sect serves as a cautionary tale. Provoking the unrestrained Su Xiao resulted in the utter annihilation of their sect by the 9th layer of divine transformation talismans. Such an impending deathly figure is to be approached with the utmost caution. Similar misfortunes have befallen the Wanfo Temple, the Tianqi sect, the Wando sect, and the bloodthirsty demon sect, not to mention the myriad secondary sects under the aegis of the major sections. Presently, nearly the entire Panlong continent has come to a consensus. The Piaomiao sect is not to be trifled with, particularly that inner elder, Su Xiao. It is imperative that we do not provoke him before his natural end. At the rear mountain of the Paitian demon sect, 2 assistant elders reported the situation regarding Su Xiao to the grand elder. The fool, Emoji Tian, is better off dead. This fortuitously clears the path for my son. Such a dimwit is unworthy of leading the Paitian demon sect forward. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, I shall have my son, Yuan Hao, assume the position of sect master. The 2 elders nodded, then inquired, Grand Elder, what are the grievances with the demon sect leader? That Su Xiao is nearing his end. What vengeance remains to be avenged? You too, inform the disciples to refrain from causing disturbances this year. Let us wait until Su Xiao has departed from this world before proceeding. Chapter 55. A year later, upon Su Zhao's return to the Misty sect, he encountered the 3 elders, Dugu Ling and Zhu Luan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he retreated to his small courtyard and consumed 3,000 Taoist pills from his spatial repository. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Tao of human fire. Human fire? Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Having previously grasped the Tao of earth fire, he now understood the Tao of human fire. This particular fire, also known as the fire of karma, emanates from within and possesses a crimson hue, marking it as one of the most extraordinary among the 3 fires of heaven, earth, and humanity. Anger, passion, and calamity all fall under the domain of human fire. As he contemplated the profound and enigmatic nature of the human fire he had just comprehended, Su Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling the terrifying strength of this force of order. With the power of the Tao of human fire, he could ignite various emotional flames within his adversaries at will: rage, hatred, desire, and inner demons. For anyone not of pure heart and intentions, a mere thought could set their karmic fire ablaze. Impressive. Now that he had grasped both earth fire and human fire, the combined might of these flames would grow exponentially with the elevation of his cultivation. After a moment of reflection, Su Zhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he were to also comprehend the Tao of heaven fire, would that not equate to mastering the true fire of samadhi? The prospect thrilled him. Such a power would be akin to an authentic celestial technique. This technique could indeed be deemed a true divine ability. With a satisfied nod, Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the mat within his chamber, commencing his cultivation of the ethereal longevity technique. Having slain Imogitian, he had undoubtedly offended the demonic sections. Thus, expediting his ascension in cultivation was the only true path to self-preservation. Furthermore, the tyrant of the extreme demon sect awaited his response. Reaching the Yuanying stage sooner would facilitate his strategic planning. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1008 years. Realm: 4th stage of Jiedan. Special physique: earth fire, human fire. Tao body. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. A few days later, news of the heavenly mountain descended upon the Piaomiao sect, igniting a fervor throughout the entire sect. Whether among the outer disciples or the inner disciples, there was no one who did not discuss the illustrious figures of the past few days on the Panlong continent. Our elder Su, can you believe it? That old lecher single-handedly defeated the leader of the broken heaven demon sect. Is it true? Elder Su is simply extraordinary. But Mogtian was a formidable cultivator at the 9th stage of transformation. He's also the leader of one of the 9 sects. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This old lecher cannot possess such strength. I refuse to believe it. At the plaza of the Outer Mountain sect, even those inner disciples, usually reclusive, gathered to exchange stories, eager to learn more about Elder Su. They were also curious how an elderly man who had failed a lightning tribulation could possibly vanquish a foe capable of contending with a sect leader. This was utterly preposterous. Silence. Hear me. Internal news. The lecherous old man unearthed the cave dwelling of a venerable master, from which he procured several formidable talismans of the 9th tier of divine transformation. It was through these talismans that he laid waste to the demon extreme heaven on the Tianjiang mountain. Upon hearing this, the nearby individuals widened their eyes in astonishment, turning their gazes toward him. To annihilate foes with talismans of such power. This is outrageous. The old lecher has resorted to despicable means. It is nothing short of blatant cheating. At this moment, many male disciples, enamored with the enchanting Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er, lamented the misfortune of the demon extreme heaven. Why had it not eliminated this old lecher? Now, with the old lecher reinstated in the sect, how would they endure the presence of a terrifying elder wielding divine transformation talismans? Alas, the beautiful female disciples of our mysterious mist sect are doomed. Even the esteemed Duga sect leader may struggle to contain this old lecher. And it does not end there. After vanquishing the demon extreme heaven, it is rumored that the old lecher coerced the leader of the Harmony sect, Yu Linglong, into an illicit affair. The demon sect has spread the scandal, branding Elder Su as a lecherous fiend, who, armed with divine transformation talismans, threatened Yu Linglong to serve him against her will, and witnesses have confirmed this. One can only imagine the embarrassment. My goodness, this old lecher is truly formidable. Not even the enchanting women of the Harmony sect are spared. A lecherous fiend, an epithet most fitting. A multitude of male disciples wallowed in their boundless anguish and fury. The female disciples trembled in trepidation, their complexions paling regardless of their beauty, fearing the presence of the lecherous elder. Fear not, fellow disciples. Let us endure for just one more year. This old man has but a year left to live. In no more than a year, our misty sect shall reclaim its serene skies. Let the old lecher descend into hell. Upon hearing this news, the disciples of both inner and outer sects erupted into applause, their faces alight with excitement. Indeed, one more year of patience, and our misty sect, along with the entire realm of cultivation, shall return to tranquility. How fortunate that the old lecher's lifespan is dwindling. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Throughout this year, the cultivation world of the Panlong continent experienced unparalleled peace. The major sects, both righteous and demonic, had never been as united and harmonious as they were during this period, assisting one another without a single drop of bloodshed. The disciples of various sects had grown as close as brothers, with even the simplest skirmish absent. With Su Zhao's singular efforts, he completely transformed the previously malicious atmosphere of cultivation on the Panlong continent within this year. In the outer sect square of the Misty Sect, 10 arenas were set up. Today marked the day of the grand competition, where numerous outer sect disciples vied for a chance to become inner sect members. The contestants, all elite disciples under the foundation establishment stage and age below 50, aspired to be among the 10 who would ultimately triumph and gain entry into the inner sect, where they would study the inner sect's profound techniques. 10 arenas stood ready for the contest. On a martial arts arena, the youthful and captivating Lin Yin'er, clad in an outer sect long robe, brandished a mid-grade magical artifact, the Meteor's Sword, against her opponent. This weapon had been gifted to her by Su Zhao several months prior. Now, under the nurturing influence of Foundation Establishment pills and Superior Spirit Stones, both she and Jin Liuxiang had ascended to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Opposite Lin Yin'er stood a male disciple, wielding a low-grade magical artifact. With a slight arch of her elegant brows, she unleashed the Meteor's Sword at the onset of the duel, employing her telekinesis to combat her adversary. The formidable power of the mid-grade artifact surged forth with astonishing speed, forcing the male disciple to retreat in disarray, struggling to withstand her onslaught. Subsequently, a magical hairpin flew from her lustrous black hair, releasing several fireballs infused with spiritual energy that hurtled toward the male disciple with explosive force. I concede, he exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. His opponent's superior cultivation and plethora of magical artifacts rendered him defenseless. Lin Yin'er's delicate visage broke into a smile as she retracted her weapon and gracefully descended from the arena. The enchanting Jin Liuxiang had already triumphed in her match and awaited Lin Yin'er below. Junior sister, splendid work. If we win one more round, we shall gain entry into the inner sect, Jin Liuxiang exclaimed, her face aglow with delight as she took hold of Lin Yin'er's delicate hand. Senior sister, this is all thanks to Elder Su. Without him, we would not have come this far. As Lin Yin'er mentioned Su Zhao, both their expressions dimmed slightly. In the past 3 months, they had not laid eyes on Elder Su again. Their small courtyard stood deserted, as if he had vanished entirely, severing all ties. The elder may have passed away. The mere thought of this possibility filled the hearts of the two with a profound sorrow, especially for Lin Yenner, who had received unparalleled kindness from Elder Su, so much so that she felt it surpassed that of her own parents. Yet, until the moment Elder Su departed from this world, she never had the opportunity to repay his kindness, a fact that weighed heavily on her heart. If given a second chance, she would undoubtedly dedicate herself to expressing her gratitude to Elder Su. The onlookers, outer sect disciples who witnessed Lin Yenner and Jean Liuxiang entering the decisive stage, became increasingly agitated. These two wretches, their realms and artifacts were acquired through the sale of their bodies. What is there to boast about? They muttered. Indeed, these two shameless women have clung to Elder Su's coattails to reach this point in the competition. Without him, they would amount to nothing. The insults came predominantly from female disciples, fueled by envy and resentment, each voice louder than the last. A group of over 10 women encircled Lin Yenner and Jean Liuxiang, incessantly pointing and hurling insults. Meanwhile, the nearby male disciples remained indifferent, showing no intention of intervening. These brazen women must have divided the elder's legacy to achieve such advancement. Even more shamelessly, some were covertly assessing the two women's beauty and physique, their eyes glimmering with desire. Such enchanting women would make for excellent companions. Who knows? They might even inherit a portion of the elder's estate. Lin Yenner's complexion turned pale, and fear began to creep in. Jean Liuxiang stood resolutely, shielding her companion behind her. Yet, the relentless jeers from the crowd weighed heavily upon her, causing her to grimace and clench her teeth. Without the protection of Elder Su, their lives within the sect had become increasingly precarious. The two of you wretches, Elder Su has been missing for 3 months. I dare say he has long since met his end. Do you still harbor hopes of clinging to his coattails? From now on, no one will come to your aid. The fate of those like you is all too predictable. Surrounded by a throng that hurled insults, Lin Yenner felt a profound sorrow and fear welling within her. She found herself yearning for Elder Su once more. Jean Liuxiang, too, chose silence, casting a cold gaze upon the surrounding disciples. Liuxiang, Yenner, win just one more match, and you shall be accepted into the inner sect. I have already arranged for your master within the inner circle. You shall study under Elder One. At that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens, gentle and warm. The two women looked up, and upon seeing the familiar gray robe, their hearts ached, and tears streamed uncontrollably down their faces. Elder Su. Chapter 56. Standing up for little honey, Su Xiao descended gracefully on the luminous jade-white sword light. After 3 months of seclusion in his secluded cave within the mountains, he emerged today, clad in a gray robe. His once pure white hair now bore strands of black. His complexion appeared less gaunt and aged than before, slightly more taut and smooth. If previously Su Xiao resembled a frail old man in his 80s or 90s on the verge of burial, now he appeared as a robust gentleman in his 60s or 70s, standing tall and dignified. Moreover, he had become even more handsome, embodying the essence of an elegant elder. All of this was a result of his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, achieving the first level of the nascent soul. Elder, you have become younger. Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yenner wiped their tears, gazing at the elder before them, whose hair now bore a hint of black. The two were instantly filled with excitement. After 3 months of silent anguish, they did not wish for Elder Su to pass away. They desired for him to live on indefinitely. Su Xiao smiled and remarked, "My recent progress has merely restored my condition. It is but a trivial matter." After saying this, he cast a cold glance at the petrified disciples surrounding him and, clearing his throat, declared, "How many times must I remind you? As members of the mysterious Cloud Sect, we must unite and protect each other. We shall not bully our fellow disciples. What punishment do you deserve for insulting and bullying Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yenner?" Su Zhao's solemn and authoritative voice, infused with spiritual energy, reverberated in the ears of every disciple present. Thud. The terrifying aura emanating from Su Xiao left those disciples who had bullied Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yenner utterly paralyzed, each of them kneeling on the ground. "Elder Su, it's a misunderstanding. Merely a jest with the two junior sisters. Please do not misconstrue our intentions." The female disciple who had just insulted the two and the male disciples nearby, who had harbored ill thoughts about Su Xiao, all turned pale and knelt, unable to meet the gaze of this formidable old pervert. He was still alive. The old lecher had not perished. How could this be? Furthermore, they sensed the overwhelming pressure of a nascent soul emanating from him. Not only had he survived, but his cultivation had also ascended. It seemed he had even regained his youth, with dark hair sprouting anew. What on earth was happening? All the disciples in the vicinity were left in a state of bewilderment. Soon, hundreds of disciples surrounded the 10 arenas. Upon witnessing Su Zhao's rejuvenated appearance, they were struck with astonishment as if struck by lightning. He was alive, and he had grown younger. What was going on with this old lecher? The elders presiding over the sect competition also hurried over, gazing at Elder Su in disbelief. He was still alive. When Lu Danian beheld Su Zhao, whose hair had turned gray yet appeared younger, his eyes widened in shock. He realized that his master had consumed a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years of life. But what was this transformation into youth? Wait a moment. The pressure of the nascent soul? Has Master Su returned to the nascent soul realm once more? Oh, Master Su, where have you been these past 3 months? Your disciple has missed you dearly. Lu Dajing, with an air of embarrassment, rushed before Su Zhao, showering him with words of sympathy and praise. Master Su's reputation has soared, even during the core formation stage. He instilled trepidation among the various sections. Now, having regained the nascent soul realm, it seems even the sect leader would struggle to rein him in. Su Zhao observed the trembling outer disciples kneeling nearby and, stroking his goatee, shook his head. Dajing, what has happened with your enforcement team? These outer disciples have bullied Lu Xiong and Yenner, and you, as their master, have done nothing to intervene? A flicker of mild anger crossed Su Zhao's weathered face. If this continues, what will become of the reputation of our Piao Miao sect? Is it not descending into chaos? Heavy punishment is imperative. Lu Dajing hastily agreed. Summoning the enforcement team members nearby who were maintaining order, he addressed the kneeling outer disciples without mercy. For offending Master Su, seize them all. According to the sect rules, each shall receive 10 lashes and a year's worth of spirit stones deducted. The disciples below were taken aback, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. Elder Su, we were wrong. We beseech you, spare us. They cried. We shall never dare to do so again. Regret filled the hearts of these outer disciples. They had not anticipated that the old fellow was still alive. Had they known, they would never have dared to publicly humiliate Jean Lu Xiong and Lin Yenner. After all, these were the favored ones of Elder Su. The enforcement team showed no mercy, and under Lu Danian's command, they dragged away all the outer disciples, the majority of whom were female. Enduring 10 rounds of flogging, equating to 100 strikes, they were left in despair, contemplating death. The nearby onlookers, pale-faced, cast fearful glances at Elder Su. The old lecher was truly terrifying. He had openly begun to protect his favored ones. If that old lecher remains alive, the mysterious Cloud sect is doomed. Ha! Elder Su, it has been a year, and you appear even more youthful. Congratulations on your return to the nascent soul realm. This is indeed a moment of great joy for our mysterious Cloud sect. The nearby outer sect elders, filled with enthusiasm, approached Su Zhao to greet him, their expressions imbued with reverence and respect. With such a formidable elder still alive, not only the mysterious Cloud sect, but the entire Panlong continent would not dare to provoke him. Returning to the outer sect courtyard with Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yenner after 3 months' absence, they found the flowers wilted and dust covering everything. The two eagerly began to tidy up, as serving Elder Su brought them immense joy. Su Zhao reclined in a rocking chair in the courtyard, savoring spirit tea from his spatial storage. A year had passed, and he had unexpectedly broken through to the first level of the nascent soul realm so swiftly. After 3 months in the inner sect's cave dwelling, he had successfully advanced in his cultivation. To his delight, his once-aged appearance had slightly improved, at the very least. He no longer appeared so decrepit. Before entering seclusion, he presented Lin Yenner with a thunder-summoning talisman and a medium-grade magical artifact. The thunder-summoning talisman triggered a task reward of 10,000-fold critical hits, returning the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman of the 9th layer of Void Refinement. This should be the most potent talisman that the system can currently return. The medium-grade sword returned a superior-grade sword. As for Jean Liuxiang, who already possessed a medium-grade artifact, he bestowed upon her an Ice Sword Talisman, returning 2 Ice Sword Rain Talismans of the 9th layer of transformation. He also generously provided Foundation Establishment Pills and superior-grade Spirit Stones. After accounting for his own expenses during seclusion, he still had 300 superior-grade Spirit Stones, along with 100 Essence Gold Pills and 30 Transformation Pills. In the afternoon, the 2 women meticulously cleaned the small courtyard. They approached Su Xiao, kneeling nervously before him, their beautiful eyes reflecting admiration and longing. Particularly Jean Liuxiang, her skin like water, glowed with a faint blush, her charming face adorned with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Su Xiao smiled and said, Liuxiang, Yinner, you have worked hard. As he spoke, he took out 20 essence gold pills and 20 superior grade spirit stones. Now that you have reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, it is time for you to form your cores. Each of you shall receive 10 essence gold pills and 10 superior grade spirit stones. Form your cores promptly so you may begin your training in the inner sect. When the time comes for core formation, I will personally teach you the ethereal longevity technique. Upon hearing this, the two women were overjoyed. Kneeling to receive Su Xiao's generous gifts, disciple expresses heartfelt gratitude to the elder. Congratulations to the host. The successful gifting of 20 essence gold pills has resulted in a return of 30 transformation pills. Chapter 57. The Celestial Realm of Nanzangwo after delivering their gifts. The two young women bowed in gratitude, their cheeks flushed as they stood beside Su Xiao, reluctant to depart. Jean Liuxiang, with a more audacious spirit, gracefully maneuvered her lithe form to begin massaging Su Xiao's neck from behind. The sweet fragrance of youthful femininity wafted towards him, accompanied by the delicate touch of her fingers. Master, I have missed you dearly in these past 3 months. Jean Liuxiang's enchanting visage turned crimson, reaching down to her collarbone as she gazed upon the now rejuvenated and even more handsome elder. A wave of heat coursed through her body. Beside them, Lin Yinner observed Jean Liuxiang's boldness, her innocent face equally flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet their eyes. Su Xiao rose to embrace Jean Liuxiang's enchanting figure, feeling her warmth and the alluring scent that enveloped her. He gently addressed Lin Yinner. Yinner, you may return for now. Your senior sister will massage my shoulders and will be back shortly. Understood, master. Lin Yinner replied, her voice tinged with trepidation. She was acutely aware of the implications but felt a pang of regret as her beautiful eyes dimmed, wishing she could muster the same boldness as her senior. Overcome with shyness and fear, Lin Yinner hesitated to leave immediately. Su Xiao, holding Jean Liuxiang's slender waist, retreated into the room, swiftly closing the door behind them. Shortly thereafter, peculiar sounds emanated from within, leaving Lin Yinner uncertain as to why she had not departed at once. Upon hearing the peculiar and intoxicating sounds emanating from the room, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily fled the courtyard. Shouldn't such an occurrence be fraught with anguish? A few days later, news of old Su's continued existence spread throughout the entire Panlong continent. What? That old dog is still alive? And he has even ascended to the nascent soul stage? In the grand hall of the extreme demon sect, upon receiving the elder's report, Xiao Mu was utterly bewildered. His slender eyes were wide with shock, filled with a resurgence of anger and resentment. Impossible! That old man is over 1,000 years old. How can he still be alive? A moment of revival. Yes, it must be a moment of revival. Surely, his demise is imminent. Xiao Mu felt an explosion of rage within him. Just 3 months prior, he had accepted that old Su was dead, yet now, he has made a comeback and has leaped to the nascent soul stage. What the hell? Elder San reported from below. Sect Master, do not be angry. Su Xiaohua's divine lightning tribulation failed. He can no longer possess the strength to transcend. He was previously a 9th level nascent soul cultivator, and it is plausible that he has merely regained his nascent soul stage. Another elder added, Sect Master. Su Xiaohua is now but a withering force, hardly a threat. At best, he is merely an aged nascent soul cultivator, with only a few days left to live. The most pressing matter at hand is the contention for the secret realm of the celestial beings in the southern Zhan Kingdom. A month from now, the celestial realm will open, allowing cultivators below the transformation stage to enter and explore. If our polar demon sect can obtain the divine pill of the great Tao, the sect leader's breakthrough to the void refinement stage will be within reach. Upon hearing about the divine pill of the great Tao, Xiao Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Casting aside thoughts of that despicable old dog, the celestial realm of the southern Zhan Kingdom opens once every 300 years, and deep within lies the divine Tao tree, which bears the divine pill of the great Tao. Consuming this pill grants the ability to comprehend an additional force of the great Tao, making it the rarest divine pill on the Panlong continent. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Just the thought of breaking through to the void refinement stage and being able to embrace his two beloved wives sent shivers of anticipation through him, his face glowing with delight. Send someone. We must dispatch our polar demon sect's strongest nascent soul cultivators. Securing the divine pill of the great Tao is imperative. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes as he selected 4 nascent soul cultivators, instructing each to bring along 3 cold refinement fire elixirs. There must be no mishaps. The 3 elders exchanged concerned glances. Sect leader, if 3 cold refinement fire elixirs are consumed in quick succession, it could pose a risk to our talented disciples. No matter. Xiao Mu narrowed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. For the future of our sect, what is a small sacrifice? With this genius leader at the helm, the dominance of our polar demon sect is not far off. Understood, sect leader. At the same time, the Dao Tian sect, 10,000 Buddha temple, Heroine sect, and other 4 sects of the demon path were all shaken by the news that Su Xiao is still alive. What? Su Xiao's not dead. Hasn't a year already passed? Never mind. It seems they are still holding on. Junior brother, next month marks the once in 300 years opening of the celestial realm, and we can select candidates. It is imperative that we choose the most outstanding disciples of the Dao Tian Gate to participate, with the ultimate goal of acquiring the divine pill of the great Tao. Even if we cannot obtain the divine pill, we must ensure that ample benefits are brought back. Hurry, let the selection commence. At the 10,000 Buddha temple, Amitabha, it is indeed fortunate that Master Su has survived. It has been 2 millennia since I have witnessed such tranquility in the cultivation world. I hope Master Su can enjoy a prolonged life. Yuan Tong. Next month, as the celestial realm opens, let us select individuals from the Arhat Hall. If we can bring back the divine pill of the great Tao, even with Master Su's passing, the cultivation world can maintain its current peace, which would be most desirable. At the Heroine sect, the old fellow is indeed not so easily vanquished. On the luxurious bed adorned with mink fur, the enchanting Yu Ling Long, draped in delicate gauze, reclines gracefully, her alabaster arms cradling her head. Her perfectly smooth and elongated legs are fully exposed, surrounded by a fragrant breeze. She is currently refining the fortune she illicitly acquired from Su Xiao that day. This fortune is not only abundant, but of exceptional quality. Just the thought of Su Xiao brings a glimmer to her beautiful eyes. May air, next month as the celestial realm opens. Select 4 disciples at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Inform them that there is no need for reckless efforts. Even the sect master does not hold high hopes for the divine pill of the great Tao. Merely bringing back some good items will suffice. The enchanting visage of Yuling Long flickered with a glimmer of anticipation. At present, she felt no pressing need for the Taoist divine pill. The reason for this was undoubtedly the boundless fortune that surrounded Su Xiao, with such an extraordinary figure as Elder Su present. A breakthrough to the void refinement stage was merely a matter of time. There was no necessity for her disciples to take risks in pursuit of the Taoist divine pill. It was better to treat this as a leisurely excursion. Hiki, in the secluded cave of the back mountain of the Miao Liao sect. The graceful Dugu Ling sipped her spiritual tea and remarked with a smile, Uncle Zhuge, I have already decided on the candidates for the celestial secret realm next month. I shall have my eldest disciple, Shui Wei, lead the expedition. She has been capable of transcending the divine thunder tribulation for several years, but has been suppressing her cultivation for the sake of the celestial secret realm. The elderly Taoist, clad in a robe, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful countenance, nodded with a smile. Indeed, Shueihua possesses exceptional talent, standing out among the inner disciples. With her at the helm, the likelihood of obtaining the Taoist divine pill is significantly heightened. Little Ling, should you acquire the Taoist divine pill and break through to the void refinement realm, our Miao Liao sect will dominate for the next 3 centuries. Sister Ji, upon her return from seclusion, will surely be gratified as well. As if recalling something, Zhuge Wufang's expression shifted slightly, and he spoke gravely. That impudent lad Su Xiao has recently emerged from seclusion, and I've heard he has even broken through to the nascent soul stage. What is the necessity of such struggles? Little Ling, find an opportunity to remind that impudent boy not to cause trouble simply because he believes his lifespan is limited, to live honestly and well for the next 50 years. Should another incident akin to the last one, which led to the annihilation of my family, occur, I shall personally pursue him. That wretched boy, despite his age, still indulges in youthful flings and dares to openly defend his paramour before the disciples. How audacious indeed. Chapter 58, The Daughter of Fate. By Qiao Qiao on the day of the final match of the outer sect competition, thousands of disciples gathered around 10 arenas, the atmosphere alive with excitement and fervor. The 10 disciples who emerged victorious today would ascend to the inner sect and become disciples of the esteemed elders. The arenas of Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er were adjacent to one another, a strategic arrangement orchestrated by Su Xiao, who now stood between the two platforms, stroking his beard and observing the final contest with a smile. As these two women progressed to the inner sect, their advancement in forming the golden core would facilitate his generous gifting of the essence gold pill. The returning transformation pill would be of great utility to him, thus saving him resources. To everyone's astonishment, Elder Su had arrived. The disciples gasped in disbelief, with Elder Su supporting Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yan'er. Who would dare to challenge them? It would be akin to courting disaster. The morale of the Qiaomiao sect plummeted. With Elder Su present, the atmosphere had completely shifted. Nearby disciples kept their distance from Su Xiao, fearful of inadvertently provoking this formidable elder. At such a critical juncture of his life, who would be foolish enough to instigate trouble? The unfortunate disciples who had endured 10 rounds of whipping were still bedridden. Observing Elder Su beneath them bolstered the confidence of the two women, who eagerly summoned their magical artifacts, ready to confront their adversaries. Elder Su's presence was their greatest source of support. Their opponents, upon glimpsing the seemingly benign yet terrifying elder below, were stricken with fear, their faces pale. They too were exceptional talents among the outer sect disciples. However, if Elder Su were to be offended, would there be a risk of assassination? Even before the competition has commenced, both individuals seem devoid of fighting spirit. They are even contemplating how to gracefully concede before Elder Su, eliciting a chuckle from Elder Bo. Detected, Daughter of Fortune, by Qiao Qiao, Fortune level. B. Return multiplier, 10x, bond level, 1. A B-level Daughter of Fortune? Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered as he cast a glance towards the arena nearby. In the arena stood a young girl clad in a light blue long robe, poised with a sword, awaiting the commencement of the contest. She possessed an elegant figure, tall and strikingly beautiful, with an aura of purity that captivated all. Her long black hair was tied neatly behind her, accentuating her exquisite and slender physique. Her skin was pale and smooth, her features refined and charming, reminiscent of a delicate lily that inspires affection. She is a woman of intellect and beauty. Opposite her in the arena was a robust young man, his fierce gaze fixed upon by Qiao Qiao, determined to vanquish her and advance to the inner sect. On the elevated platform, Ludanian was poised to signal the start of the finals. However, before he could raise his hand, he noticed Su Xiao signaling him to pause. Startled, he promptly halted and awaited the elder's cue. Su Xiao approached by Qiao Qiao's arena, and the outer disciples retreated in fear, unwilling to obstruct him. By Qiao Qiao, please descend. Elder Su feels a connection with you and wishes to share a few words. Su Xiao's face broke into a gentle smile, his old eyes gleaming with a hint of light. He had perceived prior to his arrival that Bai Qiao Qiao was unlikely to triumph in this contest. The young man across the way possesses the aura of a nascent soul and is on the verge of a breakthrough. The more daughters of fortune, the better. Since fate has brought us together, let us welcome them into the inner sanctum, cultivating a bond that may prove beneficial in the future. Me. Elder Su. Are you calling for me? Bai Qiao Qiao turned around, and upon seeing the Elder Su Xiao's aged visage, her heart raced in terror. Elder Su. It is indeed this notorious elder renowned within the sect. Yes, it is you. Do not be afraid. Our destinies are entwined. Come forth. As Su Xiao's words fell, the surrounding disciples stood in a state of bewilderment. Even the confident young man on the stage appeared to be utterly disheartened. What on earth? This lecherous old man has begun to publicly select a consort. Is there any hope left for the Miao Yao sect? Su Xiao's benevolent smile morphed into a lecherous and sinister visage in the eyes of the countless disciples around him. They were filled with indignation yet dared not voice their thoughts. This old rogue had once again set his sights on the divine Bai. She was the last of the 3 great beauties of the outer sect. The previous 2 had already been claimed by this old scoundrel. Heavens above, Sect Master, Grand Elder, come forth and bring this demon to justice. With a fearful expression, Bai Qiao Qiao descended from the arena, gracefully approaching Su Xiao's. She endeavored to suppress her trepidation, donning a smile as she saluted the elder. Disciple Bai Qiao Qiao respectfully greets Elder Su. She demonstrates commendable etiquette, undeterred by her own aura, making her a promising candidate. The system recognizes her as the Daughter of Fortune, a rare gem whose beauty, talent, and character are unparalleled. Elder Su nods with a smile, saying, Bai Qiao Qiao, do not believe the rumors circulating about me. My lifespan is limited, and I merely wish to find a few gifted disciples to pass on my legacy. Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yan'er are among them. You and I share a connection, and your talent is commendable. Should you gain entry into the inner sect, you will undoubtedly soar to great heights. Bai Qiao is momentarily taken aback by his words. Observing Elder Su's warm smile, her initial trepidation gradually fades. He appears far from the despicable figure depicted in the outside rumors. Thank you, Elder Su. However, I am but an 8th-level Foundation establishment practitioner. It is unlikely that I will prevail this time. She is acutely aware of her limitations, believing that reaching the finals is already her utmost capability. Elder Su waves his hand dismissively, saying, "It matters not. Since we are fated to meet, I shall assist you. Once you enter the inner sect, you shall take Elder One as your master. When you triumph at the arena, come to me. I shall present your apprenticeship to Elder One on your behalf." Bai Qiao's heart races, and her beautiful eyes sparkle with hope. Gaining entry into the inner sect has been her lifelong aspiration. And to be under the tutelage of the esteemed Elder One, one of the 3 protectors of the sect, is a dream come true. Thank you, Elder. She kneels deeply. Unable to contain her exhilaration, she now comprehends why Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er endure the scorn of the masses to follow Elder Su. The Elder, it turns out, is passing down his legacy. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Do you have a master in the outer sect? Su Xiao inquired. Yes. My outer sect master is Elder Meng Dan. Oh, it is her? Haha, that makes things convenient. Go forth. With me here, you shall not falter. Thank you very much. Elder. With that, Bai Qiao proudly ascended the stage, her figure embodying perfect curves. Meanwhile, the young man opposite her was rendered speechless with fear. The old lecher had been smiling at him, and that smile sent shivers down his spine. Goodness, the old lecher was threatening him. At Su Xiao's signal, Lu Dinyan issued the command to commence the competition. Su Xiao felt no concern for Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er, as he had already signaled to her opponent. On Bai Qiao's side, the young man, paralyzed by terror, dared not launch an effective attack against her. The old lecher's unwavering gaze upon him was utterly terrifying. Bai Qiao had, astonishingly, managed to charm the old lecher. Ultimately, fearing Su Xiao's wrath, the young man stumbled back and fell off the stage. Bai Qiao emerged victorious, advancing to the inner sect. Hiss. The surrounding disciples watched in disbelief at this clumsy display of favoritism, their expressions frozen in shock. They cast fearful, angry, and helpless glances at the terrifying old man. Alas, the white goddess has also succumbed. Merely a few utterances, and the lecherous old man has successfully claimed the final beauty among the 3 illustrious maidens. Furthermore, he has the audacity to threaten his rivals, ensuring Bai Qiao's advancement. No, as long as the fearsome old lecher breathes, the annihilation of the Miao Ling sect is but a day away. Chapter 59, the first elder of the outer sect. Mengdan above, Ludanian and a group of outer sect elders gazed upon the victorious stage where Bai Qiao stood, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Elder Su had ceased to feign modesty, openly indulging in his affections for a young mistress, having plundered the cave abode of his predecessor. Elder Su now exuded an audacity that was quite remarkable. Yet, they merely grumbled internally, maintaining an outward appearance of nonchalance. The lifespan of their opponent had reached its twilight. Having already transcended to the 9th level of the transformation stage, what need was there for them, the outer sect elders, to concern themselves? Soon, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er emerged victorious in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Their adversaries, trembling in fear, scarcely dared to exert themselves, retreating from the stage in defeat. Well done, Liuxiang and Yin'er. Come forth. I wish to introduce you to a junior sister, Su Xiao called with a smile, as Bai Qiao anxiously awaited nearby. Elder. The 2 women turned their gazes towards Bai Qiao. Jin Liuxiang's eyes sparkled with amusement, fully aware of Elder Su's intentions. Lin Yin'er greeted Bai Qiao with a smile. They were acquaintances, though not intimately familiar. Su Xiao remarked, once the 3 of you attain the ability to fly on swords with your core formation, you may relocate to the inner sect for cultivation. I have already spoken with Elder One on your behalf, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 3 women brightened, and they immediately knelt before Su Xiao in gratitude. They resembled 3 resplendent blossoms, a sight that brought delight to the beholder. This scene left the nearby outer sect disciples utterly astonished. The old lecher was now completely unreserved. After inquiring about Bai Qiao's age, Su Xiao continued. Upon entering the esteemed sect of Elder One, Lu Xiang, you shall be my senior sister. Bai Qiao, you will be the 2nd senior sister. And Yin'er, you will be the junior sister. I trust you 3 will cultivate a harmonious relationship. As for the resources required for your training, you need not worry, for I shall bear the responsibility. Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er expressed their gratitude with delight, exclaiming, we thank the elder. by Qiao Qiao. Encountering such a magnanimous elder for the first time, felt her fair complexion flush with warmth, her eyes shimmering with light. The resources provided by her outer sect master were limited, and otherwise, given her aptitude, she would have long since reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. In terms of talent, she believed herself to be no less capable than Senior Sister Jean and Junior Sister Lin. By Qiao Qiao, here are 10 foundation establishment pills, 10 high-grade spirit stones, and a medium-grade magical artifact, the Xin Guang Ring, as a token of our first meeting. Since you are currently at the 8th level of foundation establishment, there is no rush for your formal apprenticeship. We shall discuss that when you are nearing the stage of forming your core. Su Xiao presented the items to her. Upon receiving the gifts, Bai Qiao Qiao momentarily lost herself in thought. At that moment, she recalled the rumors circulating within the outer sect. However, gazing at this kind and benevolent elder before her, along with the substantial training resources in her hands, her heart raced with excitement. "Thank you, elder," she exclaimed, gracefully bowing her delicate frame and offering 3 profound bows in gratitude. Regardless of what the other disciples might say, she refused to believe that such a kind-hearted elder could be of ill character. Moreover, the value of this initial gift far surpassed what her outer sect master had ever bestowed upon her. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Our connection is fated, and it is only right. Su Xiao smiled and remarked, "In the days to come, I hope you will carry on my legacy." Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills, marking the first gift to Bai Qiao Qiao, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, and receiving an exceptional enlightenment pill in return. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 high-grade spirit stones, receiving 100 high-grade spirit stones in return. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a medium-grade magic ring, receiving a high-grade magic ring in return. The exceptional enlightenment pill allows the user to enter a state of sudden comprehension for a brief period, which can be utilized to break through cultivation bottlenecks. All disciples nearby looked on in astonishment as Su Xiao generously bestowed gifts. This included Elder Lu Danian and other outer sect elders and stewards. The old lecher is now openly using resources to pamper female disciples. Goodness! Elders, will you merely stand by and do nothing? Is there no law within the Miao Miao sect? Countless female disciples were filled with envy and resentment, wishing fervently for Elder Su to take notice of them, to offer themselves in exchange for resources. Meanwhile, the male disciples watched as the 3 outer sect goddesses succumbed to the charm of this old lecher, their faces turning green with rage, wishing they could slay him on the spot. Some envisioned the scandalous scenes of the 3 beauties with the old lecher, nearly foaming at the mouth, on the verge of fainting. This old lecher is far too oppressive. The sect competition continued, ultimately revealing the 10 outstanding disciples who earned the qualification for promotion to the inner sect. Upon reaching the Jedon stage, the sect will arrange for the inner gate elders to come and accept disciples. Master, we ought to be cautious about your private gifts in the future. Being observed by so many could tarnish your reputation. Lu Danian accompanied Su Xiao back to the small courtyard, his eyes filled with weariness. If this continues, Master S' reputation will only worsen. Su Xiao chuckled. One with integrity need not fear shadows. Danian, Master is merely supporting them, nurturing talent for our Piao Miao sect. What is there to fear? Lu Danian was taken aback. Recalling the previous sight of his master and Jean Liuxiang in disarray, he felt a pang of anguish. Danian, quickly reorganize the enforcement team. Anyone spreading rumors about me will face the sect's regulations. Handle it properly. Yes, Master. Lu Danian gazed at Su Xiao's upright, aged figure, tears welling in his eyes. It was too much for Master to bear. In a residence within the Outer Mountains lodging area, Bai Qiao Qiao reported joyful news to her master. Mengdan, what? That old man Su has accepted you as his successor and gifted you so many things. The voluptuous visage of her master displayed shock, anger flashing in her eyes. That old man Su, not even sparing his own disciples? He is courting death. Bai Qiao Qiao hurriedly clarified, Master. Elder Su is not that kind of person. He is truly good, not at all as others depict him. Her master retorted with fury, Qiao Qiao, you are being foolish. I have known Master Su for 3 centuries. How could I not discern the kind of person he is? Just wait, I shall confront that old man. With that, he disregarded Bai Qiao Qiao and leaped onto his flying sword, soaring towards the gates. The brilliant sword light illuminated the sky as it swept across the square, igniting a fervor among the outer disciples below, who were as exhilarated as if they had been infused with vitality. It's Elder Meng. They were certain Elder Meng would be incensed. That lecherous old man would not spare even by Qiao Qiao, and Elder Meng would not allow such misconduct to go unpunished. How fortunate it is that we have such an upright and just elder among us. The old lecher is in for a reckoning. Come, let us hasten to the courtyard and lie in wait to witness how that old rogue is reprimanded by Elder Meng. Haha, Elder Meng, at the 9th level of the nascent soul, stands as the foremost elder of our outer sect. With Elder Meng's intervention, the old lecher is done for. Ha ha ha, what a delight. I too wish to witness the old rogue's humiliation. Countless disciples followed the gleaming sword of Meng Dan to conceal themselves in the nearby woods of Su Zhao's courtyard. They were eager to witness the moment the old lecher faced his reprimand. How utterly thrilling. What a joy. Chapter 60. The fortuitous maiden deceived by appearances. Su Xiao was meditating on a mat in his chamber. Old Su, come out. The woman in blue robes stormed in, her voice laced with fury. Qiao Qiao is my protege, and you shall not harm her. As the door swung open, Su Xiao raised his gaze, his aged eyes glimmering with a flicker of recognition. The woman who entered appeared to be in her early 30s, her countenance both gentle and striking, with exquisitely arched brows framing her delicate features. Beneath her robe, her figure flowed with the grace of water, mature and alluring, her ample bosom defying the constraints of her attire. Her waist was flat yet voluptuous, and her long legs were elegantly proportioned. With every movement, she exuded a mature charm that was undeniably captivating. She was a blossom in full bloom. Dan, you have come, Su Xiao observed her, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions, and he let out a soft sigh. Do not call me Dan, she retorted angrily. Old man, have you looked in the mirror lately? You are over 1,000 years old, yet you still behave so shamelessly, harboring intentions toward my Qiao Qiao. Why haven't you departed this world sooner? With a resounding bang, she shut the door and took her seat at the table, preparing to have a serious discussion with this old man. Qiao Qiao was her disciple, and she would not allow this old coot to lay a finger on her. Su Xiao rose and sat opposite her, pouring a cup of spirit tea before letting out a deep sigh. Dan, my Qiao Qiao possesses remarkable talent. She is a promising individual. I offered her gifts, assisting her in gaining entry. What is wrong with that? Meng Dan glanced with a hint of disdain, saying, Old man, who in the inner circle is unaware of your reputation? Is it merely my family's Qiao Qiao's beauty that captivates you? I am too weary to inquire about the affairs of Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yan'er. To put it plainly, relinquish your pursuit of Qiao Qiao, and we shall consider this matter of gifts as settled. Henceforth, you are forbidden from seeking her again. Su Xiao shook his head and merely asked, Dan, are you not aware of the resources you possess? Do you wish for by Qiao Qiao to follow in your footsteps, brimming with talent, yet stagnating at the nascent soul? Meng Dan was momentarily taken aback by this probing question. She regarded the gray-haired Su Xiao, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. He spoke the truth. During her early years of cultivation, it was indeed a lack of resources that hindered her progress, leaving her stuck at the 9th level of the nascent soul. However, it was this old man who had caused it. A myriad of emotions swirled within Meng Dan. 300 years prior, upon entering the inner sect, she could have chosen a resource-rich elder as her master. Yet, in her naivety, she was captivated by Su Zhao's unparalleled handsomeness and became his registered disciple, even surrendering her innocence to him. And what was the outcome? This old man was frightfully impoverished, utterly incapable of aiding her in her cultivation, and instead, he brought her ruin. Ultimately, devoid of hope, she returned to the outer sect as an elder, intending to gather resources to break through to the transformation stage. This old man squandered a century or two of her time and robbed her of her purity. Shameless. I'm indifferent. In any case, you shall not harm Qiao Qiao any further. Meng Dan's elegant and resplendent visage revealed a hint of resoluteness. Her tragedy must not befall her disciple. Su Xiao chuckled. Dan, in the past, I felt a sense of guilt towards you, but now the situation has changed. You are aware that I have inherited the resources of a senior's cave dwelling. My lifespan is drawing to a close, and these resources would serve no purpose if left unused. I am merely seeking successors among the three of them. As he spoke, the old man placed his hand upon the delicate back of Meng Dan's fair hand. Dan, what I owe you from before, I shall certainly repay before my demise. The old man's expression was filled with deep affection, his handsome, aged face displaying a trace of embarrassment as his hand continued to caress. Remove your aged hand. You old rascal, have you not considered your own age? Do you think you still possess your former charm? To cling to such notions even in death? Shameless. Meng Dan disdainfully retracted her hand, directing an angry glare at him. Detected, daughter of fortune, Meng Dan fortune level. See return multiplier, 20 bond level, 2-0. Dan is also a daughter of fortune? Su Xiao's eyes flickered, and he regarded Meng Dan with even greater remorse. With such formidable talent, she had surrendered herself to him at a young age, yet 3 centuries had passed without her breakthrough into the transformation stage. This was all his fault. With a thought, Su Xiao retrieved a pendant of icy blue hue. The pendant shimmered with a ghostly azure light, exuding an air of exceptional quality. This is a supreme magical artifact. The peaceful descent of the 4 seas. The moment the artifact was revealed, Meng Dan's gaze was irresistibly drawn towards it. What an extraordinary artifact. It must be of the highest quality. Dan, I feel remorseful towards you. This is the supreme magical artifact, the peaceful descent of the 4 seas. With this artifact in your possession, your chances of successfully overcoming the thunder tribulation will be greatly increased. Having said that, he produced a high-grade beauty elixir. Dan, you remain as beautiful as ever. This is a high-grade beauty elixir. I hope you will always retain your allure. Dan, I have no use for these items, so I bestow them upon you, hoping you can forgive me. Su Xiao's aged eyes gleamed with sincerity as he extended the gifts towards her. Meng Dan stood there, utterly stunned. A supreme magical artifact? A high-grade beauty elixir? She gazed incredulously at the elderly man before her. Suddenly, she seemed to catch a glimpse of his youthful visage, still as handsome as ever. Su Xiao, you are giving all of this to me. Meng Dan swallowed hard, her delicate hands trembling as she accepted the artifact and elixir. These combined must be worth several thousand high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, they are rare treasures that cannot be purchased even with spirit stones. All for you, Dan. From now on, I will provide all the cultivation resources for you and by Qiao. Before I depart from this world, I shall assist you in breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Su Xiao observed the surprise in her eyes, nodding in satisfaction within. He understood that Dan harbored feelings for him. However, the constraints of reality rendered their union impossible. Elder Su, why must you put yourself through this? As Meng Dan stored the items in her bag, tears streamed down her cheeks. Under the bombardment of sweet words, she was utterly overwhelmed, shedding tears of joy. Elder, you remain as handsome as ever. Su Xiao rose and enveloped her in his embrace. Her lush, water-like form quivered, yet she did not resist. Instantly, the fragrance of her femininity enveloped him. Her mature silhouette was even more intoxicating than in her youth. Dan, after all these years, you remain so beautiful. Yet I have aged. Su Xiao sighed. Meng Dan felt a surge of excitement as she reminisced about their sweet moments together. Suddenly, she perceived that the now affluent Su Xiao seemed even more alluring. Elder, do not say such things. Though you have aged, your appearance remains as striking as ever. At least I still find you handsome. However, you must not entertain any notions towards Qiao. The age difference is far too great. Meng Dan's resolve softened, and with such a precious gift in hand, she found herself lacking the courage to scold him. Su Xiao chuckled. Of course, I am merely nurturing her. With you. Dan, how could I possibly have any thoughts about her? You are still more beautiful and wonderful. As he spoke, Su Xiao expertly began to playfully fumble. The two had once been secret lovers, and such antics were no longer surprising. Stop. Meng Dan gasped, her ample form rendered breathless by Su Xiao's playful antics. Her snow-white skin flushed a rosy hue. She has only ever had Su Xiao as her partner, and it has been many years since she engaged in such intimate actions, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Dan, after all these years, I truly miss you. Su Xiao disregarded her faint resistance and lifted her into bed. Meng Dan's gentle and enchanting face flushed crimson, resembling a young girl, her eyes brimming with shyness. Yet deep within, she still harbored love for Su Xiao. He was her one and only man. Congratulations on successfully bestowing the exquisite magical artifact 4 Seas in peace. The first gift to Meng Dan triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the magical treasure 9 fire-glazed dome. Chapter 61. The Bewilderment of Diguling. Old man, you are so aged. Are you still able? No problem, Dan. I may appear old, but in reality, I am not much different from my younger days. Please be gentle. It has been quite a while since I last engaged in these activities. You haven't sought companionship elsewhere, have you? What nonsense are you speaking? Am I that kind of person? Dan, rest assured, I shall make it up to you in the future. The two swiftly shed their garments, enveloped themselves beneath the covers, and the old man eagerly lunged forward. As dusk faded into night, the sounds within the room gradually subsided, only to resume with the break of dawn. A brief separation can feel more exhilarating than a fresh marriage, especially considering they had been apart for 200 or 300 years. Meng Dan lay atop Su Xiao's chest, her fair skin radiant beneath the sheets, like exquisite white jade. Her forehead glistened with fragrant perspiration as she closed her eyes in a state of blissful contentment. That night, she too was quite animated, having kept the old man quite occupied. Su Xiao gazed at the slumbering Meng Dan beside him, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Dandan, you remain as proactive as ever, and at this age, you possess even more femininity and allure. Now, he had gained another woman of extraordinary fortune, one who was also his long-lost lover. Indeed, a delightful turn of events. After resting for half an hour, the sun began to rise. Meng Dan shyly donned her attire, her voluptuous figure glowing with beauty. The blush on her pristine skin lingered, reminiscent of the enchantment she felt during her very first encounter. Old man, I must take my leave now. With a gentle smile, Meng Dan remarked, Su Xiao, please proceed with your cultivation. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. There is no need for formality. Feel free to visit often. You are always welcome here. Su Xiao nodded in agreement, responding, Of course, Dan, I appreciate your kindness. Meng Dan chuckled lightly. Indeed, you are quite the lecherous old man. Rest assured, you owe me greatly, and you must make amends in the future. I will thank you on behalf of Qiao, but do not dare to extend your wicked claws towards her. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. Naturally, you are here to keep me in check. After sharing a moment of intimacy, Meng Dan gradually exited the small courtyard. She has emerged. The anticipation was palpable. What on earth transpired? Why had Elder Meng spent the entire night in Elder Su's chamber? The disciples lurking in the outer mountain woods utilized divination techniques to catch a glimpse of the departing Meng Dan. Many had already left after a long night of waiting, but upon seeing Meng Dan's appearance, their jaws dropped in disbelief. By the heavens! Elder Meng appeared rosy-cheeked, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Moreover, her robe, which enveloped her curvaceous figure, hung loosely, clearly hastily put on. In that instant, the remaining disciples were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. The lecherous old man, even their esteemed Elder Meng, the object of countless dreams for the elders and disciples, had succumbed to such clandestine arrangements. Is it truly impossible? Should it not be so? Elder Meng Dan is indeed a formidable presence, a cultivator at the 9th level of the nascent soul. Oh heavens! This cannot be real. Glancing around to ensure no one is watching, Meng Dan discreetly summoned her flying sword and hastily made her way back to her residence. This act of furtive trepidation was once again witnessed by the disciples concealed in the distant woods. My goodness, I cannot share the same skies as that old rogue. Some male disciples were so incensed that they fainted on the spot. The 4 renowned beauties of the outer sect have now all fallen into the clutches of that lecherous old man. As long as that old rascal breathes, the lofty Piao sect is destined for ruin. A few disciples spat blood, nearly choking on their rage. The following day, the entire Piao sect erupted in chaos. News of Su Xiao's illicit relationship with female disciples, and the revelation that he had also taken their masters under his wing, spread like wildfire, becoming a topic of fervent discussion among countless inner and outer sect members. Now, every male disciple, regardless of age or sect affiliation, perceives that lecherous old man as their ultimate adversary. Even the stewards of the law enforcement team have begun to strike in protest. No, Elder Meng is my goddess. Elder Su, how could you do this? My goodness, what is there left to apprehend? My beloved in my dreams has been taken by that old man. The older stewards in the law enforcement team lamented, clutching their chests in agony. The mere thought of the old man entwined with Elder Meng beneath the sheets made them retch in disgust, utterly incredulous of this reality. Lu Danian sat in the law enforcement hall, his guileless face devoid of color. Master Uncle, this is excessive. Not even Elder Meng is spared. She was once my senior sister, your disciple. At the Mengdan residence, Bai Qiao rushed into the hall, her face a mask of panic as she greeted her master. Master, outside, there are rumors about you and Elder Su. She was nearly overwhelmed with fear. The entire outer mountain was abuzz with gossip, and she found herself ensnared in it, branded as a harlot alongside her master. In stark contrast, Meng Dan's enchanting visage radiated with a rosy glow and delight. She had consumed a high-grade beauty elixir, and at this moment, she was more resplendent than ever. Upon hearing Bai Qiao's words, she shook her head and replied, These are mere rumors, Qiao. In the future, Should you find yourself lacking resources, seek them from Elder Su. I have already arranged with him. All your expenditures within the inner sect will be covered by Elder Su. Do not give credence to the gossip floating about. Bai Qiao Qiao gazed at her master, who appeared in excellent spirits and exuded joy, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had an unsettling feeling that perhaps the rumors held a kernel of truth. Was it possible that her master had engaged in some unsavory dealings with Elder Su? She was utterly stunned. The matter was too grave, and countless disciples were discussing it. Soon, the news reached the ears of Duguling Dam, that senior brother. How could he still be entangled with that elusive Meng Dan? Humph. A beam of azure light shot forth from Nation, heading straight for Su Zhao's courtyard. With a forceful kick, Duguling once again burst through the door. Senior brother, come out this instant. What on earth is going on? I have tacitly accepted your keeping a mistress, and now you're seeking out an old flame? Do you even care about your reputation anymore? Duguling was furious, her stunningly beautiful face marred by traces of anger. A mistress might be tolerable, merely a fleeting dalliance. However, the presence of an old lover posed a significant threat to Duguling. Her senior brother was only permitted to have affection for her alone. Su Xiao suddenly sprang up from the mat, approaching with a smile. It's all mere rumors. Junior sister, please remain calm. Let us discuss this rationally. Su Xiao gestured for her to take a seat and poured her a cup of spirit tea. Duguling retorted, I diligently contribute to the sect every day, tirelessly preparing for next month's expedition to the celestial realm. And you? You indulge in keeping a mistress daily, and now even Meng Dan has resurfaced. Do you even realize how your actions are being talked about throughout the sect? Where is your face to be placed? Su Xiao blinked, momentarily disregarding her other remarks, and suddenly inquired, the celestial realm? Is it set to open soon? Of course. I'm utterly swamped. I have no desire to concern myself with your trivial matters. Duguling's frustration was palpable. Do you have any idea how busy I have been lately? The various factions are all coveting the treasures of the celestial realm. If I fail to acquire something of worth, my position as the head of the Miao sect may be jeopardized. Brother, how can you still find time for such distractions? I am utterly disappointed. Su Xiao recalled the significance of the celestial realm. It opens once every 300 years, allowing cultivators below the transformation stage to enter. The most coveted treasure is the Great Dao Divine Pill, rumored to possess effects comparable to his 3,000 Dao pills. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward, grasping Du Guling's delicate and fair hand. Sister, you should have mentioned this sooner. Fear not. I shall take charge of the matters concerning the celestial realm. Is it not just the Great Dao Divine Pill? You are my only beloved, and I vow to bring it back for you before I depart this world, ensuring your ascension to the void refinement stage. Initially intending to shake off Su Zhao's hand, she found herself utterly bewildered by his words. Her enchanting phoenix eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. Chapter 62. The Request of Zi Yunyu? Brother, are you joking? Even if you have regained some of your cultivation and reached the first level of the nascent soul stage, what difference does it make? In the secret realm, any item that carries the aura of the transformed spirit will result in immediate expulsion. Those talismans of yours are of no use. Duguling retracted her small hand, gazing at the foolish old man before her. Although he had transformed into a younger and more handsome version of himself upon reaching the nascent soul stage, he remained an old man with a limited lifespan. Su Xiao smiled enigmatically and grasped her small hand once more, saying, Sister, there is no need for concern. I have inherited not only the talismans from that great predecessor-esque cave, but also other resources. Now, tell me, which 4 individuals do you intend to send? Duguling pondered for a moment, then blinked her eyes and replied, I propose that my eldest disciple, Shueyu, lead the team, accompanied by my second disciple, as well as Elder Zhu and Elder Lu's disciples, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. They are all practitioners at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, each equipped with several high-quality magical artifacts. Shueyu also possesses a supreme artifact from her family. It should be manageable. Su Xiao stroked his goatee thoughtfully and nodded. The selection is sound, but that second disciple of mine is the weakest and lacks discipline. He shall remain and cultivate within the sect. Allow me to take his place. With your participation, brother, you may rest assured that the Grand Dao Divine Elixir will be within your grasp, he added with a hearty laugh. Duguling, observing her brother's unwavering confidence, felt a tinge of hesitation in her heart. Could it be that my senior brother has gained additional benefits in the senior's cave? Senior brother. This is no trivial matter. Duguling frowned, expressing that the competition for the Grand Dao Divine Pill has always been exceptionally brutal. If one lacks sufficient strength, They may not even be able to unleash their life-saving talisman and could perish. Other sects are undoubtedly fighting for their lives. Su Xiao waved his hand, his aged eyes filled with affection. Do not worry, junior sister. Trust your senior brother. I have squandered my life thus far. This time, I wish to make one final contribution for you and the Piao Miao sect. If the Piao Miao sect thrives, so too shall you. His sincere countenance was both charming and compelling. Dugu Ling's eyes sparkled like stars. She seemed to glimpse the Su Gu who was once omnipotent and strikingly handsome in their village. Senior brother. She suddenly leaped into Su Zhao's embrace, fragrant tears flowing uncontrollably. Senior brother, at the brink of death, wishes to fight for her one last time. Indeed, senior brother loves her. He loves only her. Su Xiao persisted, and ultimately, Dugu Ling consented to let him replace her second disciple and venture into the realm of the celestial beings. After Dugu Ling departed, Su Xiao smiled with satisfaction. The realm of the celestial beings is truly tailored for me. Su Xiao nodded approvingly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Now, having reached the nascent soul realm, he possesses the dual powers of earth fire and human fire, along with the enhancement of 3 magical treasures. Even against a transformation god cultivator, he could contend without talismans, let alone the nascent soul cultivators in the realm of the celestial beings. After returning from the mystical realm with a touch of gold, I would possess a legitimate reason to present gifts to my junior sister. Moreover, the treasures within the realm are plentiful, allowing for personal gains as well. That insufferable Wang Xiaomu is sure to be there as well. He has not forgotten the primary quest of the system. During this pre-departure period, Su Xiao has thoroughly familiarized himself with the magical artifact, the 9 fire glazed. Once summoned, the Crimson Shield allows him to control 9 colossal fire dragons at will. These fire dragons embody the essence of extreme earth fire, perfectly aligning with his path of earth fire, thereby unleashing tremendous power. As for the supreme enlightenment pills, they are of no immediate use to him, so he shall set them aside for now. At dawn, Su Xiao took to the skies on his sword, departing from the outer mountain towards Tiger Roar City. Prior to his venture into the mystical realm, he intended to replenish his spatial inventory at the Zilai Trading House. In the elegant chamber on the 3rd floor of the Zilai Trading House, the enchanting Ziyun, adorned in flowing purple gauze, approached him with a radiant smile, bringing the items he requested. Recognizing her, Su Xiao promptly paid 700 superior spirit stones after the discount, bringing immense joy to the charming woman before him. He acquired 120 gold infusion pills for 120 superior spirit stones, 40 infant transformation pills for 400 superior spirit stones, and 4 thundercalling talismans, 3 ice sword talismans, and 3 earth fire talismans, totaling 200 superior spirit stones. After securing his purchases, Su Xiao produced 10 infant transformation pills and remarked, I did not expect Manager Z to have broken through to the 1st level of the nascent soul. He gifted these 10 infant transformation pills to Manager Z for her cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's complexion brightened with delight. 10 transformation pills are worth a staggering 100 top-grade spirit stones. Old man, you are truly extravagant. Thank you, Elder Su. Elder Su, you seem to be growing younger and more handsome by the day. Accepting the transformation pills, the enchanting visage of Ziyun radiated brilliance. She elegantly lifted her slender, graceful leg and seated herself on Su Zhao's lap. His face was directly in front of 2 ample softness. The delicate floral patterns just visible beneath her collar were almost enough to make one bleed from the nose. A subtle fragrance wafted from her, and Su Xiao embraced her, fervently kissing her. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 transformation pills and receiving 10 spirit refining pills in return. Su Xiao was taken aback. Spirit refining pills? These are rare elixirs used by transformation realm cultivators, seldom seen in the marketplace. Before long, Ziyun seemed to recall something, her expression slightly dimming as she said, Elder, I heard that this time at the celestial secret realm of the Southern Zhan Nation, your mysterious cloud sect will also be attending? Su Xiao smiled and replied, Indeed, you have inquired correctly, Ziyun. I will be leading the team from our mysterious cloud sect into the secret realm. What? Elder, you are going to? Ziyun exclaimed in surprise, gazing incredulously at the old man before her. Those attending the celestial secret realm are all 9th-level nascent soul cultivators. The old man has just recovered his nascent soul cultivation and is going as well, leading the team. Isn't he on the verge of aging out? Su Xiao reassured her. Do not be astonished. I still possess a measure of strength. Moreover, the other 3 individuals are also prodigies of my ethereal sect. Merely a trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Ziyun blinked her enchanting eyes. Suddenly, she shed 2 tears that glistened with emotion, sobbing delicately. "What troubles you, Master Z?" Su Xiao inquired. Leaning her tear-streaked face against Su Xiao's shoulder, her misty eyes glimmered with a faint light as she said, "Elder, may I implore you for a favor? Do not regard me as merely an old man. Speak your mind. If it is not too difficult, I shall assist you," Su Xiao replied with a gentle smile. Ziyun's heart soared with joy. Though the old man's days were numbered, he had recently garnered immense fame across the Panlong continent, instilling fear in many. Should he choose to intervene, the Zilai Merchant Guild would undoubtedly fall under her dominion in the future. With a pitiful pout, Ziyun expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Elder. This time, our Donglai nation will also send 4 individuals to the Celestial Secret Realm, one of whom is none other than the young master of our Zilai Merchant Guild, Shangguan Jinyu. Elder, Shangguan Jinyu is the youngest genius in both our guild and the entire Donglai nation. Having reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage at just over 100 years old, endowed with exceptional strength and wielding a supreme-grade magical artifact. However, he is quite the lecher, always harboring intentions towards me." At this point, Ziyun discreetly glanced at Su Xiao's expression, her beautiful eyes shimmering with allure. Su Xiao, upon hearing her words, felt a flicker of understanding. Just as he was about to respond, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Detected a rival in fortune, Shangguan Jinyu. Identity, young master of the Zilai Merchant Guild from Donglai Nation. Task issued, eliminate Shangguan Jinyu. Reward, a guaranteed 10,000-fold critical hit in the next gift. This system is truly astute. Su Xiao's eyes flickered with amusement as he inwardly chuckled. He then turned to Ziyun, adjusting his dashing goat beard with determination and confidence, and proclaimed, "Rest assured, Manager Zi, that scoundrel dares to covet you. It is utterly unacceptable. I shall ensure he does not leave the realm of celestial beings alive." Ziyun was left utterly bewildered. She hadn't even suggested that he should kill anyone. Chapter 63. Return of the Primordial Essence Pill. Ziyun clung to Su Xiao's neck, still somewhat dazed. "Elder, this promise seems rather absolute." Su Xiao placed his hand on her smooth, flawless thigh, playfully patting and chuckling. "Mistress Ziyun, your devoted service to this old man leaves me with little to repay. I still have some years left. As for that Shangguan Jinyu, leave him to me. I shall ensure he does not return to Donglai Kingdom." Ziyun gazed at Su Xiao, whose expression radiated calm confidence, her enchanting eyes filled with delight. Her fair skin began to flush with color. In that moment, she suddenly found this old gentleman increasingly handsome, wealthy and powerful. His dominance was unmistakable. If Shangguan Jinyu were to perish in the secret realm, her family would truly become the authoritative voice of the Zilai Merchant Guild. "Elder, I am profoundly grateful." Ziyun, with her delicate and graceful form, nestled in Su Xiao's embrace, began to serve him with utmost devotion. Su Xiao was equally unreserved, and the two shed their outer garments within this elegant chamber. Although Ziyun ultimately held back from a deeper exchange with the elder, she nonetheless assisted Su Xiao in other ways. Breathless, she revealed her fair, slightly flushed skin, leaned against Su Xiao, and retrieved a fragrant silk handkerchief to wipe her face. "Upon the elder's return, I am willing to become his devoted follower, provided he does not disdain me." Her delicate and charming visage radiated affection as she gazed at Su Xiao, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light. The elder possesses a formidable wealth. It is said he has excavated a grand secret dwelling. Surely, he must have amassed a trove of treasures before his demise. If he could also assist in eliminating the formidable foe, Shangguan Jinyu, then offering my allegiance for a brief period is but a trifling matter. Su Xiao, with a nostalgic smile, remarked, "With such a captivating beauty as you, how could the elder possibly harbor any disdain? Rest assured, this matter shall be entrusted to me." "Thank you, elder," Ziyun exclaimed with joy, embracing him and affectionately burying her head against him. Days later, the appointed day of departure arrived. Several streaks of light descended upon Su Xiao's courtyard. "Senior brother, it is time to set off." Accompanying him were the 3 venerable guardians of the sect, Dugaling and Zhu Luan, tasked with ensuring the safe return of their spoils from the secret realm. Su Xiao, clad in a gray robe, stood tall and dignified. His silver hair, artfully tousled, added to his distinguished appearance, exuding an air of elder authority. "Master Uncle, you are still alive. How wonderful." As soon as he emerged, a petite young woman rushed towards him, colliding directly into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, the sweet fragrance of the girl enveloped him, stirring the elder's senses. "Shui Wei, be gentle. My age cannot withstand such impacts." "Aha. Primarily, I have missed you, Master Uncle." Before him stood a petite woman who released Su Xiao and chuckled softly. She was diminutive in stature, nearly 2 heads shorter than Su Xiao. Clad in a form-fitting white dress, her slender figure resembled a bud poised to bloom, exuding an enchanting charm. Her porcelain-like complexion was strikingly beautiful, adorned with delicate dimples that enhanced her allure. Her luminous skin was delicate to the touch, and her silky black hair cascaded down to her shoulders, framing her face with exquisite finesse. With a pair of charmingly sharp canines, she radiated the vivacious grace of youth. This stunning young girl was Shuiyu, the foremost disciple of Du Guling. In less than a century since her initiation, she had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, becoming a newly minted prodigy after Du Guling. Detected, Fate S daughter, Shuiyu Fate level, S return multiplier, 30 bond level. Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered with surprise. This seemingly ageless girl was also a daughter of Fate? And an S level at that? Shuiyu, your master is nearing the end of his days. Yet you do not come to visit. He misses you dearly, Su Xiao remarked with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. A 30-fold return was no small feat, especially at the nascent Soul S 9th level, making it quite convenient for bestowing gifts. Oh, master, I was in seclusion until recently when my teacher summoned me. As soon as I emerged, I came to see you. Shuiyu waved her delicate little hand, which was only half the size of Su Xiao's, her curious eyes sparkling with a peculiar hue as she giggled innocently at him. Hearing the recent rumors about the sect's elder taking in a young concubine, Su Xiao was astonished. Shuiwei, it has been quite some time since we last met. Here are 10 transformation pills for you. You can certainly make use of them. Consider this a token of our reunion. As he presented the 10 transformation pills, the atmosphere around him was filled with bewilderment. Du Guling blinked in surprise, while the 3 elders swallowed hard at the sight. The young disciples, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, gazed at Su Xiao's hands with unrestrained greed. Good heavens, Elder Su is exceedingly extravagant. 10 transformation pills equate to 100 high-grade spirit stones. Even we, as disciples of the protective elders, cannot afford such luxury. No wonder the beautiful outer disciples are willing to accept Elder Su's patronage. This temptation would be irresistible even for us. What? For me? So many transformation pills. Shuiyu exclaimed, her large, sparkling eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Su Xiao. Without hesitation, she snatched them away and stuffed them into her storage pouch. After swallowing hard, her eyes gleamed with excitement as she said, Elder, do you wish to support me? I am willing, as long as you provide me with good things. I too wish to be cherished by you. Boom. Shuiyu's words struck like thunder from the heavens, leaving everyone present in utter shock, including Su Xiao, who stared at her in astonishment. Where on earth did this little girl learn such things? Although he had long since reached adulthood, he felt a pang of guilt at her youthful appearance. Shuiwei, silence. Come here. Du Guling's expression darkened, her tone tinged with anger. Observing this, Shuiwei pouted and returned to her side, yet she cast a sparkling glance at Su Xiao, conveying the message, Master Uncle, please consider. Supporting me is quite affordable. Su Xiao was rendered utterly speechless. The 3 elders and the 2 young men awkwardly fidgeted, creating an extraordinarily bizarre atmosphere. Ahem, haha, Su Xiao interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Shuiyu's temperament remains that of a little girl. Junior sister, esteemed elders, and dear disciples, do not take these playful remarks to heart. He quickly sought to smooth things over. Now that everyone is present, let us depart. The celestial secret realm is of great importance, and we must discuss matters on site. Indeed, Elder Su speaks wisely. Let us set forth without delay. Elder Zhu and Elder Lu promptly concurred. Subsequently, the 2 exchanged mischievous glances with Su Xiao. Elder, your situation has become common knowledge. Truly enviable. They chuckled. Come, elder brother, Du Guling said, casting a cold glance, seemingly disinclined to engage further with her overly familiar senior. With a forced smile, the group summoned their flying swords and soared southward towards the Nanzhan Kingdom. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 infant transformation pills. The first gift to Shuiyu triggered a 10-fold critical hit, returning the primordial chi pill. Chapter 64. The Might of the Fire in the Southern Country. There exists a grand and expansive estate in the outskirts. The estate is densely populated with intricately designed buildings, and at its heart lies a vast open space, dominated by a towering black stone that rises majestically from the ground. The stone, standing over 20 zhang high, resembles a mountain, exuding an air of grandeur and authority. Its surface shimmers with a faint luminescence, suggesting the presence of an enigmatic energy swirling around it. This is the entrance to the celestial secret realm of the southern country, the mystic light divine stone. At this moment, the open area is thronged with individuals from various factions, eager to explore the celestial secret realm. Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, Heavenly Corpse Sect, Myriad Poison Sect, Daotian Gate, Heroine Sect, and Myriad Buddha's Monastery, along with nearly 50 to 60 other forces from the 10 nations and various righteous and demonic sects, have gathered, totaling several hundred of the most distinguished figures from the Panlong continent. Elder Su, it is remarkable to see that after a year apart, you have become rejuvenated. Your black hair and beard have grown back, and you have regained your nascent soul cultivation. You have truly become more handsome. It stirs my heart. Kiki. Su Xiao and his fellow members of the Misty Sect have also arrived, with Dugu Ling bringing along 3 elders for customary social interactions with the leaders of other sections. Meanwhile, Su Xiao finds himself drawn aside by Yu Linglong, the matriarch of the Hehuan Sect, who takes his arm with an inviting gesture. The overwhelming allure of her presence, accentuated by her enchanting fragrance, leaves Su Xiao feeling both comfortable and embarrassed. Sister, there are too many people here. Could you perhaps tone it down a bit? After the matter is settled, find a secluded place to indulge. Upon arrival, he had already ingested the Hongming Qi Dan, and now within his being resided an indestructible essence of Hongming. Master you, with so many onlookers, it would be best if I returned for now. Oh, come now, Elder. The Harmony Sect and your Mysterious Sect are both esteemed among the 4 major righteous sections. Your esteemed leader, who is my dear friend, shall not utter a word. Beneath the delicate pink veil, Yu Linglong's jade-like figure flushed slightly. Her breathtakingly enchanting visage bore a hint of allure, as her soft, flowing form pressed closely against Su Xiao. Unwilling to let go, behind her stood 2 elderly women with silvery hair, the seasoned elders of the Harmony Sect, their aged eyes fixated on Su Xiao, sparkling with envy, nearly bulging in astonishment. What immense fortune! Boundless and infinite. Their weathered faces expressed wonder as they gazed at the elder before them, their breaths quickening. And such a dashing gentleman. He seems like the perfect companion tailored just for them. Such a splendid match. However, observing the ambiguous interaction between Yu Linglong and the elder, the 2 women sighed in dismay. Alas, the leader has claimed him first. Beside the elderly women stood 4 beautiful disciples of the Harmony Sect, chosen for this expedition into the secret realm. Like the elders, they too perceived the boundless fortune emanating from Su Xiao. Their enchanting eyes sparkled with excitement, and their fair throats swallowed nervously. Their lovely faces were awash with envy. It is no wonder that the sect leader remains unconcerned about the divine pill of the great Tao with this charming old gentleman around. The sect leader's success in the void refinement realm is virtually assured. Old Su truly embodies the ideal partner in the dreams of all disciples of the Hehuan sect. Look, the enchanting Yu Linglong is indeed entangled with Old Su. How brazen of them to engage in such overt displays of affection in broad daylight. The moral decay of society is alarming. The members of the Hehuan sect do not even spare this decrepit old man. It is utterly disgraceful. Yu Linglong must be blind. Why on earth does that detestable Old Su deserve such preferential treatment? I refuse to accept this. Almost everyone around is surreptitiously observing this scandalous scene, their minds perplexed as to how a nearly decrepit old man could possibly win the affection of Yu Linglong, the most beautiful woman in the Hehuan sect. It is simply unfathomable. Rumor has it that Old Su openly maintains beautiful female disciples at the Piaomiao sect, and now he even supports the stunning masters of these disciples. Such tales have spread wildly within the Piaomiao sect, and Old Su is now reviled by all, his reputation in tatters. Heaven forbid. He is nothing short of a lecherous fiend. His nickname within the Piaomiao sect has become the terrifying old pervert. No beautiful female cultivator can escape his grasp. This scoundrel ought to meet his end. Surrounding male cultivators glare at Su Xiao with palpable hostility, wishing nothing more than to rend this aberrant old lecher limb from limb. Dugu Ling and the 3 elders turned their gaze, witnessing Yu Linglong's enchanting figure continually brushing against Su Xiao. The expressions of the group grew solemn as they distanced themselves, even feeling embarrassed to acknowledge their acquaintance with the lecherous elder. Dugu Ling, however, felt indifferent, realizing that she could not control the situation at all. Nevertheless, she believed it was inconsequential, for her senior brother loved only her, and all else was mere pretense. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li scrutinized Yu Linglong's exaggeratedly alluring figure, their faces flushed with embarrassment, struggling to maintain their composure. The elder's patronage of a line of disciples was already excessive, and now even the temptress from the Heroine sect was not spared. How ruthless. Oh, so Su Shirbua has a preference for this kind of indulgence. Perhaps this is the way to gain his favor and ensure he continues to bestow gifts upon me. The petite and adorable Shuiyu stared intently, her large eyes unblinking, captivated by Yu Linglong's seductive movements. She even began to sway her hips in synchronization, nearly losing her balance. Though it posed some difficulty, it was not insurmountable. Come on, Shuiyu. As Yu Linglong's movements grew increasingly fervent, pressing herself against Su Xiao. Some of her admirers could no longer bear it. They were overwhelmed by the sight of an almost dying old man behaving in such a manner towards their goddess. Old lecher, release my divine maiden. I shall slay you. A burly male disciple watched in utter despair, completely breaking down under the strain. Disregarding the numerous esteemed cultivators from the Panlong continent surrounding him, he retrieved a long blade from his storage pouch and fiercely charged towards Su Xiao, his formidable aura as a fourth-tier nascent soul erupting with intensity. His intent was clear, to slay this shameless old lecher. Stop! Sixth brother, what are you doing? A few companions, realizing the situation, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The burly man had already lunged forward, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury, an uncontrollable rage akin to a volcanic eruption. Su Xiao, taken aback, blinked in surprise. Did the youth of today have no regard for the elderly and the young? Before Yu Linglong could react, he waved a hand. Instantly, an ethereal force of the great Tao emerged, enveloping the charging disciple. The latter's body trembled, and the fiery wrath in his eyes transformed into a tangible force, erupting as brilliant, terrifying crimson flames. In an instant, the red flames surged from his heart, consuming him from within, enveloping the burly man entirely and eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. This scene left everyone present, including the sect leaders and elder disciples, utterly dumbfounded. In less than 10 breaths, the burly man was reduced to nothing more than a charred husk, collapsing into a pile of black ash. Su Xiao chuckled leisurely. Which sect does this disciple belong to? Step forward to claim him. I have never seen such fiery rage capable of incinerating oneself. Chapter 65, Old Su. The public enemy, what on earth is happening? The nearby cultivators were taken aback. They stared at the charred remnants on the ground, frozen in disbelief, casting suspicious glances at Su Xiao. Could this be the work of Old Su? Impossible. He is merely an old man on the brink of death, whose cultivation has declined. How could he possess such formidable powers? Where's Lu? The burly man's companions rushed over, surrounding the pile of ash and howling at the heavens, their faces filled with anguish. You died such a tragic death. They were merely elders of a third-rate sect, having come to the celestial secret realm for a stroke of luck due to its proximity. Little did they expect that before even entering the secret realm, they would lose an elder. Old Su, it must have been your foul play. May you suffer a terrible fate. The sect leader, holding a handful of ashes, wept uncontrollably alongside the other 2 elders. Originally, there were 6 brothers. Now, only the 3 of them remain. How unjust the heavens are. Old Su, our Flying Blade sect shall never coexist with you. In the front, Yu Linglong's expression darkened as she clutched Su Xiao's arm, saying, Xiao Fantong, do not speak to Elder Su in such a manner. The oppressive aura of a 9th-level transformation god bore down upon them, making it difficult for the 3 to breathe. If you continue to disrespect Elder Su, your Flying Blade sect shall cease to exist. Afterward, she turned to Su Xiao, her once imposing visage softening into a tender allure. Elder, I hope I did not frighten you just now. Do feel free to reprimand them. The people from the Flying Dagger sect are exceedingly rude. Su Xiao glanced at the 3 trembling individuals and, with a slow blink of his aged eyes, inquired, Are they your subordinates? Indeed, they are affiliated with my Harmony sect. Yu Linglong replied, her eyes shimmering with surprise and admiration as she regarded Su Xiao. Just moments ago, as she leaned closer to him, she had felt a trace of an inexplicable profound force emanating from his being. This must be the reason for the intruder's seething wrath. Elder Su, you are truly remarkable. There must be secrets here. I am utterly captivated. Master Yu, you must not be deceived by this old man. He is nothing but a lecher. Everyone in the mysterious sect knows this. Do not let him fool you. This old rogue is merely lusting after your form. Xiao Fantong and the other 2 knelt, fervently denouncing Su Xiao. Not only was the 6th member of their group distressed, but the 3 of them could hardly bear to witness their exalted goddess, the sect leader, in such intimate proximity to this old libertine. It felt worse than death itself. Defaming Elder Su, you seek your own demise. Yu Linglong huffed coldly, raising a hand. Instantly, A waft of pink mist emerged, enveloping Xiao Fantong and his companions in an instant. No, Master Yu. He is a lecherous old man. Everyone knows this. Pink smoke seeped into the skin of the three individuals, who ultimately let out a collective, anguished wail. Their skin soon transformed to a deep crimson. In a climactic explosion, they burst into a cloud of sanguine mist. The scene was gruesome and terrifying, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Yu Linglong chuckled softly and remarked, "From now on, whoever dares to speak ill of Elder Su shall find themselves at odds with my Heroine sect." Having said that, she continued to embrace Su Xiao, reveling in the boundless fortune emanating from him. "Dear sect leader, we're all part of the same family. This is rather excessive," Su Xiao sighed with a smile. "Excessive? How can it be excessive when they slandered Elder Su?" Yu Linglong playfully leaned against Su Xiao, reluctant to part from him. Her stunningly beautiful face flushed slightly, completely disregarding the bewildered gazes of those nearby. For the sake of this lecherous old man, Yu Linglong would even annihilate her own subordinate sect. How ruthless. I cannot accept this. What is it about this old lecher that captivates sect leader Yu? I am young and handsome. Why not me? This shameless old lecher. So disrespectful in his old age. He deserves to be punished by all. I admire those brave four who spoke out. As long as this old lecher lives, the future of our human race remains bleak. The younger cultivators, who had come with their elders, felt a pang of sorrow in their hearts. Yet, due to the formidable status of the four major sects of Heroine, none dared to step forward and vocally condemn the old lecher. The pool of blood on the ground served as a grim reminder. May that old lecher meet a miserable end. Amiba. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Su, the benefactor, is well suited to pursue cultivation at my 10,000 Buddhist temple. With hands clasped in prayer, he recited the sutras for the transcending of four vengeful souls. Daoi, the true man, stroked his long beard and remarked to the nearby Dugu Ling, Dugu's sect leader, "Su Elder has been with you for a millennium. Yet now he has been taken by Yu Linglong. Are you not the least bit upset?" Dugu Ling, her phoenix eyes sparkling, replied nonchalantly. "What is there to be upset about? My senior brother only loves me. As for Yu Linglong, my senior brother merely toys with her." Dugu Ling had witnessed Su Xiao's recent display of the Heartfire technique, annihilating a cultivator at the fourth stage of the nascent soul realm in an instant. Truly formidable. No wonder he is the senior brother I admire. Moreover, the old man has not many years left. Some matters I cannot undertake, so let that frivolous one handle them. After all, my senior brother does not love her, and I suffer no loss. Ah? Daoi was momentarily bewildered, observing the dreamy expression on her face. Quietly swallowing hard. Is there no one sane left in the Miao Miao sect? Just as Su Xiao and Yu Linglong drew the attention of all. Becoming the focal point of the gathering, a melodious flute sound resonated, accompanied by familiar petals drifting through the air. The master of the extreme devil sect, Master Xiaomu, made his entrance. The 8 demonesses carried his palanquin, setting it down in the center of the open area. As Master Xiaomu stood tall, eagerly preparing to greet the gazes of the crowd, he suddenly realized that no one was paying him any mind. What is going on? Xiaomu's initial excitement was abruptly doused, leaving him in a state of shock. Following the gazes of the crowd, he felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, instantly petrified in place. What on earth? He couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him, the elderly Su Xiao was being embraced by his beloved wife, the two entwined in an affectionate display that captivated the attention of everyone present. What drove Xiaomu to the brink was the fact that Su Xiao remained almost motionless, with his wife being the one taking all the initiative. Infuriated, he seethed. That old lecher. I swear I will tear you limb from limb. It was one thing for them to retreat into the secluded woods, but now they were openly flaunting their affection. She was his beloved, the future wife of this extraordinary genius. Consumed by rage, Xiaomu was on the verge of confronting the old lecher when he was halted by the elders. "Master, you mustn't." They reminded him that Su Xiao was nearing the end of his days, and that the Grand Elder had expressly commanded against conflict with him. Once that old fool passes away, Yu Linglong will be merely a possession waiting for you. The 3 elders hastily stepped forward to dissuade him. Xiaomu's face turned a shade of green with fury as he struggled to contain his anger, casting a venomous glare at Su Xiao. Let that old man enjoy himself a little longer, he begrudgingly admitted. After all, he was just an old man on the brink of death, not worth the trouble. Alongside Xiaomu, the new leader of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect, Yu Wenhao, had also made his entrance. Dressed in all black, The young and handsome Yu Wenhao exuded an air of understated elegance. Amidst the crowd, his chiseled features briefly flickered with a hint of derision. The old man, on the brink of death, still dared to provoke the enchanting demoness of the Heroine sect. Did he not fear being drained of his very essence? How audacious! What a final display of arrogance! He reveled in witnessing such ostentatious individuals, their faces contorted with despair and unwillingness in their final moments. Chapter 66. Entering the secret realm. Detected opponent of fortune. Yu Wenhao identity. Leader of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Task issued. Eliminate Yu Wenhao. Task reward. An opportunity for a 10,000-fold critical hit. Yu Wenhao? The new leader of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect? Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered as he embraced the slender waist of Yu Linglong, whose figure resembled that of a water snake. Breathing in the captivating and enchanting fragrance that enveloped her, Su Xiao inquired, Leader Yu, I have heard that the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect has appointed a new leader? Yu Linglong's delicate body trembled slightly at his touch, her charming face blossoming into a smile akin to a flower. Of course. However, Elder Su, rest assured, with me here, they will not dare to retaliate against you. Her alluring form flushed subtly, and her gaze glimmered with seduction. This infinitely fortunate and surprisingly intriguing old gentleman had genuinely captured her heart. Who is he? What is his name? Yu Wenhao, the son of the Grand Elder of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Yes, it is indeed that person. Leaning against Su Xiao's chest, Yu Linglong pointed towards an inconspicuous man in black amidst the crowd. Su Xiao's keen gaze fell upon the individual, who was indeed understated. If one did not look closely, he could easily be overlooked. The sharpness of Su Xiao's scrutiny caused Yu Wenhao to shudder internally. He widened his eyes in surprise at the sight of this renowned old lecher, his brows furrowed in confusion. After the old lecher bestowed upon him a kind and warm smile, he turned his attention back to Yu Linglong, engrossed in their intimate exchange. How could this be? Yu Wenhao exclaimed in astonishment. The lecherous gaze of the old man unexpectedly instilled a sense of unease within him. Such a look bore hostility. This was inconceivable. The secret technique he had cultivated could entirely obscure his aura and fortune, rendering him imperceptible even to fortune-tellers. How could he possibly attract the attention of that old man? He had never expressed any desire to avenge the foolish individual known as Mo Jitian. Had he ever even encountered this old lecher? Something felt amiss. Yu Wenhao, who prided himself on his covert manipulations, began to feel a flicker of wariness. How dare he look at me? I shall ensure that I outmaneuver you in the shadows. Su Xiao, taking the initiative, embraced Yu Linglong, provoking discomfort among the onlooking cultivators akin to swallowing a fly. They silently scorned Su Xiao once again before settling at the makeshift long table erected before the Xian Guang Divine Stone. The celestial secret realm was under the guardianship of the royal family of the Southern Zhan Kingdom, with the venerable Empress Dowager personally overseeing the proceedings for a smooth exploration of the secret realm. The 9 major sects occupied the foremost positions, exuding formidable presence. The seated masters and elders were all at the 9th level of the transformation stage, exuding an extraordinary aura. After exchanging pleasantries, the Empress Dowager waved her hand, causing the divine stone to shimmer with brilliance. In an instant, a radiant pillar of light surged into the sky. As the light dissipated, a circular portal, large enough for 2, materialized at the base of the divine stone. The celestial secret realm has now been opened. I invite all young friends to enter. The Empress Dowager proclaimed before stepping down to await the entry of the gathered cultivators. Below, the various factions gathered for final instructions. Reiterating the rules of the celestial secret realm, Dougal Ling cast a glance at Su Xiao and remarked with a sigh, Senior brother, you will lead the team once we enter the celestial secret realm. Everything that needs to be said has been conveyed, and the life-saving talismans have been entrusted to you. Should you encounter peril, activate the talisman. The aura of divine transformation contained within will reveal your presence, prompting the realm to transport you to safety. Remember, the realm is only accessible for 10 days, so plan accordingly. Dougal Ling gazed at Su Xiao, her beautiful phoenix eyes tinged with a subtle melancholy. Though her senior brother loved her alone, witnessing him being affectionate with Yu Linglong in public for such an extended duration, and even taking the initiative afterward, left her feeling quite displeased. Yu Linglong was truly a brazen flirt. It felt like an affront to her. Fear not, junior sister, with me around. It will be a mere trifle, Su Xiao replied, smiling as he affectionately patted the adorable head of Shuiwei beside him. The latter lowered her gaze. pondering something quietly while occasionally stealing glances at her Uncle Sue. What could this girl be secretly contemplating? It felt somewhat amiss. A sequence of four-member teams of cultivators stepped into the luminous circle, vanishing into the divine stone. Those entering the secret realm were predominantly the most formidable Yuan and ninth layers from the major factions. One can only imagine how intense and ruthless the competition for the Dao Divine Pill would ultimately be. As Su Xiao, accompanied by Shui Wei, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li, approached the glowing circle, the scene erupted in astonishment. The Qiaomiao sect was actually being led by this old lecher. Impossible, right? Is that lecherous old man not on the brink of death? He's also participating in this exploration of the celestial realm? What is the mysterious cloud sect attempting to achieve by allowing this old lecher into the realm? What a farce. The use of transformation talismans is prohibited within the secret territory. This old man has only just regained his nascent soul cultivation. Despite possessing some remarkable skills, he would still meet his demise against the prodigies of the various sects, would he not? The scene was filled with astonished expressions from the sect leaders and elders. They could hardly fathom that the mysterious cloud sect would send this lecherous old man into the fray. Xiao Mu's eyes gleamed with intent as he hastily detained a few young prodigies from the extreme polar demon sect who were about to depart. You lot. Aside from seeking the divine pill of the great path, your most crucial task is to ensure that old man. At this point, Xiao Mu's expression darkened, and he gestured across his throat. The four disciples at the ninth level of the nascent soul realm instantly understood, their eyes shimmering with determination. Rest assured, sect leader, we have long harbored disdain for that lecherous old man. Even if it requires consuming 3 cold refinement fire pills, we shall dismember him completely. He won't even be able to activate a life-saving talisman. Xiao Mu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Upon the successful completion of this task, ample rewards shall await you. Meanwhile, on the side of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect, Yuan Hao quietly instructed 4 of his disciples, then fell silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips. When it comes to cunning, none can rival him. Lecherous old man, perish. Despite your age, you dare to roam freely, violating the sanctity of beautiful female cultivators. I stand as a representative of the female cultivators to bring your reign to an end. As Su Xiao and the others entered, Yu Linglong gracefully approached and seated herself before Dugu Ling. With a slight adjustment of her impressive figure, she elegantly lifted her long, slender legs. Without a hint of reservation, she entwined her delicate arm with Dugu Ling's and chuckled. Oh, Dugu's sister, do not be upset. The old man is simply too captivating. I cannot help myself. Observing Yu Linglong's persistent closeness, Dugu Ling responded with a huff. Sister Yu, my senior brother is merely indulging in playful banter with you. You shall not win his heart. She cast a glance at Yu Linglong's exaggeratedly alluring figure, a smirk gracing her lips. My senior brother would never be drawn to such peculiar shapes. Sister Yu, my senior brother shall love only me throughout his life. Even in death, he remains solely mine. Dugu Ling brimmed with confidence, her enchanting eyes reflecting a strong disdain. After all, she had shared a bond of childhood affection with her senior brother, having even exchanged vows. Yu Linglong, taken aback by her words, blinked her mesmerizing eyes that could ensnare countless men. With a light laugh, reminiscent of a radiant rose queen, she exclaimed, Indeed, Su elder brother's heart belongs to Dugu's sister. I shall certainly not obtain it. All I desire is Su elder brother for myself. You seek his heart, while I seek his companionship. Let us each fulfill our desires as good sisters. Hee. Chapter 67. This prairie is under my contract in the mystical realm. Each group was randomly teleported, and Su Xiao and his companions found themselves in a vast meadow adorned with vibrant red foliage. The surroundings were shrouded in a hazy mist, illuminated by an ethereal light devoid of the sun or moon, permeated by an indescribable gray fog. Little Wang and Little Li gazed at the clusters of fiery red grass leaves, their excitement causing them to spin around in place. Master Su, Junior Sister Shui, fire pattern grass. It's all fire pattern grass. Our luck is extraordinary. The two quickly retrieved the map compiled by their predecessors, eagerly pointing at it. Master Su, Junior Sister Shui, we are in the eastern part of the secret realm, the fiery grass plains, renowned for its abundant fire pattern grass. This grass is a vital ingredient for concocting transformation pills. One single plant can yield at least 2 pills. We have landed in the perfect spot. We might just strike it rich. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. This is splendid news. What are we waiting for? Hurry and harvest. Collect it all in your storage bags. Yes, master. The two immediately drew their swords. diligently and enthusiastically harvesting the nearby fire pattern grass, their faces alight with joy, completely oblivious to fatigue. Shui Yu, with her doll-like beauty and radiant complexion, blinked her enchanting large eyes at Su Xiao. Suddenly, she playfully rubbed her still-developing form against Su Xiao's arm, her petite body twisting and turning as she awkwardly imitated the postures of Yu Linglong, which she found somewhat perplexing. Shui Yu, what are you doing? Why engage in the futile act of not harvesting the fire-patterned grass? Su Xiao turned his head, and with a slight furrow of her brow, Hua Mei remarked that this was indeed a precious resource. She urged him to hurry and join Xiao Wang and Xiao Li in the harvest. Oh, very well, Master Uncle. I shall do so at once. Shui Yu frowned, drew her magical sword, and began to harvest the fire-patterned grass with a sense of bewilderment. What could be the matter? It seemed that Master Uncle was indifferent to the situation. She glanced down at her own modestly budding form, noting that it appeared rather different from Yu Linglong's, which seemed to be 5 or 6 times larger than hers. Was she perhaps too small? Did Master Uncle truly not feel anything? Uncertain of the answers, Shui Yu resolved to uncover the secret behind Master Uncle's patronage. Disregarding these thoughts, she eagerly set to work amidst the sea of fiery red grass. This was all spiritual stone. Outside the secret realm, before the Xian Guang divine stone, disciples from all sects had entered the secret realm, leaving the sect leaders and elders behind. Soon, the representatives from the southern Zhan kingdom brought 9 massive spiritual walls and arranged them before the gathering. The 9 Yuanian cultivators from the southern Zhan kingdom seated themselves behind the spiritual walls to channel their energy, and in an instant, images began to materialize upon the walls. The scenes depicted the disciples of the 9 major sects, including those from the Piaomiao sect, who were currently harvesting the fire-patterned grass. The perspective was one of a bird's-eye view. This was a projection shuttle placed within the secret realm by the royal family of the southern Zhan kingdom, intended for those present to monitor the happenings within the secret realm. Given the precious nature of the shuttle, only 9 had been deployed. Typically following the movements of the disciples from the 9 major sections, did those from the Misty sect teleport directly to the burning grass plains? What extraordinary fortune is this? Damn, they have already begun harvesting. This lecherous old dog. His luck is simply outrageous. A number of displeased high-ranking members from various sects privately criticized Su Xiao. Their voices were hushed, as the members of the Misty sect were seated nearby. The disciples of the 5 demonic sects and the other 3 major sects were not as fortunate. Some had fallen into the river and were searching for a place to change their clothes, while others had plummeted into the stone abyss, struggling to soar upwards on their swords. The most unfortunate were the 4 disciples of the polar demonic sect, led by Xiao Mu, who had landed directly in a nest of demon beasts and were being pursued by 3 enormous tigers. The secret realm's demon beasts were all of the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage, having lived in the secret realm for centuries, their strength far surpassing that of humans at the same level. Without 3 or 4 teams coordinating their efforts, no one dared to challenge these demon creatures. Damn it, unbelievable. Su Laogo, what sheer luck is this? The moment Xiao Mu saw the members of the Misty sect joyfully harvesting spiritual herbs while he was nearly bitten to death by demon beasts, a sense of imbalance surged within him. He inwardly cursed Su Xiao. The more he looked at this old man, the more displeased he became. Dugu Ling and Yu Linglong sat together, both nodding in satisfaction. The 4 disciples of the Harmony sect were not doing poorly either, having landed in the forest of 10,000 trees, where they were busily chopping down spiritual wood. Although it cannot compare to the precious medicinal herb known as fire-pattern grass, it nonetheless serves as an excellent material for crafting magical artifacts and talismans. At this moment, Elder Su, instead of harvesting the spiritual herbs, is indulging in tea. The 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, are pained by the sight. Their counterpart has taken out a set of tables and tea utensils, neglecting the nearby spiritual herbs, and is lounging as if a lord. What is going on? Is this not a squander of such a promising opportunity? Should others arrive and join in the harvesting, it would undoubtedly result in a loss. Dugu Ling chuckled, no worries. My elder brother is advanced in years. Let him rest a while longer. Yu Linglong covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Sister Dugu, I believe Elder Su, after unearthing the senior's cave, has developed a disdain for these spiritual herbs. Hee. At that moment, 2 4-member teams flew over the lethal grass plains. They were representatives from 2nd and 3rd-rate demonic sections. Upon landing, their eyes widened in astonishment at the dense clusters of fire-pattern grass surrounding them. It was all fire-pattern grass. They struck gold. Quickly, let us get to work. Can't you see others are already harvesting over there? If we delay, they'll finish it all. The two teams appeared to recognize each other, swiftly drawing their magic swords, ready to showcase their prowess. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, an elderly man in a gray robe. Su Xiao. Old Su? How did you get in here? The 8 individuals were somewhat bewildered. While others entered as disciples, this lecherous elder from the Miao Miao sect had also made his way in. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "Which sect do you belong to?" The 2 leading figures, clad in black and of middle age, chuckled derisively and replied, "We are disciples of the Demon Flame sect and the Soul-Devouring sect, affiliated with the Breaking Heaven Demon sect. Old man, step aside and do not hinder our gathering of spirit herbs." Their formidable presence, emanating from the completion of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, displayed no trace of fear. In this secret realm, divine symbols could not be utilized, and this old lecher was nearing the end of his days, posing little threat. Moreover, were it not for the unwritten rules of the secret realm, which forbade mutual slaughter prior to the competition for the Grandao Divine Pill, they would have relished the opportunity to thrash this loathsome old pervert. This expanse of grassland is under the jurisdiction of our Miao Liao sect. You have 3 breaths to vacate the premises. If you do not depart, you shall meet your demise. Su Xiao raised his brows and offered a slight smile. A subsidiary sect of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect? The sect leader, Mogtion, has already been slain. I care not for these foul eggs. Furthermore, the system has assigned me a new task concerning the sect leader, Yuan Hao. With just a glance, I discerned that this individual is a cunning schemer, intent on ensnaring me. Otherwise, the system would not have classified him as an adversary of fortune. What? Su, the old man, exclaimed in disbelief. Are you mad? There are rules in the secret realm. No conflict is permitted prior to the contest for the Grandao Divine Pill. The expressions of the 8 individuals shifted in astonishment, as the words of their opponents nearly provoked laughter. Had they been allowed to engage in combat, they would have already relished the chance to punish this universally reviled old lecher. That was the unspoken rule. And as for the 3 breaths, with a thunderous roar, Su Xiao executed a single-handed gesture, summoning 9 colossal fire dragons of crimson and golden hues that soared into the sky. Each dragon was as thick as a barrel, emanating an intense and searing heat. They opened their gaping maws, lunging ferociously towards the 8 individuals ahead. Flames ascended towards the heavens, and it seemed as though the very air had ignited. The 8 practitioners of the dark arts gazed in astonishment at the fire dragons barreling towards them, their eyes wide with disbelief. The old lecher. He truly dares to take action. Chapter 68. Senior brother, I can no longer control this. Curse you, Oldwood. Such disregard for martial ethics. The members of the Demon Flame sect and the Soul-Devouring sect felt the overwhelming heat waves radiating from the 9 immense fire dragons. Each one wore expressions of trepidation, hastily summoning their defensive artifacts for protection. Powerful, exceedingly powerful. Even before the fire dragons descended upon them, they could already sense the formidable aura emanating from the dragons. Old lecher. He is no mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Boom. The 9 fire dragons enveloped the 8 demonic disciples, their searing bodies coiling around them relentlessly, the extreme heat annihilating their protective artifacts. 2 disciples of slightly lower cultivation barely managed 2 breaths before being incinerated through their defenses by the crimson and golden flames. Wrapped in fire dragons. What on earth is this divine ability? Old lecher, cease at once. You are breaking the rules. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragons unleashed their blazing flames, swiftly consuming the 2 disciples. The intense heat evaporated their flesh in an instant, reducing them to swirling clouds of black ash carried away by the wind. Retreat. Immediately retreat. The 2 middle-aged captains, their spirits shattered with fear, shouted urgently. The old man is disregarding all rules and beginning to kill. How could a mere early-stage nascent soul elder wield such devastating fire magic? Impossible. This power far exceeds that of a nascent soul. However, it is too late to retreat. The remaining 6 individuals each find themselves ensnared by a fire dragon, relentlessly assaulting their protective talismans. Enveloped by the overwhelming might of the fire dragons, they can merely defend themselves, lacking even the opportunity to retaliate. This is a complete domination of power. In mere moments, 2 cultivators have had their defensive artifacts incinerated, reduced to ashes by the penetrating flames of the dragons. Old lecher, you are blatantly violating the rules of the secret realm. Once we exit, none will spare you. The two captains, witnessing their disciples being consumed one by the fire dragons, pale in terror, their brows furrowing in alarm. It is over. The old man will not let them go. Ha. As an elder of the mysterious sect, what can you two insignificant demon sects do to me? Su Xiao remarked with a faint smile. If you have the capability, summon your sect leader to confront me, you puny insects. The 9 fire dragons are unleashed from the spatial repository, empowered by the 9 fire-glazed shield. His spatial repository, unlike a mere storage bag, resonates with his will. Artifacts like the 9 fire-glazed shield, capable of long-range attacks, do not require retrieval. One can simply channel spiritual energy directly from the repository. The commotion has already attracted the attention of Shueyu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li, holding fire-patterned herbs. They stand frozen in shock as they witness Su Xiao dispatching the disciples of the demon sect from afar. Master Uncle has actually killed someone? I can't believe it. Aren't we forbidden from fighting in the secret realm until the very end? This has been the custom for countless millennia. The shimmering eyes of Shui Wei gazed upon Su Xiao's sturdy silhouette, then glanced at the disciples of the demonic path engulfed by the fire dragons. A flicker of astonishment and admiration quietly emerged in her gaze. How formidable her master is. She even felt that those 9 powerful fire dragons would pose a significant challenge for her. Truly, her master is extraordinary. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he also disregards the rules of the secret realm. I adore my master so much. Master, please take me under your wing. You lecherous old man. I shall not share the heavens with you. Demonic path. Await your demise upon your emergence. As she witnessed disciples being consumed one by one, the last 2 middle-aged captains, struggling to withstand the onslaught, reluctantly produced their life-saving talismans. In an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving the 9 fire dragons to strike at empty air. Su Xiao retracted the fire dragons, stroking his dashing goatee with a smile. Such a small demonic sect, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Shueyu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, what are you staring at? Hurry and harvest the spiritual herbs. Once we finish this batch, we must proceed to the next location. Move swiftly. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li swallowed hard, their faces filled with trepidation. Yes. We will begin harvesting immediately. Shueyu followed the two as they commenced their work, a smile gracing her porcelain-like, fair visage. She was already preparing for the next phase of their plan. Outside the secret realm, 2 middle-aged disciples engulfed in flames suddenly appeared before the Xian Guang divine stone. The 2 individuals writhed in agony, crying out, Master Elder, save us. That old lecher has committed murder. The leaders of the soul-devouring sect and the magic flame sect, prepared to rescue, swiftly advanced, employing their divine powers to extinguish the flames engulfing the pair and thus saving their lives. The atmosphere was charged with indignation. The old lecher had openly defied the rules by committing murder. Such an act is intolerable in our cultivation realm. He must be severely punished. It was one thing to seduce beautiful female cultivators, but now he blatantly disregards the established order. If this old wretch is not dealt with, I shall be the first to object. The Misty Sect must provide an explanation. Failure to impose a heavy penalty on this old scoundrel will plunge our cultivation realm into chaos. A severe punishment is imperative. Master Dugu, it's only the first day, and that old dog has already begun his killing spree. What will follow be? An explanation is essential. We demand accountability. The crowd of demonic sect disciples erupted in uproar, each clamoring for a satisfactory response from Dugu Ling. Though their shouts were fierce, their hearts were filled with astonishment. The old lecher possessed such formidable strength. Although these 8 disciples of the demonic path were not from major sects, several were indeed formidable at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Had the old lecher's fire control technique reached such a level of prowess? No wonder the Misty Sect would send this nearly expired old man into action. They intend for Su the old dog to exert his remaining vigor and bring substantial benefits back to the Misty Sect. Such shamelessness. Unexpectedly, Elder Su's mastery of fire techniques has reached such an astonishing level. It is likely that even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to withstand. Hee. Yu Linglong's exquisitely exaggerated figure pressed against Dugu Ling, her ample curves brushing against his elongated arms, swaying rhythmically, while she giggled playfully beside them. Her flirtatious glances were laden with desire, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. The smooth, alluring skin tinged with a faint blush, and her enchanting visage radiated a vibrant aura of spring. The old man harbors too many secrets. She could hardly restrain herself, yearning to draw closer for another taste. Dugu Ling and the 3 elders, Zhu and Lu Wan, remained silent, their eyes shimmering with a peculiar light as they listened to the surrounding cacophony of condemnation. Dugu's sect leader, the three elders. Su Xiao's actions blatantly contravened the regulations of the cultivation world. Do you not have anything to say? The expressions of the leaders from the Demon Flame sect and soul-devouring sect darkened, their hearts ablaze with fury. The disciples of both sects had initially intended to seize some benefits, yet they emerged empty-handed, having lost 6 members and forced 2 to retreat. This expedition was utterly futile. The other sect leaders and elders cast their gazes in their direction. Among them, Yuan Hao wore a grave expression, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. Old dog, dare you to lay hands upon my subordinate sect of the Breaking Heaven Demon sect? Your moment of demise is inevitable. Xiaomu was equally incensed, his teeth grinding in frustration. Su, you old rascal, you are fit only to be arrogant before those of the nascent soul stage. As all eyes converged upon her, Dugu Ling's delicate brows slightly furrowed, and she murmured, esteemed guests, Su Xiao is my senior brother, albeit an ailing elder. I am but a humble junior sister, possessing little authority in his presence. Should you seek an explanation, it would be prudent to await his emergence and address him directly. His actions are beyond my control. Furthermore, it is not within my capacity to enter and retrieve him, is it? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. The Qiaomiao sect seemed to be resorting to unscrupulous tactics. Chapter 69, the Super Yuaning Cultivator in the Secret Realm. Amidst the vast expanse of the blazing grasslands, Shuiwei, Little Wang, and Little Li diligently harvested every mature fire-pattern grass in the vicinity, filling their storage bags to the brim. Their faces were alight with excitement as they approached, their eyes reflecting pure joy. Master Uncle, having gathered several hundred stalks of fire-pattern grass, they realized they could concoct over 1,000 transformation pills. The Piaomiao sect was truly flourishing. Over 1,000 transformation pills could be exchanged for more than 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This sum represented an immense fortune, even for the 9 major sects. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled, a mere 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you're all in such a tizzy. It's trivial. Now, bring out the map. Let us proceed to the next location for further harvesting. Little Wang and Little Li nodded vigorously. They now understood why the esteemed Duga sect leader had summoned Master Su. An unconventional elder of his caliber was precisely suited for this heavenly human secret realm. Even if they encountered trouble from other sects outside, who would dare to target a nearly decrepit old man? It was simply too clever. Little Wang pointed at the map, exclaiming, Master Uncle, Junior Sister, Junior Brother. If we head north, we shall reach the iron or mountains within the secret realm. This range is rich in 3 types of ores, Xian iron, ice iron, and red iron, each an exceptional material for crafting magical artifacts. After 3 centuries of erosion, there must be plenty of raw ore scattered about. We must hurry. There may already be many others digging there. Su Zhao's brows twitched with interest. Then let us set forth. Upon uttering these words, he summoned his jade-white flying sword and, stepping onto a radiant arc of 7-colored light, soared ahead. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li followed closely behind. Shuiyu gazed at Su Xiao, who seemed to descend from the heavens, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Master Uncle is so handsome. Within the confines of the secret realm, there were restrictions that prevented soaring too high. Thus the 4 of them glided just a few zhang above the ground. As they traversed the depths of the fierce grassland, the distant roars of ferocious beasts echoed. Seemingly aware of their presence, Xiao Wang promptly cautioned, Master Uncle, those are the demonic beasts within the secret realm. We should steer clear and avoid detection. The demonic beasts here are fierce. Generally, even nascent soul cultivators are no match for them. Su Zhao's aged eyes shifted slightly towards the location of the 2 beasts. Before him stood 2 enormous black-furred demonic wolves, each towering over 2 men, with bloodied fangs that instilled a profound sense of dread. Is there not also spiritual grass within their territory? Su Xiao inquired, halting his flying sword. Xiao Wang focused intently, his eyes gleaming with both greed and regret. Master Uncle, that is the concentrating spirit herb. It is a primary ingredient for concocting the spirit refinement pill. Such treasures of heaven and earth are typically guarded by demonic beasts. We should gather other righteous teams and perhaps attempt to claim it in a few days. Su Xiao nodded slightly, contemplating briefly before declaring. There is no need to wait for a few days. We shall go now. Shuiyu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, we shall confront the demonic beasts together. With my presence, there is nothing to fear. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were taken aback. Master Uncle, within the mystical realm, The ninth-tier demon beasts possess the formidable strength of a first or second-tier deity transformation. It is unwise to engage them alone. The two hastily urged caution. No worries. It is but a trivial matter, Su Xiao replied with a calm smile. I shall take the lead. You two can provide support. With that, he boldly surged forward, soaring on his sword towards the two demon wolves. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, how majestic. Uncle Master, do not. It's far too dangerous. Before they could finish their protests, Su Xiao had already clashed with the demon wolves. 9 fiery dragons erupted, their flames searing, causing the two demon wolves' eyes to blaze with rage. Howl! They lifted their heads and roared, their demonic aura swirling around them as they attempted to fend off the fiery onslaught. Then, in a frenzied rage, they pursued the elder human relentlessly. Damn it! We just came out for a moment, and our skins are getting scorched. That old human. How infuriating. He must be killed. Shueyu, along with her companions Wang and Li, rushed to the scene, observing their uncle being pursued by the demon wolves. They quickly diverted one of the beast's attention and launched a counterattack. Onlookers in front of the divine stone were left astounded. Did this old man Su truly intend to challenge the demon beasts alone? Has he lost his mind? This is the epitome of arrogance. It would be best if that old dog met his demise at the jaws of the wolves. The crowd's faces were filled with scorn as they eagerly anticipated Su Xiao's impending misfortune. The pursuing demon wolf, adorned with glimmering demonic light, opened its gaping maw, seemingly eager to sever the old man in half with a single bite. Oh woo! With a thunderous roar, the demon wolf lunged, poised to sink its fangs into Su Xiao. Is this it? Too feeble. Su Xiao effortlessly guided his flying sword, with 9 fiery dragons trailing closely behind, surging towards the demon wolf. Amidst this onslaught, a long sword radiating red and yellow light suddenly shot forth, piercing directly towards the wolf's cavernous mouth. The fire-red sword, riding the winds, expanded in size, ultimately transforming into a colossal blade, measuring 2 men in length, plunging straight into the demon wolf's maw. This was the Southern Ming Li fire sword. Having reached the nascent soul stage, Su Xiao could now wield the might of this treasured sword to a certain extent. Thud! The Southern Ming Li fire sword plunged into the demon wolf, emerging from its hide like a tempest. With a single strike, it incinerated the wolf's innards entirely. There was no mournful howl. The demon wolf collapsed, lifeless on the spot. Meanwhile, Shueyu conjured an ice-blue gourd. Within it flowed an endless cascade of deep blue weak water, inundating the surrounding ground into a vast ocean. The massive wolf found its movements restricted in the watery expanse, bombarded by the flying swords of Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. Its fur is too tough. My exquisite flying sword cannot penetrate it. Junior sister, we must retreat quickly. It cannot be slain. It simply cannot be killed. Just as the words left his lips, a fiery blaze shot upwards, illuminating the scene. With a single thrust of the resplendent crimson sword, the demon wolf, ensnared in the depths of the weak water, was eviscerated on the spot. How audacious of such a diminutive beast! Su Xiao descended amidst a cascade of colorful radiance, retrieving the Nanming Li fire sword and the 9 fire dragons. All right, Shueyu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, hasten to harvest the Ningxin grass. I observe a good number of them here. We could concoct around 100 pills. Upon landing, Su Xiao clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled softly. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were momentarily dazed. Shueyu, having gathered the weak water, clutched her azure crystal gourd, her large eyes brimming with excitement. Master Uncle, you are simply extraordinary. Master Uncle, your prowess is astounding. Shueyu suddenly leaped on a Su Xiao. Instantly, the refreshing fragrance of the carefree maiden enveloped him, prompting Su Xiao to shake his head with a sigh. Shueyu, could you perhaps maintain a modicum of decorum? Do refrain from leaping onto this old man so often. My constitution cannot bear it. The sparkle in Shueyu's eyes was unmistakable. Master Uncle, that fiery red flying sword was remarkable. It must be an exceptional artifact, truly the pinnacle among supreme treasures. Not only is Master Uncle handsome, but he is also powerful and affluent. No wonder so many elder sisters desire his patronage. Master Uncle, I miss you. The petite figure of Shueyu wriggled against him, leaving Su Xiao feeling somewhat awkward. Where had this little girl learned such peculiar antics? Hastened to harvest the spirit-condensing grass. For the 2 demon wolves and the demon cores hold significant value in spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Shueyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she swiftly descended, drawing her magic sword as she rushed towards the lifeless forms of the demon wolves, intent on extracting the demon cores first. Xiaowang, Xiaoli, why are you still dawdling? Hurry, we must proceed to the next location for harvest. Su Xiao urged. Oh, yes, yes. We shall attend to it immediately. The two disciples regained their composure and hastily grasped their magic swords to gather the spirit-condensing grass. They were utterly awestruck. Their master was simply formidable. Their hearts raced as they felt the immense power of their esteemed senior. This was a being capable of contending with transformation stage cultivators, a truly extraordinary nascent soul. Chapter 70. A complete explosion. The numerous sect leaders and elders outside the realm were utterly astonished by Su Xiao's terrifying prowess, rendered speechless. Regardless of whether they hailed from the righteous or demonic paths, their bewilderment was palpable upon witnessing the elder's combat strength far exceeding that of the nascent soul stage. Was it not said that the tribulation had failed? With such formidable power, how could he possibly not withstand the transformation tribulation? It was preposterous. Goodness. This Su old dog is no ordinary figure. That blazing giant sword must be among the finest of supreme magical artifacts. A pure offensive weapon, perfectly attuned to his fire attribute. Where did this old dog acquire such a divine sword? Alas, with such strength, the only ones capable of contending with him in this secret realm are likely the disciples of the 9 sects, and even that is uncertain. How infuriating. May that old dog meet a miserable end. One by one, the sect leaders and elders sighed in dismay. Su Xiao, this lecherous old man, had unearthed the lair of a powerful cultivator, amassing resources in abundance. His strength had soared. The heavens are unjust. Now, regardless of the situation in the mysterious realm, Su's formidable power has transformed him into a terrifying bomb. How is it that the shadow of this old dog looms everywhere? Truly, he is my senior brother, so incredibly strong. Fortunately, my senior brother loves only me. Dugu Ling's exquisite phoenix eyes sparkled with intensity as she cast a glance at the love-struck Yu Linglong beside her. With a haughty snicker, her stunning visage radiated disdain. Within the secret realm, Su Xiao and his companions soared through the air for quite some time before finally arriving at the edge of the Iron Mine mountain range. Master Uncle, we have arrived. As the four descended, Xiao Wang examined the map and confirmed the positions of the group. At the southern edge of the iron or mountain range, he exclaimed, "Look, Master, there are iron ores exposed everywhere. No one has come here yet." Xiao Wang and Xiaoli were brimming with excitement. Under Su Xiao's instruction, they hurriedly retrieved their prepared shovels and began to excavate the area beneath the mountains. The iron ore typically lay buried beneath the mud, with only a small portion visible above ground, necessitating a gradual digging process. "Let us take our time. It's still early," Su Xiao said, adjusting his long beard and finding a flat spot to rest. After a lifetime of relentless work, he was determined not to labor again in this life. Such tasks were better left to the younger generation. "Shueyu, why aren't you mining? What are you doing here?" Su Xiao inquired, glancing at his petite and delicate disciple, blinking his aged eyes. "Master, I think I was injured by the demonic aura of a wolf and feel utterly weak." Shueyu suddenly appeared unwell. Her beautiful eyes rolled, and she collapsed onto Su Xiao's lap. "What?" Su Xiao was taken aback. "Don't you have that gourd for protection?" Confused, he lifted the weakened Shueyu into his arms. At that moment, her complexion turned pale, and her lovely face lost its color. "What is happening? Your strength is formidable. Even Xiao Wang and Xiao Li are unharmed. How could you be injured?" He pondered, utterly baffled. He gently grasped the delicate, soft hand of the other, allowing a fragment of his spirit to delve within. Upon this inquiry, he discerned an unsettling truth. The meridians throughout her body were entirely severed. "My goodness, this is indeed serious." "Just a moment, Master Uncle, you lack medical expertise. I shall summon Xiao Wang and Xiao Li." Su Xiao was about to call for assistance when Shueyu reached out, clasping his hand. Her enchanting, large eyes shimmered with a hint of dreamy allure as she said, "Master Uncle, there's no need for them. I understand that nothing can save me now. What shall we do then?" he inquired, his urgency palpable. "Perhaps we could teleport you out. My junior sister is outside, and she would surely be able to rescue you." Su Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. Shueyu was someone he had watched enter the fold, and should anything befall her, he would bear the weight of guilt. "Please, no?" Shueyu quickly interjected, "Master Uncle, I do not wish to leave. Our Shui family possesses a method that can save me, but it requires your cooperation." Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered. He blinked and asked, "How shall I cooperate?" At his words, Shueyu's beautiful gaze sparkled with subtle triumph, a flicker of delight hidden within. "Huh, Master Uncle, With your keen intellect, you have unwittingly fallen into my trap. Oh, Master Uncle. Now, you have no choice but to support me. He. She continued weakly. Master Uncle, I possess the rare water spirit body of the Shui clan, enabling me to crystallize ice within my being to heal my wounds. However, this method of healing requires the balance of the family spirit fire. Currently, there is no spiritual fire available, only the fire technique of the elder to substitute. Su Xiao nodded, understanding the situation. That works. Please proceed with the freezing. I will help you kindle the fire. Just signal me if the temperature is too high or low. Shui Yu replied adorably, nodding her little head. She slowly removed her white dress, revealing only a petite red undergarment. The delicate, jade-like skin of her body was fully exposed, presenting a graceful, youthful figure before Su Xiao. The enchanting fragrance of the young girl wafted toward him, leaving Su Xiao momentarily taken aback. What are you doing removing your clothes? Master, achieving balance is not so simple. It requires perfect control of temperature to maintain my body heat. As she spoke, she nestled directly into Su Xiao's embrace. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a faint glow, and she smiled, albeit weakly, saying, "It will be over soon. Just use your fire technique to regulate my temperature." Without waiting for his consent, she slipped into Su Xiao's clothing. Instantly, their skin made contact. Shui Yu, clad only in her undergarment, happily embraced the elderly man. She closed her eyes, seeking healing within the warmth of his gray robe. This is quite a predicament for me. Su Xiao felt bewildered. As he observed her petite and delicate form pressed against him, he initially contemplated pushing her away. Yet, sensing the chill emanating from her body, he realized that she had begun her healing process. There was no choice but to regulate the temperature beneath his robe, maintaining a normal body heat. Hurry up, Su Xiao groaned, his head throbbing. The young girl was fidgeting restlessly under the robe, her hands exploring everywhere. The sensation of her smooth skin and soft body was beginning to lead his thoughts astray. Such an intoxicating scene should not be unfolding with Shui Yu. What a transgression. Shui Yu stifled a giggle before leaning in to nibble at Su Xiao's neck with her cherry-like lips, simultaneously requesting, "Master, could you increase the warmth near my mouth?" "All right," Su Xiao thought to himself. "Hurry up, you're driving me to the brink." Shui Yu reveled in the intense heat radiating from Su Xiao's body, her delicate and fair face flushed with a rosy hue. This was her first encounter with a man. To deceive the old man, she had indeed shattered her own meridians, employing her ethereal body to heal herself. "Master, I'm coming, he. It seemed that being kept was just like this. Quite delightful indeed." Shui Yu had fully nestled into Su Xiao's ample gray robe, which concealed her radiant, fair skin. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were diligently mining away. Outside the secret realm, chaos erupted. Damn it, this perverted old lecher. He doesn't even spare his own nephew. That's the newly emerged genius of the Misty Sect, Shui Yu. I cannot tolerate this anymore. The appearance of others may still resemble that of a young girl. This is utterly perverse. Once he emerges, I shall take matters into my own hands and confront this lecherous individual. Chapter 71. A brazen threat. The assembly of sect leaders and elders gazed in disbelief at the incessant commotion beneath Su Xiao's robe, their defenses completely shattered. The old dog refuses to perish. Such an affront to natural justice cannot be tolerated. Come forth. I await this perverse old lecher at the threshold. I am a transcendent cultivator. I vow to dismember this old fiend limb from limb. Abominable. Utterly grotesque. The very existence of such a being is a desecration against humanity. I shall see him dead. Several elderly sect leaders fumed, their faces flushed with rage. They promptly summoned their finest artifacts, rushing forth to stand before the Xin Guang Divine Stone, eager to confront the lecherous old man. The representatives of the 9 major sects were left dumbfounded. Even the usually benevolent and forgiving abbot Liao Chun furrowed his brow, an aura of Buddhist light enveloping him. Alas, it seems that even our 10,000 Buddhist temple cannot redeem a person like Su. Xiao Mu's complexion turned ashen as he observed Su Xiao shaking his head in disbelief. This old lecher is beyond depravity. Even he would not stoop to such depths. He lacks any sense of propriety, yet the old dog can commit such acts? Truly, he is an ancient pervert. Just as the disciples of the Piao Miao sect remained in a state of confusion, a new development unfolded on the screen. A delicate, snow-white hand emerged from the gap in Su Xiao's robe, clutching a piece of red fabric. This was Shui Yu's undergarment. With a swift toss of the cloth, the small hand retracted back into the robe, and the chaotic movements resumed. One elder, overwhelmed by fury, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Laogo shall not perish. I vow never to be subservient. Wiping the blood from his hands, the elder produced a colossal wolf-tooth club, towering to the height of 3 men, and joined the ranks of Su Zhao's formidable army guarding the divine stone. This latest maneuver rendered the situation uncontrollable, with everyone banging tables and smashing cups, clamoring for Su Zhao's immediate apprehension and punishment. Yu Linglong observed Lingbai, who merely covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Sister Dugu, do not be angered. It appears that your disciple has sustained injuries, and the elder is merely aiding her in recovery. Dugu Ling and the 3 elders discerned that Shui Yue was utilizing her Shui Ling body to condense ice crystals for healing. Yet, they harbored a singular question: when had Shui Yue sustained such injuries? Moreover, why resort to such an awkward method of recuperation? Were they unaware of Elder Su's fearsome reputation that had spread far and wide? Was this not akin to serving oneself on a platter? The 3 elders were utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. This was sheer madness. Dugu Ling gritted her teeth, her phoenix eyes dark and turbulent as water. Upon returning, Shui Yue shall be confined for 3 years. Esteemed sect leaders and elders, please remain calm. My disciple Shui Yue was injured while confronting the demon wolf. This is a unique healing method of the Shui family. My senior brother Su Xiao is merely assisting her in regulating her body temperature. Let us not overthink this. My brother is not that kind of person. Dugu Ling hastily led the 3 elders to the divine stone, urging the indignant elders to step down. Even the formidable influence of the Miao Miao sect cannot stand against the entirety of the cultivation world. Should such a lecherous individual truly emerge from within the sect, it would bring shame upon all its disciples. It is imperative to clarify this matter. As the onlookers once again scrutinized the spirit mirror, they noted that Su Xiao had not made any movements. It was merely the water moon beneath his robe that stirred. Their anger somewhat abated, and they began to half-heartedly accept the Miao Miao sect's explanation. Yet, the majority still seethed with indignation. That old lecher, such a disgrace. Not only did he indulge in tinder grass, but he was also brazen enough to uproot even the tinder shoots. A true pervert. Considering the presence of the 4 formidable 9th-tier transformation gods of the Miao Miao sect, they returned to their seats, fixated intently on the spirit mirror. Should that old pervert dare to make a move, they would strike him down without hesitation. Fortunately, Su Xiao remained motionless throughout his healing, sitting in a daze while allowing the water moon to carry on as it pleased. Alas, what a predicament this was for Su Xiao, who stood in the open space. After thoroughly toying with her master uncle, Water Moon suddenly perceived a shift in him. With her large, sparkling eyes blinking, her charming little head peeked out, curiously regarding her master uncle. Master uncle, what is this? Let me go. Come out immediately. Noticing her master uncle's growing irritation, Water Moon let out a playful chuckle. You stingy old man. She reached out to pull in her outer garments, cheerfully dressing herself within. Humph. This time, my master will surely take care of me. Junior sister, why are you still not here? Hurry and join us in mining. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li have grown weary and come to take a brief respite. Upon witnessing the disheveled Shui Yu emerging from Su Zhao's robes, her face flushed with embarrassment, the 2 were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. What in the world is happening? Thunderous shockwaves struck their minds as they stood there, completely dazed. Master, even the junior sister is not spared. I can't believe this. Su Xiao, noticing their strange expressions, hastily rose and adjusted his gray robe. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, do not let your imaginations run wild. Your junior sister was injured earlier, and I was merely using the earth fire to help her dispel the chill. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. He typically refrains from explanations, but matters of such an indecent nature demand clarity. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li swallowed hard, their gazes shifting towards the petite and charming Shui Yu, who was still adjusting her attire. Yes. Master was merely treating my injuries. Dear senior brothers, do not misunderstand. Shui Yu giggled, her fair and lovely face aglow with a rosy hue. I sustained significant injuries, and it was entirely thanks to Master that I have recovered. The 2 then glanced back at Su Xiao, their eyes now filled with profound fear. Even the innocent and adorable junior sister is deceived. Elder Su, this is truly terrifying. Goodness. Su Xiao seemed to discern that the thoughts of the 2 had strayed far beyond the realms of reason. He was too weary to elaborate further. The southern Ming Li Hui soared forth, transforming into a magnificent blade that he grasped firmly. As he approached the 2, he polished the fiery red blade while chuckling. Ah, little Wang, Little Li, my esteemed uncle is indeed attending to Shu Yue's injuries. Should any unfounded rumors resurface within the sect in the future, I shall be quite displeased. With a sharp flick, the divine sword emitted a resounding and melodious chime that reverberated through the heavens. Indeed, indeed, they replied, rest assured, esteemed uncle, you were certainly attending to her injuries. Indubitably. No, we saw nothing at all. The two felt the menacing aura emanating from the southern Ming Li Hua's sword, their legs trembling as if they might collapse at any moment. Elder Su, is he truly intent on silencing us? How utterly terrifying. Well, it is best if you saw nothing. What you witnessed was merely a healing process. Su Shao nodded, retracting the sword, his expression softening as he patted their shoulders with a benevolent smile. However, esteemed uncle, we did not witness anything. It is likely that the leader of the Dugu clan did. They faltered. I forgot to mention to you, within the secret realm of the 9 sects, there exists a specialized flying shuttle for communication, and the visuals are transmitted outside. Therefore, if any rumors arise, they cannot be traced back to us. The two trembled uncontrollably, their speech faltering as fear gripped them. It is inevitable that the news will spread. I must swiftly extricate myself from this situation. Elder Su possesses formidable strength. I hope he does not truly seek to create trouble for them. Chapter 72. The Might of Wuzishan. What? Is there a shadow flicker? Su Shao blinked his weary eyes and looked up. Indeed, in the distant sky, a small black that was circling above them, much like a drone from a past life, seemingly capturing images from above. What a nuisance. Su Shao slowly shook his head and sighed. Should I bring it down? It's too late now, and I feel like a thief in the night. Yet, he had done nothing wrong. With a clear conscience, he remained unperturbed. His junior sister and old Lu certainly understood he was merely recuperating. Nodding silently, Su Shao steadied his mind, disinclined to dwell on it further. Master uncle, thank you for aiding my recovery. Shui Yu adjusted her white dress and rushed over, mimicking the movements of Yu Ling Long with her small hands. However, the disparity was too vast. She could not grasp the essence of the technique. Su Shao swallowed hard, recalling the peculiar sensation when she had brushed against him moments ago, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Shui Yu, this cannot continue. Do you not understand the boundaries between men and women? Even in healing, there must be propriety. His expression was one of indignation as he released Shui Yu's hand in front of Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. However, you have just recovered from a serious injury, and your strength will undoubtedly be diminished. This secret realm is fraught with peril. Allow me to provide you with a few items for your protection. With that, he produced 2 Yuan Ing Thunder Talismans, 1 Yuan Ing Ice Sword Talisman, and a high-quality magic ring. Su Shao stroked his beard and chuckled. These 3 Yuan Ing talismans and the superior-grade magic ring are bestowed upon you to facilitate your successful journey through this secret realm. Although my reputation may be tarnished, opportunities such as this must be seized. Otherwise, it would be a complete loss. Really? You're giving me more? Shui Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she unreservedly accepted the items, exclaiming, Thank you, Uncle Master. You are truly wonderful. She gazed at the 3 Yuaning talismans and the superior-grade artifact in her hands. Although the talismans held little use for her, each was worth 20 superior-grade spirit stones. And as for the superior-grade artifact, no cultivator would ever find themselves with an excess. It was valued at 100 superior-grade spirit stones. Her Uncle Master's casual generosity amounted to a total of 160 superior-grade spirit stones, far more magnanimous than her master. Indeed, with the support of her Uncle Master, her cultivation resources flowed abundantly. He was truly remarkable, and she resolved to ensure he continued to generously support her. This scene left Xiao Wang and Xiao Li beside her utterly bewildered. Goodness, Uncle Master is genuinely nurturing his junior sister. They marveled at his gift of a superior-grade artifact and Yuaning talismans, both of which were precious commodities. To give so freely was an act of sheer opulence. Despite the considerable bounty they were currently reaping, it was merely the resources of the entire sect, shared among thousands, under the watchful eye of the sect leader. For them, 100 superior-grade spirit stones already represented a substantial fortune. All right, enough chatter. You two should head out to mine. Once you're done, relocate and continue your work. Su Shao waved his hand. Yes, Master Uncle, we shall go at once. The two did not dare to utter a word, hastily scurrying away to mine. Shui Yu, brimming with joy, securely stowed her belongings and, with a cheerful bounce, followed closely behind with her shovel in hand. Observing the lively and healthy demeanor of the young girl, Su Shao stroked his goat beard in contemplation, Could she truly have been injured? Is she attempting to deceive me? The presumption of innocence prevailed. He possessed no evidence to the contrary. Moreover, the severing of her meridians was indeed a reality. Little girl, should I uncover any hint of deceit, I shall not hesitate to give you a thorough reprimand. Congratulations, host, for successfully bestowing a superior magical ring, receiving in return the exquisite luminary starfall ring. Congratulations, host, for presenting 2 Yuan Ing lightning talismans, receiving in return 6 transformation stage 9 purple cloud lightning talismans. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 1 ice sword talismans, receiving in return 3 transformation stage 9 profound ice sword rain talismans. After excavating this area of iron ore, the 4 prepared to relocate to continue their mining efforts. The Chaomiao sect had generously equipped each of the 3 with 10 large storage bags, rendering their haul trivial. Who goes there? This mining area has already been claimed by my Heavenly Corpse sect. Depart at once. Just as the 4 ventured northward to the next major mining site, they encountered a dozen figures clad in black, diligently excavating below. Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered with recognition. The Heavenly Corpse sect? I have encountered disciples from the 9 great sections. Was it not said that resources would be shared prior to obtaining the Tao Divine Pill? It appears that strength remains the ultimate currency. I am Su Xiao of the Chaomiao sect. The old man found himself not far from the disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This was a trio of demonic teams, led by the Heavenly Corpse sect. The leader among them was a striking beauty, her eyes adorned with dark eyeliner, exuding an air of shadowy allure. Hanging from her waist were a dozen skulls, and upon recognizing her identity, her eyes widened in astonishment. Old Lecher, it's you. Splendid. Disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Underworld Gate. The terrifying Ghost Gate. Heed my command. Let us eradicate this old Lecher. As soon as she caught sight of Su Xiao's lascivious grin and his flippant beard, a surge of fury ignited within her. This old Lecher had crossed her path. She was determined to seek justice for the countless female cultivators who had suffered at his hands. Su Xiao and his companions were momentarily taken aback, witnessing the righteous indignation of the group of demonic disciples before them. Each of them drew their magical artifacts, summoning vengeful spirits and ghastly apparitions, charging towards the 4 of them. With a swift motion, the leader flung a skull from her waist, and a dozen long-haired, flying corpses emerged, baring their fangs as they lunged forward without hesitation. Little Wang and Little Li were somewhat bewildered. Their master's reputation had become so notorious that these practitioners of the demonic arts were ready to attack on sight. Haha, Su Xiao, do you really think a notorious old lecher like you can survive in this secret realm? I shall shatter your old teeth. As she spoke, she summoned a black banner artifact, waving her hands as 5 to 6 dozen lawless corpses shrouded in dark mist sprang forth. Su Xiao shook his head, lamenting. Rumors can indeed be quite harmful. Initially, he was aware of the presence of the shadow flicker and, adhering to the principle of courtesy before conflict, attempted a diplomatic approach. However, the opposing side launched an all-out assault. Shui Wei, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, you need only observe. Leave the matters of combat to me. The old man has little time left and fears no repercussions. With a swift incantation, the 5 extremes mountains surged forth, transforming into an immense iron mountain that obscured the sky. The thunderous roar echoed as the iron mountain descended with the force of a looming giant, directly suppressing the phantoms unleashed by the 3 sections. Initially moved, Shui Wei, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li intended to assist, but the overwhelming presence of the iron mountain left them rooted in astonishment. Master Uncle is formidable. The iron mountain bore the weight of the 3 mountains and 5 ranges, harmonizing with the profoundly mysterious primordial true energy within Su Xiao, unleashing extraordinary power that pressed the ground of the mining site down by several inches. This spectacle left the disciples of the Shadow sect utterly paralyzed with fear. What kind of magical artifact is this? With a single hand raised, Su Xiao summoned the 5 extremes mountain once more. In the vast crater, an array of flying corpses unleashed by the disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect lay crushed into mere pulp, over 100 in total, rendering the scene utterly horrific. No, my flying corpses. The disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect cried out in anguish, their pain mirrored by the disciples of the Huangquan sect and the Evil Spirit sect, who also bore expressions of profound distress. This colossal mountain artifact not only crushes the zombies, but also obliterates the wandering souls and malevolent spirits they unleash into mere ashes. Those are their most vital companions. The lecherous old man possesses such formidable power. Before they could react, the Iron Mountain swelled once more, roaring as it descended upon the disciples of the three sections. In an instant, 12 individuals faced the same fate as the zombies, reduced to mere patties of flesh. Chapter 73. The death of Shangwan Jinyu beneath the towering Iron Mountain. A deafening sound reverberated, plunging the scene into a chilling silence. Dare they strike first? Surely. The disciples of the demon sect have no retort now. Su Xiao, stroking his beard with a smile, commanded, Shui We, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, proceed, continue mining. The three swallowed hard, gazing in awe at the colossal Iron Mountain, their hearts trembling with astonishment. Where did Master Uncle acquire such an abundance of extraordinary magical artifacts? Remarkable. A flicker of fear glimmered in Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's eyes. They were resolute. They could never allow the rumors of Master Uncle supporting the young apprentice sister to escape their lips. Otherwise, they would surely meet the same grim fate as those meat pies. They responded affirmatively and hastily resumed their mining. Shui We stared at Su Xiao, momentarily entranced. Her lovely, delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Master Uncle, you are truly formidable. No wonder you are the one who supports her. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Yes. Master Uncle, you are so handsome. Do I need you to tell me that? Get to work. Understood. Su Xiao retracted the Iron Mountain, revealing 8 lifeless forms beneath. They were beyond salvation, mercilessly crushed. They hadn't even had the chance to activate their life-saving talismans, their protective artifacts reduced to mere rubble, for had managed to escape. Su Xiao shook his head. If they fled, so be it. After all, they had initiated the confrontation first, rendering him justified. Outside the secret realm, a shadowy woman and 3 other disciples appeared before the onlookers, their expressions blank and lost. The 4 individuals appeared somewhat dazed, their faces pale. Upon encountering the elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect, the shadowy woman burst into tears, exclaiming, Master, that lecherous old man has committed murder. He is a demon. He annihilated all my undead minions. The leader of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Shirtu Tongtian, wore a grim expression, having witnessed the entire incident. It was difficult to assess, considering that this time, Old Su had not struck first. Return, he said. It was better to retreat when outmatched. Rest assured, Old Su had someone to deal with him. Filled with resentment, Shirtu Tongtian cast a sidelong glance at Dugu Ling, who remained composed and even offered him a slight smile. The sight infuriated Shirtu Tongtian. Yet he felt helpless. They had broken the rules first, leaving them without justification. Moreover, even if the lecher had acted first, the disciples of the mysterious Mist sect would undoubtedly resort to trickery. With such formidable strength, the lecherous old man was beyond the bounds of natural justice. The other sect leaders and elders sighed in dismay. That indomitable Iron Mountain of the lecher was evidently yet another exceptional artifact. It was troubling. Once this Iron Mountain artifact was unleashed, its power would be beyond the reach of any nascent soul cultivator. How could this lecher possess so many supreme artifacts? Were they all excavated from the lairs of great cultivators? What terrifying luck was this? The mysterious Mist sect. So shameless. To send such a person into the secret realm. Truly disgraceful. The 2 leaders of the Yellow Spring sect and the Ghostly Fiend sect turned pale, collapsing onto the table. The elite geniuses from both sects suffered devastating losses, with not a single individual managing to escape. In other words, this expedition into the secret realm not only yielded no profits, but resulted in a significant loss. The presence of Su Xiao's formidable strength had become an accepted reality among the group. During this exploration, Su Xiao emerged as the focal point of attention. Only the aged emperor of the Southern Zhan Kingdom, possessing a cultivation level of the void refinement realm, discerned the peculiar nature of Su Xiao's magical artifacts. His weathered visage displayed a flicker of surprise as he murmured to himself, could this truly be a magical artifact? He contemplated a possibility but swiftly dismissed it. A nascent soul cultivator could not possibly refine magical treasures, let alone possess them. After mining, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li took the initiative to descend into the depression created by the Iron Mountain to reclaim the storage bags from the Huangquan sect and the Ligwoman. Master Uncle, these 2 sects have amassed quite a fortune in minerals, along with their spirit stones and magical artifacts. A gruesome array of storage bags lay before Su Xiao, and both individuals appeared somewhat exhilarated. You may divide the spirit stones and magical artifacts amongst yourselves. The iron ore is to be retained for the sect. Su Xiao expressed little interest, recognizing that these nascent soul cultivators possessed at most a few dozen high-grade spirit stones, hardly worth the attention of someone of his esteemed stature. Thank you, Master Uncle. The two were filled with elation, promptly summoning Shui Yu, and the three divided the spirit stones equally. Each received a high-grade magical artifact, along with several mid- and low-grade ones. In high spirits, Xiao Wang produced a map and continued their journey. After excavating another mining site, they set their course towards the northern expanse of the 10,000 woods. Detected the Daughter of Fortune, Su Meyer Fortune level, a return multiplier, 10 bond level. 4 individuals descended into a vast forest. And Su Xiao heard the sound of the system whispering in his ear. Looking ahead, he saw 4 women from the Heroine sect chopping down spiritual wood. The most exquisite among them, a charming girl in a yellow dress, gazed at him with a playful smile. Senior Su, it is truly wonderful that you have come, Su Meyer exclaimed, dropping the spiritual wood in her hand and approaching with her 3 companions. As they beheld the seemingly boundless high-quality fortune radiating from Su Xiao, their faces flushed crimson, and they could hardly resist the temptation to draw closer. However, Su Xiao was the exclusive focus of the Jade Master, which made them hesitate. Su Xiao's aged eyes sparkled as he regarded the young woman named Su Meyer, offering a gentle nod in return. She was the disciple of Yu Linglong, adorned in a lovely yellow strapless dress. Her snow-white skin glimmered with an alluring sheen, reminiscent of the most tender milk. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore both charm and youthful shyness. Though her figure was not as exaggeratedly voluptuous as that of Yu Linglong, it was indeed captivating. With a slender waist that could be grasped with ease, her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, exuding an enchanting fragrance. In comparison to the other 3 female disciples, who were also lovely, Su Meyer's allure rendered them overshadowed in an instant. So it is you, Su Xiaoyu. Fear not. For the Misty Sect has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Heroine Sect. Rest assured, you may chop freely. No one dares to disturb you. In the presence of the Daughter of Fortune, Su Xiao remained remarkably magnanimous. This was the foundation of his longevity cultivation. The 4 maidens were momentarily taken aback, their beautiful eyes blinking in surprise, and they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su. Well then, Xiao Wang, Xiaoli, Shui Yu, you two should engage in chopping. There are still some spiritual wood left here to take back to the sect. Yes, Master Uncle. Grasping their magical swords, the 3 dispersed to commence their task of felling the trees. Su Meyer and her companions observed Su Xiao seated on the ground, resting amidst the swirling aura of fortune, and they couldn't help but swallow hard, their hearts aflame with impatience. They even found their enthusiasm for chopping spiritual wood waning. Oh, more visitors are arriving. In the distance, another quartet sensed the commotion and hurried over. Upon recognizing the notorious old lecher Su Xiao, their expressions shifted dramatically, eyes wide with astonishment. Furthermore, they beheld the 4 enchanting women from the Heroine sect, their faces flushed with embarrassment and allure. Alarm bells rang in their minds, realizing the gravity of the situation. The old lecher, how dare he entice female cultivators in this secret realm? This is intolerable. Dear comrades of the Heroine sect, as long as we are here, we shall not allow this old rascal Su to lay a hand on you. A dashing young man clad in splendid golden attire stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the 4 Heroine beauties. The remaining 3 advanced, each exuding an air of nobility, unmistakably individuals of high standing. Su Xiao cast a perplexed glance at the 4 individuals, feeling utterly bewildered. Had his reputation sunk to such depths that people spoke of him with aversion? Even more confounding were the 4 disciples of the Heroine sect, who regarded the sudden arrivals with disdain. How dare they interrupt their private moment with Elder Su? Outrageous. Who are you? Su Xiao inquired casually. I am Shangguan Jinyu from the Eastern Light Kingdom, and these 3 are princes of the same realm. Elder Su. While you may be felling trees for the Piaomiao sect, do not lay your hands on them. There are surveillance devices above, and everyone is watching. Shangguan Jinyu elegantly adjusted his golden robe, standing protectively alongside the 3 princes to shield Su Meyer and her companions. Fearing that the elder might entertain unwelcome thoughts toward these beautiful women, at his age, it should be the younger generation who takes the initiative. Shangguan Jinyu, the young master of the Zilai Merchants Guild? Su Zhao's heart jolted, and he blinked his aged eyes. Indeed. How did you know, old man? You need not delve into such matters, came the curt reply. With a sudden flourish, the Southern Ming Li fire sword shot forth before anyone could react. With a resounding thud, it soared past Shangguan Jinyu's head, obliterating it in a crimson mist. You have offended this elder, if you wish to live. Vacate the secret realm at once, Su Xiao warned coldly, sheathing his sword as he regarded the 3 princes, whose faces had turned ashen and bewildered. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully completing your mission by vanquishing the foe of destiny, Shangwan Jinyu. Chapter 74. The Daughter of Fortune. Su Meier and her companions stood in stunned silence. The three princes of the Donglai kingdom trembled in fear. Shangwan Jinyu, the strongest among them, had been vanquished by a single strike from the old man. Get lost. Su Zhao's voice resonated with a deep fury, causing the three princes to feel a wave of terror wash over them. Yes, Senior Su, we shall leave immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, they produced their life-preserving talismans, and with a decisive gesture, they vanished in an instant. None had informed them that within this secret realm, lives could be lost. They had no intention of competing for the divine pill of the great Tao. Madness. The old man has gone mad. The death of Shangwan Jinyu compelled them to flee without delay. Upon being transported before the divine stone, the trio was left in a state of sheer panic. The old lecher was far too terrifying. From a distance, the ruler of the Donglai kingdom was the first to rush forward and assess the injuries of the three. Upon finding that none were harmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his sons had come to no harm. Elder Su had shown him some consideration for the Donglai kingdom. Yet, he could not fathom how these individuals had managed to offend Elder Su. Chairman Shangwan remained composed, stating that Su Xiao had even slain disciples from the 9 sects, a matter beyond their capacity to resolve. The ruler of the Donglai kingdom turned his gaze towards the furious elder behind him, seeking to offer words of comfort. The elder, named Shangwan Feilian, was the chairman of the Zilai Merchants Association. He suppressed his profound sorrow and indignation as he directed his gaze towards the members of the Miao Miao sect, particularly the furious figure of Dugu Ling. The aged gaze, tinged with crimson, seemed poised to clash fiercely with the members of the mysterious sect. Observing this, Dugu Ling rose solemnly and addressed, President Shangwan, Lord of Donglai, please allow me to wait for my senior brother to emerge. When he does, I shall ensure he provides both of you with a satisfactory response. Humph, retorted Shangwan Feilian, Dugu sect leader. Su Xiao has drawn the ire of the heavens and the wrath of the people, and now he indiscriminately takes lives. If the secret realm concludes without an explanation for my Zilai commerce, no matter how formidable your mysterious sect may be, I, Shangwan Feilian, shall not relent. With a flourish of his long robe, he returned to his seat, awaiting the emergence of the old libertine to avenge his son. The Lord of Donglai shook his head with a deep sigh, offering a respectful salute to Dugu Ling as he returned to Shangwan Feilian's side with his 3 sons. What could have possessed Elder Su to commit such senseless acts of violence? Elders Zhu, Lu, and Wen exchanged hushed sighs, lamenting how Elder Su had truly managed to create a dilemma for their mysterious sect. Dugu Ling felt a tumult of emotions within her. On one hand, she rejoiced at her senior brother's significant enhancement in strength, surpassing even his pre-transcendence power. Yet, on the other hand, she worried that if this spree of killings continued, their mysterious sect would become the public enemy of the cultivation world. Such a situation would make her role as sect leader exceedingly difficult. The other sect leaders and elders present shook their heads at Elder Su's antics. To label him merely a lecher was to underestimate him. This old man was, in truth, a veritable fiend. How could the mysterious sect have produced such a scoundrel? Amidst the chaos, the lifeless body of Shangwan Jinyu lay fallen in the Wanmu forest. Su Meier and her companions were filled with trepidation. How could Elder Su possess such formidable strength? With a single move, he had vanquished the formidable Shangwan Jinyu, who was at the 9th level of the nascent soul. They swallowed hard, struggling to believe that this seemingly decrepit old man was, in fact, so powerful. Su Xiao rose and chuckled, reassuring them, do not be afraid. I have a long-standing grudge with Shangwan Jinyu, which prompted my intervention. Continue to harvest the spirit wood. Rest assured, while I am here, no one will dare to lay a hand on you. Upon hearing this, the 4 women sighed in relief. So, Elder Su harbored enmity towards Shangwan Jinyu. Their eyes brightened, and the fear that had gripped their hearts dissipated in an instant. They gazed at Su Xiao, their faces flushed with admiration. Not only was Elder Su immensely powerful, but his fortune also seemed extraordinarily abundant. They could hardly believe the rumors that painted him as a dying old man. Elder, you have worked hard. These individuals inexplicably attempted to seize our spirit wood, and we are immensely grateful for your timely assistance in dispatching them. The 4 women were filled with admiration, tempted to approach Su Xiao to absorb some of his fortune. Yet they hesitated, gripped by an inexplicable fear that gnawed at their hearts, leaving their legs unsteady. Do not worry, My acquaintance with your sect leader warrants my assistance. Su Xiao replied before settling down to rest, closing his eyes in meditation. He contemplated how best to present a token to Su Meyer later, hoping for a significant return on his investment. At that moment, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, alerted by the commotion, returned, their faces paling at the sight of the headless corpse on the ground. Inquiring about the reason, Su Xiao merely stated that the other person had crossed him. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li trembled in fear. Elder Su truly was merciless. By the way, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, how many spirit woods have you harvested? Su Xiao suddenly inquired. Xiao Wang calculated and responded, Uncle Master, the two of us have chopped down nearly 50. First hand them over to me, and you may continue your work. The two, somewhat puzzled, handed the storage bags containing the spirit wood to Su Xiao, then proceeded to seek out Shui Yu to continue their task. The latter extended his spiritual sense and detected approximately 50 or 60 pieces. He then rose and approached the quivering Su Meyer, smiling as he said, Young friend Su, my earlier actions delayed your woodcutting. Here are over 50 pieces of spirit wood. A gift for you. Su Meyer, her complexion flushed with excitement and joy, accepted the storage bag. Elder Su was actually presenting her with a gift? How could this be? Su Meyer trembled slightly, her heart racing as she noticed Su Zhao's unwavering gaze upon her, her face instantly suffused with shyness. There is no need for hesitation. Young friend Su and I share a certain affinity. I would not allow you to suffer a loss. Please accept it. Su Xiao, with a charming stroke of his beard, displayed an aged yet handsome visage that made Su Meyer's heart race. Thank you, Elder Su. The delicate skin of Su Meyer began to glow with a rosy hue once more. Unable to endure the overwhelming aura emanating from her companion any longer, Su Meyer surrendered her delicate form, collapsing gracefully into Su Zhao's embrace. Su Xiaoyu, what troubles you? He inquired, his eyes flickering with intrigue as the enchanting fragrance enveloped him. Elder, I feel somewhat unwell, she murmured softly, her voice imbued with allure and tenderness as she nestled against him. In that moment, the system's voice echoed in Su Zhao's mind, and he instantly comprehended the situation. She was drawn to the fortune that radiated from him. This was indeed fortuitous. The more she absorbed, the greater his own fortune would be replenished. Nearby, 3 female disciples of the Heroine sect gazed on with envy and resentment, their eyes clouded with longing as they yearned to rush forward and embrace Elder Su, voraciously drawing from his aura. Yet, their senior sister had already taken the initiative, leaving them to merely watch in frustration. Su Xiaoyu, feel free to absorb the fortune from me. It is of no consequence, Su Xiao assured her. Su Meyer's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly transforming into delight. Elder Su, you are aware that I am drawing upon your fortune? And you encourage it? In that instant, she grasped why her master held such affection for Su Xiao. He was precisely the type of man that captivated the hearts of the women of the Heroine sect. There is a cave nearby, let us retreat there. The flying shuttle above could attract unwelcome attention, she suggested, her gaze sultry and fully ensnared by the inexhaustible fortune that Su Xiao exuded. With a light chuckle, Su Xiao guided her towards a secluded cave not far off. He did not refuse. As his fortunes ascended, he coincidentally bestowed a gift that triggered a mission, resulting in a tenfold critical strike. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the spiritual wood. Upon the first gift to Su Meyer, a 1,000-fold critical strike was triggered, returning the ancient spiritual root. The ancient spiritual root contains 3 drops of eternal spiritual liquid, each capable of resurrecting the deceased and healing grievous wounds.